Cao Neng smoothly raises a hand to calm her raging temper. I believe you, I really do. He locks dead serious eyes with her. But my next move goes far beyond a few trillion credits. Ninger crosses her arms, her tactical mind racing. Cao Neng, what exactly are you scheming? A predatory, unstoppable smile spreads across his face. He drops an absolute political bombshell. I am entering the brutal race to become the next Supreme Council chairman. What do you think of that? Pfft. Tang Tang violently spits her mouthful of water straight into his face. She doubles over, literal tears streaming from her eyes. You? The Supreme Chairman? She clutches her stomach, howling with uncontrollable laughter. An 18-year-old ruling the entire human race? Oh my god, you are actually going to kill me with this ridiculous joke. She frantically wipes a tear. Sister Ninger, tell me I am not the only one dying here. Ninger's lips twitch in amusement, but her eyes remain impossibly sharp. It is certainly a hilarious ambition. But knowing you, Cao Neng, you already have a master plan. The political landscape is absolutely brutal. The overwhelming favorite for the next chairman is Liang Qi. For years, Liang Qi has fiercely protected the noble family's greedy interests. More dangerously, he has deep-rooted, unbreakable alliances with the ancient martial sects. Cao Neng rubs his chin, his mind working like a supercomputer. I see the entire board clearly now. To claim the supreme seat, the military's backing is not nearly enough. I need the absolute submission of the nobles and the ancient sects. Bam! Tang Tang violently slams her hands on the table, utterly flabbergasted. Wait. You two are actually being dead serious right now? Cao Neng just casually shrugs his shoulders. Have I ever joked about my grand ambitions? Tang Tang violently grabs him by the collar, screaming right in his face. Have you completely lost your mind? You are barely 18 years old. And with your pathetic bank account, do you have any idea how many billions a bloodthirsty political war costs? Cao Neng does not even flinch. A highly calculating, sly grin creeps onto his face. But Tang Tang, does your mighty heavenly king group not have endless, unimaginable wealth? Tang Tang shakes her head so violently she nearly gets dizzy. It is not that simple. Even my grandfather does not have absolute dictatorial authority, and pure corporate wealth alone is not enough to forcefully crown a supreme chairman. This political gamble is way too massive. The board of directors will never approve it in a million years. Cao Neng's eyes burn with absolute, unwavering confidence. We will see about that. Just summon your grandfather. The real nightmare for our enemies is just beginning. Tang Tang waved her hand, completely unbothered. Stop joking around. There is no way you would fall for a trick like that. If you actually got duped, I will eat this very chair. Turning on her heel, she prepared to leave. Anyway, I am going to contact my grandfather. I will get him to help you out first, and drop the nonsense about becoming the council chairman. We are still very interested in your energy material project. Gao Neng could only watch her walk away in exasperation. Fine, just go make the call, he sighed. Striding down the street, Tang Tang was still fuming, completely unaware of the shock waiting for her. If that guy actually becomes the council chairman, then I will become the governor, she muttered. But fate had impeccable timing. Right at that moment, she bumped directly into Wu Qingjing and Yun Ping. Who wants to be chairman, and who is trying to steal my governor's seat? They asked. Startled, Tang Tang immediately bowed. Councilman Wu, Governor Yun, you two arrived at the perfect time. Boiling with frustration, she pointed straight up at the building before storming off. That arrogant Gao Neng just said he wants to steal your position as council chairman. You need to go teach that guy a lesson. I have urgent business to attend to, she yelled, leaving Wu Qingjing standing there in absolute confusion. Wait, what? That brat Gao Neng wants to snatch my chairman seat? Wu Qingjing blinked. Beside him, Governor Yun Ping burst into laughter. Ha, that little girl is just spouting nonsense. You can bet 80% of this is just her clashing with Gao Neng again. She just wants to cause trouble for him. Do not overthink it. We have real business with that kid today. The two powerhouses marched up and knocked on Gao Neng's door. As it opened, Wu Qingjing smiled warmly. Gao Neng, oh, Colonel Shen is here as well? Gao Neng offered a polite smile. Teacher Wu, Governor Yun. He quickly prepared glasses of water for his esteemed guests as they settled down to talk. Wu Qingjing started with polite small talk. Colonel Shen, it has been far too long since we last met. In fact, your grandfather and I have not spoken in quite some time. Shen Ninger offered a graceful smile. My grandfather is stationed at the Eastern Sector base. He rarely has the time to return home these days. Taking a slow sip of his tea, Wu Qingjing cut straight to the chase. Let us skip the pleasantries. I came here today to negotiate the laboratory matter with you, Gao Neng. He narrowed his eyes with a playful glint. Though, I did hear a rumor. Is it true that you, little brat, want to steal my chairman's seat? Gao Neng did not even blink. Teacher Wu, since you already know, rest easy. I am not stealing your current seat. I am just preparing to run in the next election. The sheer audacity made Wu Qingjing violently spit out his tea. Thankfully, Gao Neng had already popped open an umbrella to block the spray. Did they really think he would fall for the exact same trick twice? Coughing uncontrollably, Wu Qingjing glared at the boy in utter disbelief. Gao Neng, have you lost your mind? The council has already released the final results. Absolutely no one is doubting your achievements anymore. If you still feel wronged, just tell us. We can compensate you. We will absolutely make it up to you. Governor Yunping quickly chimed in, desperately trying to calm the situation. That is right, Gao Neng. Do not put so much pressure on yourself. Right now, your steady development in energy evolution is already your greatest contribution to the alliance. Unfazed, Gao Neng simply tilted his head. Does the council election have an age restriction? Caught off guard, Wu Qingjing stuttered. Well, no. It apparently does not. Governor Yunping immediately intervened. Gao Neng, enough jokes. The Supreme Council is not a place you can just stroll into. Without massive political backing, how could you ever win? This is pure madness. If a kid like you actually becomes the chairman, I will eat this entire table. Do you hear me, old man Wu? Go ahead and tell this brat exactly what it took for you to secure the chairman's seat back in the day. Wu Qingjing still tried to find a middle ground. How about this? If you are willing, I can pull some strings to get you a position within the federal government. You can slowly learn the ropes. Yet, Gao Neng rejected the offer without a second thought. I appreciate your kindness, Teacher Wu, but I do not have the luxury of time. I prefer reaching the top in a single bound. Directly competing for the chairman's seat is the better option. The two old powerhouses had heard enough. Shaking their heads at his sheer arrogance, they immediately got up to leave. This brat has completely lost his mind. Let us wait until he sobers up tomorrow before we try talking sense into him. But before stepping out, Yunping threw one last warning over his shoulder. Gao Neng, if you truly want to be the chairman, then you first need to prove you have the presence of a leader. Exactly 1 month from now, the Dragon faction will be selecting their new commander. If you cannot even secure that position, then do not ever mention the word chairman in my presence again. Wu Qingjing frantically tried to push the governor out the door. Old Yun, wait. We have not even discussed the laboratory yet. Whatever. We will talk tomorrow. Gao Neng, just get some rest. Cool your head down. The door slammed shut, leaving only 2 people alone in the room. Shen Ninger cast a sidelong glance at him. They do not believe in you. And honestly, that is a perfectly normal reaction. Gao Neng turned his piercing gaze toward her. And what about you? Do you doubt me as well? A stunning, confident smile bloomed on her face. If you manage to defeat me in combat, then of course I will believe you. Standing up, she elegantly flipped her hair. It is getting late. I should head back now. Gao Neng blinked, completely caught off guard. Wait. Are we not doing our dual cultivation session today? A faint, beautiful blush painted Shen Ninger's cheeks. Not today. I have already hit the absolute bottleneck of the 6th stage. What I need right now is not more energy, but a true sublimation of my mental realm. Actually, Shimo and Wei Ya are at the exact same bottleneck. They could shatter that threshold at any given second. Hearing those names, Gao Neng's eyes widened in surprise as he watched her wave goodbye and disappear through the door. Left alone, he clicked his tongue, muttering into the silence. So they are all on the verge of breaking through? My time is running out faster than I thought. With a flick of his wrist, a mysterious pill materialized in his palm. He had just burned through 10,000 merit points to exchange for 5 elemental attribute elixirs. Let us test the waters with one of these today. Without hesitation, he tossed it into his mouth and swallowed. Boom! The elixir's immense power exploded through his veins in an instant. This was the true terror of an attribute elixir. He could literally feel the raw, crackling lightning attribute mutating and expanding inside his body. Time to see what this baby can really do. Let the cultivation begin. His cultivation speed instantly skyrocketed, smashing through its previous limits. It truly lived up to its reputation as a supreme treasure forged from an epic-tier energy core. But that was not all. Hidden deep within his meridians, another colossal wave of energy was silently nourishing his foundation. It had to be the ancient power radiating from the golden tree heart. Suddenly, a chilling voice echoed right beside his ear. Your body has already nurtured the essence of lightning. Now, you must focus and compress that very spark. Gao Neng's eyes snapped open in absolute shock. When did Tiannan get inside his room? Master, when did you slip in? Gao Neng blinked in surprise. Tiannan simply cleared his throat, his gaze sharp. Just observing how incredibly lazy you get when cultivating unsupervised. With a flick of his wrist, Tiannan tossed over an ancient manual. Take a look. It is a secret scroll tailored just for you. The Phantom Thunder Technique. Gao Neng's eyes widened in sheer disbelief, recognizing its immense value. Before he could speak, Tiannan's voice dropped to a lethal chill. If you ever dare share this supreme manual with anyone else, I will snap your neck myself. Gao Neng gleefully rubbed his hands together. Master, you are the absolute best. Tiannan rolled his eyes with a heavy sigh. Save your useless flattery. Talk is incredibly cheap. I have been standing here for half the day, and you haven't even offered me a single cup of tea. Go brew a pot for your master right this instant. As steaming hot tea filled the cup, Gao Neng flashed a sly grin. By the way, master, I have a tiny report to make. Tiannan instantly spat his tea across the room as Gao Neng dropped the ultimate bombshell. I want to become the Grand Chairman. Gao Neng frantically waved his hands to explain. Master, your reaction is completely uncalled for. I expect this from Tang Tang or Chairman Wu. But you are a legendary supreme paragon. Spitting tea on your own disciple is just zero manners. Manners my foot, Tiannan roared, his aura flaring in pure frustration. What kind of absolute cosmic joke are you playing? Gao Neng weakly raised his hands in defense. Master, just calm down and let me finish. I already heard the rumors. The current supreme commander of the military, Qin Jianfei, is actually Elder Jian's disciple. Gao Neng narrowed his eyes. Are you seriously not furious about that? Tiannan forced his expression into a mask of total indifference. Furious? Why would I be? I voluntarily gave up the military commander seat. He scoffed softly. Though that old geezer, Jian, certainly has a terrifying knack for teaching. But Gao Neng leaned in, his voice dropping to a devilish whisper. Then tell me, master, wouldn't you love to have a disciple sitting on the absolute highest throne as the Grand Chairman? Tiannan's eyes snapped wide open, totally caught off guard by the sheer audacity. Seizing the opening, Gao Neng relentlessly pushed his agenda. Think about it, master. Whether in public or private, Elder Jian constantly brags that his teaching abilities completely crush yours. I have no idea how you can stomach that disrespect, but as your loyal disciple, I absolutely refuse to swallow this massive insult. Unable to take it anymore, Tiannan brutally smacked the back of Gao Neng's head. Enough of your absolute nonsense. Are you trying to sow discord between us? Tiannan barked. You arrogant brat. Your guts truly reach the heavens. Do you actually think becoming the supreme administrative leader is child's play? Clutching his throbbing head, Gao Neng refused to back down. Obviously, it is not something you achieve overnight. But master, a legendary figure like you definitely knows the hidden path, right? Tiannan remained as an unmovable mountain. Do not even entertain the thought. There is an ironclad boundary between supreme paragons and the Alliance. We absolutely never interfere in their political affairs. Gao Neng instantly waved off the old man's assumption. Master, your imagination is running way too wild. If I aim for the Grand Chairman seat, I will obviously crush the competition with my own raw power. Besides, the Alliance has 2 supreme paragons, but there is only one absolute ruler on that throne. Tiannan let out an incredibly heavy sigh. You foolish brat. Do you have any idea why the ancient noble families and elite sects dominate the absolute core of the Alliance? Gao Neng tilted his head, utterly confused. Because of their ancient historical foundations? Tiannan slowly clasped his hands behind his back, taking on the aura of a wise sage. Ancient foundations? After the Great Cataclysm, all of those so-called historical legacies were completely wiped from the face of the earth. Yet, sects remained absolute powerhouses. The noble families maintained their iron grip for one simple reason: monopolized resources. Gao Neng blinked blankly before the realization struck him. You mean elemental attribute materials? Not exactly, Tiannan corrected, his voice echoing with profound authority. To continuously break through to higher realms, cultivators must refine those elemental materials into powerful elixirs. That is the legendary art of alchemy. The true, terrifying foundation of those elite sects and families. They possess absolute monopolies over the sacred alchemy arts. I will not hide the truth from you any longer. Your master actually possesses some rare knowledge of this craft. For low and mid-tier elixirs, my success rate stands above 40%. In this world, that firmly ranks me as a prestigious mid-rank alchemist. He viciously jabbed a finger at Gao Neng. The only reason I kept this a secret was because of your bottomless greed. If you tried to master everything at once, your foundation would crumble into absolute dust. I am revealing this now so you finally understand why the military forces will always be chained one level below the elite sects. Hearing this boast, Gao Neng secretly glanced at his own system panel, showing a perfect 100% success rate. He almost choked. Are you kidding me? A mere 40% success rate makes him act this outrageously arrogant? Shouldn't I be flexing my absolute god-tier stats right now? Oblivious to his disciples' internal mocking, Tiannan smoothly shifted gears. All right, the absolute truth has been laid bare. Without the massive backing of the elite factions, forget about that grand chairman fantasy. Now, hand over the loot. Gao Neng froze, staring blankly like a deer in headlights. What loot? Tiannan's eyes gleamed with an incredibly sinister, predatory light. Playing dumb with me? Trying to swallow all the profits by yourself? Even blood brothers calculate their debts down to the last copper, let alone us, who are merely master and disciple. Do not take me for a fool. I know exactly how many legendary treasures you looted from the demon abyss. As agreed, a 60-40 split. 60 for me, obviously. Gao Neng immediately flashed a totally shameless, flattering grin. Master, please do not jump to conclusions. Would I ever scheme against you? Gao Neng cried out, acting utterly devastated. I barely survived. I only managed to harvest 180 spiritual stalks in total. I will endure the pain and give you a clean 100. Tiannan furiously grabbed the boy by his collar. Do you think I am utterly blind? Or do you think I have never stepped foot down there? The demon abyss stretches 20,000 meters deep. You absolute locust, you scavenged every single stalk in sight. Let me make this crystal clear. If you do not cough up at least 600 stalks, you are never walking out that door alive. Hearing this brutal extortion, fake tears immediately welled up in Gao Neng's eyes. 600? He screamed internally. I actually completely cleared out over 2,300 stalks. My supposedly wise master is severely lowballing himself at a mere 600. Seeing his disciple's devastated expression, Tiannan felt a twinge of guilt and backed down slightly. Fine. At the very least, 500 stalks. Gao Neng could not help but sigh inwardly at how ridiculously naive his fearsome master truly was. Masking his joy, Gao Neng smiled innocently. But master, you are a legendary powerhouse. What use could you possibly have for a mountain of low-tier materials? Tiannan puffed out his chest with absolute seriousness. Who dares say they are useless? I can trade them on the black market. 500 low-tier stocks can easily be exchanged for at least 10 precious mid-tier treasures. A brilliant business plan instantly sparked in Gao Neng's mind. Master, let us make a superior deal. I will directly give you 30 mid-tier stocks, plus 20 pure amethyst crystals, a grand total of 50 premium items. How does that sound to your supreme ears? Tiannan was completely caught off guard, staring at his disciple in shock. You little monster. Did you accidentally excavate an entire mid-tier treasure den down there? Spit it out right now. Just how much impossible wealth did you plunder from the depths of the demon abyss? But sensing the absolute danger, Gao Neng instantly played the fool. What treasure den? I have absolutely no idea what you are talking about. Master, did you seriously forget that I possess evolution energy? Tiannan grabs his disciple's collar, his eyes wide with absolute horror. That flashy display at today's assembly? Was it actually real? Gao Neng does not miss a beat. Of course it was real. Wait a minute, master. You sat through that entire meeting thinking I was bluffing, and you did not say a single word to defend me? Tiannan scoffs, his righteous tone masking his absolute shamelessness. If I were in your shoes, I would have scammed those fools too. Who would have thought you would honestly reveal your ultimate trump card and make this old man lose face? Then it is settled. Once you evolve that energy, I am coming to collect it. Do not even think about running, you little brat. But Gao Neng quickly blocks his path. Hold on, master. If my memory serves me right, you just preached about how even blood brothers must settle their debts clearly. You are not trying to freeload off me, are you? Tiannan narrows his eyes suspiciously. You scheming brat. What exactly are you planning? The young man quickly soothes the tension. Do not panic. I just need my dear master to arrange a tiny little event for me. I am planning to dump all my accumulated evolution attributes into refining raw elemental materials. The realization finally hits the older man like a brick. You want me to gather alchemists to refine those materials for you? Gao Neng's smirk widens with absolute confidence, not just a few random ones. I want you to summon every single top-tier alchemist from the major sects and noble families. Do not leave a single one out. Tiannan completely freezes, utterly dumbfounded. Not a single one? Tell me the truth right now. What demonic scheme are you plotting? With a ridiculous demand like this, if there is not a hidden catch, I will literally eat your bed. Gao Neng sighs, rubbing his temples in utter defeat. Seriously, why is everyone in this world so obsessed with eating my furniture? Fine, I confess. I just want to steal some of their secret techniques. I am providing them with a mountain of ultra-rare attribute materials, so secretly learning a few tricks is not crossing the line, right? The master crosses his arms, nodding slowly as he weighs the logic. That is somewhat reasonable. But is stealing their techniques truly your only goal? Gao Neng beams with a blindingly innocent smile. Of course. What else could it be? It is not like I can actually beat those ancient monsters in an alchemy duel, right? Tiannan's tense shoulders finally relax. Fair point. If you actually knew how to refine pills, you would not need to hoard a dragon's treasure of ores under your bed. With that, the old master turns to leave. All right, I will use my reputation to drag them here. But whether they agree to your crazy trade, or whether you can actually steal their arts, that is entirely on your shoulders. Gao Neng enthusiastically waves him off. Thank you, master. But the moment he checks his phone, his bright smile slightly cracks. His bank account looks terrifyingly empty. He stares at a balance of just over 3 billion. That apocalyptic war with the abyssal demons had instantly burned through over 10 billion in the blink of an eye. It seems he needs to lay low and grind for a while. Sorry, master. It is not that I wanted to keep you in the dark, but if I want to pull off this insane master plan, I can only form an alliance with the ridiculously wealthy. Who told you to be so damn broke? Miles away, Tiannan violently sneezes several times in a row. Fast forward to the next day, inside an exclusive VIP restaurant, Fang Yuan pushes his chips onto the table. Gao Neng, Tang has already briefed me on the Evolution Energy project. I am willing to drop 5 billion as an initial investment, but our side demands 51% equity. What do you say? Gao Neng remains as still as a tranquil lake. Mr. Fang, let us wait until all the delicacies are served before we talk business. The suited man standing behind Fang Yuan coldly scoffs. It seems Mr. Gao is not satisfied with our generosity, then allow me to break down the catastrophic risks of this investment, just so everyone in this room has a harsh reality check. Based on our Supreme Intelligence Network, your evolution energy is not infinite. It requires a highly specific medium to function, and the alien race acting as your critical bridge is not even a part of the human alliance. That is a monumental risk. Furthermore, you still need to prove the core laws of this evolution. Gao Neng lazily raises a hand, cutting off the rant. All right, that is enough. Thank you for your speech, expert. But Mr. Fang, the real reason I invited you here today has absolutely nothing to do with the Evolution Energy Partnership. Hearing this shocking pivot, Fang Yuan dismisses his subordinate with a wave. That is enough. Step outside. The suited man stammers in panic. Yes, sir. Fang Yuan then gestures to the imposing figures sitting beside him. Uncle Lan, Uncle Wang, and Uncle Yi. These three are absolute veterans who have followed me through hell. You can trust them completely. Gao Neng's eyes sharpen into blades. Then I will not sugarcoat it. I want to compete for the chairman seat next term, and I need absolute financial dominance. Fang Yuan's gaze turns incredibly sharp. We have already calculated the odds of that. Even the colossal might of our Heavenly King group is not enough to secure that seat. The risk is basically suicide. The young man does not flinch for a second. I would never let Mr. Fang suffer a loss. Let us establish a high-stakes gambling agreement. The wealthy tycoon leans forward, thoroughly shocked. Gao Neng, a 5 billion investment, does not require a life-or-death gamble. Yet you are the one proactively proposing this bet? Do you have any idea how ruthlessly destructive these contracts can be? Gao Neng crosses his arms, radiating an absolute king's aura. If I am the one setting the board, then I obviously hold the winning hand. That single, arrogant declaration forces the four titans of the Heavenly King group to exchange dead serious glances. Uncle Wang breaks the silence, his voice heavy with authority. Then go ahead, Mr. Gao. State your so-called ironclad guarantee. Gao Neng lays out his cards without a shred of fear. If I lose this brutal election, the Heavenly King group will completely swallow 90% of the Evolution Energy project. And if I fail to double your investment profits within a single year, every last drop of my remaining shares will also be surrendered to your group. Tang is the first to shatter the heavy silence. Gao Neng, have you completely lost your mind? But the young man merely presses forward. That is right, and if my campaign crashes and burns, I will personally shoulder the Heavenly King Group's 5 trillion investment debt. The executives are left utterly speechless by his sheer madness. Based on these suicidal terms, the moment you lose the election, our corporation will gain absolute supremacy over your entire life's work. Are you not terrified that we might intentionally sabotage your campaign just to steal the project? Arrogance suits a talented youth, but you still need to think this through. Gao Neng simply smiles, a predator playing with his prey. The three uncles are absolutely correct. The Heavenly King Group is completely free to give me zero support during the chairman election. If words are not enough to convince you, we can lock this in blood and ink right now. Gao Neng extended his hand, his aura commanding the entire room. Ning Er, Bring out the contract. He had prepared for this exact moment. A flawless document in triplicate was placed right in front of Fang Yuan. The master copies are freshly printed. I have left the specific conditions completely blank, so you can fill in your own destiny. Chairman Fang, you do not even need to think about this. If you let a golden ticket like this slip away, you are no true businessman. Uncle Wang and Uncle Lan chimed in, their eyes practically glowing with greed. Chairman, Mr. Gao is showing immense sincerity for the future of our Heavenly King group. I say we sign this agreement immediately. Pressured from all sides, Fang Yuan gritted his teeth. Fine, it is signed. Mr. Gao, here is to a very profitable cooperation. The executives backing Fang Yuan leaped to their feet in sheer excitement. Then let us get straight to the logistics of the evolutionary energy project. Our Heavenly King group will not just pour massive capital into this. We have the sheer manpower to harvest attribute materials for the entire operation. Naturally, the value of these medicinal herbs will be deducted at 20% below market price. The executive smirked. How does that sound, Mr. Gao? Gao Neng lowered his gaze, a dark smirk playing on his lips. Uncles, you really think you have already won, do you not? Uncle Yi nodded arrogantly, thinking the victory was obvious. We are businessmen, kid. We only speak the language of profit. If you are expecting us to back your little run for council chairman, you are dreaming. Gao Neng rose from his seat, his laughter echoing through the room. Then allow me to be blunt as well. In this entire contract, there is only one clause that actually benefits me. The moment I seize the council chairman seat, I have the absolute right to terminate this partnership with the Heavenly King Group. Uncle Yi scoffed, staring at him like he had lost his mind. What is the point of that bluff? You cannot possibly win this election. And even if a miracle happens, our group loses absolutely nothing. We simply walk away. Gao Neng's eyes gleamed with a dangerous light. There is one crucial detail you old foxes are missing. In just a few days, the absolute peak alchemists from every major sect and noble family will descend upon the Earth City, and when they arrive, I will publicly unveil 500 pure attribute energy plants. A sudden wave of dread washed over the executives. Uncle Yi sweat dropped. Mr. Gao, what exactly are you implying? The young man just looked down at him like a god judging mortals. It is simple. If the Heavenly King Group is too cowardly to back my election campaign, I will just hand this absolute power to a sect or noble family that actually has some backbone. Fang Yuan's mind raced at lightning speed. The Heavenly King Group was the #1 military manufacturer in the entire alliance. But in the brutal world of politics, the ancient sects and noble families held the real terrifying influence. If this kid actually tossed 500 attribute energy plants onto the table, those legendary factions would go rabid for him. If Gao Neng played that card, aligning with the noble families would practically guarantee his absolute victory in the election. Fang Yuan looked up, his voice trembling slightly. Gao Neng, if you hold a trump card like that, why even bother coming to the Heavenly King Group? Gao Neng smiled like a benevolent saint. Chairman Fang and I have a history of mutual profit. I simply wanted to give the Heavenly King Group the first bite of the apple. Those calm words struck the executives like a physical blow. Suddenly, the contract on the table felt like a ticking time bomb. Their arrogant tones vanished, replaced by deadly seriousness. Mr. Gao, lay out your master plan. What exact role do you need the Heavenly King Group to play? Gao Neng finally smiled in pure satisfaction. So, my three uncles are finally ready to bow their heads and cooperate. Suddenly, Fang Yuan snatched the contract from the table. Rip! He tore the flawless document into pieces. We do not need this pathetic agreement anymore. The boardroom erupted into pure panic as Chairman Fang tossed the confetti into the air. If we are going to conquer this market, we do it with absolute trust. An unequal treaty like this is an insult to the brotherhood between the Heavenly King Group and our greatest ally. The stunned executives practically tripped over their words. Why yes, Chairman, your wisdom is absolute. Tang Tang stood frozen in the corner, her mind blown. A multi-billion-dollar contract, signed in a second and destroyed in the next? What kind of monster was Gao Neng? Then, Gao Neng dropped the real bomb. I need 1 trillion to 2 trillion in raw capital. It must hit my account within 2 days, and I will burn through all of it in 5 days. Tang Tang almost collapsed. Blowing through 2 trillion in 5 days? The uncles gasped for air. Can you at least tell us what this apocalyptic amount of money is for? He did not even blink. It is seed money to force the evolution of attribute materials. I will only give you a glimpse of the truth. The more oceans of cash you pour in, the more divine evolutionary materials we will harvest. Uncle Yi jumped up, sweat dripping from his chin. We understand the profit, but what is phase 2? A mountain of evolutionary materials is a massive flex, but it is not a decisive force to crush the election. The noble families and the ancient sects have a monopoly on Gao Neng, cut him off sharply. Alchemy, correct? Calm your hearts. I have my own flawless method to prove to the Alliance that I am a god among men. I have already asked my master to orchestrate a legendary alchemy summit. We are summoning every peak-level alchemist from the ancient world right here. Fang Yuan exploded from his chair, slamming his fists onto the table. Are you insane, Gao Neng? Just days ago, you were begging me for a basic beginner pill recipe. To be brutally honest, you do not even know how to light an alchemy furnace. And now you want to host the masters? Gao Neng smoothly cut through the rage, sliding a brand new contract onto the table. I wanted to prove it to you with my own hands, Chairman Fang. But the clock is ticking. So, let us make a high-stakes gamble. I will wager every single evolved attribute material on this. If I fail to pull this off, the Heavenly King Group keeps the entire mountain of medicinal herbs for free. Fang Yuan choked, his anger evaporating instantly. Holding his head in absolute disbelief, Fang Yuan asked the one question burning in his soul. One last thing. With your monstrous talent, you do not need this power. Why are you risking everything to become the council chairman? Gao Neng's calm facade shattered. His brows furrowed, and a freezing, devastating aura filled the room. Because a certain cat walked away from my side, I realized I did not have the strength to make her stay. But I refused to bow to that reality. From this moment on, I will forcefully grasp my own destiny. Suddenly, realization strikes Fang Yuan. You mean the monstrous cat that single-handedly attacked the southern gate? Gao Neng nods with absolute certainty. Exactly. Her name is Xiao Meng. The older man lets out a heavy, weary sigh. I understand now. The impossible goal you are chasing can only be achieved if you become the chairman. He straightens his posture. Very well. The Heavenly King Syndicate will throw its full weight behind your campaign. Crystal glasses clink together, sealing their massive alliance. Thank you, Mr. Fang. Gao Neng smiles, a fire of ambition burning in his eyes. By the dawn of the second day, massive news drops. The state-of-the-art laboratory, constructed by Qing Jing and Yun Ping for Gao Neng, is officially complete. Ruo Hua steps up as his elite assistant, flawlessly managing the daily operations of the genetic weapon facility. As for the top-tier talents recruited for the Attribute Materials Division, Gao Neng stares at the final roster, completely taken aback. The document is absolutely stacked with familiar, high-profile names. Every single person on this list is a heavyweight representative from legendary sects and elite noble families. Having them means unlocking an absolute treasure trove of ancient pill formulas. But before he can play with ancient alchemy, a monumental task awaits him. He must rapidly evolve 2,000 stalks of attribute materials and over 1,000 blocks of pure amethyst ore. It is time to go all out. For 3 straight days, the material evolution research sector is placed under total lockdown. Absolutely no one is permitted to step inside. Day 1 of the lockdown. Qing Lian paces frantically, completely eaten alive by anxiety. The application roster must be in his hands by now, she mutters. I swallowed my pride and put my name on the reserve list. Surely, he understands what I am trying to say, right? Her mind spins into overdrive. But what if he personally comes to recruit me? How do I gracefully reject him at first, only to reluctantly accept his offer? Day 2 arrives, yet she is still left waiting in agonizing silence. No sign of him, and zero news of an invitation. This is taking too long. Forget playing hard to get. If he actually invites me, I will just say yes immediately. She crosses her arms, trying to salvage her shattered ego. After all, I am the future holy maiden of the Radiant sect. If a holy maiden is working for him, the compensation absolutely cannot be cheap. Day 3 dawns, and Qing Lian still sees zero movement from the lab. Panic finally sets in. It has been 3 entire days. Do not tell me that arrogant jerk is actually planning to reject me? She bites her lip in frustration. Sure, we might have clashed in the past, but he cannot just mercilessly shut me out of his facility over a petty grudge. Finally, the sun rises on the 4th day. The grand opening of the Alchemist Convention has officially arrived. Qing Lian stands frozen, her eyes completely bloodshot, as her fists clench with explosive rage. No, I will not accept this, she hisses. No matter what it takes, I am confronting him face to face today. Marching furiously to the lab's massive entrance, she grits her teeth. Her patience has officially shattered. The Ultimate Alchemist Convention is moments away from kicking off. The tension in the air is absolutely suffocating. The laboratory roster is definitely locked in by now. Gao Neng is actually rejecting me over his petty personal feelings, she fumes. My resume was absolutely flawless. If this is not a ridiculous personal grudge, How could he ever turn down a genius like me? But before she can storm the gates, heavily armed guards instantly block her path. Governor's orders, the guard barks. For 3 full days, absolutely no one is permitted to disturb Captain Gao's laboratory. Qing Lian glares daggers at him, snapping back instantly. Well, those 3 days are officially over. The unyielding guards cross their weapons, refusing to budge an inch. Denied. Until Captain Gao steps out himself. No soul is allowed past these doors. Unless you possess a direct warrant from Governor Yun. Step back. Hearing this absolute rejection, Qing Lian freezes. Tears of burning humiliation well up in her trembling eyes. How could he be this ruthless? For 3 straight days I paced outside these doors for over 5 hours, she cries internally. There is 0 chance he did not see me, yet he still locked me out. He is deliberately abusing his power to exact revenge on me. Suddenly, a terrifying surge of spiritual aura erupts from Qing Lian's body. The air around her violently distorts. I do not care. I am seeing him today, no matter the cost. If she lets today slip by and the official roster is published, her dreams are entirely crushed. Panic seizing their faces, the 2 elite guards desperately raise their weapons. Hold it right there. What do you think you are doing? Radiant evil warding armor instantly materializes over her delicate arms. Qing Lian blasts forward with overwhelming. Radiant evil warding armor instantly materializes over her delicate arms. Qing Lian blasts forward with overwhelming speed, unleashing a brutal strike. Get out of my way, she screams, violently smashing past their defenses and storming straight into the restricted zone. Gao Neng, you arrogant. But the moment she breaches the inner sanctum, Qing Lian freezes dead in her tracks. Standing calmly amidst the swirling energy is Gao Neng. He looks at her with a knowing, unbothered smirk. You finally made it. Qing Lian's jaw drops as her gaze lands on the heaven-defying herbs scattered across the room. The 9-leaf golden lotus, the purple cloud lightning flower, and the legendary fire god bamboo, she gasps, her mind completely short-circuiting. These are incredibly rare high-tier materials. Some of these are even supreme-grade legendary artifacts. Her eyes widen in absolute disbelief at the mountainous piles. There must be over 1,000 stocks in this room. This wealth is absolutely terrifying. Gao Neng casually steps toward her, raising an eyebrow. So, why did you decide to crash my lab? Thoroughly overwhelmed, Qing Lian stutters helplessly. All her blazing fury instantly vanishes into thin air. I came here to... She stammers, her cheeks burning bright red. To help you conduct your experiments. She freezes, realization hitting her like a speeding truck. The sheer volume of elemental materials in this room surpasses the treasury of any top-tier sect or noble family. Someone couldn't just casually stroll in here without massive consequences. Panic setting in, Qing Lian immediately raises her hand to swear a solemn oath. I am so sorry, Gao Neng. I should never have barged in here. I had no idea. I swear on my very life that I will not breathe a word about what I saw today. Absolutely no one will find out. Not even my own brother. Yet, the young man barely registers her frantic rambling. Oh, do not worry about it. I was just about to clear this stuff out anyway. Qing Lian stares blankly. Wait, what? Clear it out? Are you planning to hand over all these elemental treasures to the outside pill refiners? We are talking about over 1,000 supreme-grade materials. Their value easily exceeds tens of billions. Gao Neng simply flashes a gentle, unbothered smile. Of course I am. But the golden rule is that only the absolute best pill refiners will get them, so they can provide maximum support for the Alliance. Qing Lian stands frozen, shaken to her core. Heavens above, he is willing to sacrifice this much wealth for the sake of the human alliance? Such radiant and selfless devotion. Isn't this exactly the core philosophy of the Light Sect? But Gao Neng has already turned his back. Anyway, I have said my piece. If you do not have any other business, I need to get back to work. Wait a second. Qing Lian blocks his path, her eyes blazing with absolute determination. I do have business. I want to join your laboratory and become your assistant. Gao Neng raises an eyebrow, clearly puzzled. You want to be my assistant? But Qing Lian is already passionately pitching her value. Listen, I am already a beginner-level pill refiner. I know every single material in this room inside and out. Plus, as the Holy Maiden of the Light Sect, I have access to our most guarded secret recipes. I am willing to offer them all up. Just like how you are selflessly donating these elemental materials, your complete transparency opened my eyes. If the human alliance wants to win this war, our only path forward is absolute unity and shared resources. She bowed with utmost reverence. I want to study under you. Gao Neng froze for a split second. Is that Is that so? He furrowed his brows in deep thought. Time had slipped away way too fast. Completely absorbed in evolving the materials, he had lost all track of time. Just moments ago, he was plotting how to lure her in as his assistant. To think she would actually offer herself up on a silver platter. Not only was her background absolutely stellar, but she also had Lin Ying and Shimo backing her up. Bringing those two elite hounds under his wing would be a massive strategic advantage. Mistaking his silence for rejection, Qing Lian panicked. I do not need a salary, and I am completely willing to work overtime. I mean it. Whatever you say, I will do it. Gao Neng raised a hand to stop her rambling. It seemed she was genuinely sincere about this. Since you put it that way. Use your body to prove your sincerity as an assistant. Right on cue, Qing Lian completely misunderstood. Her face flushed a brilliant scarlet. What? My body? You shameless scoundrel. Gao Neng deadpanned, quick to clarify. What on earth are you imagining? Asking you to do some physical labor makes me a scoundrel? And here you were, proudly declaring a 996 work ethic. Fine, I will just carry them myself. Stunned, the realization finally hit her. Carry things? Gao Neng effortlessly hoisted the heavy crates onto his shoulder. Exactly. I have to transport these attribute materials to the exhibition hall, one by one. But if you are unwilling to help, then forget it. Qing Lian frantically chased after him. I am willing. I will help right now. As she walked, her sharp eyes observed everything. Wait a second. These materials were unbelievably precious, yet he handed them over without a single glance. He was not worried about her stealing them at all. Gao Neng, thank you. Thank you for trusting me. 10 a.m. at the research exhibition hall. All 13 great families were present. The 9 great sects had also arrived. Even Shimo made an appearance among the VIP guests. Inside the exclusive VIP lounge, several heavyweights were carefully observing the bustling crowd. Sword Elder scanned the impressive guest list. More than half the attendees were elite sect masters and family patriarchs. Even the lowest-ranking guests were eldest sons or future heirs. Tiannan nodded in absolute agreement. This could easily be crowned a supreme-tier grand banquet. Displeased, he scolded his disciple. Everyone else has already gathered. That brat is really putting on airs. How dare he still not show up? Sipping his tea, Qin Lei turned to Old Man Li. Is that Gao Miao Wang really the disciple you raised? The old man shot back, visibly confused. I told you that ages ago. Sword Elder knows all about it too. Were you not there on that very day? Then why have I not found a single trace of Fei Shui these past few days? Qin Lei glared in pure annoyance. If I could find her, do you think I would even be here? Tiannan's face darkened with sheer irritation. So you came looking for someone at the alchemist convention? Besides, I never even invited you. Mu Bai quickly stepped in to diffuse the rising tension. Old Man Li, you are completely out of line. No matter what, old Qin Lei is a divine hand in the alchemy world. If he did not attend this alchemist convention, how could it ever be considered authoritative? Tiannan scoffed, turning away in absolute disgust. Authoritative, my foot. If he is so capable, he should try refining the heavenly thunder extinction pill for me. Mu Bai sighed in absolute helplessness. After all this time, he still held on to that ancient grudge. This instantly ignited a blazing argument between Tiannan and Qin Lei. Naive fool, you have no money, yet you dare ask me to refine a pill, demanding 2 portions of materials? Why don't you just rob me instead? Take it or leave it. In this entire alliance, excluding me, who else dares to guarantee a 60% success rate for the heavenly thunder extinction pill? I swear I will find someone here today who can. Be my guest. Keep searching. Right then, Mu Bai cut through the bickering. Old Man Li, your disciple has arrived. Not bad at all. One gorgeous beauty on his left, and another on his right. Wait, no, there is another person trailing behind him. Tiannan's attention immediately shifted. That little brat. He finally decided to show up. Sure enough, Gao Neng made his grand entrance, flanked by Ning Er and Tang Tang. The VIP guests immediately started whispering among themselves. I heard Cheng Sheng's granddaughter is very close to Gao Neng. It seems the rumors are entirely true. Division Commander Dong from the Heavenly King Group's granddaughter is on great terms with him too, pulling off such a massive formation. I wonder just how many attribute materials Gao Neng will bring out today. Suddenly, Qing Lian stepped up beside them. Is that not the Holy Maiden of the Radiant Sect? Nan Ting, the Western Alliance leader and family patriarch, gasped in pure shock. Qing Lian, why are you following Gao Neng? No wonder he could not find her earlier. Qing Jing and the others hurried over to greet them. Gao Neng introduced everyone seamlessly. Allow me to introduce you. This is Chairman Sheng of the Alchemist Union. A pleasure to meet you. and these two esteemed individuals are Vice Chairman Lei and Chief Secretary Wang. The two men standing there were indeed the renowned Chief Secretary Wang and Vice Chairman Lei. Shortly after, a booming voice echoed through the hall. "All right, since everyone is gathered, the Alchemist Convention officially begins." Standing on the grand stage, Qing Jing delivered the opening address. The core purpose of this grand convention lies in participation and meaningful exchange. The Alliance sincerely hopes to use this golden opportunity to help all esteemed alchemists master new refining techniques. The crowd immediately erupted into excited murmurs. If they want to learn our alchemy secrets, they will have to bleed a little for it. According to highly reliable sources, Gao Neng harvested a massive haul from the Demon Abyss. He better pull out at least 200 stocks of materials, otherwise, he is just insulting the audience. Qing Jing turned his gaze. "Captain Gao, as the official material supplier for this grand exchange convention, do you have any words for our distinguished guests?" Following his cue, the young man strode forward confidently. "Thank you, Speaker Wu." He cut straight to the chase, his voice echoing with absolute confidence. "But I imagine, rather than listening to me speak, everyone is much more interested in knowing exactly how many attribute materials I can bring out today, right? This convention was organized in a complete rush. The materials I managed to prepare are incredibly limited. Frankly, it is not much. Around 3,000 stalks. The revelation sends absolute shockwaves through the hall. Jaws practically hit the floor. 3,000? How is that even mathematically possible? Even if they were just low-grade trash, that number is completely absurd. Did this guy turn into a human harvester and farm the entire abyssal demon realm overnight? Gao Neng calmly gestures to the girl behind him. Catching his gaze, Qing Lian gives a firm nod. Understood. She pulls out a deep blue spatial capsule, holding it high for the entire crowd to witness. Click. The capsule cracks open, erupting with a blinding, otherworldly glow that forces everyone to shield their eyes. This is. Before them lies an absolute mountain of glowing herbs. The crowd stammers in sheer disbelief. High-grade materials? No. Wait. These aren't just high-grade. There are extreme attribute materials mixed in. The realization hits them like a physical blow. Top-tier treasures. Are all 3,000 stalks of this monstrous quality? Terrifying. Absolutely terrifying. With 3,000 high-grade and pinnacle materials piled together, the raw spiritual energy is so dense it is visibly warping the magnetic field around them. Fang Yuan and his group are trembling violently. Out of the 3,000, at least 500 are pinnacle-grade treasures, and he just dumped them out like loose change? To think 2 trillion credits could evolve this many premium elemental materials. Deep regret washes over them. If they had known, they would have thrown thousands of trillions more into his investment. Up in the VIP booth, Tiannan smashes his face against the glass, his eyes bloodshot. 3,000 stalks. This brat was hiding this much wealth? Purple cloud, 100 lightning grass. I want that too. Mubai, forever the calm center, pats his shoulder. Old man Li, you're a supreme realm expert. Maintain your dignity. Breathe. Even Qin Lei is utterly stunned. Did Gao Neng really use just 3 days to force these materials to evolve to such a heaven-defying state? Tian Nan is practically breathing fire, ready to throw hands. No way. I cannot let this little punk squander it all. I am going down there to rob him. I will not let him flaunt 3,000 at once. 500. Tops. Wait. No. No. Those are all premium elemental materials. 100 stalks is more than enough to show off. Mubai frantically grabs the raging old man by the collar. Old man Li, snap out of it. The whole world is watching. Down in the hall, a guest abruptly stands up. Gao Neng, the man asks, his voice trembling with uncertainty. Are you truly willing to donate all 3,000 of these precious materials? The young man nods without a single second of hesitation. Of course I am. For the glory of the Alliance, for the future of humanity, this is my absolute duty. The crowd instantly erupts into a chaotic frenzy. Do you want us to trade pill recipes for them? Name your price. How do we trade? Trade? Weren't you looking to learn alchemy? Come to our sect. We will teach you everything. Our clan's doors are wide open for you. Gao Neng raises a hand, effortlessly calming the roaring crowd. I appreciate everyone's enthusiasm. I am eager to learn from you all, but I can only take one true master, wouldn't you agree? Furthermore, his lips curl into a challenging smirk. To be my master, your alchemy skills must at least be superior to mine, right? The sect masters instantly bristle at the blatant provocation. Gao Neng, aren't you being a bit too arrogant? Defeating a rookie like you is child's play. But if we all beat you, who will you kneel to? You are clearly just provoking us into a match to steal our techniques, aren't you? Up in the booth, Qinlei seizes the perfect chance to mock his rival. Well, well, it seems this precious disciple of yours has a massive appetite for alchemy. Tiannan bristles like a cornered beast, spitting curses. Qinlei, you old bastard, if you dare covet my disciple, I will fight you to the bitter end. Qinlei simply chuckles, entirely unbothered. Taking a master is a mutual agreement. He wishes to learn, and I am perfectly willing to teach. What exactly is the problem here? Or do you genuinely believe there is a better alchemist in the entire alliance than me? Tiannan clenches his fists, his retort noticeably weaker. You still cannot just steal him out from under me. Qinlei's smile widens with absolute confidence. Do not panic just yet. I do not accept just anyone into my legacy. If this disciple of yours has mediocre talent, I would not waste my breath teaching him. Meanwhile, Fang Yuan's group turns pale. This all feels like the kid's master plan. But does he actually possess heaven-defying talent in alchemy? Even if he was born an absolute genius, alchemy is an art honed over decades. It cannot be rushed. The previous guest steps forward again. Gao Neng, you have offered an ocean of resources to the Alliance. We aren't petty misers. What pill recipe or technique do you desire? Speak your mind. As long as it isn't a clan's bloodline secret, you only need to ask. Gao Neng shakes his head with a serene smile. You misunderstand me, seniors. I do not want any recipes. I propose this alchemy duel simply to find worthy owners for these materials. The guest, revealing himself as Uncle Meng laughs heartily. Excellent. Then my Northern Union Meng clan will step up as the representative. I accept your challenge. Captain Gao, how do we compete? Gao Neng lays out the rules with chilling confidence. It is simple. Given the exact same materials, whoever yields the higher number of successful pills wins. As for the type of pill, I will let Uncle Meng choose. Meng narrows his eyes. Letting the opponent pick the battlefield? Is this kid truly that confident? Yet Gao Neng remains as still and unfazed as a mountain. Uncle Meng pick the pill you are most masterful at. Your success rate will be higher. The older man does not hesitate to seize the massive advantage. Fine, then I choose to forge 5 Fire Ward pills. The cost is exactly 20 stalks of Crimson Fire Lotus and 5 Fire Essence ores. And of course, I will provide the recipe to Captain Gao. Up in the stands, Tiannan crushes his teacup to absolute dust. This is bullying to the extreme. The Huashan elders exchange dark looks. This Meng is a ruthless snake. A basic Fire Ward pill takes at most 5 low-grade materials. Using a trash recipe to extort 20 premium Crimson Fire Lotuses and 5 Fire Essence ores? Talk about a lion opening its jaws. I guess fortune truly favors the bold and starves the timid. Tang Tang and Qing Lian erupt in absolute fury. You shameless old man. You have zero respect for your own seniority, but Gao Neng calmly raises an arm, blocking their path. It is fine. We respect our elders here. Whatever Uncle Meng demands, I will gladly provide. Qing Lian gritted her teeth in pure frustration. Gao Neng was taking this bullying way too far. Tang Tang was practically vibrating with rage, ready to strike. Gao Neng, let me go. Let me crush this old geezer under my heel. But Ning remained perfectly calm, holding them back. Do not be reckless. Just trust him. Gao Neng finally broke the silence. If there are no objections, then allow me to state my terms. Meng chuckled, thinking he had hit the jackpot. Captain Gao, the floor is yours. Unfazed, Gao Neng's gaze sharpened. My condition is incredibly simple. All alchemy materials used today must be provided up front by the challengers. That includes my share as well. Meng blinked, utterly confused by this prepaid arrangement. Gao Neng casually explained the logic. Since this is an official challenge, absolute fairness in our materials is paramount. If Uncle Meng were to use supreme-grade ingredients, then fairness would be completely thrown out the window. Should you defeat me, Uncle Meng, you walk away with 20 Crimson Fire Lotuses, plus 5 Fire Essence ores. Meng nodded slowly. The logic was undeniably sound. Besides, wasting high-tier or supreme-grade materials on a mere standard refinement, that would be a tragic waste of resources. The implication hit the crowd like a shockwave. Beating him meant walking away with materials worth dozens of times the market value. And if they lost, they only sacrificed some basic, low-grade ingredients. The Meng family faction erupted into ecstatic cheers. Trading just 2 sets of basic elemental materials for a massive fortune? It was the ultimate low-risk, high-reward gamble. Better yet, since the challengers provided the materials, the odds of them losing seemed absolutely impossible. Those supreme materials are as good as ours. Not wanting to miss out, the other factions instantly swarmed in. The Shi Minglin family formally challenges Captain Gao. The Lingnan sect will dispatch 3 master alchemists to test Captain Gao's skills. The non-Lian Fang family also demands a spot in this trial. Gao Neng spread his arms in a grand, welcoming gesture. I am deeply humbled by the esteemed senior's attention. Though my skills are lacking, I will gladly accept every single challenge. I only pray that you seniors hold nothing back. Defeat me with your absolute best, so I may lose without regrets. Little did the crowd know. He was practically dancing with joy on the inside. Look at all these glorious VIP customers. He would make absolutely sure to give them a 5-star service. Gao Neng turned his focus to Qing Lian. The appraisal of the pill recipes will be entirely in your hands. She gave a firm nod. Understood. I will not let you down. Tang Tang anxiously pulled him aside. Gao Neng, wait. I really think the appraisal process should be handled by my Death God Hall. The Heavenly King Group is expanding into the alchemy market. This is the perfect chance for us to solidify our dominance among the great sects and families. Gao Neng merely shrugged it off. But she understands alchemy far better than you do. That is just a fact. Tong Tong's fiery temper instantly flared up. Hold on a second. Gao Neng, are you planning to cozy up to the Ximing Duan family and then kick the Heavenly King Group to the curb? Ning quickly stepped in to de-escalate. Tong Tong, stop spouting nonsense. We have a mission to focus on. Gao Neng shifted his attention to Ning Are all the personnel in position? A confident smile graced Ning lips. Rest easy. Only Tang Tang is completely in the dark about who we gathered. Sister Ning what exactly are we planning here? Ning gently pushed the confused girl toward the edge of the stage. Let us step down first. I will explain everything in due time. A sly smirk crept across Gao Neng's face. The moment of truth had finally arrived. The ultimate grand harvesting operation had officially commenced. Demanding the alchemy ingredients up front was not just a random whim. The true genius was not in saving money. By forcing them to provide 2 perfectly identical sets of materials, he was essentially stealing their closely guarded alchemical recipes right under their noses. Naturally, if these master alchemists tried to manipulate the blending ratios, Gao Neng, being a complete amateur in alchemy, would never spot the deceit. And that was precisely where Ning Er's true value came into play. Her mission was to plant hidden eyes and ears across the entire arena. Every operative placed was an elite military intelligence agent, under the flawless command of Yun Ping and Ning Combined with high-tech surveillance systems covering every angle, the alchemists' secret ingredient ratios would be laid completely bare. An overwhelming 80 challengers stood ready for the showdown. The ultimate alchemical battle was moments away from erupting. Cold sweat dripped down Qingjing's face. Gao Neng, are you seriously planning to face 80 master alchemists simultaneously? Absolutely. Relax. Victory is already within my grasp. Resigning himself to fate, Qingjing raised his hand. Let the grand tournament commence. Meng confidently took the vanguard, tossing several heavy pouches straight into his roaring alchemy cauldron. Instantly, Gao Neng's concealed earpiece crackled to life. The intelligence team began feeding him the breakdown. The elemental ingredients had been perfectly split into 5 distinct portions. Within the 5 sets, there are 9 unique materials present. 7 of those ingredients match our database with absolute precision. Analysis confirms. The remaining 2 materials are mere decoys meant to confuse rivals. A satisfied smirk touched Gao Neng's lips. The intelligence network was working flawlessly, but suddenly, a strange presence made him snap his head toward the glass doors. A familiar silhouette stood watching from the shadows. His master had actually shown up. Without missing a beat, Gao Neng shot him a confident wink and a thumbs up. Everything was going according to his masterful plan. But up in the viewing deck, Tiannan was practically frothing at the mouth, ready to vault over the railing. Thumbs up my foot. I am going to throttle this arrogant little punk. Mubai desperately held him back with all his might. Old man Li, calm down. You have to trust Gao Neng. That kid is no fool. But Tiannan's fiery rage was nowhere near extinguished. Not a fool? You actually think he stands a snowball's chance in hell of winning this? It was Qin Lei who interjected with a grim truth. Search your own conscience, old friend, Qin Lei spoke slowly. If you were thrown into this exact scenario, what would your success rate be? He analyzed the grim reality before them. If I set the rules myself, I would claim a 90% chance of victory. But facing 80 masters simultaneously like this? Barely 30%. Hearing those abysmal odds, Tiannan's fury exploded like an erupting volcano. Did you hear that, Mubai? Even a god-tier master like Old Qin cannot guarantee a 30% win rate. He is going to lose everything, right down to his damn pants. Back on the arena floor, Gao Neng remained utterly unfazed. In this modern era, where cutting-edge technology met ancient cultivation, The sacred art of alchemy was about to undergo a terrifying evolution. In this modern era, alchemy is a science. Every single furnace is completely computer-controlled, strictly regulating the temperature. Meng might look like a traditionalist, but his alchemy equipment is just a vintage shell. Deep down, its core is still run by precise microcomputers. With a sharp command, he ordered the ignition. Second, Uncle Meng turned to him with a stern warning. Captain Gao, technology can push these materials to their melting point in 60 seconds, but you must remain absolutely vigilant. Rushing the process guarantees a 99% failure rate. But Gao Neng could not care less. He slammed the controls, cranking the flames to absolute maximum. The furnace instantly erupted with blistering, scorching heat. Second, Uncle Meng nearly choked on his own spit. The spectators watched in absolute disbelief. Was this an alchemy tournament or a backyard barbecue? Who in their right mind refines pills like this? Even if it was a barbecue, the meat would be burnt to a crisp. Meng Yi stared at him, utterly speechless. Even if this was a barbecue, the meat would be burnt to ash. But Gao Neng just flashed a carefree smile. Second, Uncle Meng, why are you spacing out? Watch your own flames, or your batch will burn. He casually waved his hand. I still have 779 furnaces to operate. I cannot keep you company. Without missing a beat, he dashed toward the other furnaces. Everywhere he went, the temperature gauges skyrocketed. The crowd gasped. Captain Gao was maxing out the heat on every single one. The spectators immediately reached a brutal conclusion. This guy had zero clue how to refine a pill. What kind of alchemy technique is this? A kidney roasting method? If that blazing inferno actually produces a pill, I will eat the entire furnace. The disciples from the challenging sects stood frozen in shock. If he loves doing charity this much, why even bother competing? Just hand over the rare materials to us directly. Up in the VIP balcony, Tiannan was losing his absolute mind. He gripped his sword, ready to leap into the arena. Unhand me. I am going to slaughter that arrogant brat. Do you fools not understand? This wretched brat has squandered our wealth more than once. He literally throws fortunes at streamers. 1 billion credits at a time. I will end his miserable life right now. Mubai desperately tried to hold him back. Old man Li, please calm down. Let us just break one of his legs instead. But amidst the chaotic outrage, Gao Neng suddenly locked eyes with someone else. It was Sister Na. Lu Na turned around with a teasing smirk. You certainly have a sweet mouth. But calling me sister ruins the hierarchy. You had better address me as auntie. Gao Neng instantly shifted his tone. Understood, auntie? She nodded in utter satisfaction. Good boy. Tell me, is my daughter treating you well? Before Gao Neng's brain could even process the shocking question, Lu Na waved it off. Relax. I do not meddle in those affairs. Let us focus on the competition. What kind of alchemy formula do you wish to learn? Gao Neng pondered for a second. Something with a lightning attribute? Without hesitation, she pulled out an ancient parchment. What a perfect coincidence, she beamed. I just so happen to be a master of lightning attribute pills. And this one is our family's top-secret high-tier formula. A sharp mechanical beep echoed in his earpiece. She was deliberately angling the sacred formula straight toward the monitoring cameras. Luna leaned in dangerously close, her eyes gleaming. What else do you hunger to learn? Gao Neng maintained his cool composure. You are far too generous, auntie. Do you happen to have a fire attribute formula? A wicked grin spread across her face as she withdrew another neatly folded parchment. Your timing is truly impeccable. I just so happen to be carrying a secret fire attribute technique. This one is also high tier. Do you wish to learn it? Gao Neng's sharp mind immediately caught on. There was no free lunch in this world. Auntie definitely had a hidden condition. Luna playfully waved the ancient formula in the air. Oh, there are no strict conditions. I simply despise the feeling of being taken advantage of for absolutely nothing. Once I crush you in this tournament, this formula is yours. Gao Neng let out a confident chuckle. Then I must thank you in advance, auntie. But what happens if you lose? She paused, feigning hesitation for 2 dramatic seconds. If I actually lose? Well, then my hands are tied. I suppose I will have no choice but to gift you a supreme metal attribute formula as well. After all, isn't that precious little girlfriend of yours in desperate need of one? Luna gracefully turned her back to him. But you still have to defeat me first. Oh, and rest assured, my daughter is completely at your mercy. Do whatever you please with her. I will not ask a single question. Gao Neng stood frozen, his brain completely short-circuiting. Thank you, auntie. His mind raced in sheer panic. Daughter? What daughter? Have I gotten entangled with any mysterious girls lately? A wild thought struck him like lightning. Wait a minute. Could she possibly be Tang Tang's secret mother? Or maybe, is Luna actually the mother of Qing Lian from the opposing sect? Meanwhile, across the arena, Qing Lian stared helplessly at her mother. Mother, you are not spouting absolute nonsense again, are you? By now, Gao Neng had already sprinted to furnace number 70. His alarm suddenly blared. The time is up. I need to open the very first furnace and extract the pill. The crowd immediately erupted into merciless mockery. Extract a pill? More like extracting a pile of charcoal. All 70-something furnaces have been blasted at maximum heat. Not even a street vendor would roast kidneys with that kind of raging inferno. The elders backing Fang Yuan plummeted into absolute despair. It is over. We have literally thrown everything away. Chairman, that is over 2 trillion credits down the drain. Yet despite the impending doom, Gao Neng dashed forward with blazing enthusiasm. Make way, esteemed seniors of the alchemy world. I am about to unveil my masterpiece. Second, Uncle Meng watched him sprint past, an undeniable spark of curiosity igniting in his eyes. I suppose I should take a look. I am genuinely curious to see what kind of grotesque trash pill is born from hours of maximum heat. On the other side, Tiannan was still vibrating with homicidal rage. That absolute brat. Without a single shred of hesitation, Gao Neng slammed the release valve. A thick cloud of putrid black smoke violently burst from the furnace. Second, Uncle Meng grimaced. What an absolute joke. He has completely ruined it. What kind of abomination could possibly survive that heat? But suddenly, his eyes widened in sheer terror. Wait a second. This aura. As the smoke cleared, Gao Neng casually plucked a glowing pill from the ashes. The entire arena fell into stunned silence. A flame accumulation pill? Heavens, it is actually a flawless flame accumulation pill. He succeeded on the very first furnace, and it survived a literal explosion? The entire Colosseum erupted into absolute pandemonium. How is this even scientifically possible? We literally watched him blast it at catastrophic temperatures. We all saw it with our own 2 eyes. This defies every single law of alchemy. There has never been a refining technique like this in the history of the world. This has to be an illusion. My eyes are definitely playing tricks on me. But second Uncle Meng clenched his fists, his mind racing. It is no illusion. Sometimes, miraculous anomalies do occur in the Tao of alchemy. This single batch yielded a total of 5 flame accumulation pills. Even if we write it off as pure, unbelievable luck, that one actually succeeded. But lurking in the shadows, what about the other 4? The scene shifts to an intense pill-refining battle. His success rate couldn't possibly compare to mine. But as Gao Neng casually pulls out another glowing pill, the older man's confidence shatters. He thinks in sheer terror, 40%? He reached a 40% success rate? Under these extreme conditions, even if I pushed my skills to their absolute limit, I could only guarantee a 60% success rate at best. How is this kid hitting 40% so effortlessly? His remaining 3 pills are definitely doomed to fail. I built my entire foundation on decades of agonizing cultivation. There is no way I can lose to a brat like him, but Gao Neng just sneers in pure contempt. 40%? 60%? 80%? Do you really think such flawed, pathetic numbers would ever apply to me? He boldly reveals his final results for the whole room to see. The crowd explodes into absolute chaos. Impossible. This completely defies logic. A flawless 100%. A 100% success rate. Second, Uncle Meng's entire worldview violently collapses. This is sheer absurdity. How can such a monster exist? Gao Neng beams with a dangerously cheerful smile. Do not give up just yet, second Uncle Meng. Make sure you do not waste the precious materials inside your cauldron. Look on the bright side. At least losing to me is an absolute honor. You aren't losing to just any random nobody. Meng Er's face turns entirely black with rage as he curses internally. No big deal? No big deal, my foot. You try losing and see how it feels. Nearby, Qing Jing's jaw literally hits the floor. Have you ever seen a situation like this? Tiannan slowly shakes his head, utterly bewildered. In all my years, I have never witnessed anything so absurd. Is there really a secret method to forge jade fire pills like this? Mubai turns to the senior expert. Elder Qin, what is your take on this madness? Elder Qin sighs heavily. It is hard to say. This defies all common sense, yet it might not be entirely impossible. Checking the timer, Gao Neng claps his hands. All right, let us keep the momentum going. Every eye in the room is glued to Gao Neng's movements, frantic whispers filling the air. The secret must lie in the speed at which he twists the temperature dial. Is he using some profound, invisible hand seals while turning it? Honestly, it looks incredibly basic. He is literally just turning a knob. Maybe the true secret lies in the exact timing and the angle when he hits the ignition. As the countdown timer hits 0 seconds, Gao Neng casually announces, "And the second batch is done." He glances over at his sweating rival. So, senior, how much longer until your pills are finished? The older man cannot even look the boy in the eye, his voice trembling. About one more day? Gao Neng instantly delivers a savage blow. A whole day? Yeah, I am not waiting around for you. Watching the young man reach for the cauldron lid, Meng thinks desperately, this makes no sense. Pill refining is a sacred art. It cannot be this incredibly easy. He took a pill that strictly requires 24 hours of slow refining and simply roasted it for 1 hour. There is zero chance a pill actually formed. But the moment the lid lifts, a majestic wave of intense heat erupts into the room. 5 perfectly formed, glowing pills rest inside. The entire room descends into absolute stunned silence. A seahorse pill. He successfully refined a seahorse pill. The quality of a seahorse pill completely eclipses the jade fire pill. This cannot just be dumb luck. Wait, does the true essence of pill refining actually rely on high-temperature roasting? Science has entirely left the chat. In the VIP section, Uncle Lan, Uncle Wang, and their corporate entourage are staring with mouths wide open. Uncle Lan suddenly raises his wine glass, his eyes gleaming with greedy joy. We struck absolute gold. Our Heavenly King group is about to soar straight to the heavens. They clink their glasses, celebrating their massive gamble. A 2 trillion investment, perfectly rewarded. Uncle Wang cheers at the top of his lungs. Chairman, did you see that? Our massive gamble paid off beautifully. Fang Yuan nods, overflowing with sheer satisfaction. Exactly. This kid is a once-in-a-generation genius. Mubai's eyes are practically sparkling with worship. Old man Li, you really picked up an absolute treasure. Tiannan puffs out his chest, his nose pointing straight to the sky as he brags shamelessly. A legendary steed only reveals itself to a master who knows its true worth. But Elder Qin is still fiercely scratching his head. How is this even biologically possible? This so-called high-temperature roasting method is absolute nonsense. Yet, this kid has truly carved his name into legend today. Just then, Chairman Sheng and his powerful entourage burst into the room. Make way, everyone, step aside. His sharp gaze locks onto the young prodigy, completely mesmerized by the earth-shattering performance. We have served in the Pill Refiners Association for decades, and none of us have ever witnessed a miracle of this magnitude. Cao Neng offers a humble smile. Secretary General, you praise me too much. It was mere luck. But Secretary General Wang steps forward. Cao Neng, with your alchemy skills, you can absolutely refine the seahorse pill with a 100% success rate. The young alchemist shrugs, completely unfazed. I do not mind answering, but the truth is right in front of you. You all just refuse to believe your own eyes. Lei Ming's eyes narrow as he steps up. If Captain Cao refuses to explain himself, then we have no choice but to inspect them. Some things look flawless on the surface, but only by checking the inside can we know the truth. Cao Neng gestures openly. It is quite simple, really. Secretary General Wang, be my guest. With cold professionalism, Lei Ming snaps on a pair of testing gloves. Then excuse my offense. Whispers instantly erupt through the anxious crowd. Testing for fakes right here? Is that even appropriate? Questioning a master's pills to his face? That is a direct insult to his very character. But the phenomenon before them is simply too unbelievable. Qing Lian steps forward, her eyes blazing with defiance. Secretary General Wang, inspecting the pill's authenticity in front of everyone means you suspect Cao Neng of cheating. If that is the case, show us your proof first. If you cannot, I am sure you know the consequences. Recognizing the fierce assistant, his tone turns condescending. Ah, so it is. Little niece Qing Lian, Assistant Qing Lian, you are merely a subordinate. Captain Cao himself has not raised a single objection. Are you not overstepping your master's boundaries? She does not flinch for a second. I am simply fulfilling my sworn duty. Cao Neng's firm voice cuts through the tension. My apologies. Although my assistant team officially started today, I trust her professionalism with my life. Of course, you are the Secretary General of the Union. I also trust your so-called expertise. But when two professionals reach completely different conclusions, I feel this situation becomes quite tricky. Lei Ming frowns deeply. What exactly are you implying, Captain Cao? Cao Neng lazily gestures downward. Should I invite Councilman Wu, or perhaps Governor Yun to act as our mediators? Let them discuss how we should handle this. Lei Ming scoffs. Secretary General, what do you say? It is just a simple pill inspection. This kind of verification is a completely normal procedure at an exchange conference. I say there is no need to overcomplicate things. Qing Lian's aura spikes with pure fury. Secretary General, your words are incredibly dismissive. This Grand Assembly is co-hosted by the Supreme Council Chairman and the City Governor themselves. Publicly accusing Cao Neng of fraud on this stage is a catastrophic insult. It is definitely not a normal procedure. Lei Ming grinds his teeth. The realization hits him hard. If we drag the higher-ups into this as mediators, and the pills turn out to be flawless, the Alchemy Union's stance will be completely ruined. Qinglian strikes while the iron is hot. Secretary General, if you cannot produce concrete evidence of cheating, then I demand you halt this farce immediately, and issue a formal apology to Cao Neng in the name of the official Alchemy Union. Lei Ming hesitates, sweat beading on his forehead. Suddenly, Cao Neng glances at the countdown timer. Oh, my third furnace is finally done. With a bright, mocking laugh, he waves his hand. You guys can figure out the real from the fake yourselves. Excuse my lack of manners. The crowd gasps as the blazing furnace opens. Pill formation again? And it is another 5 perfect pills. A 100% success rate. Not even a legendary monster could pull this off. Chairman Sheng's voice echoes with absolute authority. Secretary General, inspect them at once. Yes, sir. Lei Ming's heart pounds like a war drum, successfully refining 15 perfect pills in a row. This is the first time I have ever heard of such a miraculous feat. But if I do not intervene now, the Alchemy Association will exist in name only. Qinglian glares at him with deadly intent. Secretary General, do you truly want to inspect them right here? Must you go down this foolish path? Leaning heavily on the organization's prestige, Lei Ming barks back. For the sake of absolute fairness in this competition, if there is any mistake, the Alchemy Association will take full responsibility. Councilman Wu, Governor Yun, I request that you two bear witness to this test. Qinglian immediately locks onto his words. Let us be perfectly clear. This baseless inspection damages Cao Neng's reputation. Exactly how does the association plan to take responsibility? He gives a dangerously simple reply. If the pills are genuine, the union will offer Captain Cao a solemn apology. Qinglian mercilessly backs them into a corner. An apology is an absolute must, but it must be a public apology. Furthermore, the Alchemy Association must compensate Cao Neng for dragging his honor through the dirt. Suddenly, Cao Neng gently pats her shoulder, signaling his fierce assistant to stand down. He looks at the officials with a breezy smile. Compensate me? No need to be so dramatic. Even though Secretary General Wang doubts my ability and character, we are all doing this for the Alliance's benefit. I say we drop the formalities. Secretary General Wang seizes the opening like a viper. So, you agree to the on-site inspection, and you are waiving your right to honor compensation? Cao Neng chuckles, his eyes turning razor-sharp. Actually, I do not need material compensation. My pockets are overflowing with pills. But if the Alliance insists on giving me a little something, how about stepping down and letting me be the chairman? Boom! The 3 officials freeze in absolute shock. You! What did you just say? Lei Ming's face turns purple with volcanic rage. Cao Neng, you arrogant brat, checking your refinement method is purely for the sake of fairness. Yet, the moment you open your mouth, you demand to strip Chairman Sheng of his title. What qualifications do you have to covet the throne? Cao Neng's smile vanishes, replaced by absolute mockery. Fairness? What fairness are you clowns protecting? The 3,000 raw materials used at today's exchange were provided completely by me, for free. Did anyone actually beg the Alchemy Association to protect the fairness of my own event? Lei Ming opens his mouth to shout, but absolutely no words come out. Gao Neng's aura shifts instantly. My success rate is 100%, he declares, his confidence unshakable. Not only are you blind to how this benefits the Alliance's future, but you also dare to speak of its pride. If that's the case, then bet your honor on it. The opposition grinds their teeth in blazing fury. Gao Neng, you. But Gao Neng just smirks. Earlier, you questioned my qualifications and my morals, didn't you? So let me ask you this. Today, I forged pills with a 100% success rate. Is there a single soul in this entire association who can match me? Does that give me the right to sit on the chairman's throne? Chairman Shang is the first to step up. Of course it does. Lei Ming stammers out in pure panic. See, Chairman. But Sheng's voice echoes with absolute authority. If Captain Gao can crush every single alchemist here today, then why shouldn't I hand over my seat to him? Gao Neng instantly locks in the legendary wager. Perfect. We play by Chairman Sheng's rules. After I sweep the floor with everyone, prepare to step down. He gestures toward the table. Chief Secretary Wang, inspect the goods. The crowd erupts into a frenzy of whispers. All of this over a simple pill inspection? To bet the absolute highest seat in the Alchemy Union. Things are escalating way out of control. Fang Yuan's faction suddenly realizes the terrifying truth. So that was his master plan. Claiming the union chairman seat first gives him god-tier influence for the upcoming speaker election. If this entire spectacle was a trap from the start, then Gao Neng's tactical mind is truly monstrous. Fang Yuan clenches his fists, swearing a silent oath. If Gao Neng actually conquers the Union today, then our Heavenly King Corporation will back his rise to the Supreme Council with everything we have. His 3 elite subordinates bow in absolute synchronization. Shi Tiannan's eyes widen as the realization hits him. So that was the real target all along. This damn brat. He calculated every single step. The inspection doesn't even matter anymore. He orchestrated this entire grand assembly just to spring this ultimate trap. There's no way he'd slip up with fake pills now. A cold sweat breaks on Xie Tiannan's brow. If those pills are genuinely real, just how in the world did this kid pull off such a miracle? Lei Ming's hands tremble as the scanner beams over the medicinal treasure. He gasps in pure shock. F5 pills. All 5 seahorse pills are 100% authentic. Chairman Sheng's jaw drops to the floor. What did you just say? He desperately orders him to scan the rest. Lei Ming scrambles to comply. Gao Neng turns to the massive crowd, projecting his voice like a true king. No need to panic, everyone. I know exactly what you're thinking. Every single one of you is welcome to come up and verify it yourselves. Absolute chaos erupts as grandmasters shove each other out of the way. Move! Let me see. Stop pushing. I need to witness this legendary baking technique. Staring at the 5 radiant pills, the alchemists are entirely spellbound. The energy density is overwhelming. The fragrance is intoxicating. The medicinal power is perfectly sealed, without a single trace of impurities. This is absolute supreme-grade quality. Lei Ming's entire reality crumbles before his eyes. 15 pills, all forged to flawless perfection. How is this even humanly possible? Chairman Sheng is completely paralyzed. Never in the long, ancient history of alchemy has such a miracle occurred. Aunt Luo Na watches quietly, already knowing how this would end. 3 flawless victories. Looks like the suspense for my 4th match is fading. Gao Neng instantly cuts in with a cheeky grin. Auntie? You're being too polite. The suspense isn't fading, it's completely non-existent. Luo Na just chuckles, her aura remaining totally unfazed. I actually thought you might show a shred of humility. But my challenge is on a completely different level. Gao Neng's eyes light up, absolutely thriving on the thrill of a harder boss fight. Oh? Do tell. Luo Na's expression turns dead serious. It's a whole new realm. The recipe we'll be using for this duel is a high-tier divine pill. Are you still so blindly confident? Gao Neng doesn't even blink. Auntie, I already told you. He delivers his legendary catchphrase with a smirk. Zero suspense. The very next second, the alchemy furnace erupts in a blinding storm of fire and smoke. The entire audience jolts out of their seats as the legendary treasure reveals itself. A high-tier golden jade pill. The golden jade pill? He actually forged it? A supreme metal attribute treasure. And once again, 5 perfect pills, glowing with a 100% success rate. Luo Na bursts into a hearty laugh, accepting her utter defeat. All right, I lose. And I concede with absolute respect. She tosses the ultimate prize right into his waiting hands. The supreme metal attribute recipe is yours to keep. Gao Neng catches it smoothly. Thanks, Auntie. Whistling a victorious little tune, he unrolls the ancient parchment, totally riding his high. But as he scans the text, it's literally just the recipe for the golden jade pill he already knows. Gao Neng's smug grin instantly freezes. Did he just get played? Auntie, hold on a second. Isn't this the exact same recipe I just flawlessly cooked up? Luo Na flashes a wicked, unapologetic smile. I merely promised you a high-tier metal attribute recipe. I never said it would be a new one. Besides, you should always inspect your loot a little closer. He blinks, flipping the parchment over. His breath hitches. There's a hidden layer right underneath. Another secret blueprint. A high-tier fire attribute recipe? But as he reads the text, his excitement crashes into utter annoyance. Auntie, this fire recipe is completely fragmented. Luo Na just shrugs. The ultimate scammer. I promised you a legendary fire recipe, kid. I never once promised it would be complete. The ancient parchment crinkles under his crushing grip as his blood pressure spikes. Stay calm, Gao Neng. Just breathe. He mentally chants. With my 100% success rate, even a broken recipe is child's play. Whatever grudge I have against her, I'll just have to settle it with her daughter. Smoothing out his aura, Gao Neng looks up with a dangerously confident glare. Don't you worry, Auntie. Give me 2 days, and I'll make this fragmented trash flawlessly whole. Luo Na bursts into uncontrollable laughter, laying down the ultimate bet. Bold words. If you actually manage to repair this ancient recipe, I'll gladly hand my daughter over to you in marriage. With a dramatic swish of her robes, she turns on her heel. See you around, kid, leaving Gao Neng standing in the dust, completely bewildered. Wait, auntie? Such overwhelming generosity. But a matter this serious requires absolute caution. Hours later, the entire arena sits in stunned silence. Everyone's minds are completely blown. Cold sweat drips down Lei Ming's pale face. 400. He has refined 400 pills, and not a single one is a failure. The entire stadium is paralyzed by shock. 80 matches. All 80 matches have come to an end. It is an absolute massacre. Gao Neng stands at the center, bathing in the tidal wave of cheers and praise. Pushing the furnace to its absolute limits, the terrifying heat threatens to melt everything in its path. Yet, against all odds, every single pill, crafted by Captain Gao, is a flawless success. One of the Master Elders grips his unformed paste, his heart sinking with bitter regret. His masterpiece is not even half finished, yet the grand competition has already reached its climax. The most tragic part? Bound by the ironclad rules of alchemy, they cannot waste precious materials. They are forced to swallow their pride and painstakingly finish their now worthless pills. Up in the VIP viewing area, Chairman Sheng's faction sits frozen like statues. Chairman Sheng's mind races in pure disbelief. Did he really need to go this far? I only came to watch a friendly alchemy exchange. Now my very seat of power is crumbling beneath me. His only desperate hope now is that someone among the noble families and ancient sects possesses the power to challenge Gao Neng. As if answering his silent prayers, a legendary figure steps up to the arena. It is the mighty patriarch of the Wei family, Wei Wuya. But before his foot can even touch the stage, Wei Ya steps in his path. Halt your steps, he warns. A 100% success rate. Do you honestly believe you have a chance of winning? Wei Wuya clenches his fists, his voice heavy with grim resolve. There are paths a man must walk in this world. Even if defeat is utterly certain, I must still take a stand. But the young man stares back with unyielding fire. You are dead wrong. The ancient rules are crumbling, and the era of absolute change is upon us. Hearing this outright rebellion, two furious family elders immediately bark out an order. What absolute garbage are you spewing? Guards, drag the young master away at once. But Wei Ya refuses to back down, making one final, desperate plea to Wei Wuya. Listen to me. If Gao Neng takes the crown today, the entire power structure of the Alchemy Association will shatter. And when the association falls, the noble families will be dragged down into the abyss with it. We cannot allow ourselves to be left behind in the ashes. The heavy words strike Wei Wuya like a physical blow. Slowly, the fierce patriarch retreats, heavily sinking back into his seat. The unstoppable tide of a new era is brutally washing away the old guard. Then, we shall wait and watch, he murmurs. Seeing his last hope surrender, bitter disappointment twists Chairman Sheng's face. He simply cannot process this betrayal. Fine. Very well. So you cowards are burning the bridge after crossing it? But what about the ancient sects? Where do they stand in this brewing storm? Across the stadium, Master Wu Xin calls out to his prized disciple. Shimo immediately bows with absolute respect. I am here, Master. The old master's eyes gleam sharply. Tell me, what does your heart sense in this chaos? Shimo lowers his head, his voice perfectly calm. My intuition tells me this, Master. If we simply refuse to enter this bloodless war, the slaughter will come to an end much faster. A knowing smile crosses Master Wu Xin's face as he turns to his other disciples. Did you all hear that clearly? We hear and obey. Master, they chant in perfect unison. Witnessing the sects also abandon ship, Chairman Sheng's inner circle falls into utter, soul-crushing despair. It is completely over. They gasp. Our forces are collapsing like a shattered mountain. This monstrous younger generation. They are truly terrifying. Suddenly, Uncle Wang breaks the heavy silence. Listen closely. The Alchemy Association operates directly under the Supreme Council. It serves as the ultimate bridge connecting the council to the mighty sects and noble families. He casually swirls his tea, a cunning smirk forming. As long as our Heavenly King group throws our infinite financial weight behind this Gao Neng, and we solidify our bonds with the great factions, how could the ancient sects and noble families possibly refuse? They will have no choice but to back his rise to the Supreme Council. Feng Yuan narrows his eyes, catching on to the terrifying grand scheme. Do you honestly believe someone like Gao Neng is bleeding for this title, just to become a measly puppet? A simple middleman sitting between the noble families and the Supreme Council? Uncle Lon frowns in sheer confusion. Wait, is that not his ultimate goal? Feng Yuan throws his head back and barks a dark laugh. He does not crave power just to hold it. He desires absolute authority, so he can become the sole judge of this world. He will completely destroy the legacy of the previous chairman. A mere pawn caught between factions? Never. The other three freeze, too terrified to speak the treasonous thought aloud. Could it be that Gao Ning wants to rule them all? Suddenly, a terrifying pressure descends upon the arena. As flowing robes announce the arrival of absolute legends, the entire crowd suffocates under their sheer aura. It is an unbelievable lineup. The ethereal fairy Liu, the terrifying ghost child, and the legendary elder sword. The supreme beings have finally descended upon the mortal stage. Leading the godlike vanguard is none other than Qin Lei. Elder Qin locks his piercing, calculating gaze onto the young genius, but Gao Ning does not flinch. He meets the titan's stare with unshakable defiance. Down below, Wei Wuya and Master Wu Xin gasp in absolute horror. The absolute pinnacle of the alchemical world. Is that truly Elder Qin? Breaking the earth-shattering tension, Elder Qin takes the initiative to speak. Captain Gao, your monstrous reputation precedes you. I am Qin Lei. Gao Ning respectfully bows his head to the living myth. Greetings, Elder Qin. Please, there is no need for formalities. You may address this junior by name. The ancient titan nods with a faint smile. Very well. Then I shall call you Gao Ning. These supreme-grade, high-tier elemental materials. Did you truly evolve them all using your pure energy in a mere 3 days? Gao Ning does not hide his heaven-defying feat. That is correct. Elder Qin's eyes sharpen like absolute blades. Your contribution to our world is undeniably massive. However, no one truly knows if these newly evolved materials possess genuine medicinal potency. The young genius instantly catches the hidden challenge in the veteran's words. The legendary Elder Qin actually wants to test his might against a rising junior. But the Supreme Being shakes his head with surprising humility. Do not misunderstand. Just like the alchemists gathered in this arena, I openly admit I cannot achieve your godlike 100% success rate. However, the common alchemists here take an eternity to refine a single pill. Since we have time to kill, why do we not put your creations to the ultimate test? The rules are dead simple. We grab a handful of these supreme materials and instantly forge a pill. Just like this. Gao Ning stares at the empty space above the elder's palm, utter confusion painting his face. Without any furnace, raw elemental energy terrifyingly condenses in Elder Qin's bare hand, rapidly forming into a flawless medicinal pill. Gao Ning's jaw nearly drops, plucking physical objects from thin air? Is this the godlike domain of a supreme being? Elder Qin smirks, his aura blazing like a dormant volcano. To properly test the limits of these divine materials, I happen to possess the perfect ancient alchemy formula. Forget the materials. Gao Ning immediately lunges forward, his eyes practically shooting stars. Elder Qin. Wait, Elder Qin. That's spatial manipulation, plucking items through solid barriers. Can you please teach me that divine technique? The Supreme Being blinks, utterly thrown off guard. You actually want to learn this trick? Gao Ning nods furiously like a madman. More than anything in the world, a booming, thunderous laugh erupts from the mighty Elder Qin. He gazes up at the sky, highly amused by the sheer audacity. Oh, Tiannan, this monstrous disciple of yours is endlessly entertaining. Barely 2 words in, and he is already trying to steal my ultimate legacy technique. He is exactly like you, Mu Bai Xiantuo mocks with a sharp sneer. Like master, like disciple, he has perfectly inherited your shameless thick skin. He finally turns his attention back to Gao Ning. So, you want to learn my spatial marking technique? Very well, I accept. But first, you must use these supreme-grade materials to refine a single pill. Gao Ning blinks in surprise. Just 1 pill is enough? Qin Lei's voice drops into a serious tone. This is no ordinary creation. It is the legendary Heavenly Thunder Absolute Pill. Hearing that terrifying name, Tiannan violently grinds his teeth. What did you just say? Old man Qin, you must be out of your mind. The crowd erupts into curious whispers. The Heavenly Thunder Absolute Pill is the ultimate supreme-grade legend. It is Elder Qin's most guarded secret recipe. To let Gao Ning refine it, is this Elder Qin's ultimate final test? Gao Ning confidently cups his hands together. In that case, this junior will boldly take on the challenge. The murmurs ripple through the room. If Gao Ning actually pulls this off, Elder Qin will officially acknowledge his position as union chairman. Absolutely no one would dare to question his authority again. Blazing energy surges within Qin Lei's palm. The raw power condenses, materializing into an ancient, glowing parchment. He hands it to the young man. This is the true blueprint for the Heavenly Thunder Absolute Pill. Study it very carefully, Gao Ning. Only then can you determine the path to refine it. Gao Neng unrolls the parchment and locks his eyes on the ancient text. Tian Nan watches with burning jealousy. That old fool's absolute secret, he thinks bitterly. He refused to refine it for me all these years. Yet he just hands the divine recipe over to this kid? Stepping forward, Tian Nan asks with sudden concern. Brat, are you sure about this? Can you actually forge this legendary pill? Gao Neng flashes a confident smirk. Relax, master. I have a 100% success rate. However, master, for such an earth-shattering creation, aren't you going to lend me your absolute best supreme furnace? Realizing his own disciple is trying to bleed him dry, Tian Nan explodes in a fit of rage. Get lost! I do not have anything for you. Tian Nan grits his teeth, suppressing his overwhelming greed. Wait, that is the heavenly thunder pill, he mutters. I have waited years for this. If he actually refines it, my ghost lightning will break through to the next realm. Clearing his throat, he quickly masks his desperation. But on second thought, he declares grandly, this cauldron holds little value for me now. Helping my precious disciple overcome this trial is the right thing to do. The crowd gasps as he actually summons his legendary alchemy furnace. Take it, he huffs, tossing the priceless artifact. Cao Neng bows with mock reverence. Thank you, master, for this generous gift. But deep down, the young man smirks. Oh, master, he thinks to himself. I know exactly how your twisted mind works. Unless you hand this over in front of a massive audience, you would absolutely steal it back the moment no one is looking. Veins pop on Tian Nan's forehead as he furiously curses in his mind. This wretched brat dares to corner me? If you fail this refinement, I will skin you alive and take it back. Yet outwardly, he forces a painfully stiff smile. Think nothing of it. Meanwhile, Qin Lei reaches toward the glowing herbs on the scale. Crystal sunflower, he announces with absolute precision. Add exactly 5 grams. Hearing this absurdly strict measurement, Cao Neng's face turns entirely green. Is this old man insane? He groans internally. Qin Lei is an absolute perfectionist. The Grandmaster turns to the young man, his gaze sharp. It is done, Cao Neng, he declares. The supreme ingredients are perfectly balanced. Now, let us witness your legendary technique. Cao Neng immediately cups his fists in a formal salute. I owe you my thanks, Elder Qin Lei. The old master just stares back, his eyes narrowing with intense suspicion. All right, kid, he murmurs. This old man knows you have absolutely zero alchemy skills. But whatever secret method you use to forge these miraculous pills, I will judge it with my own 2 eyes. Without a single second of hesitation, Cao Neng casually tosses the priceless divine herbs into the air. With a swift flick of his wrist, he sweeps every single piece into a plain sack. Holding the stuffed bag, a massive grin spreads across the young man's face. Humming a cheerful tune, he literally chucks the entire sack straight into the blazing furnace. Qin Lei's eyes practically bulge out of his skull in pure horror. The Grandmaster clutches his head, his soul leaving his body. You absolute lunatic, he screams internally. I knew you were utterly clueless about alchemy, but you are standing right in front of a supreme master. Could you not even pretend to use a real technique? Utterly defeated, Qin Lei covers his face, turning away with a heavy, soul-crushing sigh. Witnessing this absolute farce, Chairman Sheng is struck with sheer disbelief. A sinister smirk creeps onto his face as he clenches his fists in dark triumph. Seeing the utter despair on the alchemy leader's face, Sheng gloats silently. Cao Neng is doomed to fail this time. The moment his furnace explodes, our bet is entirely voided. Oh, this is perfectly playing into my hands. Meanwhile, Cao Neng stands boldly before the roaring cauldron. Maximum firepower, he suddenly roars, turning the flames to the absolute limit. The surrounding spectators erupt into absolute chaos. Is he out of his mind? That is the heavenly thunder pill. Does he think he is roasting sweet potatoes? He is actually blasting a divine pill with maximum heat. Hearing the vicious insults, Nanting immediately steps up to defend him. Are you all blind? He snaps. He has successfully forged 80 cauldrons using this exact same method. Maybe a miracle will happen again. But a bystander crosses his arms, his face twisted in utter disbelief. Absolutely no way. This is a legendary tier elixir. That brute force method will never work on something this divine. Nanting just smiles with unwavering confidence. Then let us wait and see the magic happen. Nearby, a trio of elite Taoist masters observe the blazing cauldron, their expressions grave. This is far from a simple matter, one of them whispers. The heavenly thunder pill is an absolute pinnacle creation. Even at maximum heat, the refinement requires over 10 grueling hours. The microcontrol needed is terrifyingly high. The second master strokes his beard thoughtfully. Mark my words. Captain Cow absolutely has a hidden god-tier technique waiting to be unleashed, but as they turn their awe-filled gazes back to the stage, the crowd completely loses its mind. Cao Neng has collapsed onto a lounge chair. He is not using any hidden techniques. He is literally dead asleep, snoring peacefully. The three Taoist masters stare at the sleeping boy, their faces turning entirely black with speechless rage. 10 agonizing hours pass in pure silence. Suddenly, thick, ominous black smoke begins pouring from the divine cauldron. Right at that terrifying moment, Cao Neng slowly flutters his eyes open, letting out a massive yawn. He lazily stretches his arms. Ah, perfect timing, he mutters. The elixir is completely done. Half the audience, who had also fallen asleep, jolt awake. What is going on? Someone shouts, rubbing their bleary eyes. The Taoist violently shakes the sleeping monk beside him. Wake up, you fool! The heavenly thunder cauldron is finally reacting. Master Tian Nan clenches his fists so hard his knuckles turn entirely white. He paces back and forth, chanting like a madman. You have to succeed. You must forge this supreme pill, he mutters desperately. Nearby, Uncle Wang is sweating bullets, screaming at the top of his lungs. This decides the absolute fate of our entire corporation. Uncle Yi grips the railing, his heart pounding out of his chest. He must not fail us now. Everything is riding on this single moment. Pushing up his glowing spectacles, Uncle Lon glares at the stage. There is zero room for error. Meanwhile, completely oblivious to their heart attacks, Cao Neng lets out another massive yawn. Man, I am exhausted, he sighs. Thank the heavens that is finally over. With a deafening clang, the heavy lid of the legendary cauldron blasts open. Cao Neng's confident voice echoes across the dead-silent arena. Feast your eyes, everyone. Behold the birth of the heavenly thunder pill. But even Cao Neng is caught completely off guard. He snaps his head up as a blinding, divine golden pillar of light erupts from the furnace. The radiant energy violently pierces straight through the clouds. Sensing a terrifying surge of energy, Qinlei instantly explodes his aura. He dashes forward like a lightning bolt, screaming in absolute panic. Watch out, kid. Completely baffled, Cao Neng stares at the violent halo of light, rapidly swallowing him whole. Wait, what? Cao Neng yells over the roaring energy. What the hell is happening right now? Down below, the massive crowd is sent into absolute pandemonium. The heavens are descending. It is a divine manifestation, someone shrieks. A literal miracle. We are witnessing a legend that has not appeared in a century. Trapped in the swirling storm of golden lightning, Cao Neng frantically looks around. Are you kidding me? He curses internally. Not a single person warned me that forging a supreme pill would trigger a literal natural disaster. The entire audience holds their breath as a perfect, lightning-wreathed sphere slowly levitates from the flames. Look at it. The crowd roars in absolute hysteria. The pill is forged. He actually pulled off the impossible. Get closer. We have to see the divine heavenly thunder pill. The crackling orb of pure heavenly energy slowly drifts straight toward Cao Neng. So, he murmurs, absolutely mesmerized by its terrifying power. This is the legendary heavenly thunder pill. Without a second thought, the young man casually reaches out to grab the supreme artifact. Seeing this suicidal move, Qinlei's heart nearly stops. He violently blasts out a wave of spiritual aura to block the boy's hand. Stop right there, you absolute fool, the Grandmaster roars. Never touch a freshly forged divine pill with your bare flesh. This elixir contains the raw, untamed fury of heavenly lightning. One careless touch will trigger an explosion that will completely vaporize your physical body. Panting heavily, Qinlei steps closer, his eyes locked onto the glowing orb. This overwhelming medicinal fragrance, this terrifying concentration of energy, this flawless, god-tier quality. Carefully manipulating his profound aura, Qinlei condenses a protective crystal box around the volatile pill. With trembling hands, the legendary master raises the sealed artifact high above his head. There is zero doubt. His voice thunders across the arena. This is, without question, the supreme heavenly thunder pill. Hearing this ultimate confirmation, the stunned crowd erupts into deafening, disbelief-fueled screams. But amidst the glorious celebration, a sinister shadow silently shifts in the corner of the arena. The real nightmare was only just beginning. This is truly the absolute heavenly thunder pill. It is my very first time witnessing a supreme-grade pill with my own eyes. Your skills are absolutely terrifying, Captain Gao. Chairman Sheng collapses to the floor, completely paralyzed by shock. His mind races wildly. A 100% success rate? The absolute heavenly thunder pill? His legs turn to jelly. Is this the legendary mandate of heaven? Tian Nan instantly lunges forward, snatching the precious box with a booming laugh. So this is the legendary Absolute Heavenly Thunder Pill? Let me get a good look at it. Old man Chin Lei, touch your conscience and tell me, he mocks. Is this better than what you forge? Chin Lei simply covers his mouth, coughing awkwardly before mumbling a weak defense. The true quality of any pill is fundamentally determined by its raw materials. Gao Neng used nothing but supreme-grade ingredients, so naturally, the final quality wouldn't be low. Hearing this pathetic excuse, Tiannan turns his head and bursts into a deafening, mocking laugh. So it is far better than what you forge, isn't it? You stubborn old fossil, you lost. You clearly lost, yet you are too proud to admit it. All right, I will be taking this divine pill into my custody. Chin Lei glares back at him, his face twisting with blazing fury. Right at that moment, Gao Neng violently raises his hand and calls out, "Master, are you seriously trying to commit highway robbery right in front of everyone?" Tiannan immediately explodes with roaring indignation. "What do you mean, highway robbery? You little brat." We agreed. I would help organize your little event, and in return, you would hand over those high-tier materials. Well, I don't want those materials anymore. I only want this single pill. Hearing this shameless demand, the young prodigy closes his eyes and calmly retorts, "Master, elemental materials and an absolute heavenly thunder pill are absolutely not in the same price league." The old master erupts in fury, his voice echoing like thunder. "You little brat, you dare haggle over prices with me? Do not forget that I am your master." Gao Neng calmly explains his position. "Master, if this pill actually belonged to me, I absolutely wouldn't mind if you took it. But the truth is, this pill is not mine to give." Gritting his teeth, Tiannan hollers back, "Cut the absolute nonsense. The raw materials were yours, and you were the one who refined the pill. How could it possibly not be yours?" Suddenly, a suited man steps forward, wielding a thick stack of documents. "Elder Li, legally speaking, this pill truly does not belong to Gao Neng." Tiannan listens furiously as the corporate man explains. "Elder Li, this is the official contract our group signed with Gao Neng exactly 3 days ago. You can verify it yourself." The old master grabs the document, stammering in absolute disbelief. This contract is completely real." Gao Neng flashes a brilliant smile. "That is correct. I signed it completely voluntarily." Flames of sheer rage erupt in Tiannan's eyes. He violently rips the contract to shreds, roaring at the top of his lungs. "Pure nonsense. Stop using these cheap corporate tricks to fool me. No matter what, I am taking this absolute heavenly thunder pill today. Heavenly King Group, name your price right now." The massive crowd below gasps in absolute shock. The Heavenly King Group? What in the world was actually written on that mysterious contract? Yunping's face darkens as a terrifying realization hits him. The Alchemist Convention and the Heavenly King Group. So this was the brat's true objective all along. Qing Jing also cannot help but sigh in sheer awe. This kid has truly made up his mind. He is aiming to turn the entire world upside down. Mubai watches Tiannan arguing until his veins pop, muttering grimly. Old man Chin Lei, things have become incredibly complicated this time. Beside him, Chin Lei gravely agrees. Although the Heavenly King Group is a military-industrial enterprise, they are fundamentally a private megacorporation at the end of the day. If the ultimate ownership of Gao Neng's pills falls into corporate hands, the old master quickly approaches Gao Neng to negotiate a way out. "Gao Neng, can we not discuss this further before making a final decision?" Hearing this, the young man smiles and waves his hand. "Of course we can discuss it. You just need to pay the breach of contract penalty to the Heavenly King Group." The suited man immediately raises another copy of the contract high into the air and loudly declares to the stunned crowd, "The exclusive contract Gao Neng signed with us involves an initial investment of 200 billion alliance credits, and the breach penalty is exactly 1,000 times that amount." Chin Lei screams in utter horror. 1,000 times? Tiannan secretly grinds his teeth, his mind racing in despair. Even if they drained the entire alliance government dry, they could never produce such a monstrous sum. This monstrous brat Gao Neng never intended to leave any room for negotiation. The old master stands frozen, his hand still desperately reaching for the divine pillbox. Without missing a single beat, the corporate man shouts once more. At the same time, this specific absolute heavenly thunder pill has already been sold to Elder Li for the final price of 187 billion alliance credits. The crowd below erupts into a frenzy of disbelief. An absolute heavenly thunder pill for 187 billion? This is completely absurd. Overjoyed, Tiannan eagerly clutches the pillbox and laughs triumphantly, listening to the chaotic uproar below. Is it really that incredibly cheap? Uncle Li's faction exchanges bewildered glances amid the deafening noise. Has the Heavenly King Group completely lost their minds? Even ordinary cabbages at the market aren't sold this cheaply. Just the raw materials for an absolute heavenly thunder pill cost way more than that. Such a massive loss is completely unheard of. Gao Neng firmly grips the microphone, a sly smirk playing on his lips. A supreme absolute heavenly thunder pill sold for less than 200 billion. I assume all of you find this extremely surprising, right? But let me assure you, there will be plenty more earth-shattering surprises like this in the future. The Grandmaster alchemists violently jump to their feet, roaring in sheer panic. Gao Neng, what exactly are you plotting? Are you planning to ruthlessly disrupt the entire global market all by yourself? Aren't you afraid that playing with such dangerous fire will burn you to ashes? Gao Neng's confident smile only widens as he counters. I am sure some of you believe I plan to use the alchemy techniques revealed today to crash the market. So, let me clarify something right now. He proudly thumps his chest, his powerful voice echoing with absolute certainty. Yes, that is exactly the absolute truth. I will utilize the evolutionary energy source to mass harvest an endless supply of high-tier raw materials. Then, I will use my 100% success rate alchemy technique to flood the market with a massive ocean of supreme pills. In terms of both endless capital and flawless quality, none of you can ever hope to surpass me. Tell me, doesn't that fill you with absolute despair? Hearing this devastating declaration, the elite alchemists grind their teeth in utter, helpless fury. Beaming with unshakable confidence, the young prodigy points straight at Tiannan. Take the absolute heavenly thunder pill as a prime example. On the normal market, a single supreme-grade pill would easily fetch no less than 5 trillion alliance credits. Master, am I wrong? The old man's vision goes entirely dark as he frantically screams in absolute panic. The purchase contract is already signed. Raising the price now is completely useless. Hearing those words, Cao Neng frantically waved his hands. Master, you have completely misunderstood. I absolutely will not raise the prices. He gripped the microphone tight. Looking down at the sea of faces, his voice boomed across the arena. Today, I have an official declaration. Every single pill I forge from this moment on, including the ones right here, they all belong to the Heavenly King Corporation. And our future inventory? It will be sold to the public at exactly 1/10 of the current market price. A shockwave of pure disbelief instantly ripped through the grand hall. The entire crowd erupted into absolute chaos. 1/10? Is this brat out of his mind? How is that even mathematically possible? Yun Ping narrowed his eyes in deep suspicion. Just what is this kid scheming? If he truly aims for the chairman's seat, he should be kissing up to the elite sects and the noble families. The man beside him frowned heavily. Exactly. Yet here he is, publicly shattering the rice bowls of the elites. How does he expect to win the election now? A furious representative stepped forward, pointing an accusing finger. Cao Neng, do you have any idea what you are saying? Selling divine pills at 1/10 the cost? Do you honestly think the Federation government will allow this? But Cao Neng remained perfectly unfazed. He knew exactly what they meant. The market price of all medicinal pills had always been strictly controlled by the absolute authority of the government. A confident smirk formed on his lips. But please do not forget, the seat of the Alchemy Association chairman will very soon belong to me. The master alchemists glared at him with blazing fury. The 3 Wang chief secretaries lowered their heads in sudden realization. So this was it. This was his master plan all along. The enraged alchemists roared in defiance. Cao Neng, do not be so ridiculously naive. Do you seriously believe that you alone can supply the entire alliance? Exactly. Just how long will your pathetic stash of 3,000 spiritual herbs last? Cao Neng did not back down for a single second. You are absolutely right. 3,000 stocks are nowhere near enough. And given the sheer financial might of everyone standing here, I am certain that the moment our cheap pills hit the market, you elites will just buy them all up, right? The angry representative clenched his fists. So what if we do? Are you actually planning to restrict the purchasing power of the noble sects? Cao Neng stroked his chin in mock deep thought. That is indeed a tricky problem. 3,000 stocks of raw materials. It simply cannot satisfy the boundless hunger of the entire market. And whatever pills I do manage to sell, the noble sects will instantly hoard them. That is, unless all of you here are willing to supply me with a massive shipment of elemental raw herbs. A wave of mocking laughter echoed from the alchemists. Supply you with our precious herbs? If you get on your knees and cancel that ridiculous price drop, then maybe we could talk business. But now, after declaring war on our profits, do you really think a deal is still on the table? Cao Neng simply shrugged, casually shifting his gaze to the side. Well, my hands are tied then. I guess I will just have to beg Commander-in-Chief Yun for some help. Yun Ping instantly broke out in a nervous sweat. Cao Neng, The herbs are not the issue. But the entire underground city holds barely 700 stocks right now. Handing our entire reserve over to you is just practically impossible. The elite crowd burst into arrogant jeers. Cao Neng, stop making a fool of yourself. The elemental herbs of the underground city have been monopolized by our noble sects for decades. No matter how hard you struggle, you will never secure a steady supply. Cao Neng tapped his chin, a dangerous glint flashing in his eyes. He slowly turned toward Tiannan. Master, would the military division be willing to form an alliance with me? The old veteran exploded in frustration. You little brat, cut the nonsense and get straight to the point. You know perfectly well how broke the military is. What insane scheme are you plotting? Spit it out right now. Cao Neng's playful demeanor vanished, replaced by absolute dead serious resolve. It is simple. I need the military's elite forces to harvest materials for me. Tiannan froze in his tracks, his eyes widened in sheer confusion. Harvest? What exactly do you mean? Cao Neng tapped his temple with a wicked grin. Oh, master, do not even try to deny that you have been secretly tracking my movements. Your instincts were absolutely correct. I know the precise coordinates of every single wild spiritual herb growing across the underground city. An explosive gasp ripped through the crowd. Panic and disbelief painted every face. What did he just say? He knows the locations of all the wild herbs? That is physically impossible. Even the heavens themselves could not track them all. But Qin Lei suddenly remembered the mountainous pile of rare herbs from earlier. A cold sweat dripped down his neck. Wait, could he actually be telling the truth? Without a moment of hesitation, Cao Neng whipped out his phone and fired off an encrypted file to Tiannan. Master, check your messages. That is a highly detailed distribution map of the raw material zones in the underground wilderness. You can immediately deploy the troops to harvest them. However, I have one non-negotiable condition. The file transfer complete notification pinged loudly. Tiannan stared at his glowing screen, his heart pounding in his chest. What condition? Name your price. A predatory smile stretched across Cao Neng's face. Simple. Sell me all the harvested materials at a flat 20% discount off the market price. Tiannan squinted at the incredibly intricate map. His breath hitched as he realized its true value. This is unbelievable. The level of detail on this map. You are basically gifting a fortune to the military. Are you entirely sure you only want a 20% discount? You could easily demand 60 or even 70%. Cao Neng casually waved off the suggestion like it was nothing but dust. Master, you must be joking. If I took 30 or 50%, how could we even call it a fair partnership? Keep it at 20%, and I will buy absolutely everything you harvest. The Heavenly King Corporation will pay up front in pure alliance currency. And on top of that, we will supply the military with divine pills at exactly 1/10 of the market price. Tiannan froze like a statue. His mind raced at light speed. This was not just a business deal. It was practically handing them supreme pills for free. No matter how he calculated it, the military was making an astronomical profit. Standing tall with an aura of absolute dominance, Cao Neng looked down at the trembling elites. Gentlemen, this is what I call a true partnership. Now tell me, does anyone else wish to do business with me? The elite masters ground their teeth in silent fury. Cold sweat soaked through their luxurious robes. Could this absolute monster be any more ruthless? This single kid has completely monopolized the entire production chain. If he unleashes this chaos on the market today, by tomorrow morning, the entire economy will be wearing his surname. Reading their terrified expressions, a chillingly bright smile spread across his face. You are exactly right. I am purposely tearing this market to shreds, but I suggest you all think very, very carefully. What truly matters more in the end? Your precious little profit margins, or the very survival of the human alliance? A man scowled and barked out angrily. Cao Neng, just spit it out. What exactly are you trying to do? Cao Neng slowly shifted his gaze toward the man. Standing tall, he made his arrogant declaration. My goal is incredibly simple. I am going to completely reshuffle the entire elixir market. I will rewrite the rules for every single noble family and martial sect. Cao Neng's voice echoed with absolute authority. He laid out the harsh truth. For decades, humanity had been suffering in the shadows. The human alliance had been crippled by the severe shortage of elemental elixirs. Countless awakeners failed to break through their bottlenecks. Even the elite sects and noble families were trapped in this misery. It did not matter who you were, from an absolute powerhouse like Tiannan to a revered sect saintess, or even a noble heir like Qinglian. Every single one of them was starved for elixirs. Cao Neng pressed his lips together before shouting to the crowd. My purpose is to completely shatter this pathetic status quo. The martial artist below sat in stunned silence, hanging onto his every word. Let me declare this one more time. The Heavenly King Group will sell elemental elixirs at exactly 1/10 of the market price, and our supply will be absolutely limitless. Right at this very moment, we have forged 400 elixirs, and they are ready to be sold immediately. As for the elemental materials currently in your hands, I will not force you. If you are willing, you can sell them to me at the standard market rate. If you refuse, you are free to try forging them yourselves. Hearing this explosive news, Patriarch Nan Ting was the first to shoot up from his seat. If you sold them at half the price, I could believe it, but 1/10? How can you possibly sustain that supply long term? Let us be realistic. Even with the massive wealth of the Heavenly King Group, you will go bankrupt. Cao Neng simply smirked, pointing at the glowing spiritual plants behind him. Patriarch Nan's concerns are completely logical. However, all of you seem to have forgotten one crucial detail. I hold the ultimate power of evolutionary energy. These 3,000 mystical plants were evolved in just 3 days. I used a mere 200 billion, sponsored by the Heavenly King Group. Nan Ting trembled in absolute disbelief, muttering to himself. 3,000 high to supreme grade materials? For only 200 billion? Cao Neng chuckled, delivering the final blow. Now you finally understand. I possess the underground city's resource map. I also control the miraculous power of material evolution. I even boast a 100% success rate in alchemy. I could easily choose to hoard this power for myself, or I could choose to elevate the entire alliance, but only a child makes a choice. Today, I am showing my ultimate trump card, so that both the alliance and I can ascend together. Therefore, this market must be cleansed. Hearing this overwhelming ambition, the two elders gasped in sheer shock. Cao Neng exhaled deeply, his aura dominating the room. My final words, whether you agree or not, whether you cooperate or not. The supreme elixirs forged by Cao Neng will flood the market endlessly. The glorious evolution of humanity will never be stopped. I will not let anyone's greedy self-interest stand in our way. With that legendary mic drop, he turned toward the exit. In 3 days, the Heavenly King Group will officially launch our sales. You all have plenty of time to think about your survival. The Grand Hall fell into a suffocating, dead silence. Every single titan of the industry sat frozen, their minds racing. Nan Ting furrowed his brows, shooting a panicked look at Qing Lian. This, startled, the saintess snapped her head away. Without wasting a second, Qing Lian bolted straight toward the door. The rest of the elites remained rooted to the spot, completely speechless. Beside them, Tian Nan burst into a booming laugh. Old man, Qin Lei, are we really just going to sit here and watch? Qin Lei tightly gripped his walking cane, his eyes flashing with sharp calculation. Let us go. His elite guards instantly materialized from the shadows. Do you need a security escort, sir? The old man instantly waved them off. There is no need. Qin Lei narrowed his eyes, uttering a terrifying truth. Right now, at least in this underground city, not a single soul would dare to touch him. Meanwhile, back at Cao Neng's high-tech laboratory, the protagonist crossed his arms, staring down Shima and the others. So, you are telling me every single one of you wants to join my lab? Zhou Jin stared back, his face locked in deadly seriousness. That is right. We have all made our absolute final decision. We will accept the exact same terms as Qing Lian. Whatever she does, we will do. The rest of the group nodded in passionate unison. Cao Neng rubbed his chin, completely amused. A wicked grin spread across his face. Are you absolutely certain you can stomach Qing Lian's conditions? Honestly, I really do not want to be a tyrannical boss. Right on cue, Qing Lian stepped forward, slamming a massive stack of contracts into their hands. The moment they flipped open the pages, they screamed in pure horror. Girl, what is this? Did Cao Neng actually force you to sign this nightmare? Even the most ruthless capitalists would bow down to this exploitation. Qing Lian calmly closed her eyes, utterly unbothered. That is correct. These are the exact terms I willingly proposed myself. Cao Neng threw his hands up, acting like a completely innocent victim. You heard her. She literally begged for it, so I just nodded. Zhou Jin clenched his fists, eyes burning with desperate resolve. Fine, I accept my fate, Wei Ya immediately shouted right after him. We are in too. Shima nodded, sealing their brutal destiny. If Qing Lian can endure this, so can we. Cao Neng shifted his gaze back to his female assistant, giving his final orders. Very well. Assistant Qing, process their paperwork for them. I have some VIP guests waiting for me. She simply closed her eyes and nodded. Understood. The protagonist scratched his head as he walked away, completely baffled. What is wrong with these people? They reject fair contracts just to sign themselves into slavery? Meanwhile, inside Cao Neng's private office, a booming voice shattered the silence. I will speak plainly. Qin Lei sat heavily in the guest chair, his piercing eyes locked on the young man. With the evolutionary energy you have stored, how many more high-grade materials can you actually produce? Cao Neng casually dropped onto the sofa. 2,000 plants. Easy. The old patriarch jolted, completely losing his composure. 2,000? You can still evolve that much? Cao Neng slowly nodded, exuding absolute confidence. At the very least, yes. Qin Lei furrowed his brow, staring a hole right through him. Then here is my second question. What is your ultimate endgame with all of this madness? Why are you so dead set on fighting for the chairman position? I believe your dedication to the alliance is genuine, but none of us believe that is the whole story. Every man has his own dark secrets. But, lurking in the shadows, what was Cao Neng's true, terrifying motive? Gao Neng raises his glass, his eyes piercing through the tension. During the epic battle at the Southern District, Qin Lei, you were right there at the scene, were you not? The older Grandmaster meets his gaze with absolute certainty. You are doing all of this for that Miao King. Gao Neng's brow furrows in instant, fiery defiance. Her name is not the Miao King, he fires back. Her name is Xiao Meng. She bled by my side, and she lived by my side upon the battlefield. But simply because she belongs to a different race, I completely failed to protect her. Honestly, if I had not proven my own immense value to this alliance, I would hardly be able to protect my own life right now. His commanding gaze sweeps across the room, locking onto every single powerhouse present as he lays down his absolute terms. I will forge a massive supply of legendary pills for the alliance. I will elevate countless warriors into the high stage. But there is one non-negotiable condition. You must form an official alliance with the Miao tribe. Qin Lei narrows his sharp eyes, sizing up the audacious youth before him. Should we consider this an open threat? He asks, his tone dangerously calm. Gao Neng calmly closes his eyes, unfazed. You could call it that, or you could not. The harsh truth is, out of the 20,000 evolutionary materials, without Xiao Meng's unique support, all that precious evolutionary energy will completely vanish. The Grandmaster absorbs the heavy truth, maintaining his flawless composure. So, you are telling me, my actual options are practically non-existent. Qin Lei immediately shifts his piercing gaze across the room. Fairy Lu, he calls out to the elegant woman, what is your definitive stance on this matter? Fairy Lu casts a graceful sideways glance, her voice ringing like pure crystal. The noble families are your foundation, and the martial sects are mine. But regardless of our roots, the ultimate survival of the human alliance must remain our absolute priority. Tiannan waves his hand with a booming, hearty laugh. Fairy Liu speaks profound truth. Since our minds are united on this front, let us share a few drinks. Meanwhile, Gao Neng furrows his brow, his mind racing. No matter how many heaven-defying resources I control, the ones who truly pull the strings of this massive alliance are ultimately these Supreme Realm powerhouses. If even a single Supreme Realm expert stands against my vision, my grand plan will crumble to dust. Suddenly, Fairy Lu turns her mesmerizing gaze back to him. Gao Neng, what are your personal thoughts on Zhou Jing? The sudden question strikes Gao Neng like a bolt of heavenly lightning. Cold sweat instantly cascades down his face like a waterfall, and he practically stammers out his frantic, panicked response. She is quite wonderful. A kind older sister figure who truly knows how to care for people. Fairy Lu rises to her feet with a mysterious, captivating smile. An older sister, you say? If there is ever a need to communicate, I will simply have her seek you out. Not missing a single beat, Tiannan jumps to his feet and trails after her. Fairy Lu, allow me to escort you, he offers eagerly. Oh, and since it has been so long, care to exchange a few pointers in swordsmanship? Mu Bai casually glides in right behind them, entirely ruining the romantic mood. Fairy Liu wields a legendary battle whip, he deadpans. What swordsmanship are you even planning to compare? Ah, Fairy Liu, I actually just mastered a peak-tier whip technique. Tiannan quickly pivots. Across the room, Qin Lei reaches deep into his heavy robes. In the end, I suppose I must still honor my solemn vow to this boy, he mutters under his breath. The Grandmaster pulls out an ancient, aura-pulsing manual and tosses it directly to the young hero. This spatial mark manual, it entirely belongs to you now. A triumphant, beaming smile breaks across Gao Neng's face. My deepest thanks to you, Qin Lei. The old powerhouse leans heavily on his grand staff, turning his back to depart. Though my curiosity regarding your heaven-defying alchemy is truly immense, I have already deduced that your pill-forging methods are absolutely impossible to duplicate. Therefore, probing you for secrets would be a meaningless waste of breath. A massive wave of relief violently washes over Gao Neng. He exhales deeply, a confident smirk forming in his mind. He is exactly right. My system cannot be copied. If they actually tried to pry it out of me, it would just turn into a foolish battle of wits. We are all figures of immense status now. Why stoop so low? Suddenly, Tang Tang sprints over, practically bouncing into Gao Neng's personal space. Gao Neng. Once you become the Grand Chairman, you simply have to let me be the president of the Merchant Guild. Deal? He shoots her a deeply skeptical, utterly unimpressed glare. You have not even offered me a single tribute yet, and you are already demanding a presidential seat? Does that sound logical to you? Outraged, she lunges forward, raining down a relentless flurry of comical punches against his chest. You absolute scoundrel, she shrieks. Your chairman title is not even secured yet, and you are already extorting bribes. I truly judged your shameless character perfectly. Fine. What kind of treasure do you even want? Spit it out. Gao Neng dramatically crosses his arms behind his head, radiating pure arrogance. Absolutely ridiculous, he scoffs. Do I look like a man who merely waits around for the highest bidder? You had better empty your pockets and offer me the absolute best of whatever you have right now. Otherwise, when the real line forms to shower me with treasures, you will not even get a turn. Right at that chaotic moment, Ninger appears at the doorway, her aura strikingly solemn. Gao Neng, I must also take my leave for a while. Both Gao Neng and Tong Tong instantly freeze in their tracks, blinking in absolute sheer confusion. Ninger clenches her fists, an undeniable fire of absolute determination burning within her beautiful eyes. I mentioned this before. I stand at the very edge of a massive, fate-changing breakthrough. But shattering the bottleneck from the mid-stage into the high stage requires extreme external pressure, a life-and-death catalyst. Therefore, I must venture out and hunt down worthy opponents to temper my limits. Gao Neng scratches the back of his head, visibly bewildered by her intense logic. Hunt down worthy opponents? Then why not just spar directly with Sha Shimo and Wei Ya? A shadow of pure dismissal crosses her face at the mere mention of those names. They may be hailed as unparalleled geniuses, but their actual, blood-soaked combat experience is entirely too shallow. I need to clash against seasoned monsters. Veterans who have spent over 10 years refining their deadly intent in the high-stage heaven slash. Gao Neng's jaw nearly drops in utter shock. Cultivators who have been brutally stuck at the 6th stage for decades. Wait, are not those just a bunch of ruthless 40-year-old warlords? Ignoring his panic, Ninger turns her back to depart with dramatic flair. I set out tonight. I will secure my place in the high stage, and eagerly await your next challenge. Throwing a stunning, breathtaking smirk over her shoulder, she delivers her final warning. Etch it into your very soul, Gao Neng. You only have exactly 6 months left. The absolute thrill of the challenge ignites like a raging wildfire inside Gao Neng's veins. His fighting spirit violently erupts. She is completely right. 6 months remaining on our fateful pact to absolutely crush her in battle. Slap. Tang Tang strikes him forcefully on the back, instantly shattering his epic internal monologue. Hey, Earth to Gao Neng, she barks. He jolts back to reality, staring at her in absolute confusion. Her face is twisted in a comical pout of sheer, unadulterated annoyance. Now that Sister Ninger is out of the picture, if the two of us are going to dual cultivate, you need to know, I am completely different from her. I demand to keep my clothes on. Gao Neng's eyes widen in absolute disbelief, his voice echoing loudly down the hall. Tang Tang, could you have even an ounce of self-awareness? When did I ever agree to dual cultivate with you? Immediately, the heavy wooden door slams shut, leaving Tang Tang's outraged shrieks echoing violently from the other side. What do you mean you refuse to dual cultivate with me? If we do not share the sacred art of dual cultivation, how am I ever supposed to become your most intimate battlefield companion? Gao Neng, do not walk away. Fine, fine. If you are absolutely dead set against me wearing full armor, I can compromise and wear a little bit less. Her shameless, piercing voice continues to assault him right through the solid door. Open this door right now, Gao Neng. The wardrobe details are fully negotiable. Slumped heavily against the door, Gao Neng rubs his exhausted temples. Wear a little bit less? Does she truly think I am some kind of shameless degenerate? Yet, almost instinctively, his hand slips into his pocket. He pulls out a vivid photograph of a stunning girl in a classic maid uniform, his eyes gleaming with mischievous intent. So, he whispers to himself, should I have her slip into the maid outfit? Or the nurse uniform? Time ticks by. Gao Neng strokes his chin, his eyes locked on the glowing screen before him. That is it, he murmurs. I will use the Heavenly Book evolution to upgrade the spatial mark, but a cold system prompt shatters his hopes. Level too high. Enhancement failed. He clicks his tongue in frustration. This is just like last time, when his master's ghost lightning art hit the exact same wall. And now, history repeats itself. The harsh truth hits him. His mid-tier heavenly book evolution simply cannot keep up with his growth. The screen flickers, displaying his current arsenal. Special Ability 1, Mid-tier Death Stare. Ability 2, 4 symbols, Corpse Control. 3, High-tier Atomic Life Fission. 4, Mid-tier Heavenly Book Deduction. And 5, the Corpse Source. Finally, his ultimate skill flashes. Mid-tier Infinite Evolution, sitting at a 7 out of 10 completion rate. Gao Neng stares at the stats, his mind racing with calculations. His death stare has hit a massive bottleneck. It cannot scan level 9 targets at all, and even level 8 information comes back completely shattered. The heavenly book deduction is practically paralyzed. He clenches his jaw. Sitting around will not cut it, he mutters. I need to hunt down some missions. Gripping a heavy tome in his hands, his eyes blaze with fresh determination. But for now, mastering this comes first. 3 days vanish in a flash. The Heavenly King conglomerate officially launches its medicinal pills. Elite alchemists from massive sect families eagerly join Gao Neng's research facility. With their combined genius, medicinal research skyrockets to terrifying new heights. In just those 3 days, Gao Neng achieves the impossible. Out of 3,000 high-grade materials, he personally refines more than half. Meanwhile, military forces march into the wilderness underground city, beginning massive harvesting operations. Then, on the 4th day, an explosive aura erupts. Tang Tang officially breaks through to the 6th stage. She throws her head back, her triumphant laughter echoing through the halls. I knew it. I am an absolute genius. Gao Neng merely strokes his chin, his sharp eyes analyzing her every movement. Ever since they engaged in dual cultivation, he noticed something astonishing. Tang Tang's body now harbors a mysterious energy, something dangerously similar to a divine pupil. Under this bizarre energy, her spiritual power is multiplying at an insane rate. Could it be? Gao Neng wonders. Did she trigger a hidden evolution during our deathmatch with the Dark Ghost Vine? The 5th day brings earth-shattering news. The military officially grants Gao Neng the legendary rank of Major General. But that is not all. He is crowned chairman of the Alchemist Union and a supreme councilman, holding a massive stack of classified documents. Qing Jing looks at him. Gao Neng, congratulations. He claps a heavy hand onto the young man's shoulder. You are now a Major General Councilman, and the youngest Alchemist Union chairman in the history of the Alliance. The survival of the Alliance to now rests heavier on your shoulders. Gao Neng looks at the older man, sensing a grim undertone. Councilman Wu. You. The veteran closes his eyes, a bitter smile playing on his lips. Winter has officially arrived. The pressure from the outside world is suffocating. I will be leaving the underground city soon. Gao Neng watches in silence as Qing Jing's lonely silhouette fades away. The Alliance is mutating at a terrifying pace. He can feel it in his very bones. The crushing pressure from beyond the human borders is swelling into an unstoppable storm. He glances over his shoulder, his fists clenching tightly. We are running out of time. 1 month later. Inside the towering skyscraper, Qing Jing sits like a stone statue, absorbing the grim military reports. We have evacuated 80% of the northern district. A commander barks, but nearly 20 million civilians are still trapped inside. How long can the northern gates hold? The room falls dead silent. Finally, an officer steps forward, his voice trembling. 3 days, at most. The alien coalition forces are massive. They have locked down the east, south, and west. It is painfully obvious. The enemy is dead set on shattering the northern entrance to dust. A heavy sigh echoes through the war room. Our only option is to condense our defensive lines. We must temporarily abandon the northern district. Are you insane? Another official roars, slamming the table. What about the 20 million civilians? The strategist shakes his head, utterly defeated. There is no other way. The north cannot hold. If we do not pull our troops back right now, we will face total annihilation. The furious official refuses to back down. Can the other war zones not spare a single squad? Not even a fraction of their forces? Another commander aggressively rubs his temples. Troops are not the issue. We need high-tier powerhouses. But thanks to the underground city excavation, the vast majority of our elites are tied down over there. Our hands are utterly tied. Despair poisons the air as murmurs of agreement ripple across the war room. He is right. Securing our material supply lines is the absolute highest priority right now. Thanks to Councilman Gao Neng's medicinal pills, we can manufacture an army of high-tier fighters. All we need is time. We just have to buy more time. If we do this, our chances of ultimate victory skyrocket. Condensing the battlefield. Sacrificing the North. It is the only path left for humanity's survival. Qingjing rests his chin on his clasped hands, his gaze sweeping over the heavy-hearted council. Very well. The strategy is clear. Let us put it to a vote. One by one, the grim verdicts roll in. I agree. I vote for the retreat. I object. I agree. The majority has spoken. Qingjing slams his fist against the mahogany table and rises to his feet. Since the vast majority agrees to condense the battlefield, we shall temporarily abandon the northern district. Then, boom, the heavy oak doors blast open. Hold on just a minute. Major General Shen Fei strides into the room, executing a razor-sharp salute. 2nd Army Corps, Major General Shen Fei reporting. Greetings to Councilman Wu and the esteemed council. Qingjing's brows knit together in instant suspicion. Commander Shen, what brings you barging in here? Shen Fei does not flinch. Under the direct orders of Deputy Commander-in-Chief, Shen, I am here to take absolute control of the Northern District evacuation. Qingjing freezes, utter shock painting his face. Take control of the evacuation? He demands. Did every war zone not just report that they cannot spare a single soldier? Shen Fei's face hardens into stone. That is absolutely correct. The war zones are bled dry, which is exactly why. I only brought a single regiment. A single regiment? Qingjing roars, his voice shaking the walls. To evacuate 20 million people? Are you completely out of your mind? He slams his fists onto the table in blinding rage. No, I forbid it. This is an absolute suicide mission. Evacuating all 2,000 citizens will take at least 5 grueling days. Qingjing roars, his voice echoing with desperate authority. Are you planning to bury yourself alive here alongside those 2,000 souls? Shen Fei lowers his head, tightly shutting his eyes against the heavy burden. I am deeply sorry, Chairman Wu. When his eyes snap open again, they burn with an unshakable resolve. I have arrived today carrying an absolute military order. Furthermore, this decree comes directly from Deputy Commander Shen himself. I absolutely cannot defy this command. I beg Chairman Wu to grant your approval. Hearing those devastating words, Qingjing's eyes widen in sheer horror. Shen Changsheng, he cries out. This is your very last surviving son, a formidable late 8th tier army commander. Is sending him to his death truly your final, helpless move? A dark shadow falls over Qingjing's face as his mind races. Over the past month, fueled by the massive pill supply from the Tianwang group, the breakthroughs from mid-tier to high-tier, and high-tier straight to the legendary 9th tier, have exploded in numbers. It is undeniably humanity's fastest, most overwhelming surge in power. Qingjing clenches his trembling fists, his heart heavy with conflict. You actually did it, Gao Neng. You single-handedly brought upon this massive revolution. It is just a tragic shame that your revolution arrived slightly too late. He grinds his teeth together until his jaw aches. The bitter winter, he whispers into the deadly silence, has finally arrived. Pushing through the despair, Qingjing rises to his feet. He issues the final, heart-wrenching command. Go. Accepting his grim fate, Commander Shen Fei raises his hand and delivers a crisp, flawless military salute. Yes, sir. Qingjing heavily closes his eyes, laying down an absolute rule. Under no circumstances can Gao Neng find out about this. A nearby officer sharply turns his head, his voice filled with panic. Chairman, we can block the intel from reaching the underground city, but hiding it from the Central Military Command is utterly impossible. Ning'er is absolutely guaranteed to find out about this tragedy. Hearing that name, Qingjing keeps his eyes tightly shut, sinking into a deep, agonizing silence. A grim voice breaks the heavy tension, reporting the terrifying facts. Over the past month, Ning'er has been on an absolute rampage. She ruthlessly challenged 26 late 6th tier experts from the 13 great families. After achieving total, undisputed victory, she flawlessly broke through to the high-tier realm. The officer's voice trembles slightly as he continues. Right now, Ning'er reigns as the absolute youngest colonel in the entire Alliance's history. She currently holds the fierce title of Deputy Commander for the 3rd Division under the Eastern Theater's 2nd Army Corps. Qingjing's eyes remain locked shut as his mind races. Her family commands the 2nd Corps, while Ning'er serves as its Deputy Division Commander. Keeping this devastating secret from her is practically impossible. We can only pray to the heavens that she maintains her rationality. He squeezes his violently trembling fists, his thoughts burning with desperate hope. 1 year. We just need 1 single year. Give us that time, and the Alliance will evolve into an unprecedented, unstoppable powerhouse. If we can just survive the slaughter of this coming year, then in 20 years, humanity will absolutely forge a glorious new era. However, there is only one absolute condition for this grand vision to come true. We must ensure, at all costs, that Gao Neng survives. Slamming his fist furiously against the heavy desk, Qing Jing barks an emergency order to the governor of the Tianyun underground city. Listen to me. No matter the cost, news of the Northern Battlefield's massacre must never reach Gao Neng's ears. The governor's voice echoes back with absolute military obedience. Understood, sir. Meanwhile, deep within the silent laboratory, Yi Qinglian suddenly appears, calling out Gao Neng's name. Gao Neng flashes a gentle, knowing smile. What is wrong? Are you planning to leave me too? She meets his gaze with a terrifyingly calm expression. My sect has issued an urgent summon for my return. His gaze slowly drifts toward the empty horizon. Then you should go, he says softly. Jia Shimo and Wei Ya. They have already packed up and left as well, haven't they? Honestly, I am surprised you managed to stay by my side for this long. Hearing his gentle words, Qinglian violently averts her eyes, her heart racing. I promise I will come back, she stammers out. I am not like the others. He softly shakes his head, an easy smile gracing his features. Do not misunderstand. That is not what I meant at all. The supreme geniuses of the dragon ranking are being forcefully recalled, one by one. I have a terrifying feeling that something catastrophic is happening in the outside world. But do not worry. I will be right here waiting for you. Gao Neng stands in absolute silence, watching her elegant silhouette slowly fade into the distance. His mind drifts back over the brutal training of the past month. Jia Shimo, Wei Ya, Zhou Ying, and Yi Qingge. Every single one of them had successfully shattered their limits and broken through to new realms. He presses his lips together, deep in thought. Yi Qinglian's sudden return to her sect. She must be preparing for her own explosive breakthrough, right? Frustration suddenly crashes over Gao Neng. He aggressively rubs his temples, a dark aura of annoyance settling over his face. But why the hell haven't I felt a single sign of a breakthrough? To think an agonizing bottleneck like this would actually happen to a genius like me. Suddenly, a wildly cheerful voice shatters his gloomy thoughts. Tang Tang skips into view, flashing a radiant, mischievous smile as she waves her hand. Hey, Gao Neng, what are you standing around for? Hurry up and let us begin tonight's dual cultivation session. Tang Tang had officially stepped into the late stages of rank 6, standing right on the precipice of high rank. Cao Neng threw a glaring look over his shoulder, his inner voice cursing with frustration. Even this crazy girl is catching up to my cultivation speed. If she breaks through before me, my pride will be completely shattered. Ning Er's profound words suddenly echoed within his mind. To shatter the bottleneck from mid-rank to high rank, you need the intense stimulation of external pressure. Thinking about this, Cao Neng pondered deeply. Did he really need to find someone to beat him half to death just to ascend? How did that align with any laws of modern science? Cao Neng flashed a confident smirk at her. Tang Tang, how about we wait until dawn and go on a little expedition? Tang Tang blinked in surprise. You want to leave the underground city? She threw her fist into the air, her eyes sparkling with absolute thrill. Are you planning to copy Sister Ninger and challenge the legendary sect masters? He met her gaze with unwavering determination. Exactly. Are you in or out? Tong Tong practically screamed with excitement. Of course I am. Getting to cultivate and beat people up at the same time? Count me in. She wagged a teasing finger in his face, her competitive spirit burning brighter than ever. Watch out. I might just shatter my bottleneck before you do. Cao Neng scoffed, telling her to keep dreaming. The very next morning in the training hall, Ruohua looked at Cao Neng with sheer surprise. Cao Neng, you are here much earlier than yesterday. He nodded respectfully. Aunt Lan, I need to venture out to the surface city. I will probably be gone for 1 to 2 weeks. I will leave things here in your capable hands, Aunt Lan. She smiled knowingly. You are heading out to find the life or death pressure needed for your high-rank breakthrough, aren't you? He returned the smile. Just seeking a little pressure. I will return once I reach high rank. The moment those words left his mouth, a nearby guard spun around and sprinted off like his life depended on it. Hiding in the shadows, he frantically reported into his comms. General Yun, we have a massive situation. Yun Ping slams his hand onto the desk, his eyes widening in pure shock. What did you just say? Gao Neng wants to leave the underground city right now? He urgently presses for confirmation. Are you absolutely certain he claimed it was just for training and not a reckless dash to the northern battlefield? The guard immediately lowers his voice to reply. He confirms that Major Gao explicitly told Dr. Lan he had hit a cultivation bottleneck. He desperately needs some intense pressure to break through. Because of this, he is preparing for a trip up to the surface. Yun Ping pinches the bridge of his nose and lets out a heavy sigh. Understood. Hanging up the comms, He snaps his head around and barks an order. Men, get me the serene chairman of the federal government on the line, immediately. The guard snaps to attention. Yes, sir. Meanwhile, Gao Neng and Tang Tang walk side by side toward the exit. Both let out a gasp of surprise as a sleek, black vehicle suddenly screeches to a halt right in their path. Yunping steps out of the car, a perfectly practiced smile plastered on his face. Gao Neng, perfect timing. I bring incredible news. Gao Neng flashes a polite smile, though his eyes remain sharp. Greetings, Governor Yun. What kind of miracle requires your personal delivery? Yunping raises a thumb, his voice booming with forced enthusiasm. News that concerns you, of course. Did you not commission a military academy in the Forgotten Land? The construction of the academy's foundation is officially complete. The government insists that you represent both them and the military to host the grand inauguration ceremony. He turns to Lorna, adding seamlessly, the flight to the Forgotten Land is already prepped and waiting. Lorna, Major Gao's absolute safety rests entirely in your hands. She beams a brilliant, knowing smile. Rest assured, Governor, he will not suffer a single scratch. Hearing this perfectly laid trap, Gao Neng smoothly replies, I appreciate the escort, Auntie Lorna. However, before heading to the Forgotten Land, I have a tiny bit of personal business to handle. Lorna blinks, feigning surprise. Personal business? Her smile sweetens as she probes. What kind of business? I can easily dispatch my men to handle it for you. The aircraft is idling on the runway. Let us head to the Forgotten Land first. We will be back in just a few days. Gao Neng immediately shakes his head, rejecting the offer. I will not be able to return for at least 3 to 5 days. His expression remains perfectly calm as he weaves his excuse. I was born in the Forgotten Land. A man cannot return to his homeland empty-handed, right? I need to prepare proper gifts for every single family that once took care of me. Lorna hesitates, her eyes narrowing slightly. Is that so? She and Yunping exchange a silent, calculating glance. Yunping finally breaks the silence, his brow furrowed. If that is the case, Lorna will accompany Major Gao to purchase these gifts. Once the shopping is done, we will depart for the Forgotten Land. Lorna turns her charming smile back to Gao Neng. Does that work for you? Gao Neng matches her smile and nods. Let us do it that way. Watching their car slowly drive off, Yunping mutters under his breath, I just hope this brat actually goes to the Forgotten Land after his little shopping spree. 2 hours later, the group finally arrives at the capital of Hope, a city they have not set foot in for 2 long months. A convoy of sleek black sedans rolls into the perimeter. Bai Ping appears with his hands casually shoved in his pockets, just as Gao Neng steps out of his vehicle. Bai Ping locks eyes with him and calls out, Colleague Gao, you sure kept me waiting. Gao Neng instantly replies with a nod. Thanks for the hard work, Uncle Bai. He casually turns his head to glance at Lorna behind him. Since Uncle Bai is here to pick me up, there is no need to trouble you any further, Auntie. She dramatically gasps, clutching her chest. Little Gao Neng, are you just going to abandon your precious auntie like this? Gao Neng chuckles, waving his hands in denial. How could I ever do that? Once I finish buying the gifts, we still have to travel to the Forgotten Land together. If you are truly worried, you are more than welcome to protect me from the shadows. Lorna bursts into bright laughter. Very well. I shall switch to stealth mode. With the trap smoothly evaded, Gao Neng slides into the black sedan and firmly shuts the door. Inside the quiet cabin, Gao Neng stares intently at a glowing digital map on his phone. Is this really Ning'er's travel route? Sitting right beside him, Tang Tang nods seriously. Sister Ning'er has been issuing challenges in this exact sequence. His eyes lock onto a pulsing red dot on the screen. Her first target was the Tao sect, one of the legendary 9 great ancient sects. Now, this is getting thrilling. Ning'er completely ignores the power level of her opponents. She is just crushing whoever happens to be on her path. Gao Neng's voice drops into a serious tone as he recites the lore. The Tao sect is not just a relic. They were one of the absolute strongest factions before the Great Cataclysm, and one of the rare sects that actually possesses an ultimate powerhouse. Tang Tang raises a delicate finger, sharing a piece of crucial intel. Rumor has it that Sister Ning'er directly challenged the eldest son of the Tao sect's master. His natural talent is actually quite mediocre. He has never been able to break through to the high tier. Gao Neng smirks at the screen. Stuck at the late stage of Tier 6 for 17 years? That is just pathetic. Hearing this, Tang Tang catches on immediately. So, you are planning to use that to force him into a fight. Gao Neng shifts his gaze to the passing scenery, a cunning glint in his eye. Exactly. A sect master's son who has been a failure for 17 years? His absolute desperation for high-grade attribute pills will eclipse all reason. A wicked, predatory grin stretches across his face. If I slam 100 high-grade attribute pills on the table as a wager, there is no way in hell he refuses my challenge. but reality hits completely different. Taoist Zhang keeps his eyes serenely shut and shakes his head. My apologies, Counselor Gao. We will not fight you. Gao Neng freezes, his jaw practically hitting the floor. Wait, Taoist Zhang, did you hear me? This is 100 top-tier attribute pills. Beside him, Tang Tang's eyes are wide with utter disbelief. Do you truly not want them? The elderly sect master replies with mountain-like calmness. Counselor Gao must be joking, setting aside the fact that my son was recently injured. Even if he were in peak physical condition, he would be no match for you. I will simply concede defeat on his behalf. Gao Nang's eye twitches, his master plan crumbling. He tries to provoke the man. Surrendering before a single blow is struck? Doesn't the legendary Dao sect care about losing face? Taoist Zhang waves it off, entirely unbothered by worldly pride. Face is merely an illusion. Furthermore, Counselor Gao is a heaven-chosen genius of this era. Losing to someone of your caliber is no disgrace. He closes his eyes again, clasping his hands behind his back like an immovable statue. A nearby disciple hesitates, completely agonizing over the missed loot. Sect Master, that is 100 divine pills. We could. Silence. Taoist Zhang's voice thunders through the courtyard, slicing through their greed like a blade. Elsewhere, a sect leader turned his back with utter finality. Do not even mention 100 attribute pills. Even if you offered 200 or 300, I would never allow my disciples to fight Councilman Cao. Please return, Councilman Cao. Seeing this complete rejection, Tong Tong lost her temper. Cao Neng, let's stop wasting our breath on these cowards. Time is ticking. Let's do what we did at the Beihei Military Academy and just curse them out at their front gate. I refuse to believe they won't come out if we humiliate them enough. Cao Neng stared at the grand gates and let out a heavy sigh. Forget it. Tong Tong stared at him in pure disbelief. We are not going to provoke them? Why the hell not? Does the great Dao sect not care about their pride? He calmly shook his head. Let it go, Tang Tang. This situation is entirely different. Cao Neng analyzed the battlefield clearly. They had come to the sect's doorstep to request a formal duel. Yet, perfected Zhang did not show a single trace of anger. Even if they stood outside the mountain gates screaming insults for 3 days and 3 nights, it would be utterly useless. Suddenly, his voice pierced the tense air. Perfected Zhang, may I ask you one final question? The mighty sect leader paused his steps. Councilman Cao, ask away. Cao Neng's eyes narrowed as he probed for the truth. Do you think if I go to any other faction, anyone will accept my challenge? The old master closed his eyes, his voice echoing with absolute certainty. Across all the sects and noble families, not a single soul will accept a duel with Councilman Cao, and that stands no matter what heavenly treasures you offer. Cao Neng's brow furrowed in deep confusion. Is it simply because of my status as a councilman? Perfected Zhang did not even bother turning around as he delivered the cold reality. If it were any other councilman, we would fight them without hesitation. But whether you hold that title or not, we will absolutely never accept your challenge. Hearing this unbending truth, Cao Neng respectfully clasped his hands in farewell. So, that is how it is. I understand now. Farewell. Standing beside him, Tong Tong was practically pulling her hair out. We are just leaving like this? Why? He turned away, scratching his head with a defeated groan. What a waste of an entrance fee. This money was absolutely not worth it. Cao Neng, why the hell aren't we fighting? Should I call the reporters to expose their cowardice? Uncle Bai glanced at the furious girl. Tang Tang, have you really not figured it out yet? Nobody is refusing the challenge because they are afraid of losing. They are terrified to death of accidentally injuring Cao Neng. She blinked, her confusion deepening. But why? Uncle Bai gazed at Cao Neng's fading silhouette with profound respect. Cao Neng's existence is far too critical now. The entire alliance's supply of medicinal pills rests entirely on his shoulders. You could say the very future of human survival is bound to him. Who in their right mind would dare risk a single hair on his head? Tang Tang gasped, the realization hitting her like a thunderbolt. Wait, so you are telling me Cao Neng could literally walk sideways through the entire alliance and no one would stop him? Cao Neng let out a massive, suffocating sigh. Walk sideways? Even if I committed murder and burned down cities, I doubt anyone would dare arrest me. He aggressively ruffled his own hair, the frustration boiling over. This stalemate was completely unacceptable. Without a true life-or-death battle, shattering his bottleneck was impossible. He had to break this deadlock. Suddenly, a wicked gleam flashed in his eyes. Uncle Bai, pull the car around. Understood, Uncle Bai responded instantly. As the engine roared to life, a suspicious voice echoed from the back seat. Cao Neng, did your twisted mind just come up with a plan? Cao Neng rested his chin on his hand, a devilish smirk spreading across his face. Exactly. If they refuse to accept an honorable, daylight challenge, Why don't we just launch a sneak attack in the dark? The silence in the car was deafening. He had heard that among their ranks hid a supreme realm powerhouse. Tang Tang's jaw dropped to the floor. A sneak attack? Are you insane? This is the Dao sect. Perfected Zhang is a terrifying rank 9 expert. A cold, arrogant scoff escaped his lips. Even if I get caught red-handed, do you really think they have the guts to hit me back? Tang Tang froze, then burst into maniacal excitement. You are completely right. They are terrified to touch you. If you jump them from the shadows, even if they catch you, they absolutely cannot lay a finger on you. Cao Neng sat up straight, his aura shifting into pure command. Exactly. I am practically untouchable right now. Uncle Bai, find a completely deserted spot to drop Tong Tong and me off. Then, hide the car and wait for my signal to extract us. Uncle Bai's grip on the steering wheel tightened with fierce loyalty. Yes, sir. The armored vehicle screeched to a halt in the shadows. Little did they know, a storm that would shake the entire alliance was just beginning. She watches them closely, her voice laced with warning. Be careful, both of you. Gao Neng just smirks, radiating absolute confidence. Relax. Once I reveal my true identity, those supreme experts will not dare lay a single finger on me. Tang Tang scans their surroundings, her eyes sharp. There shouldn't be any spies lurking around here, right? So, what's the plan? How exactly do we sneak inside? Beside her, Gao Neng nods. It seems clear. Yet, his gaze narrows thoughtfully. He is absolutely certain that someone is watching them from the shadows. Suddenly, pure energy surges. Gao Neng summons a glowing blue sphere in the palm of his hand, turning to his companion. Tong Tong, he asks, do you still remember how we infiltrated the royal city of the Dark Elves? Tang Tang meets his gaze, a fiery spark in her eyes. Of course I remember. Without hesitation, Gao Neng thrusts the glowing blue sphere toward the sky, his voice echoing with command. Then we are going to do the exact same thing. Come forth, soaring earth dragon. A majestic shadow blocks out the light as the soaring earth dragon materializes in midair. Gao Neng smirks at the colossal beast. You have been evolving for over a month now. Let us see just how powerful the newly evolved soaring earth dragon has become. Activating his system, Gao Neng issues his next mental command. System. Unlock the 4 symbols. Black tortoise. Xiaoqian. This is the perfect moment to test out this black tortoise attribute. Instantly, a glowing holographic screen pops up, displaying the specs of the hidden black tortoise skill. The system voice rings out. When the host activates this hidden attribute, your aura and energy fluctuations will be completely masked. Simultaneously, your visual perception will be massively enhanced. Even deep underground, you will be able to see perfectly ahead. Cost: 100,000 alliance coins per minute. For 2 targets, the consumption rate is 200,000 alliance coins per minute. Gao Neng and Tong Tong leap seamlessly onto the dragon's massive back, blending into its scales. Black Tortoise, activate, initiate stealth mode. The soaring earth dragon shoots into the horizon like a phantom blur. Staring at the towering skyscraper looming ahead, Gao Neng falls into deep thought. As the true mastermind behind the Western Alliance Duan clan, Lu is definitely not just an ordinary alchemist. Watching Gao Neng from afar, Luna's intense gaze locks onto him. She isn't just any fighter. She is the sole master assassin among the Alliance's 29 supreme powerhouses. Staring down from her vantage point, Luna falls into deep thought. A true assassin possesses 100 ways to take a life, but equally, 100 ways to prevent a murder. Commander Yoon assigning me to protect little Gao Neng isn't just a backup plan, she muses. There is simply no one else in the world more suited for this job. Without hesitation, Luna unleashes her tracking ability. Once my spiritual power locks onto an energy signature, there is no escaping me, even from 1,000 miles away. But suddenly, her eyes widen in absolute shock. Damn it, his energy aura just completely vanished. Utterly bewildered, Luna screams into the wind. What on earth is going on? Leaping from the towering skyscraper, she calculates the odds. This isn't just slipping out of her range. An immediate disappearance like this usually means only one thing. The target is dead, but that is absolutely impossible. In her decades of walking the path of shadows, she has never seen an energy signature evaporate right before her very eyes. Luna explodes forward, her body blurring into the shadows as she gives chase. Stopping his vehicle out of nowhere like this? He isn't just taking a break. This is a classic misdirection, she analyzes sharply. He is definitely heading straight for the Taoist sect. Her brow furrows, but a wicked smirk crosses her lips. Little Gao Neng, to think you could mask your aura so flawlessly. Your innate talent for assassination is simply top tier. Auntie is starting to like you more and more. Meanwhile, at the Taoist sect. Master Zhang's actual surname isn't even Zhang. For generations, every ruling sect master inherits the legendary title of Master Zhang. His son is named Ma Sanqian, a title symbolizing the 3,000 paths of the Great Tao. But recently, Ma Sanqian's life has been a living nightmare. After receiving a brutal beatdown from Ning'er, he was left with 3 shattered ribs. Only now, after days of agonizing recovery, can he finally drag himself out of bed to resume his yang cultivation. Sanqian closes his eyes and lets out a heavy sigh. His skills are simply inferior, and he knows he can't blame anyone else for his crushing defeat. Clasping his hands together, he centers his mind. Clashing with true experts is the ultimate forge for the soul, he thinks, with newfound determination. Perhaps that devastating battle was exactly the catalyst I needed to finally break through. He has to cast away his arrogance and wrath, keeping his faith unwavering. But right at that moment of enlightenment, an icy hand materializes from thin air and clamps down heavily onto his shoulder. Taoist Ma. A haunting voice whispers. Tang Tang and Gao Neng, disguised as 2 floating, terrifying phantoms, materialize from the void. Are you Ma Sanqian? They demand in chilling unison. I have come to challenge you. Sanqian's face drains of all color as pure terror grips his soul. There is zero energy fluctuation, absolutely no aura, just transparent bodies hovering mid-air. Ghosts! He shrieks, instantly throwing a desperate, explosive palm strike out of pure survival instinct. Gao Neng's jaw drops as the vicious palm wind roars directly toward him. Are you kidding me? Gao Neng thinks in utter disbelief. A stage 6 Taoist master actually believes in ghosts? But a battle-hungry smirk quickly stretches across his face as his hand grips his sword hilt. Whatever. A fight is exactly what I came for. Aura erupts around him. He swings his blade with devastating force, unleashing the legendary Thunder God's first strike. The overwhelming sword aura instantly rips through Sanqian's defenses. The impact sends him flying violently backward like a broken doll, coughing up a massive spray of crimson blood. Sanqian's battered body crashes brutally into a massive boulder. Tang Tang gasps, her eyes wide with shock. Wait, he survived dozens of rounds against Sister Ning'er. How did he go down so easily? Gao Neng sheathes his blade, feeling completely baffled. Is a late-stage Tier 6 warrior really this weak, he wonders. No, that can't be right. His eyes lock onto the fresh blood, rapidly soaking through Sanqian's robes. Then, the realization hits him like a lightning bolt. His previous injuries haven't healed at all. Tong Tong points a trembling finger at the dying man. We are so doomed, she shrieks. Gao Neng, did you just slice his main artery? Panic floods Gao Neng's face. Are you crazy? How is that possible? I literally hit him with the flat of my blade. The shockwave just ripped open the old wounds Ning'er gave him. A cold sweat breaks out across Tang Tang's forehead as pure dread sets in. Then what do we do now? She stammers hysterically. Gao Neng is just as frantic. What do you think we do? We have to save his life. Taking him literally, Tang Tang immediately spins around and screams at the top of her lungs. Somebody, anybody, the sect master's son is dying. We need a medic. Gao Neng nearly has a heart attack. Heavens above, I meant, we need to save him. Why are you yelling for help? He roars. But the damage is done. Gritting his teeth in frustration, he makes a split-second decision. Forget it. Let Master Zhang save him. We need to vanish, right now. Without wasting another breath, Gao Neng raises his hand, desperately channeling his energy to summon the soaring earth dragon. The massive beast erupts from the dirt. With a sharp command, they dive underground, leaving a massive crater behind. But within the blink of an eye, the earth magically seals itself, leaving absolutely zero trace of their escape. Moments later, Master Zhang and his disciples storm into the courtyard. What is the meaning of this? Who dares to cause a scene? But the fury in his voice instantly turns to pure horror when he sees the blood-soaked figure on the ground. Sanqian, Master Zhang bellows, his voice trembling with sheer panic. Healers, save him, right now. 2 disciples sprint forward like their own lives depend on it. Senior brother Sanqian, get the emergency pills, hurry! As the chaos erupts, Master Zhang's piercing gaze sweeps across the courtyard. His mind races. There is absolutely zero trace of foreign spiritual energy in the entire Taoist temple. Who on earth could have done this to my son? He thinks, his blood boiling. Out of all the supreme powerhouses in the world, how many could possibly bypass my divine perception? He slowly closes his eyes, tapping into the very essence of the mountain. I have cultivated the Tao here since childhood. Every blade of grass, every single tree in this back mountain is imprinted in my soul. You may fool my eyes, but you can never fool my memory. Master Zhang's eyes snap open, shooting a deadly glare toward the sky. He has figured it out. It is a high-tier shape-shifting concealment art. Very clever, he sneers, his aura exploding like a dormant volcano. But did you forget whose territory you are standing on? He thrusts his palm toward the heavens, unleashing a devastating strike. Show yourself. A blinding beam of golden light tears through the sky, completely obliterating a massive rock formation hidden high above. From the falling debris, Luna gracefully descends like a phantom. Master Zhang, aren't you being a little too hot-headed? She teases with a cool smile. Attacking without even a single word of warning? Master Zhang's jaw tightens in sheer disbelief. You? She raises both hands in a mock surrender. It is me indeed. However, I am not the one who nearly assassinated your precious son. Master Zhang practically vibrates with furious rage. If not you, then who else is lurking here? In the entire alliance, who besides you possesses such a terrifying mastery of assassination? Luna chuckles softly, casually adjusting her stance. I will take that as a compliment, Master Zhang. To be honest, I used to believe that apart from my senior sister, absolutely no one in the alliance could outclass my stealth. Her smile fades into a look of absolute thrill. But lurking in the shadows, I just watched those two kids pull off a stunt that changes everything. Lona crossed her arms tightly over her chest. She boldly declared the culprits were Gao Neng and Tang Tang. Taoist Zhang scoffed in pure, unadulterated disbelief. Gao Neng and Tang Tang? Are you seriously telling me those two infiltrated my back mountain, and they defeated a rank 6 expert? He shook his head dismissively. Those kids are rank 6 at best. Lona pointed a sharp finger straight toward Ma Santian. If you doubt my words, go check your own son's body. The lingering residue of lightning aura doesn't lie. You know it as well as I do. That devastating lightning blade technique. It is his absolute signature move. Besides, if I were the one who struck, he wouldn't have kept his miserable life. Taoist Zhang furrowed his brows in heavy silence. He turned his piercing gaze to his disciple. Is it the truth? The disciple bowed his head, trembling slightly. There is indeed a fierce lightning aura present. It perfectly matches Gao Neng's legendary methods. Taoist Zhang slowly closed his eyes. My son was already injured, yes. But to slip into the Tao sect like a ghost and crush him? That boy's potential is utterly terrifying. The disciple lowered his voice nervously. Should we hunt him down, Master? The old man kept his eyes shut. Forget it. Even if we catch up, do you honestly think we can win? Lona rested a hand on her hip. A bright, breathless laugh escaped her lips as she shook her head. Who knew that Brat had the perfect makings of a master assassin? He hid so flawlessly that even my god-tier senses missed him. What an absolute headache. With a powerful leap, she vanished into the wind. Everyone, I am taking my leave. Taoist Zhang let out a long, heavy sigh. He turned his back to the ruins. Carry Ma Santian inside and scrub the back mountain clean. The disciples immediately bowed with deep respect. Yes, Master. As they cleared the rubble, frantic whispers broke out. That Gao Neng is an absolute monster. His strikes are merciless. Exactly. With that kind of monstrous power, he should be slaughtering the alien races, sneak attacking our senior marshal brother. What kind of twisted honor is that? The two continued their bitter gossiping. The North District has already fallen to the alien scum, yet you don't see him playing hero over there. Shh. Keep your voice down. Do you want to die? The disciples anxiously exchanged warning glances. Think about it. With Gao Neng's god-tier status right now, the Alliance would never risk letting him step onto a real battlefield. If he dies out there, who is going to forge the Alliance's premium pills? You're right. Just shut up and clean. The disciples quickly returned to their sweeping, terrified of the shadows. Deep beneath the earth, the massive flying earth dragon lay completely silent. Inside its cavernous belly, Gao Neng's eyes narrowed sharply. The North District has fallen? What the hell is going on? Tang Tang sat beside him, nervously twisting her fingers. I honestly have no idea. Her voice trembled with sudden anxiety. Gao Neng sank into a heavy, suffocating silence. Commander-in-Chief Yun was acting incredibly suspicious when he sent us out. The pieces finally clicked in his mind. If my guess is right, their only goal was to exile us from Hope City. The flying earth dragon burst into motion, tearing through the underground dirt. Gao Neng's commanding voice echoed through the dark tunnel. Whatever the truth is, we need to find Uncle Bai first and demand some answers. Miles away, Bai Ping stood like a statue beside the armored vehicle. Suddenly, the ground violently erupted as the colossal dragon breached the surface. Bai Ping barely flinched. He furrowed his brows and asked grimly, "Did you harvest anything worthwhile?" Gao Neng stood perfectly still, his aura utterly calm. A complete disappointment. Ma Santian crumbled after a single blade strike. A pathetic battle like that couldn't push my limits at all. Surprise flickered across Bai Ping's hardened face. Perhaps it was his lingering injuries. So, do we proceed with our pre-planned route? The young master closed his eyes, his decision final. No. Set a course for the North Union Military Academy. Bai Ping's eyes widened in sheer shock. North Union? Are you insane? He stepped forward, bewildered. According to my intel, they don't have a single late-stage rank 6 powerhouse worth your time. Gao Neng crossed his arms, his gaze piercing through the older man. According to my intel, there is a certain math director named Lei. Besides, I need to visit the North District to verify a very dirty secret. Bai Ping gasped, completely caught off guard. You mean Vice Principal Lei? Have you lost your mind? That monster has already broken through to the high tier. Challenging him is practically suicide. Gao Neng glared at him, his voice dropping to a dangerous growl. Uncle Bai. The air turned freezing cold as Gao Neng interrogated him. As a mere driver, do you normally dictate where Chairman Fang goes? You are hiding something massive from me, aren't you? Bai Ping's body went completely rigid. He closed his eyes, letting out a defeated, heavy sigh. It seems your instincts are as sharp as ever. If you've figured it out, there is no point in lying. Suddenly, an overwhelming, suffocating aura erupted from Bai Ping's body. Bottom line, you are absolutely forbidden from entering the North District, unless you step over my dead body. Gao Neng slowly lowered his head. Shadows obscured his eyes as he faced the crushing spiritual pressure. He asked in a chillingly calm tone, Uncle Bai, is Chairman Fang in on this twisted scheme too? Tong Tong desperately stepped between them, her voice pleading, Uncle Bai, please, just take us to the North District for one quick look. We promise to leave immediately after. Bai Ping's expression remained harder than steel. This is a direct, absolute order from Chairman Fang himself. I would rather die than betray his trust. Aside from the North District, the rest of the world is yours to roam. Gao Neng's mind raced at lightning speed. So it's true. A catastrophe really struck the North District. But if it fell to the enemy, why censor the truth from me? As a sitting member of the High Council, I demand the right to know. Without warning, he tilted his head back and roared into the empty air. Aunt Lona, you already showed your face back at the Dao sect. There is absolutely zero reason to lurk in the shadows now. Like a phantom materializing from thin air, Lona appeared silently right behind Gao Neng and Tong Tong. A deeply curious smirk played on her lips. You were right there at the crime scene. Yet neither Taoist Zhang nor my heightened senses detected a single trace of you. Care to explain how you mastered such terrifying stealth? Gao Neng didn't miss a single beat, immediately laying out his trap. You really want to know my secrets, Aunt? Smuggle me into the North District, and I'll spill everything. Lona threw her head back and burst into melodic laughter. You smart little devil. You already know the entire world is hiding the North District's fate from you. Did you honestly think I would take that bait? Seeing his negotiation tactics crumble, Gao Neng instantly pivoted. Fine, let's play a different game. Whose golden seal of approval do I need to enter that damned battlefield? Her eyes curved into beautiful, dangerous crescents. That, my dear boy, is no secret at all. Use that brilliant brain of yours. I bet you already know the exact answer. The pieces aligned perfectly. Gao Neng slowly turned his predatory gaze back to his driver, Uncle Bai. Didn't you just vow that I could go absolutely anywhere else in the world? Bai Ping answered instantly, unaware of the trap closing around him. Exactly, Gao Neng declared, his eyes flashing with calculation. We need to catch the opposing faction completely off guard. I'll have to trouble you to take us straight to the federal government building. Bai Ping's black sedan tore through the city streets like a phantom. In the back seat, Lona casually lounged, a playful smirk on her face as she chatted on her phone. Hello? We have a massive situation on our hands. The voice on the other end suddenly roared through the receiver. Councilman Gao is absolutely furious, and he is marching straight toward you right now. Excuse me. What? Lona abruptly ended the call, her playful demeanor vanishing in an instant. She slowly turned her gaze toward Gao Neng. Sorry about that, but duty calls. When a report needs to be made, I have to make it, she shrugged. Gao Neng sighed helplessly. Auntie, you really do not hold back, do you? The tires screeched to a halt in front of the towering federal government building. As Gao Neng, Bai Ping, and Lona strode through the grand entrance, whispers erupted across the lobby. Wait, isn't that young Master Gao Neng? If I had to guess, this is definitely about the Northern District incident. It has to be Councilman Gao. But Councilman Gao has already left the underground city. Ignoring the chatter, Gao Neng kicked the heavy meeting room doors wide open. Inside, Qing Jing was already waiting, standing with an imposing presence. Seeing the young man barge in, the elder spoke calmly. You have arrived. Gao Neng wasted no time on pleasantries, his voice slicing through the tension. Why was I kept in the dark? As a councilman, I have the absolute right to know. Qingjing's expression remained unreadable as he replied. In times of war, certain sacrifices are completely unavoidable. To buy ourselves crucial time, we had to pull back our defensive lines. If we did not make this choice, our entire forces would collapse within the next year. Gao Neng closed the distance, his aura flaring with suppressed anger. Has the Northern District truly fallen? He demanded. Qingjing sighed, finally revealing the grim truth. Not yet, but its fate is already sealed. By tomorrow morning, the Northern District will be completely wiped off the map. The elder shook his head heavily. Stop fighting this, Gao Neng. Under these desperate circumstances, this is the best possible outcome. The sacrifice of those 20 million civilians. The heroic last stand of General Shen Fei. Their names will be etched forever into the Alliance's glorious history. Gao Neng froze, the blood draining from his face. What did you just say? Hold on a second. What do you mean by 20 million civilians? And General Shen Fei? Are you talking about Ning'er's third uncle? He gritted his teeth. An inner sect disciple from the Dao sect told me the Northern District was already taken. Qingjing's eyes widened in genuine shock. Wait. You did not actually know the full story? He immediately turned his sharp glare toward Lona, but Lona simply stood there, entirely unfazed by his intense scrutiny. Do not look at me, she replied with a nonchalant shrug. I did not utter a single word. You just confessed everything on your own. Desperation taking over, Gao Neng grabbed Qingjing's arm in a vice grip. How many men did Uncle Shen take with him? What are the alien race's numbers? One single regiment, the elder confessed grimly, against 200,000 alien troops, including 50,000 elite warriors. The devastating math clicked in Gao Neng's mind. So you are telling me Uncle Shen is using a mere 2,000 men to hold back an army of 200,000? Without another word, Gao Neng spun on his heel and marched toward the exit. Halt! Where exactly do you think you are going? Qingjing commanded. Gao Neng did not even look back. To the Northern District's city gates, but before he could take another step, two figures blurred into his path. Lona and Bai Ping stood firmly blocking the doorway, sealing his exit. Gao Neng threw a dangerous glare over his shoulder at Qingjing. I was told that getting injured right now would be highly inconvenient for me. Seeing his reckless determination, the elder desperately tried to reason with him. Gao Neng, do not make this harder than it has to be. Right now, your absolute safety is the Alliance's single most critical priority. I refuse to gamble with the future of our entire alliance. The path to ultimate victory is always paved with flesh and bone. Gao Neng's eyes turned terrifyingly cold as he shot back. Then let it be the flesh and bones of the alien race. Qingjing swept his arm in a powerful arc, his aura locking down the room. I will absolutely not permit you to throw your life away. Suddenly, a terrifying surge of energy erupted. A perfect clone of Gao Neng materialized out of thin air, launching a devastating palm strike straight at Qingjing. The elder barely dodged the lethal blow, his eyes bulging in utter disbelief. Heavens, this presence, this is the late stage of Tier 8. In just one short month? You actually managed to. Before he could finish, a loud voice echoed from the sidelines. A Tier 8 genetic weapon? Gao Neng, when did you successfully create this? Lona's eyes curved into delightful crescents as she gasped in awe. Wait, had he not just completed a Tier 6 genetic weapon recently? This kid is getting more and more fascinating by the minute, she purred. Even the usually silent Bai Ping could not hide his shock. Tier 8. Incredible. Gao Neng stared down the elder with an unwavering gaze. Teacher Wu, as I am right now, I highly doubt you have the power to stop me. Hearing this bold claim, Qingjing suddenly threw his head back and burst into thunderous laughter. Oh, Gao Neng, you are an absolute, unparalleled genius. To achieve this in just one agonizingly short month. That is exactly why I cannot let you walk out those doors. Without warning, the elder exploded into motion. His fist smashed into the genetic weapon with mountain-shattering force. Unable to evade, the clone was violently blasted backward. Qingjing stood tall, his legendary aura suffocating the entire room. Thinking you can defeat me with just a single Tier 8 genetic weapon? Boy, you are looking down on me far too much. Gao Neng's expression darkened like an impending storm. Actually, I think you are the one looking down on me. Reacting instantly, the genetic weapon stabilized itself, throwing a colossal punch right back at Qingjing. The elder met the strike head-on with his own devastating fist. The shockwave rattled the building as the genetic weapon was forced back once more. But Qingjing's eyes suddenly narrowed. Wait, what is the meaning of this? Beneath Gao Neng's feet, a dazzling, complex magic circle suddenly flared to life. Teacher Wu, do you happen to remember Qinlei's spatial mark? he asked coldly. As he spoke, the genetic weapon began to march forward once again. As long as it remains within the spatial domain I have crafted, any object can be teleported completely at will. And that absolutely includes this genetic weapon. Despite the terrifying revelation, Qingjing stood his ground, his composure unshaken. A Tier 7 genetic weapon that has mastered spatial teleportation. I admit, that is incredibly formidable. He paused, his voice dropping to a dangerous register. But Gao Neng, I have to be completely honest with you. In a blinding flash, the elder seamlessly split into two identical clones. You severely underestimate the true, terrifying power of Tier 9. Even with this miraculous weapon, the absolute highest you can defeat is Tier 8, and lurking within the Northern District are entities at the catastrophic Tier 9 level. Seeing the elder's flawless clones, Gao Neng's eyes narrowed sharply. An illusion technique, but you have managed to solidify it into reality. Tier 9 is truly terrifying indeed. A confident, borderline wicked smirk slowly crept onto Gao Neng's face. But tell me, Teacher Wu, I am very curious. Exactly how many Tier 8s can a single Tier 9 defeat? Hearing the challenge, one of Qingjing's twin forms answered with absolute certainty. 5 to 10 of them. Without breaking a single sweat, Gao Neng's smirk widened into a triumphant, chilling grin. Then let me ask you this, Teacher Wu. Did you honestly believe that in an entire month, I only managed to forge a single Tier 8 genetic weapon? But, lurking in the shadows, a revelation that would change everything was about to drop. Qingjing freezes, the crushing weight of the revelation locking his jaw. He grinds his teeth together, his voice trembling as he demands to know what Gao Neng means. Meanwhile, a hidden screen broadcasts their every word to a shadowy room. One of the figures turns to Counselor Liang Qi, his eyes gleaming with dark ambition. He urges the counselor not to let this once-in-a-lifetime opportunity slip through his fingers. Liang Qi scoffs, stating flatly that Gao Neng can never be allowed to leave the government tower. It is an absolute rule. The human alliance desperately needs the boy's unparalleled talents to survive the current apocalyptic crisis. A sly grin spreads across the face of a journalist standing nearby. He chuckles softly, telling Counselor Liang Qi that he has entirely misunderstood their true intentions. They are not trying to send the boy to his grave. Even if they throw Gao Neng into the brutal Northern Zone battlefield, they can easily dispatch elite guards to ensure his survival. Besides, Li Tianan will never just sit back and watch the kid die. The real goal is simply to expose Gao Neng's impulsive nature to the world, proving once and for all that he is entirely unfit to become the next chairman. Those words strike Liang Qi's deepest insecurity, igniting a fierce fire in his eyes. He raises his voice, declaring that the chairman's seat absolutely belongs to him. Gao Neng is merely an 18-year-old brat. Despite his undeniable abilities, letting a child sit on the highest throne of the Alliance is a complete joke. Sensing the counselor's shifting resolve, another journalist steps forward to press the ultimate advantage. He warns that the major sects and elite families are already flocking to cooperate with the boy, driven by pure profit. He practically begs Counselor Liang Qi to wake up and seize this golden chance. The raging inferno of jealousy inside Liang Qi finally erupts. He spits venomously about the boy's naive and reckless behavior. Reciting an ancient proverb, he mutters that a general's glory is built on 10,000 rotting bones. Without ruthless patience, how can that brat ever dream of wearing the crown? The three journalists eagerly pour more fuel onto the blazing fire. They validate his massive ego, insisting that Gao Neng is far too green to shoulder the heavy destiny of humanity. Only Counselor Liang Qi possesses the true power to lead the alliance as chairman. Meanwhile, the boy will be kept alive as a mere chess piece, under the watchful eyes of supreme experts. Liang Qi suddenly shoots up from his seat, his fists clenched tight enough to draw blood. He declares fiercely that there is absolutely no room for failure, ordering his men to summon the press immediately. His subordinates bow in unison, their voices echoing through the dark room. Back in the heavily guarded laboratory, Qingjing shakes his head, utterly refusing to believe the impossible reality unfolding before him. Forging a single level 8 weapon in just 1 month is a legendary feat that no one in history has ever achieved. Sweat pours down the old man's face in thick rivers as he frantically asks how the boy can possibly process multiple god-tier resources at the exact same time. Gao Neng simply smiles, his voice radiating absolute confidence as he says, nothing is impossible. Since he has already mastered the divine art of dual crafting potions, forging multiple gene weapons simultaneously is merely child's play. Suddenly, an unfamiliar voice shatters the tense atmosphere of the room. A sarcastic greeting echoes out, welcoming the young counselor after a long time unseen. Liang Qi steps out of the shadows with his 3 lapdogs in tow. Qingjing gasps in pure shock, demanding to know why his political rival has breached this restricted zone. Pushing up his glasses, Liang Qi coolly claims he is just taking a look. He masks his venom with a fake smile, asking how anyone can expect him to ignore the safety of the alliance. Qingjing's brow furrows into a deep scowl, furious as he accuses Liang Qi of intentionally picking this critical moment to strike. Playing the perfect fool, Liang Qi shrugs his shoulders and casually dismisses the heavy accusation. He loudly proclaims that no one is forcing Counselor Gao Neng to do anything. He mockingly praises the boy's heroic willingness to throw away his own life just to save Shen Fei. With a sharp snap of his fingers, Liang Qi signals his hidden forces. He announces with a wicked grin that the media hounds are already waiting outside the gates, ready to be let in. Qingjing roars at Liang Qi to stop this madness. He screams that the foolish politician is gambling the entire future of the alliance just to satisfy his own petty ego. He demands to know if Liang Qi can shoulder the catastrophic weight of Gao Neng's death, but the rival politician merely offers a cold, deafening silence. A second later, Liang Qi viciously points his finger straight at the young hero. He unleashes his trap, roaring that Gao Neng is a public servant now. Therefore, the citizens of the alliance have every absolute right to judge his reckless decisions. Sensing blood in the water, the 3 silent journalists finally bare their fangs. They sneer at Counselor Wu, viciously reminding him that his time on the chairman's throne is coming to a pathetic end. Why block a young man from sacrificing himself for the greater good? They venomously ask if the old man is simply terrified that the boy's legendary fame will completely eclipse his own fading legacy. The relentless verbal assault leaves Qingjing completely speechless. His lips tremble as he fails to form a single counterattack against their poison. One arrogant lackey takes it a step further, loudly mocking the old chairman for thinking he owns the entire federal government. But before the words can fully leave his mouth, a devastating fist smashes directly into his face. The heavy laboratory doors violently burst open. A massive tidal wave of desperate reporters floods into the restricted sanctuary. The elite guards frantically throw their bodies against the surging mob, screaming for them to turn back. However, the sheer numbers of the crowd are completely overwhelming. Cameras flash like lightning as the intruders boldly declare they have been personally invited by the great counselor Liang Qi himself. They scream that the guards have zero authority to stop them. Caught in the crossfire, Liang Qi's 3 arrogant secretaries are brutally shoved backward by the chaotic stampede. The press suddenly freezes, realizing the bizarre scene unfolding right before their eyes. Confusion ripples through the mob as someone points out the bleeding secretaries. Whispers erupt like wildfire, questioning what kind of explosive drama has just gone down. Another reporter, completely blind to the danger but addicted to the chaos, excitedly screams for everyone to keep their cameras rolling. The punched secretary clutches his shattered face, screeching at the top of his lungs. He wails in absolute disbelief that Gao Neng actually dares to lay a hand on him. But the young hero merely stands tall, his spine straight as a mountain, while 4 terrifying gene weapons levitate menacingly behind him. His cold voice slices through the screaming crowd like a legendary blade. So what if he did? The air instantly thickens with deadly intent. The reporters go completely feral, their excited whispers escalating into a deafening roar. They point frantically at the mysterious, heavily armored figures towering behind the boy. Qingjing is completely deaf to the media circus around him. His trembling eyes lock onto the floating armaments, his breath catching in his throat as he stutters out the impossible truth. 4 level 8 weapons. The boy has actually done it. Oblivious to the world-shattering technological miracle, the rabid press swarms Gao Neng. They shove their microphones into his face, desperately demanding to know why he assaulted the officials, and who exactly these terrifying men in black really are. Counselor Cao, care to explain yourself? His expression does not even shift. He answers with chilling calm. Of course I can explain, but I never assaulted anyone. I recently hit a bottleneck while breaking through to the higher tiers. Right at that moment, Counselor Liang's subordinates, well, 3 of his dogs were barking quite fiercely. My hands got a little itchy, so I simply asked them for a few pointers. One of the journalists cannot take it anymore. He screams at the top of his lungs, "Gao Neng, are you trying to humiliate us?" Hearing this, Gao Neng calmly reaches into his coat. "You are absolutely right. I am humiliating you. Cursing at people is indeed wrong. Therefore, I will follow the alliance law. I will compensate you for your mental distress." He pulls out thick stacks of cash and tosses them onto the ground. "Here is 30,000 alliance credits. That should be the maximum standard payout. Do you 3 have any further complaints?" He turns his piercing gaze toward Liang Qi. "All right, let us get down to business. Counselor Liang only called these reporters here to show the public how impulsive and reckless I am. Am I wrong?" Hearing this, Liang Qi lets out a mocking sneer before firing back. I simply feel that, as a government official, Counselor Cao seriously lacks emotional control. Cao Neng's brow furrows in disgust. I want to go to the northern battlefield. Does that make me reckless? Liang Qi bursts into arrogant laughter. Should we not retreat from the battlefield? The council voted to preserve the alliance's strength. We must prioritize the bigger picture. We are preparing for the ultimate decisive battle next year. This is what a true policymaker does. Cao Neng's voice drops to a terrifyingly low pitch. A true policymaker? What exactly is a true policymaker? Suddenly, his voice explodes like thunder, ignoring the life and death of the citizens. Is that your true policymaker? We are talking about the lives of 20 million people. Counselor Liang, I believe in your brilliant strategies, but have you ever actually thought about the common people? Liang Qi freezes completely. For a moment, he is at a total loss for words. Cao Neng's speech is broadcasting live. The entire world is watching. Cao Neng continues with absolute fiery conviction. Counselor Liang, you were born in the land of hope. You do not know the people bleeding on the streets. You can calmly sacrifice them from your ivory tower. But I cannot. I was born in the land of the forgotten. I was one of the tens of thousands abandoned during the last crisis. His powerful words send shockwaves through the crowd. Everyone begins to question the truth. Do the people of the forgotten land deserve to be abandoned? Do the people of the northern sector deserve to be abandoned? If so, then who gets thrown away next? Cao Neng presses his verbal assault. Why did General Shen Fei march to the rescue, knowing it was a complete suicide mission? And why do you mock General Shen Fei's irrationality? Why do you laugh at my reckless decisions? It is because you are sitting safely on your throne. If this is what it means to be a policymaker, then I, Cao Neng, refuse to be one. The crowd hears this and instantly rallies behind him. A massive tidal wave of support floods in for Cao Neng. Well said. The lives of commoners matter too. This is what a true leader looks like. This is a man we can actually believe in. You are absolutely right, Counselor Cao. Even though we know how hopeless the northern battlefield is, we still stand with you all the way. Sensing the disastrous shift in momentum, Liang Qi panics. I am doomed, he thinks to himself. I never expected the situation to backfire like this. This little brat actually knows how to manipulate the masses. The reporters subconsciously part, making a path for him. He walks forward with an unstoppable aura. I, Cao Neng, will never lead humanity to its destruction, but at the same time, I will never underestimate my own true strength. I do not need the Federation army to back me up in the northern battlefield. I will go entirely alone. I will use my own two hands to twist the fabric of destiny. Suddenly, Qingjing shouts loudly to stop him. Hold it right there, Cao Neng. Qingjing roars at the top of his lungs, desperately blocking his path. Hearing this, Lona steps up to block him as well. I am sorry, Cao Neng, but I cannot let you leave either. Bai Ping stands right beside her, cutting off his escape. As long as you do not go to the northern battlefield, you can go absolutely anywhere else. That is the solemn promise I made to Chairman Fang. Cao Neng narrows his eyes in deadly seriousness. The phantom weapons materialize behind him, radiating a suffocating, bloodthirsty aura. Even after I have just proven my overwhelming strength, Qingjing fires back without a second of hesitation. Exactly. Do not even try it. You are only at the 6th tier. Even if you reach the 8th or 9th tier, I still will not let you set a single foot on that battlefield. Hearing their absolute refusal, Cao Neng replies with icy calm. Very well. Then there is nothing left to discuss. Out of nowhere, thick plumes of smoke erupt. A dense, blinding fog instantly swallows the entire area. His voice echoes from the shadows. Let us just skip to the fighting. Qingjing realizes instantly that words are utterly useless now. He scoffs arrogantly. Cao Neng, trying to use a simple smokescreen against a high-tier master? You are far too naive. You cannot escape the lock of my spiritual energy. He lunges forward with a thunderous battle cry. Today, I will show you the absolute despair of a tier difference. Qingjing charges recklessly into the smokescreen. Suddenly, his hands grab onto something soft. His face goes completely blank, utterly confused about what he has just touched. Lona's face flushes with explosive fury. She snaps her head toward Qingjing and roars. You old pervert! Where exactly are your hands touching? Hearing her voice, his soul nearly leaves his body. He panics as if he has just seen a ghost. He freezes completely when he realizes where his hands are resting. Qingjing screams in absolute horror. Wait, no, this is an illusion realm. A chilling thought crosses his mind. How dare this brat use illusion arts against me? I am a level 9 illusion brawler. He is truly showing off his pathetic tricks in front of a true master. To shatter an illusion, There is only one absolute method. You must violently reverse the flow of your spiritual energy. It is a clash of pure mental dominance. For a level 9 illusion combat master, getting trapped should be impossible. Their minds are supposed to be unbreakable fortresses. Suddenly, Qingjing gasps for air. He aggressively shoves Lona aside, his face pale as a ghost. "Shatter," he roars, glaring daggers. "You brat! You dare use the same cheap trick on me again? I will personally teach you a lesson in respect." Standing in the distance, Cao Neng watches in genuine surprise. Qingjing had actually broken through the encirclement of the genetic weapons. Gathering his explosive aura, the old master unleashes a devastating palm strike directly at Cao Neng. "Did you really think you could just hide?" But right before impact, his hand strikes something entirely unnatural. Panic violently seizes him instantly. His eyes widen in absolute horror, as if he had just locked eyes with the king of hell himself. He jerks his hand back as if burned by hellfire. The whites of his eyes show as pure terror drains every ounce of color from his face. A sharp slap suddenly echoes through the air. Lona strikes him across the face. "Qingjing, you filthy old pervert, give me your life," she shrieks. Desperate, he scrambles to defend his fading honor. "Lona, wait. Please calm down. I swear it was an accident. Cao Neng trapped me in another damn illusion." Only then does reality crash down upon him. A chilling thought creeps into his mind. Wait, if that was not real, then my technique failed? Have I been trapped inside the illusion from the very beginning? A double-layered illusion realm. He realizes with mounting dread. Has Cao Neng's mastery of the mind truly reached such a terrifying level? Before he can even process the shock, the world around him violently twists again. He is instantly transported to a barren wasteland. A freezing, blindingly white expanse of endless snow stretches in all directions. "Where the hell am I now?" he thinks, shivering. Suddenly, a child's trembling voice cuts through the freezing wind. "Mom, Dad, where are you?" Chaos erupts as bloody brawls break out everywhere around him. Thugs brandishing lethal weapons swarm the snowy streets. Recognition finally strikes him like a physical blow. This is the Northern District. Cao Neng, what sick game are you playing? Out of nowhere, a massive lion mutant lunges ferociously toward a helpless little girl. She scrambles through the snow, crying in absolute terror. Witnessing this brutal sight, Qingjing completely loses his legendary composure. "No, stop right there," he roars, his blood boiling. The beastly mutant locks eyes with him, shifting its deadly intent, while Qingjing's fury ignites. "Cao Neng, show yourself." Just then, a towering mutant boar raises a heavy club from his blind spot, ready to crush his skull. Qingjing whips his head around, his breath turning to mist in the freezing air. He forcefully calms his racing heart. "Cao Neng, where are you hiding?" In his distraction, a vicious sneak attack strikes him dead in the back. But a master is still a master. He instantly regains his footing. Launching a brutal counterattack, he grunts, "You damn brat. You actually hit to kill." With a devastating blow, Qingjing sends who he thinks is Cao Neng, rolling helplessly across the frozen ground. But as the dust settles, the horrifying truth is revealed. It is not Cao Neng at all. He has just battered Bai Ping. Clutching his stomach in excruciating pain, Bai Ping collapses to his knees, completely unable to stand. Qingjing freezes in pure shock. What? What is this? Suffocating tension grips Qingjing's throat. Cold sweat pours down his trembling face, soaking him completely as if he had just stood in a torrential downpour. He grinds his teeth so hard they might shatter. Exactly how many layers of illusions are stacked here? He questions in despair. I am a mighty level 9 illusion combat master, yet I am dancing entirely in the palm of a kid's hand. Outside the mental battlefield, the camera crew watches the bizarre physical display in absolute disbelief. Jaws drop all around. A terrifying, suffocating silence descends upon the entire monitoring room. The footage playing on the monitors tells a shocking story. It shows Qingjing brutally slapping Lona, then viciously kicking Bai Ping to the ground. The sheer absurdity of the scene leaves the spectators questioning their own sanity. What on earth is happening over there? Why is Senator Wu's team suddenly turning on each other? Could this absolute madness truly be the work of Captain Cao? Liang Qi stares at the monitors, his face completely pale with disbelief. How is this even remotely possible? He screams internally. Teacher has been completely swallowed by an illusion yet again. He is a supreme level 9 master. Even with his spiritual aura fully unleashed and violently fluctuating, someone is still effortlessly trapping him inside a mental cage. A confident, borderline wicked smirk creeps onto Cao Neng's face. Watching the chaos unfold, he thinks to himself in absolute satisfaction, "Oh, Teacher Wu, you may be a legendary level 9 master, but my ultimate illusions do not require a single drop of spiritual energy. They merely cost me 1 million alliance coins per activation. And thanks to the Heavenly King Corporation's recent victory, my pocket change is currently sitting at 500 billion. Brace yourself, old man. The true nightmare has not even begun. Back in the illusion, Qingjing reaches his absolute breaking point. He clenches his fists so tight his knuckles turn bone white. This defies all logic, he bellows in pure, unadulterated rage. Cao Neng, stop hiding and face me like a man. With a primal roar, he unleashes his ultimate technique. Multi-layered Phantom Strike. Instantly, Qingjing's body splits into dozens of blindingly fast afterimages. Raising his hands to channel a devastating attack, his voice booms like thunder. If it is an illusion game you want, I will crush you and your mental trickery together. Outside, Liang Qi watches in sheer panic. That is his ultimate multi-layered blood phantom strike. He gasps, terrified. Has the teacher completely lost his mind? Does he forget we are inside the federal headquarters? Everyone, evacuate immediately. It is too dangerous. Yet amidst the rising panic, Cao Neng does not even flinch. Standing perfectly still, he murmurs with chilling calmness. Oh, there will not be any danger at all. The exact moment those words leave his lips, Qingjing's terrifying afterimages vanish into thin air. A majestic azure dragon manifests, effortlessly shattering the illusionary realm. Liang Qi's jaw drops straight to the floor. What in the hell? What kind of god-tier technique was that? He completely nullified the teacher's ultimate illusion in a split second. Absolute shock paralyzes everyone in the room. Slowly pushing himself up from the cold floor, Bai Ping coughs violently. The illusion realm has finally collapsed. Snapping back to reality, Lona, Qingjing, and Bai Ping instantly ignite their auras. They charge forward in a deadly synchronized triangle formation. Cao Neng, you arrogant brat. There is nowhere left to run. We are going to beat you senseless. Director Cao, please forgive my inevitable ruthlessness. Even Tong Tong, who had been completely silent in the shadows, finally speaks up with a dire warning. Cao Neng, run for your life. Their mental states have fully recovered. Sensing the overwhelming killing intent, the genetic combat weapons instantly mobilize. They form a metallic wall of absolute defense around Cao Neng. Unfazed by the incoming bloodlust, a dark glint flashes in the young man's eyes. Well, it seems dealing with Teacher Wu and his elite squad requires a bit more effort, he sighs. 4 genetic combat weapons just will not cut it. His playful demeanor vanishes in a heartbeat. Knitting his brows with absolute authority, he smirks. So, if 4 are not enough to bury you all, space violently contorts as 4 more terrifying genetic weapons warp into existence. The overwhelming metallic pressure forces the charging trio to grind to a horrifying halt. Then, how about I give you 8? Cao Neng's voice booms like a supreme commander. Obliterate them all. He didn't even pause. All 8 genetic weapons raised their blades in perfect synchronization. The 3 slashes merged into one devastating strike. The crowd gasped in pure terror. What on earth? The conference room's reinforced glass shattered into a million glittering fragments. The sheer blast blew the 3 elders off their feet. Qingjing stared wide-eyed, his reality completely crumbling. 8. 8 of them! He stammered, his voice trembling. Beside him, Lona desperately braced her hands against the rubble, fighting just to keep her knees from buckling under the overwhelming pressure. Words failed her entirely. Stepping through the settling dust, Gao Neng looked down at the absolute powerhouses of humanity. Teacher Wu, Aunt Lona, Uncle Bai. You have lost. Flanked by his mechanical army, he strode toward the massive crater in the wall. He didn't look back as he beckoned with one hand. Tang Tang, we are leaving. Her eyes sparked with absolute excitement as she immediately darted after him. Right behind you. Panic finally broke through Qingjing's composure. Stop him! Gao Neng, do not do this, he roared, desperately stumbling forward. Your role right now isn't on the front lines. Use your head. Be rational. Wait. Seeing the boy's unrelenting back, the elder's expression hardened into pure steel. If you refuse to listen, then I have no choice but to stop you with everything I have. But his booming declaration died in his throat. His jaw dropped, and his pupils shrank to absolute pinpricks as he stared at the sky. It wasn't just 8. Dozens. No. Hundreds of Tier 8 genetic weapons blotted out the sun. They hovered in perfectly lethal formation, with Gao Neng and Tong Tong standing like gods at their absolute center. The sheer density of the mechanical armada swarming the sky was suffocating. The absolute oppressive aura radiating from them pressed down heavily, making it entirely impossible for anyone to breathe. Staring at the mechanical leviathans eclipsing the sky, Qingjing's voice cracked. Are all of these genetic weapons? This power output. Every single one is at least tier 8. Down in the streets, the citizens of Hope City were completely paralyzed by the apocalyptic sight. Over 100 tier 8 weapons? Can Speaker Wu even survive that, let alone stop him? Qingjing swayed dizzily, the bitter truth forcing a defeated laugh from his lips. Stop him? I couldn't even stop 10 of them. Meanwhile, hiding in the shadows, Liang Qi's jaw practically hit the floor. He actually did it. He freaking did it again, Liang Qi muttered, his mind blown. The impossible miracle I only dared to dream about is happening right in front of me. Realizing the catastrophic implications, Lona and Bai Ping immediately threw themselves in front of the broadcasting crews. Cut the cameras right now. This level of military intelligence must be completely blacked out. If the alien spies hiding within Hope City see this, it is over, they shouted. But from his throne in the sky, Gao Neng coldly raised a hand to interrupt them. Do not interfere, Aunt Lona, Uncle Bai, Teacher Wu. His voice echoed with divine authority. Let them film every single second. His piercing gaze locked dead onto the main broadcast lens, staring straight into the souls of billions. Today, in front of the entire human alliance, since I have revealed these tier 8 genetic weapons, I have absolutely nothing left to hide. The elite officials standing behind Qingjing felt their knees go completely weak. Gasps ripped through the crowd. He just confirmed it. They really are tier 8. This level of firepower is utterly insane. Letting the shockwave settle, Gao Neng slowly closed his eyes. When he spoke again, his voice was deadly calm. I know for a fact that alien spies are scurrying like rats within our alliance. I have faced them. I have slaughtered them. And I know you cowards are watching this very live broadcast right now. He smirked dangerously. But I do not care. His eyes snapped open, blazing with an unyielding, furious aura that pierced through the screen. This is my official declaration of war to the entire alien race, and to every single citizen of the human alliance. Hear me now. I, Gao Neng, will absolutely never cower behind these pathetic walls again. Every giant screen across the districts broadcasted his towering figure. I want those alien rats to scurry back to their masters, take this information back, and let absolute terror consume you. The 4 great districts of Hope City, East, West, South, and North. He pointed his blade down at the earth. This is, and always will be, the sovereign territory of humanity. The reporters were completely mesmerized, their mouths hanging open in awe, yet their hands gripped their cameras with an iron grip, desperate to capture history in the making. I do not care about the cold logic of politicians. I refuse to accept millions of dry bones as a necessary sacrifice. I only care about the 20 million lives in the Northern District. I will never abandon a single soul. Anyone who dares to stand in my way is my sworn enemy. The sheer weight of his conviction washed over the elders. Qingjing silently lowered his gaze, utterly defeated by the boy's resolve. Gao Neng's voice softened just a fraction. Teacher Wu, I know it is not cowardice. I know you only hesitate because you understand how fragile humanity truly is right now. Uncle Bai and Aunt Lona stood frozen, letting every profound word carve itself into their souls. You were simply buying time, praying that humanity could quietly accumulate enough strength to survive. You bet everything on winning the final apocalyptic war 1 year from now. His eyes blazed like supernovas, burning with unshakable conviction. But the absolute apex warriors of humanity should never cower behind steel walls. This is not how the strong are meant to fight. This is not how we survive. Because I believe in our ultimate victory. Thrusting his blade toward the heavens, Gao Neng's roar shattered the very clouds above. Humanity's great rise begins today. As if sparked by lightning, millions of citizens simultaneously threw their fists into the air. A deafening, world-shaking chant erupted. Humanity will rise! Humanity will rise! Humanity will rise! Riding the absolute peak of morale, Gao Neng snapped his gaze forward. Move out, he commanded. Standing atop his majestic white dragon, he tore through the sky, trailed by a world-ending legion of mecha gods. Tang Tang pumped her fist, completely high on adrenaline. Humanity's rise! The great death god Tang is about to raid the northern borders and exterminate every last alien. Watching the legendary armada vanish into the horizon, Uncle Bai's eyes gleamed with a terrifying, awakened bloodlust. He is absolutely right. Humanity will finally rise. Beside him, Aunt Lona stood paralyzed, a profound realization hitting her. If that is the absolute truth, then what on earth are we still waiting for? Uncle Bai's aura violently exploded, completely consumed by murderous intent. Exactly. We are done waiting. The new era of blood and iron has already arrived. Without another second of hesitation, he launched himself into the sky, tearing through the sound barrier to chase the boy. I, Bai Ping, will carve my name into this new era. Not to be outdone, a blazing trail of light erupted as Aunt Lona shot up right behind him. And I refuse to be left in the dust of history, she declared fiercely. The chaotic battlefield was suddenly left with only Qingjing and Liang Qi. Staring at the empty sky, Speaker Wu repeatedly murmured the boy's world-shattering mantra. Humanity will rise. Humanity will rise. Slowly, his trembling hands clenched into iron fists. The long-lost fire of his youth reignited in his ancient eyes. He is right. For 100 agonizing years, we have been butchered and oppressed. It is damn well time we rise up. Yet, hidden in the ruins, Liang Qi remained absolutely silent. His eyes were locked intensely onto the vanishing trails of light, a mysterious plot brewing in his mind. Meanwhile, far removed from the city's heroic uproar, deep within the ominous shadows of the secret sect's grand hall, where an ancient gold and black plaque loomed over everything with a suffocating presence, the ancient monk sits in deep meditation, his voice echoing with absolute awe. To break through the realm in merely 1 month, in just 3 days, the title of Esoteric Sect Master will be yours. Golden lightning violently crackles around Sha Shimo as he faces his master. He drops heavily to one knee, his voice burning with desire. Master, send me to the vanguard. I must join the northern battlefield. His face hardens into an unyielding mask of absolute resolve. Gritting his teeth, Sha Shimo presses on. I have already lost to Cao Neng in sheer talent. If my willpower crumbles too, what right do I have to lead the esoteric sect? Hearing this, Master Wu Xin furrows his brows with deep concern. Is your mind truly set? Sha Shimo locks his burning gaze on the distant horizon. Yes, Master, my path is chosen, and absolutely nothing will change it. Seeing this blazing fire in his disciple, Wu Xin simply narrows his eyes. Knowing he cannot extinguish such fierce determination, he finally nods. Then go. But carve this into your soul. The esoteric sect bows to no one. If you fall in battle, I shall personally retrieve your bones. Deeply moved by this heavy vow, Sha Shimo rises to his feet. Thank you, Master. I, Sha Shimo, swear I will never fall behind Cao Neng. As his legendary promise echoes, the wheels of time spin forward. Meanwhile, within the grand halls of the Wei family, Wei Wuya places a heavy, weathered hand on the kneeling young man's shoulder. Go forth, my son. Do not let the Wei family name turn to ash. Wei Yayang looks up, his eyes flashing with the unshakable resolve of a true warrior heading to slaughter. Yes, father. The scene shifts to the mystical ancient Ime sect. A towering 3-story pagoda pierces the sky, surrounded by endless mountain forests. Sect Master Zhou Roro stands with her hands clasped behind her back. Closing her eyes, her cold voice cuts through the wind. Go. But once you step onto that battlefield, forget that you were ever born a woman. Hearing this harsh truth, the disciple behind her drops to one knee in absolute submission. I understand, Master. Zhou Ruoruo glances back, her icy exterior melting into profound tenderness. Do not call me Master anymore. You are grown now. Call me Mother. There are no outsiders here. Clad entirely in men's armor, Zhou Jin's eyes suddenly shine with overwhelming joy. A warm, brilliant smile breaks across her face. Yes, Mother. Satisfied, Zhou Ruoruo tilts her head to gaze at the endless, cloud-swept sky. Her brows knit together in heavy contemplation. The echoes of Cao Neng's legendary call to arms still ring in her mind. Humanity's time to rise has finally come, but the merciless clock of destiny waits for no one. Far away at the Radiant Light sect, the massive bronze doors of the Great Hall groan open, letting blinding sunlight flood the sacred floors. Yi Qinglian struts out with absolute authority, her loyal followers trailing behind her. Seeing her arrive, Qingge steps forward from the ranks of elite guards. Has the Holy Maiden finally given her approval? Yi Qinglian's eyes flash with fierce competitive spirit. She has. Our sect absolutely refuses to be left in the dust. Qingje instantly thrusts her fist toward the heavens, her voice roaring like thunder. We will never fall behind. The divine honor of the Westlight Duan family shall be defended with our lives. In perfect unison, hundreds of armored guards and soldiers raise their legendary weapons to the sky. Their battle cries shake the very earth. For the Duan family, for the Radiant Light sect, for the Alliance, for all of humanity, the fiery winds of war continue to blow across the continent. At the heavily fortified Eastern Command Base, endless rows of military hangars bask under the glaring sun. A pristine military uniform steps into the light, 4 golden stars gleam blindingly upon her shoulders, radiating absolute authority. Sleek, pitch-black combat boots strike the ground with a rhythmic, intimidating click. Shen Ninger marches forward with overwhelming presence, passing between 2 rows of elite military police. Salute to Vice Commander Shen. Their voices boom in perfect synchronization. Meanwhile, inside a heavily guarded tactical command tent, Changsheng's face is carved from stone as he looks up from the war maps. You have arrived. When do you deploy? Upholding strict military discipline, Shen Ninger snaps a flawless salute. Immediately, sir. Hearing her zero hesitation response, Changsheng furrows his brows deeply. Ninger, he begins, his tone shifting. Do you understand why I made this choice? I could have deployed anyone else to the vanguard, yet I ordered your second uncle to lead the charge. Why? Her gaze remains as sharp as a drawn blade, devoid of any fear, because the bloodline of the Shen family belongs on the absolute front lines of hell. Receiving the perfect answer, Changsheng closes his eyes and nods with immense pride. Exactly. Spoken like a true Shen, he slowly rises from his command chair. Shedding the aura of a supreme commander, he looks at her with the tender weight of a grandfather. In the past, when it came to your personal matters and the matters of your heart, I never once interfered or asked a single question. But today, I must ask you, Ninger, do you truly wish to marry that boy? The rigid armor of a soldier instantly melts from her eyes. A breathtaking smile graces Shen Ninger's lips as pure joy radiates from her soul. I do. Still harboring a sliver of doubt, Changsheng steps directly in front of her. Are you absolutely certain? Seeing her unshakable conviction, the hardened general's eyes soften with profound familial love. Then drag him back alive from that bloodbath. He has earned the right to stand arrogant as the grandson-in-law of the legendary Shen family. Shen Ninger's heart flutters as she beams brightly. I will, grandfather. The scene shifts to the absolute zenith of human power. The Supreme Military Command Center. Elite mechanized guards stand outside, their weapons radiating lethal energy. Inside, 3 titans of humanity stare deadlocked at a massive holographic screen. It displays Cao Neng soaring through the skies on a magnificent white dragon. Li Tiannan violently scowls, his voice laced with heavy displeasure. He is about to breach the northern border. If we strike now, we can still intercept him. But Mu Bai ignores the outburst, slowly turning his piercing gaze toward the middle-aged man beside him, Qin Jianfei. If Li Tiannan and I were not in this room, what order would you give? The man's reply slices through the tension like a blade. Master, I would let him fly right through. Mu Bai's eyes narrow into dangerous slits. Explain yourself. Cao Neng possesses power that could rewrite the very destiny of the human race. But if he is slaughtered on that battlefield, do you truly believe humanity has any hope left? Qin Jianfei, the ultimate disciple of Elder Sword and the reigning supreme commander, stands unyielding. We do. Because he has already set the Alliance's fighting spirit utterly ablaze. If he survives, that raging inferno of willpower will never die out. But even if he falls into the abyss, his dying will shall crystallize into an indestructible seed of hope. Even if the capital of hope falls to ruins a year from now, the human race will never go extinct. The absolute certainty in his voice shatters the room's tension. Throwing his head back, Mu Bai erupts into roaring, triumphant laughter. Well said. A brand new era has finally descended upon us. The bloody path to the future belongs entirely to them. As long as the flames of humanity's fighting spirit continue to burn, we will never be truly conquered. The old man turned to his longtime friend. Elder Li, shouldn't we send someone to protect him? After all, this was his most precious disciple. But Li Tiannan just ground his teeth. His eyes blazed with annoyance as he snapped back. Protect my foot. That brat quietly forged over 100 Tier 8 genetic weapons. Who needs protection? Right now, who could possibly be more arrogant than him? He then aggressively pointed at the guards behind him. Connect me to the underground city's information terminal immediately. The guard blinked in confusion. Are we calling the Cloud headquarters, sir? Tiannan shot down the idea. No. Call Dr. Lan at the Genetic Weapon Research Institute. The radio crackled to life. Elder Li, this is Lan Ruohua. Tiannan wasted no time. Dr. Lan, tell me the truth. Exactly how many Tier 8 genetic weapons did Gao Neng forge in that institute? On the other end, Ruohua held her comms device in one hand and a steaming mug in the other. Well, a conservative estimate would be 10, but I cannot be completely sure. He demanded absolute secrecy for his synthesis experiments. He refused to let anyone else participate or even watch. However, he completely drained the Alliance's material reserves for our lab. Hearing this, Tiannan's brow furrowed. His gaze darkened as he asked, Ruohua, have you not been watching the news? The question left Ruahua completely baffled. The news? Elderly, you know I never watch broadcasts. But if you are ordering me to, I will tune in right now. Tiannan's anger hit the boiling point. Veins bulged on his forehead as Tiannan's anger hit the boiling point. Veins bulged on his forehead as he roared into the comms. Forget the damn broadcast. Answer me this first. In the past month, exactly how many ARM components did that kid manufacture? You must know that much. Ruohua maintained her calm, analytical tone. If we are talking about ARM components, he made over 200, calculating an 80% success rate. He could only synthesize 10 complete weapons at most. This logic pushed Tiannan over the edge. He raised his fist and screamed, 10? What do you mean 10? Listen to me. Gao Neng pulled out over 100 of them. Over 100! With only 200 parts, did that monster achieve a 100% success rate on Tier 8 weapons? He slowly looked back up at the giant monitor, utterly defeated by the boy's genius. The new generation was truly washing the old away like a tidal wave. Tiannan let out a heavy sigh. A melancholy shadow crossed his weathered face. A brand new era is truly beginning. How quickly time slips away. Meanwhile, at the northern sector's airfield, countless workers desperately shoveled snow, forcing a narrow path through the frozen wasteland. A frantic voice pierced the freezing air. Clear the runway. Hurry. From a nearby watchtower, an urgent announcement echoed. The transport planes are approaching. Speed it up. Amidst the shivering crowd of refugees, a little girl tugged at her grandmother's sleeve. Grandma, when is our plane coming to save us? The old woman pulled her close, her voice trembling. Soon, my sweet, soon. The Alliance will never abandon us. They promised. Suddenly, fingers pointed wildly toward the gray heavens. Look, the transports are here. After 2 agonized days and nights, they finally arrived. Everyone, get ready to board. But the desperate crowd surged forward like a tidal wave. 2 frantic guards at the gate screamed over the chaos. Do not panic. Stop pushing. The planes have not even landed yet. If you swarm the runway, they cannot touch down. None of us will make it out. Panic turned into madness. Several desperate men shoved against the barricades, roaring, "Let us through. Get out of the way. We have elderly and children here. We waited too long for this." Bang! A deafening gunshot shattered the uproar. A soldier had fired his pistol into the air to establish dominance. The terrified mob instantly froze, cowed into submission. The armed soldier glared at them, his voice echoing with fury. "Step back, all of you. We are running out of time." The next person who pushes. But before he could finish his threat, bam! A devastating punch crashed into his face like a falling meteor. The soldier collapsed hard onto the icy ground. Standing over him was Commander Shen Fei, his eyes blazing with absolute wrath. "Who gave you the order to fire?" The stunned soldier clutched his bleeding face, trying to justify his actions. But Commander Shen Fei's fists clenched so tight his knuckles turned white. "We are stationed here to guarantee the safe evacuation of every single citizen. Our weapons are meant only for the alien coalition." He turned his back on the disgraced soldier, his voice cold and absolute. "Maintain order. You are an Alliance soldier. Act like one." The chastised guard could only salute through the pain, offering a shaky, "Yes, sir." Despite his firm command, Shen Fei's eyes betrayed deep anxiety as he scanned the massive crowd. In the face of impending death, holding this fragile peace was a near impossible task. He watched his troops struggle to organize the panicked lines. A dark realization settled in his chest. If this dragged on any longer, a full-scale riot was inevitable. Shen Fei looked up toward the imposing skyline, his warrior's heart aching. If given the choice, he would rather be bleeding on the front lines, defending the city gates. But right now, ensuring the survival of these people was humanity's final, most critical defensive line. Finally, the heavy transport planes touched down safely on the cleared ice. The loading ramp dropped, and 3 elite soldiers immediately sprinted toward him. "Commander Shen, we bring top-secret orders from military command." Shen Fei's eyes narrowed in suspicion. He snapped a textbook salute. "2nd Legion, Major General Shen Fei reporting. Awaiting orders." The lead messenger returned the sharp salute, his expression grim. "Commander Shen, you are ordered to immediately mobilize your troops to the northern gate. You must hold back the alien coalition at all costs. Do not let a single beast set foot into the northern sector." Hearing this, Shen Fei's brow furrowed in utter disbelief. "The northern gate? But we are in the middle of." The messenger ruthlessly cut him off. "It is a direct order from Commander-in-Chief Qin." Another soldier quickly stepped forward, presenting an open, high-tech briefcase. "Commander Shen, there is a video file included." The Commander-in-Chief stated that, once you watch it, you will understand everything. The massive screens flickered to life. Gao Neng's imposing figure appeared, flanked by a terrifying squad of Generation 8 mecha weapons. His voice boomed with absolute authority. Hear me, foreign races, and citizens of the Human Alliance. I, Gao Neng, will never cower behind these fortress walls. Shenfei stared at the broadcast in absolute shock. Gao Neng's declaration echoed through the air. I will make these invaders carry a message back to their masters. I will make them carry back absolute despair. Across the 4 great districts of the capital of Hope, from east to west, south to north, every single citizen, young and old, stood in stunned silence as his words rang out across human territory. I reject the cold calculations of politicians. I refuse to build our victory on mountains of human bones. My only priority is the 20 million lives in the Northern District. I will never abandon them. Anyone who stands in my way becomes my mortal enemy. Shenfei covered his face, a wave of dizzying relief washing over him. You crazy kid, he muttered with a strained laugh. Well said. You finally made it. His eyes hardened with sudden burning resolve. Turning to his troops, he roared, Brothers in arms, the moment for humanity's counterattack is here. Who among you is brave enough to ride with me? The soldiers slammed into perfect formation. Their response shook the very earth. We are ready. Lead the way. Blood pumping with adrenaline, Shenfei thrust his sword forward. Move out. Destination, the Northern District gates. But before they could march, a desperate voice shattered the moment. General, wait. The civilian refugees, ignited by Gao Neng's speech, surged forward toward the commander. Take us with you. The North is our home. If it falls, we die with it. They are right. We stop running today. This is our homeland. Shenfei froze, heavy conflict tearing at his features. But the battlefield is a meat grinder. It is a soldier's duty to bleed, not yours. An older, battle-scarred civilian stepped from the crowd, his eyes pleading with raw emotion. General, we know the northern stronghold stands on the brink of annihilation. Many of us are too old to swing a sword. We cannot fight on the front lines, but we can be your shields. We can carry your supplies. The roaring crowd of refugees instantly erupted in agreement. Let us march. Please, General. Let us fight for our home. The overwhelming tidal wave of human spirit hit Shenfei hard. He stood paralyzed, struck dumb by their unyielding courage. A heartbeat passed. Then, throwing his arm toward the heavens, his voice shattered the skies. So be it. We march together into hell. Objective: the northern gates. Meanwhile, miles away at the bleeding edge of the front line, the northern stronghold stood battered, its crumbling walls held together by little more than rubble and human grit. Beyond those fragile barriers, an endless, nightmarish sea of mutated beasts swarmed, their deafening roars shaking the foundations of the earth. Demonic behemoths glared up at the defenders, their blood-red eyes burning with pure, murderous hatred. A bloodied scout saluted his commanding officer, Commander Jian Fei. The enemy vanguard numbers 30,000. This marks their third massive assault today. Jian Fei's brows locked in a fierce scowl, his gaze dripping with absolute defiance. Bastards, he spat, pushing 5 waves in a single day. Even with an army of 200,000, they are bleeding just as badly as we are. Gripping his blood-stained blade, he spun to face his battered, exhausted troops. Warriors, this is a test of sheer human will. Every second we buy with our blood allows our people to escape. Our families are right behind us. We die before we yield, death before surrender. The bruised and broken soldiers roared back with earth-shattering fury. Death before surrender. Their war cries echoed off the ruined ramparts. Suddenly, a desperate messenger sprinted through the chaos. "Commander!" he screamed, practically tripping over himself. "A Class S directive from High Command." Jian Fei's battle-hardened face twisted in confusion. He closed his tired eyes, preparing for the worst. His voice was terrifyingly calm. "If they are ordering a retreat, burn the message. Tell Supreme Commander Qin we can hold this line for another day. No, give us 2 days." But the messenger frantically shook his head. "Sir, it is not a retreat order. It is a stand-and-die directive." Jian Fei froze as the sheer gravity of the words hit him. The scout gasped out the rest of the transmission. "Supreme Commander Qin orders the Northern Vanguard to lock down the battlefield. We are to slaughter any alien invader that dares cross our borders." A moment of dead silence passed. Then, Jian Fei threw his head back, unleashing a booming, manic laugh. "A lockdown order? A fight to the death command? Magnificent, absolutely magnificent. We finally get to walk the legendary path of Commander Li." His aura exploded, his eyes turning cold and deadly. The bloodlust of a true warrior rolled off him in waves. "Hear my vow. Even if this stronghold becomes our tomb, not a single man takes a step backward." But suddenly, an ocean of voices shattered the tension. The entire front line whipped around in shock. "Charge! Kill them all!" Jianfei's jaw dropped. Through the dust and chaos, a massive shadow approached. Down below the ramparts, General Shen Fei was leading a tidal wave of reinforcements. Jianfei's mind raced, completely baffled. Shen Fei? What in God's name is he doing here? He was assigned to civilian evacuation. Why the hell is he charging the front line? The radar technician beside him suddenly paled, staring at his monitor. "Commander! The thermal scanners are going crazy!" 3 kilometers behind General Shen, there is a massive heat signature. We are tracking at least 100,000 humans marching this way. Jianfei's eyes nearly popped out of his skull. 100,000? Don't tell me. He squinted through the dust, spotting civilians armed with nothing but pipes and pitchforks. That madman brought the refugees into a war zone. What is he thinking? But before he could process the sheer insanity of it, the monstrous blare of an alien war horn ripped through the sky. Jianfei's blood ran cold. He gripped the stone wall, his knuckles turning white. The invasion signal. Damn it, they are initiating the meat grinder. Cold sweat poured down his face. His mind calculated the devastating odds. The Northern Vanguard has almost 0 high-tier awakeners left. Without elite fighters holding the line, 100,000 regular defenders will be slaughtered by a direct clash with 30,000 alien elites. If they breach our defenses for even a second, it will be a one-sided massacre. Panic seizing his heart, Jianfei roared into his comms. "Shen Fei, you idiot. Fall back. Get those civilians out of the blast zone before it is too late." Shen Fei ignores the warning completely. He leads the charge with fiery momentum, aura blazing. He roars the battle command, and his men echo his resolve in unison. "Yes, sir." Up above, Jianfei can only watch in frustration. Left with no choice, he raises his hand. "Fire! Give them cover!" The fortress walls instantly erupt. Heavy artillery rains down on the alien Elephant Brigade. Massive explosions engulf the battlefield in thick, pitch-black smoke, but the barrage is not enough. From within the dense ash, furious, earth-shattering roars tear through the air. As the dust settles, a terrifying sight is revealed. The massive beasts stand completely unharmed. The attack only fueled their raging bloodlust. Cold sweat drips down Jianfei's face. His eyes widen in absolute horror. The Snow Clan beasts are acting as impenetrable meat shields, making normal weapons completely useless. He recalls past wars against these monsters. For over a century, the art of war has violently evolved. Humanity and the alien races are locked in an endless arms race. We went from primitive firearms to cutting-edge technology. We combined heavy artillery with deadly melee weapons. Yet, despite all our progress, one brutal truth remains. The tide of war is always decided by the high-tier elites. He remembers a single beastman slaughtering 3 human warriors. The physical limits of an alien elite far exceed a human master. On the front lines, the enemy can easily fight 1 against 3. That is why the northern sector is a living hell to defend. Suddenly, a shadow passes overhead. Jianfei looks up in utter disbelief. A warrior wielding a massive greatsword is soaring right past them. Shen Fei brandishes his heavy blade. He roars at the enemy forces. "The northern sector is forbidden ground. You shall not pass." He brings his sword crashing down. Dark blue aura explodes, kicking up a massive storm of dust. Shen Fei stands tall, eyes burning with fury. "Brothers, for the dawn of humanity, today, we fight to our very last breath." His burning resolve ignites the human army. The soldiers scream at the top of their lungs. "For the dawn of humanity, for the dawn of humanity." Looking down from the battlements, Jianfei's jaw drops. "Shen Fei, hold your ground. Do not be reckless. Focus on defense." But his warning falls on deaf ears. Jianfei is utterly speechless. Cold sweat drips down his chin as realization hits him. They severely lack high-tier warriors. Yet Shen Fei is leading a suicide charge. This reckless battle tactic is completely out of character for him. Suddenly, a scout rushes to the command post. "Commander, massive high-energy spikes detected. They are closing in on the battlefield. Thermal scanners are off the charts. We have over 100 elite enemies incoming." Jianfei's blood runs cold. "What did you just say?" The scout points violently toward the clouds. "Look up. Someone is dropping from the sky." Jianfei stares upward in absolute shock. Half his face is cast in deep shadow as he stammers. A youth in crimson robes appears. Beside him is Tang Tang, riding atop a majestic white dragon. They are primed for slaughter. It is Gao Neng. Without warning, Tang Tang aims her heavy cannon downward. She locks onto the target. Her terrifying weapon unleashes a colossal, blazing rocket. The warhead crashes into the enemy front line. A devastating explosion rips the earth apart, spewing thick black ash. The impenetrable elephant beasts are instantly vaporized in a sea of hellfire. As the smoke clears, a massive, smoldering crater is left behind. The invincible beasts have been reduced to nothing but charred remains. The surviving alien monsters are paralyzed with dread. The whites of their eyes show as terror consumes them. Tang Tang just smirks, completely thrilled. Gao Neng, did you see that? My single shot just wiped out an elite beast and over 300-foot soldiers. When it comes to battlefield dominance, you are no match for the Grim Reaper Tang. Down below, an enemy commander points its jagged claw toward the heavens. Look up there. It is Gao Neng. That arrogant brat actually dared to show his face in the northern sector. High above, Gao Neng crosses his arms with a confident smirk. Sorry, Tang Tang, but the main character's aura is not something you can just steal. His smug remark leaves her utterly speechless, face turning pale with annoyance. The alien horde suddenly breaks into wicked grins. This is the ultimate prize. If we capture him, the 7th prince will shower us in riches. Our 14th prince will pay a king's ransom for his head. Princes from over 50 different clans have placed a massive bounty on him. The reward doubles if taken alive. We will become legends today. Vicious crimson aura erupts around the enemy commanders. They launch themselves into the sky, roaring their orders. All elite warriors, attack. Capture Gao Neng alive. Down below, Shen Fei realizes the danger. He leads the human charge with a fierce battle cry. Protect Gao Neng. Kill them all. Seeing the human advance, a faction of beasts breaks off to intercept. We will crush his bodyguards. Just make sure we get our cut of the bounty. The leading monster glances back with a sinister sneer. Do not worry. He is just a mid-tier weakling. Once we drag him back alive, everyone gets rich. Floating above, Tang Tang grinds her teeth in sheer frustration. These absolute morons cannot even recognize true power. How dare they ignore the Grim Reaper Tang? But Gao Neng just raises a finger, completely unbothered. You get so excited over killing 2 elites. Tang Tang, your standards are way too low. He slowly draws his blade. His eyes flash with a terrifying crimson glow, overflowing with pure killing intent. Let me show you how a true hero shines on the battlefield. By now, the horde of elite beasts has surrounded him, dripping with arrogance. He is not even resisting. What an arrogant fool. They close the net, ready to snatch their prize. Surround him, break his legs. Gao Neng simply scoffs. A chilling smirk spreads across his face. Surround me? I think you monsters are horribly mistaken. In a flash, dozens of Generation 8 combat mechas materialize out of thin air. They draw their laser swords, completely boxing in the enemy horde. Gao Neng's voice drops to a deadly whisper. I am the one surrounding you. Before the beasts can even process their doom, the sky turns blood red. Dozens of lethal sword auras slash through the air, followed by ear-shattering explosions. The monsters are trapped in a vortex of crimson destruction. As death comes for them, a single terrified whisper escapes their lips. What? What is happening? Before a demonic beast can even finish its sentence, an invisible force slashes its face to ribbons, sending it crashing into the earth. Looking up at the sky, Shen Fei's eyes widen in absolute shock. He is here. It is real. That kid actually pulled it off. A genuine hearty laugh escapes his lips as relief washes over him. Humanity. Our time to rise has finally come. Down below, the demonic beast horde stares at the heavens in pure terror. Countless identical mechanical warriors blot out the sun, hovering in perfect formation. What in the world are those monsters? They shriek. They just slaughtered a dozen of our high-tier elites in the blink of an eye. Even their souls are crushed into dust. One beast wails. Others squint at the floating figures, stammering as they recognize the faces behind the visors. How is this even possible? Look closely, every single one of those machines has Gao Neng's face. Panic erupts through the monster ranks like wildfire, and the once fearsome beasts scramble over each other, desperately trying to flee for their lives. This is dark magic. Run for your lives. From his vantage point, Gao Neng catches a glint of hostile energy streaking through the chaos. His eyes narrow with icy displeasure. Since you are so eager to throw your lives away, then none of you are leaving this battlefield alive. In perfect synchronization, over 100 mechanical clones draw their blades. Crackling azure lightning erupts from the steel, setting the sky ablaze as they prepare for an absolute massacre. In the next heartbeat, dozens of massive sword projections rain down upon the earth like a devastating storm of divine punishment. One of the clones furrows his brows, his gaze practically dripping with suffocating killing intent, refusing to let a single enemy slip away. Below them, the relentless barrage of aura blades tears through the beast horde, shredding their formations as apocalyptic fire and thick smoke engulf the war zone. The few lucky survivors who dodge the direct hits collapse onto the scorched earth, howling in unimaginable agony. That is the power of the late 8th stage. Every single strike is a guaranteed execution. Where did humanity get so many 8th stage powerhouses? A beast commander roars in despair, requesting immediate backup from the rear. Fall back. Everyone fall back. Up on the massive fortress wall, Jian Fei leans over the edge, absolutely mesmerized by the one-sided slaughter unfolding below. Over 100 Tier 8 genetic weapons. Where in the heavens did that brat find such military power? But his shock quickly morphs into blazing battle lust. Snatching up his weapon, Jian Fei practically rips off his commander helmet, tossing it aside as his thunderous voice echoes across the front line. Slaughter them all. Humanity is taking back its pride. Gripping his massive battle axe, the legendary commander leaps straight off the towering wall, leading the charge with a blood-curdling roar to leave no enemy breathing. Meanwhile, deep within enemy territory at the central command tent of the 37 allied clans, the 10 supreme commanders sit in tense silence. 109 copies of Gaoneng? How can such a ridiculous thing exist? And every single one radiates high-tier energy. One commander growls, slamming his fist onto the table. Our intelligence suggests this might be tied to a top-secret human research initiative. Grandmaster Blood sits shrouded in heavy silence, absorbing the desperate reports from his generals. Genetic weapons, you say? He murmurs, his voice laced with dark malice. Regardless of what they are, losing over 30 high-tier commanders in a flash is a catastrophic blow. We strongly advise falling back to regroup, another alien general urges, sweat beading on his forehead. Hearing those cowardly words, Grandmaster Blood abruptly stands up, his massive frame casting a terrifying shadow over the tent. Cowards! We are not retreating a single step. The human military is running on fumes. This is our absolute best chance to shatter Hope City once and for all. His fiery gaze sweeps across the trembling room, his brows knitting together in absolute resolve. With a face that screams victory or death, he slams his fist down. If we pull back now and give those roaches a moment to breathe, 2 entire months of our brutal siege will be completely wasted. Off to the side, the Blue Ice King lounges in his chair, a mocking smirk playing on his lips as he enjoys the internal drama. So, what exactly is our great Grandmaster Blood proposing? The Ice King drawls. Crossing his massive arms, Grandmaster Blood locks his glowing crimson eyes onto the battlefield map. If those arrogant humans want a final stand, then we will give them a bloodbath they will never forget. Surging with demonic fury, he violently swings his hand forward, issuing his absolute decree. No matter what parlor tricks they brought, it is 200,000 of our elite warriors against their pathetic 100,000. The overwhelming advantage is still in our hands. Hear my command. Every clan leader and high-tier elite, anyone above the 7th stage, draw your weapons and follow me to the slaughter. Without waiting for a response, the towering tyrant storms out of the command tent, his voice booming like thunder. Today, we wipe humanity off the face of this planet. Meanwhile, on the chaotic front lines of the northern sector, Jian Fei lets out a heaven-shaking war cry, bringing his devastating blade crashing down onto a massive alien beast. Across the blood-soaked plains, a colossal werewolf general stands atop a jagged cliff, waving his crimson spear to command the endless horde. Beneath him, thousands of vicious direwolves bare their razor-sharp fangs, howling to the blood moon. Deep in the human trenches, a battered female soldier grips her rifle, trembling as she yells to her squadmate. The alien forces are pouring in reinforcements. Their entire army is moving out. They are going for an all-out, final deathmatch. Further ahead, Jianfei's superhuman vision catches sight of the incoming nightmare, causing him to grind his teeth in absolute fury. Slamming his heavy battle axe straight into the bedrock, explosive arcs of lightning cascade from his muscular frame. So, 20,000 vanguards are rushing us all at once? He roars over the chaotic din. They really are not holding anything back. Then let those bastards come. Even if every single one of us bleeds out on this dirt, we will not let a single monster cross this line. Hovering above the carnage on his majestic mount, Gao Neng surveys the battlefield with a cold, calculating gaze. Nearly 100 high-tier alien elites have just entered the fray. While the sheer mass of 200,000 foot soldiers is a terrifying threat, he knows those high-tier powerhouses are the true deciding factor in this war. His expression darkens into a chilling mask, his eyes gleaming like unsheathed daggers as his tactical mind goes into overdrive. One wrong move, and everything will crumble to ash. Although he has successfully reignited humanity's fighting spirit, if that terrifying wave of alien elites manages to shatter their front line, the entire war will be completely unsalvageable. With a fierce yank of the reins, Gao Neng sends his mount dive-bombing straight toward the heart of the enemy formation. "We have to assassinate their high tiers first," his voice cuts through the wind. Spotting the golden boy descending from the sky, the monstrous beastmen raise their grotesque weapons and bellow to their troops. "Ignore the genetic clones. Do not engage the machines. Focus every single attack on Gao Neng." The moment his heart stops, those robotic puppets will shut down. Plunging right into the lion's den, Gao Neng grits his teeth, his internal system calculating the insane cost of his next move. One target costs 1 million. 10 targets cost 10 million. Currently, 20 high-tier elites are locked onto his position, bringing the system toll to 20 million. And since these are seasoned veterans, there is a high chance they can dodge a standard attack. I need to double the insurance. Let us make it 40 million. A heavy, painful sigh escapes his lips at the sheer bankruptcy of his hard-earned points. I have no other choice. 40 million to purchase your pathetic lives. Throwing both of his arms wide open, an overwhelming pressure instantly crushes the battlefield. A colossal, ethereal azure dragon materializes right behind his back, its divine aura suffocating the heavens. He taps into the mythical beast's power to weave an absolute illusion domain, his voice echoing like a god of war. "Dying, by this technique, IA, is the highest honor I can bestow upon you. Trash." In a blinding flash, a terrifying, inescapable illusion completely swallows the advancing high-tier alien horde. Witnessing this godlike display from afar, Jianfei and Shenfei practically drop their jaws to the floor. "What kind of demonic martial art is that?" they gasp. The once unstoppable alien elites are now stumbling around aimlessly, staring at the air like absolute brain-dead fools. Snapping out of his shock, Jianfei's face splits into a vicious, bloodthirsty grin. "Who cares how he did it? Take their heads while they are paralyzed." Following their mighty commander, the battered human army surges forward, their boundless rage exploding like a dam breaking. "Look at them now. Those almighty alien elites are nothing but sitting ducks." The soldiers roar, their weapons firing indiscriminately. "Slaughter them. Rip every last one of these monsters to pieces." Caught inside the agonizing illusion, the trapped alien beasts can only roll their eyes back, their mouths agape in paralyzed, suffocating terror, but lurking beneath their final, dying thoughts. Just, what kind of nightmare is this? Over 20 high rankers wiped out in the blink of an eye. Just what kind of monster is Gao Neng? Suddenly, the heavens violently split open. A massive pillar of light crashes down, triggering a cataclysmic explosion. As the choking dust finally settles, a towering figure emerges. Sha Shimo and his formidable squad of warrior monks step confidently onto the battlefield. The alien horde shrieks in absolute terror. "High-level humans, the bald ones, these damned monks are way too strong." Ignoring their cries, Sha Shimo's voice booms like a war drum. "Great White Tathagata, High Counselor Sha Shimo has arrived with his martial brothers to assist in battle. Leave the high-ranking alien scum entirely to us." Hearing that familiar, commanding voice, Gao Neng turns his head. A wave of profound gratitude and relief washes over his face. "Sha Shimo, you actually broke through to the high ranks. Your skills are no joke. In terms of raw personal strength, you might even surpass me now." But before Gao Neng can finish his thought, another thunderous voice echoes across the field. "High Counselors of the Guangming sect have arrived to provide backup. High Counselor Duan Jiang of the Western Division, awaiting orders." Qing Lian dashes into the bloody fray out of nowhere. She fiercely commands her troops to slaughter any enemy that dares enter their zone. Teaming up with Qingge, the two unleash their ultimate technique. Their twin sword harmony flashes brilliantly as they clash with the roaring demonic beasts. A warrior nearby contorts his face in absolute fury, gritting his teeth as he roars a bloodthirsty battle cry. At the exact same moment, Wei Ya furrows his brows. Unwilling to be overshadowed, he shouts at the top of his lungs to announce his overwhelming presence. High Counselor Wei Ya is here to lend a hand. Without missing a beat, he and his elite subordinates charge forward like a devastating hurricane. They brutally smash the demonic beasts into a bloody pulp, leaving a trail of shattered bodies on the ground. Turning his head with a deadly serious expression, another elite figure makes his entrance. Zhou Jin has also arrived to join the vanguard. Instantly, a chorus of heroic declarations echoes from all 8 directions, converging right where Gao Neng stands. The ancient Huashan sect has arrived. The Dao sect is here. The southern vanguard has come to aid the battle. Gao Neng completely freezes in his tracks. His jaw drops and his eyes widen in absolute disbelief. The sheer, overwhelming scale of the reinforcements is completely mind-blowing. But the legendary hype does not stop there. An entire convoy of heavy armored tanks roars onto the scene, kicking up a massive sandstorm. The Second Army of the 3rd Division is deployed. Leading the charge is Ning-Er, riding a state-of-the-art hover motorcycle that tears through the battlefield like a comet. Catching sight of her familiar silhouette, Gao Neng immediately screams out her name, Ning-Er. In perfect synchronization, the fleet of ultra-modern tanks slam their brakes, forming an impenetrable steel wall right behind her. Her expression turns ice-cold as she glares at the surging enemy forces. Raising her hand without a shred of fear, she gives the ultimate command, open fire. Instantly, the turrets of the armored beasts erupt in blinding flashes of light. Devastating artillery shells launch simultaneously, trailing thick pillars of white smoke. They streak across the sky like meteorites, all locked onto a single, doomed target. Hellfire rains down upon the alien horde. Deafening explosions violently rip through the enemy ranks, sending massive plumes of jet-black smoke into the heavens. Standing confidently on top of her majestic mount, Tang Tang points at the fiery chaos. Sister Ning-Er actually brought an entire tank legion. That is totally badass. Standing right beside her, Gao Neng cannot help but nod in absolute agreement. It is definitely badass, but Tang Tang, watch out. Without hesitating, he leaps off the mount, desperately grabbing her hand. When we run for our lives, make sure you keep your mouth shut. He roars over the explosions. At that exact split second, a terrifying crescent blade of energy slices their massive mount clean in half. The Blue Ice King hovers menacingly in the blood-red sky. He furrows his brows and lets out a sinister sneer. Your reflexes are surprisingly sharp. Witnessing this overwhelming aura, the warriors below look up in sheer horror and rage. That is a rank 9 existence. A supreme rank 9 master actually resorting to a sneak attack? How utterly shameless. Ignoring their pathetic curses, the monstrous king locks his cold gaze on Gao Neng, who is desperately dragging Tang Tang away. With a flick of his wrist, he conjures a devastating sphere of volatile blue magic. A mocking grin spreads across his face. But really, where exactly do you think you can run? He hurls the sphere down like a falling star, his voice echoing like the wrath of heaven itself. Burn to ashes for me. The colossal orb of destruction hurtles directly toward Gao Neng's exposed back. Upon impact, it detonates with world-shattering force. A monstrous explosion completely swallows the area in a blinding flash and thick, suffocating black smoke. Watching the absolute devastation, the group of young warriors scream in terror. Gao Neng, however, floating high above, the Blue Ice King suddenly narrows his eyes. Confusion washes over his face, completely unable to believe what he is sensing. He swiftly descends into the massive, smoking crater his attack just carved into the earth. Staring into the pitch-black abyss, he spots something entirely unexpected. A perfectly dug, hidden escape tunnel lies right at the epicenter. The Blue Ice King lets out a dark, booming laugh. Burrowing through the earth to escape? What a slippery little brat. He slowly raises his hand, unleashing devastating sonar waves. The terrifying energy pulses in all 4 directions as he confidently declares his supremacy. But inside my absolute energy domain, not a single drop of aura can be hidden. No fluctuation can escape my almighty perception. Show yourself right now, but reality brutally slaps him right in the face. He freezes in place, a wave of profound shock washing over his mind. Wait a minute. Why is there absolutely zero energy fluctuation? How is such a thing even biologically possible? Just as his guard drops for a fraction of a second, the air violently tears open behind him. A razor-sharp blade suddenly materializes out of thin air, thrusting straight toward the king's vitals. His supreme instincts kick into overdrive. Whipping his head around, he watches the lethal blade slashing directly at his neck. Bursting with absolute power, the Blue Ice King violently twists his body, dodging the fatal strike by a mere hair's breadth. He does not just dodge, he instantly retaliates. Whipping his leg through the air with devastating force, he launches a lethal mid-air counterattack. Landing gracefully, the Blue Ice King raises an eyebrow. He stares intensely at his newly revealed assassin. To be able to mask your aura to this absolute extreme, I must admit, the secret techniques of you humans are quite profound. On the opposite side, Lona swiftly leaps backward. Her boots carve deep trenches into the golden sand as she slides to a halt. She smirks, her voice dripping with lethal mockery. To survive without getting your throat slit. Your luck is not bad at all. The Blue Ice King slowly looks down at his bicep. A thin line of blood trickles from a shallow scratch. The sheer humiliation of being wounded by a mere rank 8 human burns through his pride. Instantly, his eyes darken with overwhelming, murderous intent. His terrifying aura erupts like a volcano. Only completely destroying your soul can wash away this unforgivable insult. Hearing his death threat, Lona simply tilts her head. She maintains an icy calmness as she provocatively replies, "Is that so? Did you really think I came deep into enemy territory to assassinate you all by myself?" Before the king can process her words, a massive shadow falls over him. He jerks his head up in shock, only to find an entire squad of rank 8 genetic cyborgs hovering directly above him. Lona's cold voice slices through the tension. "Before you talk about killing me, you better figure out if you can even escape this place alive." The moment the words leave her lips, the battlefield explodes. The legion of elite cyborgs dives from the sky, charging at the Blue Ice King with merciless precision. They simultaneously swing their weapons, unleashing a devastating storm of glowing blue sword auras. Trinity Strike harmonization. They roar in unison. Normally, a supreme rank 9 alien could easily wipe out 10 rank 8 warriors without breaking a sweat. But this is no normal fight. Instantly, hundreds of relentless, hyper-lethal blade shadows violently crash into the Blue Ice King's body. Blood sprays into the air as the mighty ruler actually screams out in agonizing pain. He is facing exactly 108 rank 8 elites at the exact same time. Beaten and slashed into an absolute bloody mess, his vision blurs. "I have lost the upper hand," he violently curses in his mind. Sacrificing all his remaining pride, he desperately flees for his life. "Fall back," but lurking right in his escape path, Gao Neng suddenly bursts out from beneath the scorched earth, casually tossing a glowing blue orb in his hand. A devilish smirk spreads across his face. "You think you can just barge in here and leave whenever you please?" His aura violently explodes as he locks onto the fleeing king. "Did you really think I would ever let you escape alive?" In the very next second, 5 mechas swarm the Azure Ice King. They lock down his head, pin his arms, and crush his legs. Following Gao Neng's command to lock the spatial coordinates, he taunts his pinned prey. "Since you bothered showing up, you better leave something behind." His neck clamped in a vice grip, the Azure Ice King stammers. Blood vessels bulge in his eyes, painting his sclera a furious crimson. How can a majestic 9th-tier Azure Ice King be subdued by mere humans? Suddenly, he roars. Absolutely not. A devastating wave of blue energy erupts from his body, blasting the Generation 8 mechas away. The brutal impact instantly mangles one of the mechas beyond recognition. Another is swallowed entirely by the raging blue aura until its core systems completely shut down. Witnessing this raw power, Gao Ning's eyes widen in sheer disbelief. Holy crap, is the alien race's power seriously this exaggerated? Fighting Teacher Wu was not nearly this exhausting. He drops low, pressing both hands against the earth like a predator ready to pounce. It seems taking down a 9th-tier monstrosity is going to be a hell of a lot harder than I thought. Cold sweat drips from Gao Ning's brow as he violently grits his teeth. But no matter how impossible it seems, I have to try. Responding to his will, another squad of blade-wielding mechas charges blindly at the Azure Ice King. Gao Ning knows the harsh truth. Only by slaughtering this 9th-tier threat can they revive the shattered morale of this battlefield. Despite suffering dozens of vicious slash wounds, the Azure Ice King remains terrifyingly arrogant. He crosses his arms, spitting pure venom. "You lowly human trash. You honestly think these toys can kill me?" He violently stomps the ground, shattering the earth beneath him. With a single swing of his arm, he swats away a charging mecha, roaring, "Get the hell out of my sight." At that exact moment, lurking 10 meters beneath the Azure Ice King's feet, Gao Ning calculates his move from the underground shadows, riding his summoned beast with his sword drawn. The distance should be perfect now. A brilliant blue magic array suddenly ignites the subterranean darkness. A wicked grin flashes across his face as he commands, "Azure Dragon Illusion Art, activate." Back on the surface, the Azure Ice King is busy fending off the relentless mecha swarm. Consumed by absolute rage, he bellows, "I will slaughter every last one of you. I will." But before the threat can even leave his lips, his body abruptly freezes. A phantom energy instantly swallows him whole. The very next second, the Azure Ice King finds himself standing alone in a desolate wasteland of snow and ice. His face goes slack. Extreme confusion shatters his reality. I am back? But how? Did I not step out of the gate a long time ago? Suddenly, a familiar voice calls out from behind, sending a chill down his spine. Ah Lan, come quickly. Your mother is not going to make it. The panicked voice cries out. Cold sweat instantly drenches the Azure Ice King. His arrogant facade crumbles into utter heartbreak. Grasping the frail hand of the figure lying on the sickbed, his voice trembles. Mother, you are still alive? But panic quickly sets in as sweat pours down his face. He frantically looks around the room. Wait, when exactly did I return? Meanwhile, Back in the brutal reality, the Azure Ice King stands entirely motionless on the battlefield. His pupils are dilated, his mind completely trapped. He has zero reaction to the mortal danger surrounding him. Seizing the ultimate opening, the mecha vanguard lunges forward. Their gleaming blades lock directly onto the defenseless king. Dozens of icy steel blades ruthlessly carve into his flesh, sending a gruesome shower of blood into the air. Deep within the illusion, the Azure Ice King clutches his chest by his mother's sickbed, screaming in phantom agony. The pain abruptly shatters his delusion. His eyes snap wide open. No, this is not real. It is a damn illusion. I have been caught in an illusion art. Synchronized with reality, the heavily bleeding Azure Ice King violently clenches his fists. Through gritted teeth, he snarls, "I will never accept defeat." Witnessing this monstrous resilience, Gao Neng's jaw hits the floor. "He is still not dead?" He gasps in shock. Still crouching on one knee, he mutters, "Is the King Realm, defense of the ice and snow race really this absurd? And what is worse? He shattered my top-tier illusion in less than a single second." But Gao Neng is not one to back down. His frown twists into a dangerously confident smirk as he makes a wild gamble. "Isn't it just 1 million? Fine. Let's hit him with it again." Across the battlefield, the Azure Ice King stands completely paralyzed, his mind spinning in absolute chaos. How could this be? He darts his eyes around in high alert, a terrifying realization dawning on him. A double-layered illusion? Towering before him now is an ancient, monolithic stone gate, carved with deeply unsettling runes. Suddenly, an otherworldly voice echoes from the pitch-black void behind the stone door. "Step through this gate, and eternal life shall be yours. Even the fallen souls of your kin will be granted rebirth." But the Azure Ice King refuses to be tempted by the seductive whispers. He viciously slams his bare fists against the ancient stone, roaring, "Fake! It is all fake." He ruthlessly batters the unbreakable door, his furious screams echoing in the void. "Why the hell can I not break out of this illusion?" Soon, thick smears of dark blood stain the stone surface from his desperate, mangled fists. But out in the real world, the terrifying Azure Ice King's severed head spins cleanly into the night sky. A single, merciless strike from a mecha's blade has finally sent the mighty king on a one-way trip to the afterlife. However, the severed head soaring through the air refuses to die quietly. An utterly deranged, mocking grin stretches across its face. "What a pity. My soul is absolutely immortal. You pathetic trash can never kill me. Never." With a maniacal cackle, the king's divine soul shoots out of the severed head, fleeing toward the horizon like a bat out of hell. Back on the ground, Gao Neng bursts from the golden sands atop his white dragon, his eyes narrowing at the fleeing anomaly. Watching the streak of light vanish into the distant sky, he clicks his tongue. That speed is completely absurd. Even with spatial teleportation, there is no way I am catching that. To think a ninth-tier alien's soul could harbor such horrifying residual power. He grabs a fistful of the Azure Ice King's frozen hair, lifting the severed trophy high. Well, at least I bagged the head. Holding the grotesque prize up for the entire battlefield to witness, Gao Neng's voice booms like thunder. The ninth-tier invader is dead. Unleashing an overwhelmingly majestic aura, he roars his final guarantee. "This battle belongs to humanity. Absolute victory is ours." The human soldiers stare up in utter, breathless awe. He actually did it. He slaughtered a ninth-tier beast, and he has not even reached the high tier yet. Qinglian gazes at him unblinking, breathlessly whispering Gao Neng's name like a prayer. Beside her, Ninger stands completely paralyzed, staring up at the young hero as if her very soul has been snatched away. A proud smirk graces her lips, her eyes burning with unyielding resolve. Ning turns back, her voice echoing across the battlefield. "Did you hear that? The alien King Realm expert is dead. This battle belongs to humanity. We are victorious." Instantly, deafening roars erupt from inside the armored tanks. "Victory! Victory! Fight for the City of Hope! Fight for the rise of humanity!" On the other side, cold sweat drenches the panicked alien beasts. Over a dozen top-tier experts wiped out in the blink of an eye. Even the mighty Blue Ice King went out and never returned. What is wrong with these cursed humans? Have they completely lost their minds? Unable to withstand the spreading terror, an alien commander roars, "Anyone who retreats will die." But before the chaos can settle, the heavens split open. A blinding pillar of golden light crashes down onto the battlefield. As the thick dust clears, several imposing figures emerge from the crater. The Blood Marshal steps forward with two others, instantly igniting a wave of frenzied cheers from the monster horde. The Blood Marshal and the kings of the other alien tribes have finally arrived. Their ultimate reinforcements are here. His crimson eyes sweep the field before he issues a chilling command. Surround and execute Gao Neng. Eradicate all gene weapons. Leave no survivors. Suddenly, the Blood Marshal looks up as a booming voice shakes the very sky. If you want to kill Gao Neng, you have to get past me first. Jianfei plummets from the heavens, swinging his massive battle axe with fearless fury. Yet, the Blood Marshal simply scoffs, casually raising a single hand to block the devastating strike. With terrifying ease, the Blood Marshal catches the axe blade barehanded. The sheer force makes a furious Jianfei leap backward to avoid a lethal counterattack. The alien commander scowls in pure mockery. A mere late-stage 8th-tier insect dares to block our path? Bloodshot veins bulge in Jianfei's eyes as intense rage consumes him. Commander Li died at the hands of this long-horned blood freak. Brothers, avenge Commander Li. His battle cry ignites the soldiers behind him, their voices shaking the earth. Avenge Commander Li! Just then, Shen Fei strides up with his greatsword resting on his shoulder. Count me in. An elderly monk steps forward, a golden aura radiating from his body. Great son Tathagata, this old monk cannot fall behind the rest of you. Soon, the leaders of the martial sects rally together in a fierce chorus. The Dao sect will fight. Mount Hua is with you. Count the West Brilliance Corps in. Witnessing humanity's skyrocketing morale, the Blood Marshal explodes in a fury. A suffocating crimson aura erupts from his body as he roars. Pathetic mob, get out of my sight. The two sides charge at each other, refusing to take a single step back as their war cry tears through the wind. Then let us fight. Standing atop a giant mount, an allied soldier watches in awe. The alien kings have actually been stalled. Bai Ping frowns, his tone dead serious. Gao Neng, whatever your next move is, you can trust us to guard your back. Hearing this, Gao Neng keeps his gaze locked on the horizon. Thank you, Uncle Bai and Aunt Lorna. The tides of battle may be turning, but aside from the alien kings, the enemy still has nearly 100 high-tier commanders and an army of 200,000 that must be wiped out. Standing behind the fallen Blue Ice King, Lorna gasps. Do you seriously plan to fight 1 against 100? Even with 108 gene weapons, slaughtering that many high-tier commanders is nearly impossible. But Gao Neng shakes his head. Not 1 against 100. A thrill-seeking grin spreads across his face, his eyes dancing with pure excitement. It is 1 against 10,000. He does the mental math, picturing mountains of dead monsters. 1 head is worth 1 million. 100 equals 1 billion. So, 50 billion would mean 50,000 kills. Without missing a beat, Gao Neng pulls out his phone and dials a number. Miles away, a sharp ringtone shatters the silence inside the Heavenly King Group headquarters. A middle-aged man picks up the receiver. Hello? The demand from the other side is blunt. It is Gao Neng. Send the money immediately. Fang Yuan stammers, utterly bewildered. Transfer money? How much? Did you already burn through the 500 billion I just sent? The response is staggering. 2 trillion. Fast. Before Fang Yuan can even process it, the line goes dead. Fang Yuan snaps his head toward his secretary, demanding to know their liquid assets. She frantically checks the system. Roughly 2,300 billion, sir. He does not hesitate. Send it. Transfer everything through the VIP channel. Use the fastest route, lowest fees. Back on the battlefield, Gao Neng stares dead ahead as he pockets his phone. Lorna sweats profusely, staring at him in disbelief. Who demands payment before the war is even over? Behind him, Bai Ping feels dizzy, his mind racing with wild assumptions. Is this kid preparing death benefits for the 100,000 soldiers of the Northern District? Meanwhile, Gao Neng coldly calculates their odds. The battlefield is currently split into 3 main clash zones. He visualizes the high-tier Saitama units clashing fiercely against the elite alien commanders. Then, the 100,000 northern troops holding the line against the 200,000-strong monster horde. He analyzes the grim reality. Whether in high-tier fighters or raw numbers, humanity is vastly outmatched. Gao Neng then compares his Tier 8 gene weapon mecha against the terrifying power of the Blood Marshal. Their sole advantage is the gene weapons suppressing the Tier 9 aliens. A chilling thought crosses his mind as he imagines his chest being pierced. The fatal flaw is his own core strength. He is only at the 6th tier. Fighting 5 Tier 9 monsters is like dancing on a blade. One single mistake. If he falls, the entire gene weapon network will collapse instantly. Watching the cultivators lock horns with the Blood Marshal, Gao Neng recalculates his strategy. He needs to change his approach. The Alliance's strongest experts must stall those 5 Tier 9 nightmares. The sword-wielding mechas trade devastating blows with the alien beasts, locked in a brutal stalemate. This sparks a daring idea. If he uses the gene weapons to exhaust the alien commanders, the Saitama units can coordinate with the 100 to 1,000 army to crush the remaining alien coalition. Gao Neng narrows his eyes, a shadow of dread crossing his face. But what about the final threat? He stares into the blackened sky as a dense swarm of winged monstrosities blots out the sun. I will handle the remaining 200,000 alien troops alone. Standing right beside him, Tong Tong breaks into a cold sweat, her heart pounding with absolute terror. Gao Neng, our seniors cannot hold out much longer. If we do not defeat those 5 ninth-tier experts, the 200,000-strong Alliance army will swallow us whole. Hearing this, he shoots back a chilling question. Did you really think defeating the 9th-tier commanders would make 200,000 enemies just pack up and leave? Suddenly, Luna crosses her arms from behind and steps in. The Alien Alliance has over 100 commanders in their ranks. Even if their supreme leader falls in battle, the chain of command simply passes down to the next in line. Their 200,000-strong army will still flatten the northern zone into dust. This grim reality makes Tang Tang tremble with even more dread. Then what are we supposed to do? Are we really just going to stand here and wait for death? Suddenly, the phone in Gao Neng's hand buzzes with a notification. He glances at the glowing screen and breaks into a triumphant smirk. Relax. Our golden ticket has finally arrived. This cryptic response leaves Tang Tang blinking in total confusion. It arrived? What exactly were we waiting for? At that very second, a blinding message flashes across his screen. 23,350,000,000. Alliance credits have been deposited into your account. Seeing the astronomical numbers, Gao Neng's eyes gleam. The moment of destiny is here. He then turns around with burning excitement and barks out an order. Tang Tang, fire up the live stream right now. It is time for us to obliterate that 200,000-strong Alliance army. Hearing this absolute madness, she stammers in utter disbelief. Start a live stream? Right now? Are you seriously planning to charge straight into that meat grinder? Meanwhile, Luna steps forward, her voice trembling with desperate warning. Have you completely lost your mind? Even a legendary supreme expert would not dare boast about facing 200,000 alien monsters all by themselves. Despite the overwhelming odds, Gao Neng simply plants his hands on his hips. He throws his head back and roars with unmatched, blazing confidence. That is exactly right. And what is more, I guarantee absolute victory. Do you have the guts to believe in me? Caught up in his infectious aura, Tong Tong instantly throws her hands in the air, cheering like a maniac. Why would I not dare? Let's charge. Let's tear them apart. It is just 200,000 enemies, right? We are absolutely going to win this. Standing on the sidelines, Luna shoots her a look of pure exasperation. She sighs inwardly, realizing this girl has officially caught the crazy virus too. A second later, Tang Tang's face pops up on the global live stream broadcast. She flashes a cheeky wink at the camera and drops a bombshell. What is up, everyone? It is your girl, Grim Reaper Tang. Next up on the menu, Gao Neng and I are going to dive headfirst into an army of 200,000 alien freaks. Smash that like button and scream your lungs out for us. At that exact moment, across the city, a man watching the broadcast on his phone breaks into a cold sweat. Charging straight into a 200,000-strong army? He mutters, his jaw hitting the floor. You have got to be kidding me. Elsewhere, 2 girls huddle around a screen, their eyes wide with absolute horror as they scream at the display. Stop right there. Tell me this is just a sick prank. Meanwhile, Fang Yuan is also glued to his glowing phone screen. He grinds his teeth so hard they might shatter, his aura flaring with murderous rage toward Gao Neng. Listen to me, you reckless little brat. If you get my precious niece killed out there, I will hunt you down to the ends of the earth. I will tear you apart with my bare hands. Do you hear me? Back on the apocalyptic battlefield, Gao Neng fiercely points his finger downward. He summons the magnificent heaven-soaring earth dragon. Catching his drift instantly, the massive beast opens its terrifying maw and dive bombs toward the earth at his thunderous command. Charge! Crush them all! Down in the blood-soaked trenches, the horde of alien beasts tilt their grotesque heads upward. They stare at the descending shadow in sheer bewilderment, wondering what this lunatic is planning. Is this human garbage seriously trying to halt our massive vanguard all by himself? He must have a death wish. High above, Gao Neng's eyes burn as he conjures a blinding storm of azure energy around his body. Channeling the ancient power of the 4 symbols, he spreads his hands wide. A devastating shockwave rips through the sky, crashing down upon the battlefield like a meteor. His voice echoes like divine thunder. Azure Dragon Illusion Domain. In a split second, a colossal vortex of mystical energy swallows the sprawling horde of alien beasts. The monsters, previously charging with bloodlust, suddenly grind to a halt. Struck by the bizarre aura, their jaws drop in absolute confusion. Almost instantly, The terrifying illusion warps their minds. One alien soldier blinks his dazed eyes, completely disoriented. Where am I? He stammers, prompting a comrade to tap his shoulder in sheer puzzlement. Hey, what is wrong with your brain? Are you all right? But the moment the beast turns his head, his blood runs ice cold. In his eyes, his trusted comrade has morphed into a human soldier, staring back at him with fake, mocking concern. A jolt of pure terror shoots down his spine. Driven by sheer instinct and sudden rage, the beast grips his heavy blade and fiercely slashes at his own ally. Die, human scum! He roars with bloodlust. The struck comrade nearly jumps out of his skin, screaming in sheer panic. Have you gone utterly mad? What are you doing? The cruel magic of the domain takes full effect. The entire vanguard of alien beasts violently turns on one another, plunging into a brutal, to-the-death slaughter. Steel clashes against steel as venomous curses fill the blood-stained air. These damn filthy humans, they shriek in blind fury. When did they infiltrate our ranks? Slaughter every last one of them. Meanwhile, the global livestream broadcasts this absolute bloodbath in crystal-clear, horrifying high definition. The chat instantly explodes into an unstoppable frenzy of wild comments. What in the world am I watching? The alien monsters are butchering their own kind. What kind of god-tier ability is this? I have never seen anything like this in my entire life. But who cares? Just spam 666 in the chat. Far away from the massacre, at the majestic headquarters of the federal government, golden sunlight bathes the towering glass walls. Standing in his lavish office, Fang Yuan wipes buckets of cold sweat from his forehead. His voice trembles as he mutters in absolute awe. To cast an illusion domain of this magnitude. This is utterly terrifying. I have dedicated decades of my life to mastering illusion arts, yet I have never witnessed a technique this godlike. Back in the chaotic war zone, a massive battalion of brown bear beastmen snap out of their daze. They aggressively raise their heavy crossbows, unleashing a relentless storm of deadly arrows into the sky. It is that rat Gao Neng playing mind tricks, turn him into a pincushion. They roar with savage fury. Meanwhile, on the opposite flank of the massive battlefield, a squad of green-skinned alien elites hurl their lethal spears with earth-shattering force. Do not let him get close, they bellow to their comrades. Focus all ranged firepower. Blast him out of the sky. Suddenly, a fierce female warrior streaks across the heavens, her dual blades flashing like lightning to shred the incoming projectiles. Not while I am still breathing. Keep dreaming, you alien scum, she fiercely commands. Hovering right beside Gao Neng, Bai Ping's eyes narrow with lethal intent. With a blinding flash of divine speed, he vanishes into thin air right before their eyes. A heartbeat later, he materializes high in the desolate sky, radiating the overwhelming presence of a descending war god. Bai Ping gracefully presses his two index fingers together, instantly conjuring a devastating surge of golden spiritual energy. His commanding voice shakes the very heavens. Domain of light. Instantly, a blinding, magnificent halo of pure golden light explodes outward, engulfing his entire figure. The relentless storm of deadly arrows and armor-piercing spears slams into his aura, only to snap like brittle twigs, raining down upon the earth as harmless debris. Observing this absolute massacre from a safe distance, two elite avian beastmen grip their weapons in mounting dread. Their feathers ruffle as they watch the catastrophic bloodbath unfold. The chaos on the front lines is spreading like a horrific plague. One of them squawks in panic. What kind of demonic sorcery is this human using? He turns to his regal leader, his voice cracking with sheer terror. Your Highness, any of our warriors who step near Gao Neng instantly lose their minds. What on earth do we do? The arrogant avian prince breaks into a desperate cold sweat, his pride shattering by the second. Yet, he grinds his beak, desperately trying to project false confidence to steady his wavering troops. Do not lose your nerve. Hold the line, he screeches. No matter how freakish and terrifying Gao Neng's illusions might be, his tiny domain can only influence a fraction of this massive battlefield. Suddenly, his razor-sharp eyes flare with desperate cunning as he barks out a coward's retreat. Pass down my supreme order. Bypass Gao Neng completely. Do not step foot into his death zone. Our sole mission is to reinforce the main vanguard and annihilate the northern zone. Ignore him entirely. High above the carnage, Gao Neng's eyes flash with a sinister crimson gleam of absolute mockery. Hearing the enemy's pathetic strategy, he turns his head with a chilling smirk. Hey, Tung Tung, did you hear some ugly bird running his mouth down there? The one who is not even a fraction as handsome as I am. Hearing his shameless gloating, Tung Tung rolls her eyes so hard they might get stuck, flashing a look of playful disgust. Who is who? None of these freaks are as handsome as you, idiot. There is no way I can tell them apart. Gao Neng smirks from the sidelines. You make a fair point, he agrees. Just aim for the loudest mouth and pull the trigger. The words barely hang in the air. Tang Tang eagerly loads her heavy cannon. In a flash of majestic light, devastating firepower erupts from the massive barrel. The blazing blast surges straight toward the loud-mouthed beast. Its eyes go wide with absolute terror. Before the creature can even blink, a catastrophic, nuclear-level explosion detonates. Black smoke swallows the battlefield. Foaming at the mouth, the dying mutants gasp in horror. Radiation. It is a nuclear weapon. Meanwhile, deep within the government headquarters, Liang Qi stares at his screen, completely stunned. He stammers out. That is Tong Tong's neutron bomb. Beside him, Fang Yuan's eyes widen in sheer disbelief. Did the Vanguard really just fire a cannon? He gasps. Such overwhelming power. They actually halted the 200,000-strong mutant alliance. His expression shifts into intense focus. We can win this, he thinks wildly. We might actually win. This battle will be the legendary spark that restores humanity's lost hope. Back on the front lines, Ninger surveys the absolute chaos. Her face is dead serious. Gao Ning's disruption is working, she analyzes. He is successfully pinning down the alien coalition's main forces. If we grind them down now, she deduces, with the reinforcements from the martial sects and noble families, we can swiftly wipe out their vanguard troops. She watches the Generation 8 mecha tear through the battlefield. It slaughters mutants left and right. Her tactical mind races with absolute awe. Faced with 108 genetic weapons, the rushing mutant leaders finally expose their fatal flaws. Ninger's gaze shifts to Gao Neng. His blade gleams brilliantly under the sun. A surge of overwhelming admiration fills her heart. He is turning the tide of this entire war. Almost entirely on his own, she marvels. A soft smile graces her lips, as she lets herself get lost in a fleeting, romantic daydream. At this incredible pace, she muses. Is our 3-year promise, perhaps, a little too long? Suddenly, a fierce roar shatters the battlefield's edge. Jianfei and Shenfei unleash their full auras. They charge headlong at the towering Bloodmaster, but the horrifying monster does not even flinch. He catches their deadly blades with his bare hands. The Bloodmaster's eyes bulge with pure madness. He unhinges his jaw, unleashing a deafening, demonic screech that shakes the very earth. Out of nowhere, the Buddhist elder joins the fray. His eyes roll back as he taps into divine fury. Without warning, the old monk delivers a heaven-shaking punch. The devastating blow sinks deep into the Bloodmaster's gut, catching the monster completely off guard. The combined force of the 3 warriors sends the towering monster skidding violently backward. The Bloodmaster grinds his teeth, cursing under his breath. Damn it all, he snarls inwardly. These wretched humans are proving far too troublesome. He casts his sinister gaze toward the chaotic skies. The aerial dogfights are absolute carnage. We severely underestimated Gao Neng's true power, he realizes. If this continues, the alliance will completely collapse. Standing firm, Shenfei raises an eyebrow with a mocking smirk. You look like you are in a rush to run away, he scoffs, his aura blazing. Standing firm, Shenfei raises an eyebrow with a mocking smirk. You look like you are in a rush to run away, he scoffs, his aura blazing. But we are not letting you take another step. Jianfei eagerly joins the taunting. Your precious mutant commanders are dropping like flies, he laughs fiercely. Gao Neng and Tang Tang are slaughtering them one by one. The tides of fate have already shifted. Cold sweat drips down the Bloodmaster's face. He is utterly speechless. He clenches his fists so hard his bones creak. I was the one who ordered the all-out assault. He seethes with blinding rage. If we lose this legendary war today, his thoughts darken with sheer dread. It will not just be my head on the chopping block. The entire Blood Clan will be dragged into ruin. I absolutely cannot let that happen. Suddenly, the Bloodmaster throws his head back. He unleashes a desperate, blood-curdling roar for backup. High above the battlefield, the Whale King hears the pathetic cry. He is currently holding off 2 elite cultivators on his own. He turns his massive head, confusion in his eyes, as the Bloodmaster shouts, Your true form is the Northern Sea Leviathan. The Bloodmaster roars. You are the absolute master of mind control. Tell me, is Gao Neng using a psychological manipulation art? The Whale King pauses, shock rippling through his monstrous form. It is highly probable, he bellows back. The Bloodmaster's face twists with desperate urgency. Then can you break it? He demands. Glaring down from the heavens, the Whale King gives a confident nod. I can. That single word is all the Bloodmaster needs. Crimson energy explodes from his terrifying body like a bloody storm. Excellent. He roars with pure fury. You and I will execute Gao Neng together. We will leave this human trash to the other great commanders. Seeing their target preparing to flee, the human trio moves instantly. Jianfei, Shenfei, and the Buddhist elder block his path. Trying to run? They roar in unison. Not a chance in hell, but the Bloodmaster merely scoffs. His eyes drip with utter disdain. Pathetic little ants, he sneers darkly. You truly believe you can halt a king? Without warning, foul black shadows erupt from his very flesh. The darkness slithers across the shattered earth like venomous snakes. Jianfei and his allies freeze in sheer confusion. Before they can react, a terrifying void swallows them whole. Trapped in the pitch-black space, horror dawns upon them. It is the Blood Clan's forbidden art, someone shouts. Fall back immediately, or the darkness will corrode us alive. Outside the void, the Bloodmaster unleashes waves of crushing dark energy. The toxic aura floods the battlefield like a tsunami, leaving the human elites hopelessly trapped in his snare. He launches himself into the sky alongside the Whale King. Let us move, he commands fiercely. Down below, gripping his bleeding shoulder, Shenfei screams desperately into his comms. Gao Neng, the Tier 9 monsters are heading straight for you. Brace yourself. Bai Ping hears the warning and grinds his teeth so hard they nearly crack. 2 Tier 9 great commanders? Attacking at once? He curses. On the other side, Gao Neng simply strokes his chin. 2 of them, huh? His mind races flawlessly. I knew the Tier 9s would not just sit back and watch me slaughter their entire army, he muses. But to think the mutants are actually this smart. They are refusing to just trickle in one by one. They are not here to offer me free kills. Suddenly, Bai Ping steps directly into the line of fire. Gao Neng, you and Tang Tang fall back right now, he orders. We will hold the line and cover your retreat. Beside him, Lona closes her eyes, accepting her grim fate. You have done enough, kid, she whispers. If you make it out of this alive, please take care of my daughter. But Gao Neng does not take a single step back. Instead, he raises his hand, cutting off her tragic farewell. Cover my retreat? He scoffs lightly. What is with this melodramatic suicide mission? How utterly embarrassing. Auntie, you can take care of your own daughter. His demeanor instantly shifts to absolute freezing focus. He grips the hilt of his blade. Aunt Lona, Uncle Bai, they are merely 2 Tier 9 beasts. It is a bit of pressure, sure, but thinking they can easily kill me? That is just downright pathetic. Tang Tang plants her hands on her hips, her confidence radiating like the sun. He is absolutely right, she chimes in. The mighty death god Tang can blast a Tier 9 into dust with a single shot. Bai Ping is completely stunned into silence. Lona slowly turns her head, utterly bewildered by the teenagers. Are you 2 brats seriously this overly confident? She stammers. But the burning resolve in Gao Neng's eyes proves this is no joke. With a sharp, deadly click, Gao Neng slides his blade back into its sheath. Seeing this, Dang Dang's eyes widened in sheer disbelief. Gao Neng, why are you sheathing your blade now? Weren't we about to pull off something massive? 2 9th-tier monsters are practically at our throats. But Gao Neng simply closed his eyes, shutting out the chaos as a profound thought crossed his mind. Ever since I stepped onto this battlefield, standing against a legion of 200,000 alien beasts, I could feel a spark of ultimate enlightenment within my grasp. He slowly clenched his fist, facing the endless sea of monstrous enemies, facing an army of 200,000. I don't feel threatened. I don't feel any pressure at all. His eyes snapped open, blazing with absolute confidence. All I feel is pure, unadulterated excitement. Gazing down at the brave soldiers clashing with the monstrous horde, the truth hit him. Our warriors fight back with burning passion. Even ordinary citizens charged forward with farming tools, completely devoid of fear. Their incredible bravery sparked a fire in Gao Neng's heart. Humanity is roaring. We are rising from the ashes. His mind then drifted to the Central Command's fearless leaders. He pictured Liang Qi, Fang Yuan, and Qing Jingyi standing tall. Deep within the heart of every single human being beats a unique yet completely unified desire, a desperate thirst for hope, a burning ambition to rise above it all. Gao Neng rested his hand upon his sword hilt once more. He closed his eyes, feeling the pulse of the battlefield, a realm that encompasses all of this willpower. This is the true path I must walk. When his eyes finally opened, an overwhelming tyrannical aura exploded from his gaze. I am about to break through, he declared. Stay back. Bai Ping froze, completely doubting his own ears. What did you just say? 2 9th-tier monsters are charging right at us, and you're breaking through now? Lona also gasped in sheer disbelief. How can a breakthrough happen so easily? There is no way we believe that. But right before their eyes, blinding blue lightning erupted from Gao Neng's body. His stance was as immovable as a mountain. Witnessing this terrifying display, Bai Ping and Lona cried out in absolute shock. The evolution core. He is actually breaking through to the high tier. Meanwhile, Dang Dang's eyes sparkled with thrilling excitement. Gao Neng, you truly are worthy of being the destined rival of the great Grim Reaper, Dang Dang. Just you wait. I, the legendary Grim Reaper Dang Dang, will absolutely surpass you once again. Suddenly, a blinding pillar of light erupted from the crest of the heaven-soaring earth dragon. From within the swirling smoke, a lightning-clad silhouette stepped forward. Gao Neng smirked, instantly shutting down Dang Dang's boasting. He emerged wearing a sleek, midnight blue combat suit. Crackling tendrils of electricity danced around his entire body. He chuckled lightly. You speak as if you have ever managed to surpass me. Across the battlefield, the Bloodmaster and the Whale King hovered in the distance. Seeing the majestic heaven-soaring earth dragon halted in midair, suspicion crept into their eyes. The Bloodmaster gritted his fangs, his face twisting in realization. A mid-battle breakthrough? The Whale King's jaw dropped in absolute horror. Are you telling me that human brat was only at the mid-tier this entire time? Freezing in his tracks, the Bloodmaster stared upward with wide, trembling eyes. He mentally calculated the devastating losses they had just suffered. Over 100 elite commanders, an army of 200,000, all slaughtered by a mere mid-tier brat? Could this Gao Neng actually be the legendary Super Origin warrior? Floating just behind him, the Whale King voiced his deepest fears. To possess such godlike strength at merely the 6th tier. If we do not eradicate this anomaly today, he will become a catastrophic threat to our race. Forget the future, the Bloodmaster sharply interrupted. He is already a catastrophic threat right now. Thrusting his hand toward the bloody heavens, the Bloodmaster summoned a torrent of sinister black aura. Gao Neng, he roared. Simultaneously, countless crimson energy tendrils lashed out like demonic roots, swarming straight for the boy. Hearing his name, Gao Neng looked down with an utterly deadpan expression. Without another word, the Bloodmaster hurled his volatile dark energy. Die, human scum! Reacting instantly, Bai Ping dove from the dragon's massive crest. The Bloodmaster's dark spiritual power was locked right onto them. Clapping his hands together, the veteran warrior chanted a powerful incantation. Domain of Light. A radiant golden sphere materialized, acting as an absolute shield against the barrage of dark energy, but the desperate defense was agonizingly short-lived. Under the crushing weight of the 9th tier attack, the golden sphere violently shattered into a million pieces. The malicious dark tendrils instantly pierced through Bai Ping's body in a ruthless barrage. Blood-curdling screams tore from his throat as he fought through the agonizing pain. Coughing up mouthfuls of blood, Bai Ping frantically roared, Gao Neng, get out of here. Meanwhile, the Bloodmaster shot a venomous glare at his comrade. Whale King, break the army's illusion right now. Understood. The Whale King immediately unleashed a devastating, deep pink sonic shockwave across the battlefield. The terrifying spiritual pulse instantly washed over the frenzied alien horde. The very beasts that had been blindly slaughtering each other suddenly froze. Snapping out of the deadly trance, one beast blinked in absolute confusion. Wait, weren't we just fighting the humans? It was an illusion. Its blood-soaked comrade snarled back. The almighty Whale King has shattered the human's mind control. Witnessing his masterstroke unravel, Gao Neng clicked his tongue in deep frustration. A 9th tier illusion master. His mental domain completely outclasses mine. If I do not shut him down right now, if I give him even a single second more, that army of 200,000 will turn their fangs back on us. Without hesitation, Gao Neng plummeted from the sky like a meteor. Stop right there, he roared. Gao Neng, don't be reckless, Lona screamed in absolute terror. Watching the boy charge at him with blade drawn, the Whale King sneered. You dare approach me so willingly, since you know you cannot escape. You have decided to hand me your head on a silver platter. Gritting his teeth, Gao Neng unleashed his ultimate blue flame illusion strike. But the Whale King was fully prepared. Radiating a lethal crimson sonic wave, the beast roared back. Let us see you shatter this nightmare. The colossal impact was devastating. Gao Neng violently coughed up blood, his mind spinning in absolute shock as the overwhelming force crushed him. But the nightmare was just beginning. The Whale King's piercing spiritual blades shredded Gao Neng's body like 1,000 razors. Suddenly, out of nowhere, an ethereal azure dragon materialized, snapping its massive jaws right around the Whale King's torso. A glorious shower of crimson blood rained from the sky. Driven into an absolute frenzy, the Whale King's eyes bulged with bloodthirsty rage. Gritting his fangs, the monstrous being swallowed down the excruciating agony, preparing his deadliest counterattack. The monster flexes his massive muscles, shattering the azure dragon into countless glittering fragments. His aura explodes with killing intent as he roars his threats. though his spiritual energy clearly wavers. "You dare use illusions on this king?" he bellows. On the other side, Gao Neng obliterates the Whale King's spiritual attacks, burning 5 million alliance coins in a single breath. "You have some nerve," Gao Neng roars back, playing with illusions in front of the Azure Dragon. The battlefield erupts. A devastating clash begins as Azure energy waves collide against a terrifying crimson tide of power. The two powerhouses launch into a brutal, earth-shattering melee. The Whale King commands Gao Neng to taste the absolute despair of his third-tier illusion realm. Seventh-tier reincarnation. "Hell!" the monster screams. But Gao Neng does not even flinch. With a wicked smirk, he counters, "Why do not you try my fifth-tier illusion realm? Eighth-tier heavenly baptism." Hearing this, the Whale King erupts into a booming, arrogant laugh. "Ha ha ha. After all these years, this is the first time someone dares to challenge my mastery of illusions. You truly are a Supreme Source energy warrior," he declares. The air twists and distorts as a massive, horrifying energy vortex materializes behind the king's back. Brimming with absolute confidence, the monster smirks. "Then taste the ultimate nightmare of my illusion arts, paradise reincarnation." Instantly, Gao Neng freezes completely in place. His empty pupils reflect the mesmerizing, deadly crimson vortex. A devastating unseen force slams into him, sending him flying like a broken doll as his sword slips from his grasp. Watching Gao Neng plummet from the sky like a kite with a snapped string, the Whale King throws his head back in malicious triumph. "A Supreme Source energy warrior?" he sneers. "So what? Challenging my illusion arts? Your only fate is to die rotting in an endless nightmare." The monster's eyes widen with manic glee as he laughs hysterically. "I am the undisputed master of illusions." But down below, the Blood Master's jaw drops in absolute horror. "Whale King!" he screams in panic. "Have you completely lost your mind?" The entire battlefield grinds to a halt. The alien beast army freezes, staring in pure confusion. Why in the world is their commander unleashing an ultimate illusion attack on his own allies? The terrifying truth is finally revealed. Gao Neng is completely unharmed, standing casually right behind the raving monster. With a wicked grin, the boy whispers, "Keep your voice down. Your precious Whale King is having a very sweet dream right now. He is trapped deep inside my 10th-tier illusion realm." Gao Neng's eyes lock onto the ground below, radiating a suffocating killing intent. He slowly raises a finger, pointing directly at the Bloodmaster. "Next," he declares coldly, "it is your turn." The older villain breaks out in a cold sweat, utterly confused. But in the very next heartbeat, it is Gao Neng who is left totally speechless. Without a second of hesitation, the mighty Bloodmaster shoots into the sky, desperately fleeing for his life. Bai Ping and Lona watch the pathetic scene unfold from below. They are absolutely dumbfounded, unable to believe their own eyes. Bai Ping tilts his head in sheer disbelief. Two legendary 9th-stage commanders. One gets mind-controlled the second they meet, and the other runs away like a terrified rat. Beside him, Lona lets out a breathless sigh. "Gao Neng. He literally just broke through to the high stage," she mutters in shock. Next to her, Tang Tang is practically trembling, stuttering the exact same thought. He only just reached the high stage. High above, the Bloodmaster is sweating buckets as he flees for his absolute life. Pure panic grips his heart. The Whale King's true form is the Northern Leviathan, a creature born with supreme illusion powers. If even he got perfectly countered, getting anywhere near that kid is pure suicide. But suddenly, the fleeing villain glances back over his shoulder. He furiously glares at Gao Neng. "Why are you not chasing me?" he barks. "Just how far can you even cast that freakish illusion of yours?" The words barely leave his mouth before a chilling presence brushes against his spine. Gao Neng has instantly materialized right behind him, throwing a mocking side glance. "If I told you the range was 20 meters, would you even dare to believe me?" The boy taunts. Hearing this, the Bloodmaster lets out a sneering laugh. "Haha, from what I can see, your absolute limit is a pathetic 10 meters. Having put some distance between them, the villain stares back at Gao Neng with utter contempt. Being able to mind control the Whale King within 10 meters is certainly impressive. Your natural talent easily ranks among the very best of humanity. But what a pity, your actual combat strength is simply too weak." Raising his hand, the Bloodmaster conjures a terrifying orb of black and crimson energy, letting it swell to a monstrous size. The Bloodmaster's eyes gleam with murderous intent as he issues his challenge. "Now, why do not you take a guess? Just how far does my attack range reach?" Sensing the overwhelming destructive power, Bai Ping screams out a desperate warning from below. But down on the ground, Tang Tang bravely throws her arms wide, blocking Bai Ping from moving forward. Uncle Bai, you absolutely cannot take another one of his attacks, she pleads. Bai Ping forces a reassuring smile through his pain. Do not worry. Even if he is at the 9th stage, I can withstand at least 2 more strikes. Overhearing this, the Bloodmaster laughs with utter disgust. 2 strikes? I would love to see how you bugs survive my ultimate blood claw. With a vicious roar, he launches the massive nightmarish hand of dark crimson energy straight at Gao Neng. Facing absolute annihilation, Gao Neng does not show a single ounce of fear. Instead, he smiles mockingly and calls out, Uncle Bai, do not even bother trying to block his attack. We truly do not have the power to stop it. But with a swift flash of movement, Gao Neng dashes right behind the mind-controlled Whale King, who is still giggling like an idiot. However, someone else definitely can. The Bloodmaster's eyes practically bulge out of his skull. His jaw hits the floor as he screams in absolute outrage. Gao Neng, you absolutely shameless bastard. But it is far too late. The devastating blood energy hand slams directly into the Whale King's chest. The point-blank impact triggers a cataclysmic explosion that rocks the heavens. Horrified by his own attack, the Bloodmaster screams into the smoke, absolute panic taking over. Whale King, are you okay? The dust clears, revealing the giant monster. He is standing completely still like a stone statue, utterly ignoring his allies' desperate cries. Suddenly, the Whale King throws his head back and unleashes a furious, earth-shaking roar. Gao Neng, to think you still have the strength to resist my illusions. I swear on my life, I will slaughter you today. But the brainwashed beast completely faces the wrong direction. He blasts a devastating wave of pink energy straight at the Bloodmaster, bellowing, Paradise reincarnation. The older villain's soul nearly leaves his body. I am completely doomed, he gasps. Desperate for survival, the Bloodmaster wildly crosses his arms, forcibly taking the absolute brunt of the Whale King's monstrous shockwave. Trembling behind his bruised arms, he peeks out. He stares at the devastating pink energy crashing over his body, a sudden wave of sheer confusion washing over him. Meanwhile, Gao Neng has casually teleported away, landing gracefully on the head of the flying earth dragon. He observes the two villains tearing each other apart, his analytical mind racing. The Bloodmaster is far too cautious, he thinks. Even in this chaos, he perfectly maintains his distance from me. I need to bait him into a fatal opening. Suddenly, his eyes light up with a brilliant, dangerous plan. He glances down at Tang Tang. I have got it! Tang Tang, listen up! The girl blinks in total confusion, wondering exactly what kind of crazy scheme he just cooked up. A sly glint flashes in Cao Neng's eyes as a wicked grin spreads across his face. You remember the golden rule, right? He smirks. See those royal princes hiding in the enemy ranks? Give them each a taste of our absolute firepower. Tang Tang's eyes light up with pure thrill. She throws up an OK sign, grinning from ear to ear, loud and clear. Moments later, Grandmaster Blood's face contorts in absolute fury. Thick veins bulge against his temples as he roars into the blood-stained sky. Cao Neng, you absolute bastard. His curse is instantly swallowed by the deafening roar of a nuclear explosion. Towering pillars of fire and thick smoke erupt across the battlefield, accompanied by the agonizing screams of the fallen. Chaos consumes the enemy ranks in a heartbeat. Amidst the blazing inferno, panicked voices shatter the air. Your Highness! Your Highness! Please hang in there. Desperate guards scramble blindly through the burning wreckage. But high above the devastation, Tang Tang simply bursts into maniacal laughter. She looks down at her nuclear masterpiece with pure delight. Now that is what I call a blast. She cheers. I am the one and only true Grim Reaper of this battlefield. Down below, the situation is completely catastrophic. A massive green-skinned beast man catches a charred, barely breathing royal. He barks desperate orders to his scrambling squad. Form a perimeter immediately. The prince's safety is our absolute priority. Beside him, a towering bear beastman growls in sheer panic. Fear drips heavily from his trembling voice. If all the royal heirs fall on our watch, how exactly do you think the king will punish us? We are dead meat. Recall the high-tier warriors from the front lines, right now. Hovering nearby, Grandmaster Blood freezes like a statue. Dark, calculating thoughts race through his mind. Our massive alliance is built on 37 different mutant tribes, he realizes with mounting dread. This unity is fragile. If even a single tribe breaks, rank and runs, it will trigger a massive domino effect of pure panic. His glowing eyes narrow fiercely at the fleeing soldiers below. They look like pathetic, scrambling ants to him. You utterly useless trash, he bellows, his voice laced with killing intent. Do you really think that running away will save your miserable lives? If we lose this crucial war, Not a single soul will escape punishment. And that absolutely includes myself. Grandmaster Blood's aura erupts with terrifying intensity. His features twist into a demonic snarl as his eyes bulge with pure wrath, issuing his ultimate, blood-chilling ultimatum. Retreat means death. Defeat means death. Your only path to survival is total victory. We must crush the Northern District and conquer the City of Hope. Only then will the prince's sacrifice mean true glory. The vicious words strike like physical blows. Cold sweat drenches the green-skinned warriors as reality sets in. They exchange terrified glances, forced to accept their grim fate. Grandmaster Blood is absolutely right. Taking a single step backward now means walking straight into the jaws of a gruesome execution. The massive bear warriors share a heavy, resigned look. Their massive fists clench in desperation. They have crossed the point of no return. Meanwhile, high above the chaos, Cao Neng observes the shifting tide. A rare frown shadows his usually confident face. Well, that did not go exactly as planned, he mutters, analyzing the battlefield. Their morale is holding strong. If we want to crush this invasion, we have to decapitate the snake and take out their supreme commander. He clicks his tongue in sheer annoyance. Down below, a sinister red aura violently swirls around Grandmaster Blood. Torrents of dark, blood-red energy converge into a terrifying defensive sphere. A bead of cold sweat trails down Cao Neng's cheek. This bastard is playing it way too safe, Cao Neng analyzes sharply. His defensive barrier completely neutralizes the Whale King's absolute illusion magic. He confidently claims my attack range is only 10 meters, yet he fiercely maintains a strict 50-meter distance from me at all times. Talk about being dangerously paranoid. A heavy sigh escapes his lips. His sharp gaze softens for just a fraction of a second. If Xiao Meng were fighting by my side right now, things would not be this ridiculously complicated. Snapping back to reality, Cao Neng locks eyes with Lu Na. Aunt Lu Na, I have a crazy strategy in mind. Do you trust me? Without a second of hesitation, she extends her hand. Spit it out, kid. I am all ears. Cao Neng's eyes burn with unyielding resolve as he stares at the raging battlefield. He lays out his suicidal plan. Uncle Bai is completely running on fumes. He cannot block another heavy strike. When that level 9 monster launches his next devastating attack, I am going to take the hit head on. You have to wait for the perfect opening to strike. Luna's heart drops as pure panic flashes across her face. Absolutely not, she snaps back fiercely. I will follow you into hell, but I refuse to watch you throw your life away. That is pure suicide. But Cao Neng merely smiles. Suddenly, a blinding azure-blue aura erupts from his entire body. The raw energy violently crackles through the very air around them. I am not walking into an early grave, he declares with unbreakable confidence. My cultivation realm has finally completely stabilized. He stares deep into the thick, blood-stained mist ahead. I have officially broken through to the high tier. Crack! The heavens themselves roar in violent response. Apocalyptic bolts of lightning tear through the sky, striking the earth with earth-shattering force. Torrent after torrent of furious thunderbolts concentrate on a single point hovering right above the heaven-soaring earth dragon. Amidst the deafening thunder, Cao Neng's voice booms with absolute authority, and it is more than enough power to crush him. The sheer weight of his aura leaves Bai Ping, Lu Na, and Tang Tang completely paralyzed. Their jaws drop in absolute shock. A million questions race through their minds, yet not a single word can escape their dry lips. Down on the blood-soaked ground, Ninger stares upward in sheer disbelief. She watches the terrifying blue lightning dance above the heaven-soaring earth dragon and the crimson sphere. He is merely breaking through to the next stage. She gasps. How on earth is his raw energy triggering 3 descending heavenly tribulations? Ignited by his newfound strength, Cao Neng transforms into a literal shooting star. Cloaked in a blinding storm of azure and pure white energy, he violently rockets across the war-torn sky. Like a divine missile, he charges straight toward Grandmaster Blood's impenetrable crimson domain. Seeing the boy's reckless charge, the Dark Master sneers. A look of ultimate disgust crosses his scarred face. What a foolish, arrogant child, he scoffs darkly. Do you truly believe a pathetic high-tier breakthrough makes you my equal? I do not even need to dirty my hands. I will effortlessly crush you just by maintaining my distance. But his arrogant laughter suddenly dies in his throat. A chilling sense of dread creeps down his spine. Something is horribly wrong. Wait. His realm is perfectly stabilized, the master realizes in blind panic. That means his absolute illusion range has massively expanded. He is actually going for the kill. Fear overwrites his pride as he frantically blasts backward. I need more space. I must widen the gap immediately. Grandmaster Blood glares at the incoming storm. Cao Neng is tearing through the sky. trailing apocalyptic lightning, closing the gap second by second. Sensing the absolute perfect moment to strike, the Dark Master unleashes a colossal, pitch-black blood hand. 60 meters. He violently roars into the wind. Let fate decide who leaves this battlefield alive. In the face of impending doom, Cao Neng's hand calmly grips his sword hilt. His gaze is forged from pure, unbreakable iron. With a devastating battle cry, he draws his legendary blade. A terrifying, crescent-shaped wave of pure lightning erupts from the steel, carving a brilliant parabolic arc straight toward his nemesis. Mid-air, the divine lightning violently morphs. It transforms into a majestic, towering white snake. With its jaws opened wide and fangs gleaming with lethal electricity, the energy beast lunges relentlessly at Grandmaster Blood. Yet, the Twisted Master merely chuckles, showing zero fear. I knew it, he gloats internally. His pathetic illusion range still cannot breach 60 meters. He really thinks a measly level 7 strike can even scratch me? Shing. In a fraction of a second, the impossible happens. A devastating slash tears right through the Master's invincible chest. Crimson blood fountains violently into the air. Clutching his chest in jaw-dropping disbelief, he spits out blood. What in the hell? Down in the trenches, Wei Ya and Shashima are completely frozen in shock. Their eyes bulge as they watch the impossible scene unfold. Absolute confusion shatters their minds, unable to process the sheer absurdity of the strike. Elsewhere, Qing Lian looks like she has just seen a ghost, questioning her entire reality. Luna stares completely unblinking, her heart pounding furiously against her ribs. How is this even scientifically possible? She wonders wildly. A mere level 7 sword strike. Just utterly bypassed a level 9 defense? Floating high above the bleeding battlefield, Cao Neng finally halts his momentum. He slowly lowers his blade and lets out a long, heavy breath of pure relief. But little do they know, the real nightmare is just about to begin. Gao Neng gazes at his masterpiece, a silent smirk playing on his lips. It is exactly as he suspected. Upon reaching the high tier, manipulating elemental energy has become as natural as breathing. He casually tosses a glance over his shoulder. Well, what do you think, Aunt Luo? I told you I could pull it off. But his victory lap is cut short. Aunt Luo's eyes widen in sheer terror, her voice cracking as she screams, "Watch out." The warning comes a split second too late. Gao Neng whips his head around, only to be met with a blinding flash of crimson energy crashing violently against his face. A colossal sphere of boiling blood aura materializes out of thin air. It swallows him whole in an instant. The agonizing pain tears through his body, ripping a deafening, blood-curdling scream from his throat. Countless unseen blades slash wildly at his flesh, leaving him battered and broken. His eyes roll back completely white. His jaw unhinges in a silent shriek, the agony stealing the very breath from his lungs. Ninger freezes, entirely paralyzed by the sudden horror. Beside her, Tong Tong gasps, her face draining of all color. Completely lifeless, Gao Neng plummets from the sky, his trusted blade slipping from his limp grasp. Aunt Luo stares into the void, her mind fracturing at the unbelievable nightmare unfolding before her. Cold sweat pours down Qing Lian's face, leaving her utterly speechless. High above, the Blood Grandmaster descends like a crimson comet. Trailing a sinister red aura, he ruthlessly chases after the falling boy. "You insignificant beast," he roars, his eyes blazing with murderous intent as he prepares to deliver the final blow. "To think a rat like you could actually shatter my absolute defense. I will erase your very existence from this world. You absolutely cannot be allowed to live." With a vicious sweep of his hand, a terrifying array of blood-colored spiritual rings manifests in the air. "Since you dare to defy me, I will annihilate you down to the very marrow of your bones." But out of nowhere, a fearless squad of female warriors swarms the sky. "Hold it right there," they battle cry, surrounding the Grandmaster. A silver blade pierces his armor, drawing first blood, swiftly followed by a second devastating strike that rips a bloody gash across his side. Yet, even with multiple cold steel blades lodged deep into his flesh, the monster does not flinch. Instead, he throws his head back and erupts into a maniacal, spine-chilling laughter. "Fools! You are far too late. The boy is already dead meat." Without a second thought, he hurls the catastrophic sphere of blood aura straight toward Gao Neng's defenseless body. Boom! A world-ending explosion rocks the battlefield, sending pillars of thick smoke and raging fire straight into the heavens. At that exact moment, the Tier 8 genetic combat androids holding their swords begin to dissolve into thin air. They are fading away. Someone screams in absolute despair. A demonic beast bellows in euphoric triumph. The little bastard's constructs are turning to dust. All hail the Supreme Blood Grandmaster. He finally killed Gao Neng. The crushing reality hits the human side hard. Shenfei's jaw drops in pure terror as he desperately screams out, "Gao Neng, where are you?" Qingjing forces her eyes shut, a heavy sigh escaping her lips. Too reckless. How could he allow himself to be so distracted in the middle of a war zone? Meanwhile, Tang Tang's face is a mask of utter devastation, her voice trembling as she mutters, "Gao Neng. No, he cannot be gone. He just cannot." High above the despair, the Blood Grandmaster arrogantly tightens his demonic grip around Aunt Luo's throat, lifting her effortlessly into the air. "I must admit, your assassination arts are top tier," he hisses with a sinister grin. "Even with my guard up, I could not entirely dodge that little trick of yours. Had you been just a fraction more ruthless, you might have actually taken my head, but your luck ends here. Now, every single one of you will burn." He unleashes a devastating palm strike, sending Aunt Luo rocketing backward like a broken doll. "Mom!" Qing Lian screams, her heart shattering at the sight. Across the scorching sands, Jimo's squad struggles to push forward, fighting against the brutal terrain. "Hurry! We need to back them up," they roar. Qing Lian grips her weapon, her mind racing in a panicked frenzy. How did it all go so wrong? Mother has fallen, and now even Gao Neng is gone. Left with no other choice, Shimo's battered forces must now stand alone against the overwhelming tide of the alien horde. Shimo's sharp eyes instantly gauge their enemy's terrifying power. "A high-tier commander class?" he mutters through gritted teeth. An alien warlord sneers down at the humans, dripping with pure arrogance. "Those annoying little genetic toys have all been reduced to scrap metal. Did you pathetic bugs really think you could still save that brat?" But the human spirit refuses to break. Moving as one, the entire squad charges forward with heaven-shaking battle cries. "Kill them all. We will carve a path and save Gao Neng." The alien elites scoff, their eyes gleaming with absolute disdain. So what if you are super energy warriors? Your pitiful human race is destined for only two things: to scrub the dirt from our boots as slaves, or to be utterly wiped from existence. High above, the Blood Grandmaster peers into the thick smoke below, his voice echoing like thunder. "Gao Neng, has your flame truly been snuffed out?" A flicker of doubt crosses the old monster's eyes. He calculates silently. "I poured every last drop of my monstrous aura into those two strikes, but considering the distance, there is a slim chance that Cockroach managed to survive the blast." Brushing off his paranoia, his bloodthirsty gaze locks onto the massive earth dragon hovering above. "No matter. I will just butcher that little girl first." Down below, a chilling wave of murderous intent crashes into Tang Tang, making the hairs on her neck stand upright. Bai Ping steps forward, a desperate roar tearing from his throat. "Tang Tang, run! Get out of here, I will hold the line." But she plants her feet firmly into the ground, her eyes burning with fierce defiance. "Hell no. This bastard is an alien general. If he wants to play with life and death, I will drag him straight to hell with me." High in the sky, the Blood Grandmaster suddenly flinches. His demonic senses tingle with an unnatural dread. "What is this aura? How is this insignificant brat radiating an energy that actually threatens me?" He grits his teeth, violently rejecting the absurd thought. It is impossible. She is nothing but a fragile, bottom-feeding human infant. How could a majestic Tier 9 Grandmaster ever cower before such trash? Refusing to dirty his own hands, he barks a ruthless command. "King Jing, the illusion binds have been shattered. Tear that little girl into bloody ribbons." "Your will is my command," the mighty warrior bellows, launching himself forward like a fired cannonball. But in a mind-bending twist of fate, the target of his devastating strike is not Tang Tang. It is the Blood Grandmaster himself. Squelch! A brutal backstab pierces straight through the Grandmaster's defenses. His eyes bulge in absolute shock as a fountain of dark blood erupts from his mouth. Down below, Tang Tang and her squad are completely paralyzed, their brains failing to process this shocking betrayal. Choking on his own blood, the Blood Grandmaster turns his head, his face twisted in venomous disbelief. "King Jing, you traitor!" But King Jing merely throws his head back in roaring, triumphant laughter. "Die, Gao Neng. This time, you are dead for sure." The horrifying truth finally hits the Grandmaster like a bolt of lightning. The illusion was never broken. King Jing is still trapped in the mind-bending genjutsu. But how is this possible? His mind races as the puzzle pieces frantically snap together. Wait a minute. The human's genetic weapons are bound to their master's life force. If the controller dies, the weapons dissolve into dust. If they did not disappear, then that can only mean one thing. Before the thought even finishes, the air around him begins to violently warp. Hundreds of Gao Neng's lethal genetic weapons suddenly materialize out of thin air. A spatial storage dimension. The Grandmaster screams in pure, unadulterated horror. Trapped in a flawless, inescapable death trap, cold dread washes over the Tier 9 warlord. I have been played. The mechanical army of genetic weapons simultaneously draw their glowing blades, the metallic sound ringing like a death knell. He is reduced to nothing more than a living target. A storm of blinding sword aura violently shreds through the air, dicing the Grandmaster's flesh in a relentless barrage of steel. Down below, the sands suddenly shift, and a very much alive Gao Neng crawls out from his desert grave. Seeing the boy breathing, the Blood Grandmaster's veins practically bulge out of his skull. He is alive? He actually survived my ultimate strike, driven entirely by blinding, hateful rage. The ancient power within the alien warlord violently detonates. Gao Neng, even if I must burn my own soul to ashes, I will drag you to the underworld with me. Unfazed, Gao Neng moves like a phantom, his blade dancing elegantly to shatter the incoming barrage of forbidden blood arts. But the Blood Grandmaster abandons all defense, charging forward like a rabid beast. Take the very last drop of my life force. Now die, Gao Neng. Seeing the apocalyptic energy swelling within the madman, Gao Neng frantically raises his hand. Wait, stop right there. Do not come any closer, or you will blow yourself to pieces too. But the warlord has already crossed the point of no return. A maniacal, blood-soaked grin stretches across his face. So what if I die? Welcome to your nightmare. Trading 1 year of my lifespan for yours is well worth the price. A sinister, overwhelming aura violently invaded Gao Neng's entire body. An agonizing scream echoed, followed by a terrifying explosion of power. Shockwaves ripped through the battlefield in all directions. Grandmaster Blood smirked with absolute arrogance, utterly convinced he had finally eradicated Gao Neng. A sigh of sheer relief escaped his lips. Finally. He is finally dead. But in that very second of triumph, a deadly blade pierced Grandmaster Blood straight through the back. Then, a chillingly familiar voice whispered from behind. But I feel like trading 1 year of your life for just one of my genetic weapons is not quite a fair trade, don't you think? The Grandmaster stuttered in pure terror. Gao Neng? How? How is this even possible? At that moment, the system interface flashed a glowing notification. It was the Vermilion Bird Core, drawn from the 4 symbols the immortal Vermilion Bird. Upon activating the immortal attribute, mental energy is forcefully converted into pure vitality and blood essence. Until his mental energy was completely drained to zero, he was practically unkillable. Gao Neng had become an immortal god on the battlefield. Shimo and his squad erupted into wild cheers. Gao Neng was still alive. His brilliant feint had perfectly lured the enemy into a deadly trap. Meanwhile, sheer panic gripped the alien forces. How is that monster still breathing? He took 2 direct lethal hits from Grandmaster Blood's ultimate attack. How does he not have a single scratch? We are doomed. It is totally over. 2 mighty kings of the Frost clan had fallen, one dead, the other trapped in an endless illusion. And now, even the supreme Grandmaster Blood was utterly defeated. Gao Neng looked down with a gaze of cold mercy, revealing the brutal truth. Your strength is genuinely formidable, and you are exceedingly cautious. But do you know exactly why you lost? The dying Grandmaster struggled to gasp out his final words. Why? Why is that? Gao Neng spoke with absolute calmness. Because, with a smooth, lethal motion, he withdrew his blade. As Grandmaster Blood's lifeless body collapsed to the ground, the young hero simply turned his back and walked away. Because you never truly understood the opponent standing in front of you, he knew perfectly well that he currently lacked the methods to trap the soul of a rank 9 powerhouse. His strength simply was not there yet. So, with a sharp snap of his fingers, Gao Neng decided to give the old master a little bonus gift. Here, take this with you to the afterlife. A massive swarm of genetic weapon clones, wielding giant broadswords, surged forward. Grandmaster Blood's corpse was ruthlessly turned into a training dummy, receiving an endless barrage of strikes. He could no longer muster even an ounce of resistance, logging out of existence right then and there. Seeing this glorious sight, the human soldiers roared in absolute ecstasy. Victory for humanity! Victory for humanity! Victory for humanity! Despair washed over the alien forces as their commanders screamed orders. Retreat! Pull back immediately! All units! Fall back! Rescue His Highness the Prince, and evacuate the battlefield at once. Even now, the human faction stood frozen in shock, barely daring to believe their own eyes. Did we actually win this war? The comrade beside them confirmed it with tears streaming down his face. Yes, we won. The northern sector has survived. All 20 million citizens get to live another day. Qing Jing was utterly overcome with heavy emotion. Following the Great Cataclysm, The first 20 years were a bloodbath where humanity was slaughtered in droves. Their living space shrank smaller and smaller with every passing day. During the next 20 years, mankind was brutally suppressed by massive alien armies, losing the vast majority of their sacred homelands. For 20 more years, humanity believed they had prepared enough to fight back. Yet, they suffered a catastrophic defeat that pushed the entire human race to the absolute brink of extinction. In the following 20 years, mankind was forced to retreat like cowards into their shells. They fell back to the capital of hope, while their beautiful ancestral homes turned into nothing but desolate wastelands. And now, as another terrifying 20-year cycle approached its deadly peak, Liang Qi stepped up from behind and called out softly, "Teacher." Yet, the old man was still deeply immersed in celebrating today's miraculous victory. Such a monumental triumph was truly a once-in-a-century miracle. Meanwhile, inside the grand building of the Federation government, a booming announcement echoed. All council members are ordered to report to the Supreme Conference Room immediately. Qingjing's assistant nervously chimed in with a warning. The northern sector battlefield is still incredibly dangerous right now. As a safety precaution, would the chairman consider hosting this meeting remotely? He immediately barked back. Nonsense. Every single council member is ordered to report directly to the northern sector battlefield. Right this instant. The future prosperity or total annihilation of the entire human race depended completely on their very next steps. Soon, at the heavily fortified northern sector base, a fleet of heavily armored helicopters roared into the landing zone. Someone broke the heavy silence. It must have been quite arduous for everyone to gather here in such dangerous times. So, I will skip the pleasantries and get straight to the point. The mighty choppers pierced through the thick, choking layers of battlefield smoke and ash. Inside the tense conference room, Jianfei opened the floor with a fiery gaze. "We need to discuss our upcoming battle plans immediately. I strongly propose forming an auxiliary vanguard force to ride this wave of victory and strike while the iron is hot." Someone eagerly slammed the table in agreement. Exactly. The alien forces suffered a crushing, unprecedented defeat. Their morale is utterly shattered right now. This is the perfect, golden opportunity for us to launch a massive, full-scale counterattack. Two other officials immediately raised their hands. Agreed. You have my full support. This is a monumental victory that only comes around once every 100 years. We absolutely cannot let this divine chance slip through our fingers. However, Liang Qi was the very first to throw cold water on their fiery ambitions. I strongly object. The 200,000 troops in the Northern Military Command have been reduced to barely 80,000. Rushing a massive assault right now could backfire disastrously. I propose that we temporarily make the reconstruction of our defensive walls the absolute top priority. Another voice backed him up. He is right. Precisely because this is a once-in-a-century opportunity, we cannot afford to act recklessly. Jianfei firmly shifted his gaze. Chairman Wu, as the esteemed leader of the Supreme Council, what are your thoughts on this matter? How should the military command proceed? Qingjing calmly responded to the heavy question. Marching into war, whether to strike or defend, is a decision the military command is fully capable of making themselves. But since Commander-in-Chief Qin specifically asked for my input, then I shall share my perspective on the board. My firm stance is to rest, recover our lost strength, and prioritize defending the stronghold. The commander hesitated for a brief second. So that is your stance. My intention is also to establish an ironclad defense before launching any sort of offensive. But Councilman Gao, I want to hear your opinion on this. Both Qingjing and Liang Qi stared in absolute shock when the young hero uttered a single, chilling word. Attack. Even Jianfei was visibly stunned by his sheer audacity. Qingjing looked at Gao Neng with heavy anticipation. Explain your reasoning to us. Gao Neng laid out the brutal reality. It is incredibly simple. According to the calculations I have run regarding the subterranean resources beneath the capital of Hope, exactly 2 months from now, we will completely exhaust all resource extraction outside of the high-risk zones. After that critical point, our extraction rate will plummet drastically. If we actually want to seize absolute victory in this apocalyptic war, we need to secure as many resources as humanly possible. But what terrifying secrets lay waiting for them in the danger zones? Lurking beneath the main cities of the alien races lies a massive vault of resources. Jianfei's eyes gleamed with raw anticipation. Do we have a special operation in mind? Gao Neng gave a firm, confident nod. He turned his gaze to the side. Ning, show them what we have. She immediately projected a glowing holographic layout. This is the current distribution map of the alien forces in the northern sector. He pointed sharply at 3 blazing red markers on the map. Right here, here, and over here. His voice carried the absolute authority of a veteran commander. These three fortresses belong to the Frost Clan, the Blood Clan, and the Subterranean Clan. While the Subterranean and Frost factions are mere minor threats, the Blood Clan reigns supreme as the undisputed absolute powerhouse of the North. However, the tides of destiny have shifted. In our latest clash, the Blood Clan suffered a devastating blow. They lost a supreme rank 9 powerhouse. The Frost Clan also lost 2 top-tier elites. These massive fortresses form a perfect strategic triangle. Frost City is the closest target to our current position. If we conquer it, we establish an impenetrable vanguard outpost right outside the northern war zone. The remaining 2 enemy cities will then serve as the ultimate defensive flanks for our new stronghold. The tactical brilliance of the plan was absolutely breathtaking. Shen Fei slammed his fist down in pure excitement. Exactly. If we can just seize absolute control of these 3 fortresses, no matter which direction those alien bastards attack from, we will always have the overwhelming upper hand. It perfectly covers a 5-kilometer defensive perimeter for the northern sector. Plus, we get to plunder all their hoarded resources. Tian Nan swelled with overwhelming fatherly pride. You brilliant little brat, he thought. You actually saw right through the entire battlefield. But wait, wasn't this flawless strategy entirely his own creation? Vice Commander Shen, did I analyze that perfectly? Gao Neng asked with a sharp smirk. Gao Neng abruptly broke the silence with a dry cough, while Ning maintained her absolute icy composure. Gasps of pure admiration echoed through the room. Vice Commander Shen actually mastered the chaotic dynamics of the northern battlefield in just 1 short month? She truly is the peerless daughter of a legendary general. But suddenly, the heavy atmosphere was completely shattered. Frantic shouts echoed from the corridor outside. Gao Neng! Gao Neng! You need to come right now! I saw it. I finally saw it. Ninger's stoic expression cracked with genuine shock. Is that? Tang Tang? Tang Tang violently burst through the heavy conference doors. She was drenched in cold sweat, her chest heaving as she desperately gasped for air. Realizing every elite commander in the room was staring right at her, Tang Tang instantly froze and clamped a hand over her mouth. Gao Neng stepped forward, his patience completely wearing thin. What the hell did you just see? She leaned in close, trembling as she whispered a single, forbidden name into his ear. Xiao Meng. Gao Neng's eyes darkened with extreme gravity. I will be right out. Wait for me in the hall. A heavy, suffocating tension instantly descended upon Qing Jing and Jian Fei. Even the usually boisterous Shen Fei fell into dead silence. Mu Bai sent a covert telepathic message, his eyes narrowed into dangerous slits. Are they talking about the legendary Cat King? Tian Nan shot him a deadly, warning glare. Even if you know, keep your mouth strictly shut. Qing Jing exchanged a deeply knowing look with his subordinates. The very existence of the Cat King was a top-tier secret currently suppressed by the entire alliance. Jian Fei gave a subtle nod of absolute agreement. If Counselor Gao chooses not to speak of it, we bury it as well. Tearing through the thick tension, Liang Qi forcefully dragged the meeting back on track. Counselor Gao, your battle strategy is admittedly brilliant. Seizing those 3 fortresses would permanently solve our crippling resource shortage. The northern sector's defensive line would become an absolute fortress. But tell me, do you even comprehend the terrifying disparity in military numbers between the alien races and our human alliance? Gao Neng's gaze didn't waver for a single second. I am fully aware. They outnumber us 5 to 1. Liang Qi smashed his fist into the war table, completely losing his temper. Exactly. The gap is overwhelmingly suicidal. As long as we cower behind our walls and strictly defend, the clashes between humanity and the alien hordes remain nothing but minor skirmishes. But the very second we launch a vanguard assault to conquer those 3 massive fortresses, we will undoubtedly trigger an apocalyptic, all-out, total war. Gao Neng leaned back, an utterly fearless smirk playing on his lips. Trigger a war? Forgive me, but I was under the impression we were already fighting for our very survival. Does Counselor Liang actually believe the alien hordes swarming the north are just here over a minor misunderstanding? Hearing the blatant mockery, Liang Qi physically shook with blinding rage. You arrogant, reckless fool, do you have any idea what happens when a full-scale war erupts? Do you realize the crushing, devastating pressure the Hope Capital and the other sectors will be forced to endure? If the northern sector charges blindly into enemy territory, can the eastern, southern, and western borders even survive the deadly retaliation? Gao Neng instantly fired back, his aura exploding. Counselor Liang, if the northern sector has the absolute power to crush the enemy lines and expand, why in the hell can't the east, south, and west launch their own brutal offensives? The terrifying reality of Gao Neng's grand ambition finally struck Liang Qi like a physical blow. Was this madman actually planning to spark a global human crusade? It was a catastrophic gamble Liang Qi absolutely refused to accept. Lunacy. This is absolute suicidal lunacy. Did you completely ignore everything I just said? Are you seriously trying to drag the entire human race into a total apocalyptic deathmatch? The suffocating tension reached a boiling point. Two other high-ranking council members immediately threw their unwavering support behind Liang Qi. He is entirely correct. This path blatantly gambles with the very survival of humanity. It is sheer madness. We currently lack the ultimate power to survive an all-out extermination war against the alien hordes. We desperately need time to recover our strength. We formally stand against this reckless crusade. Councillor Gao's judgment is fundamentally flawed. Gao Neng didn't back down an inch. Instead, he expertly targeted their fatal misconception. I completely agree with your statistics. The combined combat power of the alien alliances is indeed 5 times greater than ours. However, you cowards are completely blind to their greatest, most glaring weakness. They are a chaotic coalition of over 100 different, prideful races. Their so-called unbreakable alliance is nothing but fragile glass. Their terrifying 5-to-1 advantage? It is exactly like an open hand with spread fingers. They are entirely forced to fight isolated, uncoordinated battles. But humanity? We can use the blazing fires of this very war to forge an unbreakable iron fist. We will completely unite every single drop of our collective power. Gao Neng slammed his fist into the table, a domineering aura exploding from him. That unity is our absolute, ultimate weapon. Those earth-shattering words struck the room like a divine thunderbolt. The disdain in their eyes instantly morphed into profound, absolute awe. Even the stoic Qing Jing and his faction sat completely paralyzed, their souls trembling at the sheer magnitude of the vision. Liang Qi panicked, frantically looking at his silent allies. Why are you all suddenly quiet? Are you seriously willing to abandon the sacred fate of humanity to this insane gamble? Do you actually want to declare absolute war against the alien hordes right this second? Qing Jing let out a deep breath, his battle-hardened eyes finally igniting with terrifying resolve. The fires of war are completely inevitable. It will erupt regardless. Jianfei stepped forward, his killing intent leaking out like a sharpened blade. Councillor Gao is absolutely right. The military has been sharpening our blades, desperately waiting for this exact day. We have choked on our absolute rage, and waited. For nearly 100 agonizing years, Liang Qi slumped back into his chair, completely paralyzed by a terrifying realization. Just 1 short month ago, he had openly laughed at Gao Neng's absurd ambition to become the supreme speaker. Yet today, the ultimate destiny of the entire human alliance was already firmly gripped within this young monster's hands. Gao Neng shoots Liang Qi, a look of absolute triumph. The overwhelming pressure of the majority leaves the old man completely cornered, forcing him to swallow his pride. Fine. If it is a full-scale war you all want, then my lips are sealed, he snaps. Let time be the ultimate judge of who stands on the right side of history. His panicked faction scrambles after him. Councillor Liang, wait for us. Meanwhile, Tong Tong stands outside, her patience wearing thin. Gao Neng, you are finally out, she calls. But as her gaze lands on Liang Qi's fleeing group, her expression twists into shock. Huh? Why are you villains scurrying out of here? Do not tell me you got kicked out? Liang Qi hears her mocking tone. He grinds his teeth in sheer fury. Yet he does not dare provoke the untouchable Tong Tong. Boiling with rage, Liang Qi storms off. We are heading back to the federal government. Tang Tang's mocking laughter trails behind him. Just as I thought. Completely exiled. Do not stress over it. Once Gao Neng takes the speaker seat, all our troubles disappear. A subordinate desperately chimes in. Councillor Liang, if we retreat now, our future in the Federation is doomed. Liang Qi snaps back, his patience shattered. What exactly are you implying? Do you think my political career is dead just because I missed the speaker position? Gao Neng might be an arrogant brat, but at the end of the day, this is merely a clash of political ideals. He will never let us off the hook. Another subordinate cries out in panic. What if this is not just about Gao Neng's ambitions? Liang Qi freezes, his eyes widening. What are you getting at? The two subordinates exchange a dark look, Tong Tong and Fang Yuan. They might still be hunting for revenge over the incident from decades ago. Even though you did not directly pull the strings, Councillor Liang, you were still one of the key masterminds hiding in the shadows. We are barely surviving while holding our current power. The moment Gao Neng claims the speaker throne, with Tong Tong backing his every move, Councillor Liang, literally anyone else can take the speaker title. Even that relic, Old Wu, would be acceptable. But we absolutely cannot let Gao Neng seize control. Meanwhile, outside the imposing gates of military camp number 2, Gao Neng narrows his eyes. Is she actually hiding here? Tang Tang crosses her arms, radiating absolute certainty. I am placing my life on it. She definitely came. She is lurking somewhere in this very perimeter. Gao Neng ponders in silence. Knowing Xiao Meng's tricky personality, if she intentionally let Tang Tang spot her, she definitely has a hidden message to deliver. If that is the case, she will step out of the shadows eventually. Suddenly, Tang Tang shouts, "Gao Neng, look over there." Gao Neng turns, his eyes catching a hilariously pitiful silhouette. A smirk tugs at his lips. Well, well. If it is not First Lieutenant Chen Bai forces a miserable, trembling smile. Major Gao. Captain Fang. It has been a while, has it not? The duo immediately flashes their gleaming shoulder epaulets. Who are you calling Major? I am a colonel now. Do you even have eyes? And who are you calling Captain? I, Tang Tang, am officially the youngest major in Alliance history. A lowly first lieutenant like you needs to watch your tongue. Chen Bai bows his head, swallowing his pride. Yes, you two absolute geniuses are completely right. Inside, his soul is screaming. He tried so hard to avoid these monsters, but fate is cruel. Could they not just pretend they are strangers? Does he really have to suffer this emotional damage every single time they cross paths? Tang Tang leans in, her aura suffocating. Knowing your mistake is the first step to fixing it. But if you do not, oh, right. First Lieutenant Chen Bai, exactly how old are you this year? This critical strike shatters Chen Bai's ego into a million pieces. Are you kidding me? Did she not ask this exact same question when she got promoted to captain? Tang Tang looks down her nose at him. When a superior asks a question, you answer. Are you telling me a bottom-tier subordinate like you dares to ignore a direct order? Terrified, Chen Bai instantly surrenders. Yes, this humble subordinate is 33 years old this year. For 10 agonizing minutes, he endures her relentless flexing. Only then does Tang Tang show a shred of mercy. 16 years old, and already the first major in the entire alliance. If not me, then who is worthy? Dominating feels fantastic. Gao Neng. I am heading back to wash off the dust and slip into my glorious new uniform. The second Xiao Meng shows her face. You better alert me. Chen Bai, now reduced to a hollow, soulless husk, mutters, Does Colonel Gao have any further commands? Gao Neng smiles mischievously, preparing a devastating finishing blow. Old Bai, your observation skills are truly terrifying. I literally have a brand new pair of military ranks hidden in my pocket, and you still manage to sense them? The Supreme Commander specifically ordered me to keep my mouth shut. But hey, you and I go way back, right? Let me whisper a little secret. The official announcement for my promotion to Major General drops in exactly 1 month. Do not dare breathe a word of this to anyone. Hearing this, Chen Bai mentally coughs up a liter of blood. Major General? It has not even been a single year, and this monster is already a Major General? Unable to survive another psychological blow, he desperately turns to flee. I am so sorry, Colonel. No, Major General Gao, my health is suddenly failing. Please excuse me. Gao Neng calls out playfully to the retreating figure. Old Bai, take better care of that fragile body of yours. Otherwise, reaching captain is going to be a pipe dream. Chen Bai bites his lip, tears threatening to fall. Why? Why must the heavens punish him? He is the one who dragged this brat out of the land of oblivion. Gao Neng dramatically sighs, shaking his head. Old Bai's mental fortitude is just too pathetic. At this rate, when will he ever taste a promotion? Suddenly, a faint rustle echoes from behind. Gao Neng snaps his gaze toward a distant, jagged rock. A hauntingly familiar silhouette flickers in the shadows. Xiao Meng had been waiting in the dark all along. The second their eyes lock, she vanishes like a ghost. Still, a wave of relief washes over Gao Neng's heart. A passing soldier notices his sudden detour and asks, Counselor Gao? The military camp is straight ahead. Where are you wandering off to? He waves a hand dismissively, just taking a stroll to clear my chaotic thoughts. Mind your own business. Gao Neng approaches the exact rock where Xiao Meng had been perched. He taps the cold stone. In the old days, you would have charged straight into my room. From the void, Xiao Meng materializes, a sharp smirk on her lips. In the old days, I would have crawled straight under your covers. Gao Neng gently rubs her soft cat ears. Long time no see. Have you finally returned to trace your ancestral roots? She smirks playfully. I have lived among my subjects long enough to get used to it. But I must admit, I never expected you to slay a Stage 9 powerhouse in just 1 month. Gao Neng chuckles, his confidence radiating. Of course. How else could I be worthy of calling myself your older brother? Xiao Meng's eyes gleam with dangerous excitement. Since you have grown this strong, I have a golden opportunity for you. Are you interested? He refuses to jump in blindly. That entirely depends on the offer. She leans in, dropping a massive bombshell. The absolute control over an entire alien race. Gao Neng freezes in pure shock. Controlling an entire race? Does she mean wiping them out entirely? She shrugs with terrifying nonchalance. Once you hold absolute power over them, their survival or destruction is entirely up to your whim. Gao Neng narrows his eyes, cutting straight to the chase. Which race? I will let you choose. Xiao Meng replies with a sly grin. Which race do you desire? He immediately throws out a legendary name. How about the blood race? Xiao Meng instantly shoots the idea down. That is impossible right now. Gao Neng raises an eyebrow. Did she not just claim he could pick anyone? What kind of deal is this? Seeing his doubt, she quickly offers another massive clue. Fine, let me correct myself, she sighs. You can choose any race that lacks a supreme powerhouse. So, tell me, do you want this power or not? Gao Neng's expression hardens into dead seriousness. That depends entirely on your method of control. Xiao Meng's tone suddenly shifts. Brother, you have faced beings from other dimensions. You must know that an evolution source births both springs and fruits, right? He nods slowly. Having consumed both, he understands their immense power all too well. Xiao Meng reveals her true secret. Actually, an evolution source produces a third miracle, the root, a literal seed of resurrection. The revelation hits Gao Neng like a devastating lightning bolt. A seed that grants true resurrection? Xiao Meng continues her dramatic explanation. The ancient tree guarding the dark elf royal city. It is the very evolution source of their entire race. The spring of life forces a violent evolution of one's biological tier. You, Tang Tang, and Ning have all experienced this awakening firsthand. However, my life tier exists on an entirely different realm. That spring water is far too weak to trigger my evolution. But the fruit grants a life form unimaginable special abilities. Gao Neng pieces the puzzle together. So, those were the first two divine treasures. Then what about the third? He demands. What makes the root so insanely important? She meets his intense gaze. From what I have gathered, the resurrection seed is the absolute core of the evolution source. Without the source, the seed cannot survive. But conversely, if the resurrection seed is destroyed, the entire evolution source will instantly crumble into dust. Gao Neng's mind races with profound suspicion. What kind of insane logic is that? How on earth do you know such deeply guarded cosmic secrets? She smiles, perfectly prepared for his interrogation. I knew you would ask that exact question. Take a close look. Tell me what you see. Gao Neng reaches out, grabbing the mysterious object. He stares at the glowing liquid swirling inside the small glass vial. His eyes widen in absolute disbelief. This overwhelming aura, it is the spring of life. Did you secretly infiltrate the Dark Elf Royal City again? He gasps. Xiao Meng instantly shakes her head. Of course not. Why would I take such a boring route? Do you remember that pathetic dark elf who ambushed you back in the Forgotten Land? She asks sharply. Gao Neng's memory flashes back to that deadly encounter. Her name was Ye Ying. Xiao Meng finally reveals the bloody truth behind the scenes. I hunted her down, and I slaughtered her. After tearing her apart, I ripped a resurrection seed from her corpse. But I did not stop there. I forcefully evolved that tiny seed into a brand new evolution source. The realization hits Gao Neng like a massive shockwave. So you learned these godlike secrets because you actually grew your own evolution source. You were not just born with this terrifying knowledge? She pouts, clearly offended by his logic. Do I look like some omniscient monster to you? Obviously, no one knows everything from birth. Gao Neng falls into deep, silent thought. Is she able to forge an evolution source solely because of her unique symbiotic nature? Or perhaps, Xiao Meng's very existence possesses the exact same terrifying attributes as a true evolution source. Another shocking memory suddenly violently resurfaces. Wait, did you not practice dual cultivation with Tang Tang? You literally triggered her evolution. She rolls her eyes, immediately shooting down his wild theory. I did absolutely no such thing. To be completely accurate, I merely activated her. Gao Neng frowns, completely lost in this high-level terminology. Activated? Xiao Meng sighs, breaking it down for him. Tang Tang was born with unimaginably monstrous potential. However, several unnatural mutations within her body were aggressively suppressing her true divine talents. I simply did her a tiny favor and wiped those violent mutations out of existence. Gao Neng's jaw drops as the horrifying reality sets in. Suppressed potential? Are you telling me From the very beginning, Tang Tang's form as a humanoid nuclear core was completely unfinished, and only after your miraculous activation did she finally awaken into the ultimate, perfect version of a humanoid nuclear core. He reads his sister like an open book. You are dumping a massive pile of cosmic secrets on me today. There must be a deadly reason behind all this, right? He questions sharply. You mentioned seizing control of an entire race. Tell me you have a solid plan. An insanely confident, victorious smirk spreads across Xiaomeng's face. Of course I have a masterpiece of a plan. With a lightning-fast motion, she slashes her dagger through the air. A terrifying burst of aura explodes outward. Gao Neng's eyes widen as he instantly decodes her lethal hint. You mean Ding Xiang, the seventh princess of the Dark Elf race? Xiao Meng's grin turns downright devilish. My brilliant strategy is an absolute masterclass in lethal deception. Night devours the sky. The clock strikes 10 p.m. at a heavily fortified military base. Qing Lian, the stoic commander of the elite battalion, steps forward with blazing determination. We are fully aware of the military's upcoming tactical strike on Triangle City. His voice rings out with unwavering resolve. We officially request permission to join the frontline carnage. Gao Neng crosses his arms, staring them down with heavy scrutiny. Marching into the jaws of death has always been the military's absolute duty. Are you all certain you want this blood on your hands? Qing Lian's aura erupts with raw, patriotic fury. The survival of the northern zone hangs by a horrifyingly thin thread. In this absolute do-or-die moment, we refuse to cower in the shadows. Shimo steps up beside him, his eyes burning with intense battle lust. Exactly! The human alliance is launching an apocalyptic siege. How could we possibly sit back and watch from the sidelines? The tension in the air is palpable. Wei Ya steps forward with burning determination. Please, you must allow us to join the vanguard. Gao Neng nods slowly, his gaze heavy. A truly momentous occasion, isn't it? It absolutely is. Gao Neng's lips curve into a confident smirk. All right, I understand your resolve. The four warriors erupt in perfect unison. Thank you, Counselor Gao. Battle lust flares in Shimo's eyes. Once we crush our enemies and claim victory, I pray we can cross blades in a true, honorable duel. Gao Neng meets his fiery gaze without flinching. It is a promise. No cheap illusions, no genetic core weapons. After we tear down those city walls, we fight fair and square. A feral grin spreads across Shimo's face. Then our pact is sealed. Gao Neng turns his sharp eyes toward the others. Are you all seeking a fair fight as well? Wei Ya waves his hand dismissively. There is no need for that. If your absolute power can shatter Shimo in combat, then you are naturally far beyond our reach. Zhou Jin steps up, her voice tinged with hope. Actually, we came seeking your divine assistance. My master stands at the very edge of a massive breakthrough. She requires a specific, legendary elixir. However, we are missing a few impossibly rare ingredients. Without a second thought, Gao Neng agrees. Consider it done. Just hand me the list of everything you lack. Zhou Jin's eyes sparkle like stars. Are you truly serious? Gao Neng's expression turns solemn. If the Ime sect master transcends her limits, the entire world will shake with the good news. Adding another supreme powerhouse to humanity's ranks is the ultimate victory. Lending my strength to this cause is my absolute duty. Overwhelmed with gratitude, Zhou Jin bows deeply. From the bottom of my heart, thank you. Wei Ya chimes in, hope lacing his words. My grandfather desperately needs 2 medicinal treasures as well. We will gladly pay the full market price. But Gao Neng raises a hand to stop him. Keep your wealth. Just pay 1/10 of the Heavenly King Corporation's standard rate. Wei Ya's face lights up with absolute euphoria. On behalf of my entire lineage, thank you, Counselor Gao. Gao Neng takes a slow, elegant sip of his tea. I assume you also need my alchemy skills, right? Qing Lian nervously shakes her head. No, I do not need any pills refined. Gao Neng tilts his head in sheer confusion. Then what exactly do you want from me? A deep, crimson blush rushes across her cheeks. I do not want anything refined. Actually, it is not about what I want at all. Gao Neng's mind instantly races to the gutter. Is it that kind of cliché situation? A lone man and a blushing woman, meeting in the dead of night before a bloody war? But he is a man of absolute focus. How should he reject her? Gathering every ounce of her courage, Qing Lian finally blurts it out. It is actually my mother. She demands a private secret meeting with you. The romantic illusion shatters like fragile glass. Gao Neng chokes on his own breath. Your mother? Cold sweat rolls down his back. The dead of night. A secretive mother. Sending her own daughter to arrange a covert rendezvous? He definitely does not have such terrifying ambitions. Later that night, Gao Neng creeps toward the freezing meeting spot. His mind spins with chaotic theories. Why would Aunt Luna summon me outside the military camp at midnight? What kind of deadly trap is this? Heaven forbid she tries to propose a marriage alliance. I already rejected that terrifying arrangement. Wait, does she possess another hidden daughter? Before his wild thoughts can spin any further, the freezing edge of a lethal blade presses against his throat. Luna's chilling voice whispers from the shadows. A master assassin travels 1,000 miles like a ghost. Leaving a pathetic trail of footprints in the snow is just begging the Reaper to take your life. Her killing intent slowly vanishes into the freezing wind. I can sense the profound movement technique you possess. Unleash it. Show me your true speed. Gao Neng forces a confident smirk. Hold on a second, Aunt Luna. Are you trying to force me into becoming your secret disciple? My loyalty already belongs to another master. In a flash of terrifying speed, Luna teleports directly behind him. She shamelessly gives his rear end a solid squeeze. The deadly elder chuckles with zero restraint. Do not be so stubborn, boy. Watch my power first, then decide your fate. Gao Neng gasps, as the very fabric of reality fractures around him. Countless identical clones of Luna materialize in the snow. His mind races as he analyzes the impossible sight. Every single phantom pulses with overwhelming energy. These are not cheap optical illusions. Each one carries the lethal presence of her true body. This movement technique defies the very laws of reality. Luna gives him just enough time to process the sheer horror of her speed. Have you seen enough to satisfy your ego? My shadow-stepping art absolutely crushes yours. Now tell me, do you hunger for this power? Gao Neng scratches his head, trapped in an awkward bind. The temptation is real, but I already bowed to Nan Tian. Stealing another master's supreme art feels like a betrayal. Luna's brow twitches with fiery annoyance. Did Nan Tian actually teach you any footwork? Gao Neng clears his throat, looking away in shame. Well, not exactly. Luna rolls her eyes and shrugs with absolute arrogance. Then what is the problem here? If that old fool will not teach you, are you just going to stay weak forever? She steps closer, offering a devilish loophole. We will just say you possess monstrous, heaven-defying talent. You simply observed my footwork on the battlefield and copied it. I certainly will not complain. And what right does Elder Li have to throw a fit over your own genius? Hearing this flawless logic, Gao Neng slaps his hands together. You know what? That makes perfect sense. Suddenly, the playful aura around Luna vanishes. Her eyes sharpen into lethal daggers. Answer me honestly. Aside from basic footwork, did Elder Li teach you the true art of slaughter? Gao Neng's expression darkens as he hesitates. He taught me brutal combat arts. My saber technique is. Luna violently cuts him off, her tone dripping with absolute severity. No, you fool. I am not talking about simple street brawling. I am asking about the sacred art of murder. She begins to lecture him with terrifying wisdom. Standard combat arts focus on amplifying physical strength. They unleash explosive, devastating power. They blend offense and defense into one fluid dance. But their core purpose is merely to fight and survive. They are not forged purely to extinguish life. The shadows seem to twist around her as she whispers the dark truth. But the true art of assassination? It prioritizes absolute, unstoppable penetration. Pure, unadulterated lethal force. By the time your enemy realizes you are there, their soul has already left their body. With a dramatic flourish, she reveals a glowing, compact disc. This artifact contains the absolute pinnacle of our sect's killing intent. Etched within this drive, are the 3 most devastating execution strikes known to humanity. Even an ordinary person could leap across an entire tier to secure a kill if they master this. Hearing this, Gao Neng's eyes light up with burning curiosity. Could someone cross 2 tiers? He asks. Luna flashes a mysterious, chilling smile. Not just 2 tiers. All you need is a single opening, she whispers. With this, you can completely shatter the boundaries of cultivation tiers. Gao Neng freezes, absolutely dumbfounded. Shatter the boundaries? Her piercing gaze locks onto him. Do you finally understand what I am offering? Tell me, did Elder Li ever teach you a killing art of this magnitude? Outwardly, Gao Neng maintains a mask of perfect calm, but inside, his heart is doing cartwheels of pure joy. I understand now, he replies smoothly. He never taught me anything like this. Satisfied, Luna hands him a compact disc. Excellent. Consider this a secret you are stealing right from under my nose. Got it? A spark of revelation hits Gao Neng like lightning. Loud and clear, he declares with unbreakable resolve. The atmosphere instantly shifts. With razor-sharp focus, Luna summons twin blades into her hands, ready to pass down a truly legendary martial art. Listen closely. I am about to reveal the absolute core of the killing arts. she announces. Standard combat arts rely on brute force, but a true killing art? It demands godlike speed and absolute, terrifying precision. With absolute supreme confidence, she begins a deadly dance. Her twin blades blur into a flawless, mesmerizing display of lethal mastery. Look at how impossibly thin these blades are. They slice through the wind without a sound, leaving zero shadows behind. Her eyes turn ice cold as she thrusts a blade forward. A surprise attack with this could easily cripple a 9th-tier master. When it comes to pure, devastating, armor-piercing power, aside from the Supreme Realm experts, no one in the entire alliance can rival me. Gao Neng's eyes gleam like stars, practically drooling over those magnificent weapons. Those are some seriously godly blades, he mutters. Lu Na immediately scowls at his greedy stare. Wipe that look off your face, you little brat. These blades belong to me. But then, she drops a heavily loaded promise. Master, just 3 stances of my killing art, and you will wield this exact same heaven-piercing power. Gao Neng's jaw nearly hits the floor. It is that overpowered? He gasps. A wave of nostalgia washes over Lu Na as she prepares to drop a massive secret. Do you know the history of our radiant sect? The current Holy Maiden, who is Qing Lian's master and my senior sister. Before she reached the Supreme Realm, she held a terrifying title. Hooked by the lore, Gao Neng asks, what kind of title? Lu Na stares straight through him, the absolute strongest beneath the Supreme Realm. Gao Neng's eyes widen like saucers as his blood begins to pump. The absolute strongest beneath the Supreme Realm? That is insanely badass. What about now? Lu Na lets out a dignified, awkward cough, her tone tinged with bitter regret. Not anymore. She officially broke into the Supreme Realm, while I am still stuck beneath the 9th tier. But my point is this. If you manage to secretly master these 3 killing stances, then that invincible title will belong to you. Trembling with sheer excitement, Gao Neng nods. Crystal clear. Taking a deep, centering breath, Lu Na steps back to demonstrate her legendary technique. Keep your eyes open. This is the first stance. She raises her blade. Lunar thrust. Terrifying aura violently condenses around her blade. With a flick of her wrist, she thrusts toward a massive boulder. Boom! An invisible shockwave pierces the solid stone like a divine arrow, blowing it into a million jagged pieces. Lowering her weapon with effortless grace, Lu Na explains. That was the lunar thrust. The true secret is not brute force or blinding speed. It is absolute pinpoint targeting. Her gaze grows intensely profound as she looks back at him. All matter in this world possesses a fatal weak point. The absolute core of the lunar thrust is the ability to perceive and strike that exact flaw. Gao Neng immediately nods like a woodpecker. I get it completely. Lu Na rolls her eyes, letting out an exhausted sigh. Sure you do. Keep bluffing, you arrogant little brat. Do you have any idea how insanely difficult it is to grasp this concept? It takes 6 entire months just to scratch the surface. Even my senior sister, the greatest genius in our sect's history, needed 2 full months. Gao Neng just chuckles softly, his eyes shifting casually toward a nearby boulder. Is that so? Honestly, it looks pretty simple to me. Lu Na's eyebrows twitch violently at his sheer audacity. Simple? Fine then. Let us see you try. Without a single moment of hesitation, Gao Neng marches right up to the boulder. His eyes narrow as his system's special ability hums to life. With a single piercing glare, a bright red target locks onto the stone's fatal flaw. Smirking at the glowing weak point, he scoffs. Yep. Dead simple. Faster than the eye can track, his blade flashes forward with terrifying fluidity. Lunar thrust. His blade strikes the dead center. Crack! The massive boulder is instantly blown to dust. Lu Na physically stumbles backward, completely flabbergasted. Dusting off his hands, Gao Neng turns around with a massive, cheeky grin. He waves enthusiastically. Flawless analysis, right, Auntie Lu? Lu Na's jaw is practically glued to the floor. Her mind short-circuits in sheer disbelief. Heavens above. Absolute monsters really do walk this earth. Swallowing her shattered pride, she forces the most awkward smile ever. Right. Yeah, absolutely. Let us move straight to the next stance. The atmosphere turns dead serious as they move to the second stage. Lu Na crosses her twin blades horizontally. This technique is called shadow dance. Shadow, for the afterimages that carve through the void. Dance, for the fatal elegance of a butterfly fluttering through a storm of flowers. The instant the name leaves her lips, the air around her violently distorts. Her body flickers out of reality. She teleports around a massive ancient tree, instantly splitting into half a dozen perfect clones. Shadow dance, she roars, moving with the terrifying grace of a hurricane. In mere milliseconds, thousands of merciless slashes completely shred the colossal tree into sawdust. Witnessing this godly execution, Gao Neng's jaw drops to the absolute floor. Slowly sheathing her blades, Lu Na locks her icy gaze onto him. The shadow dance consists of 3 deadly tiers, 3 shadows, 12 slashes, 6 shadows, 36 slashes, and the ultimate mastery. 1 blade, 72 slashes. Alright, genius, let us see you try this one. Gao Neng steps up to the plate, his weapon gripped tight. He forcefully channels the swirling explosive energy within his core. His eyes sharpen into deadly slits. Shadow dance! He launches himself forward, executing an absolutely flawless storm of slashes. Lu Na's soul practically leaves her body. She stares in sheer, unadulterated horror at the destruction. He achieved 3 shadows, 12 slashes on his very first attempt? Is he trying to give me a heart attack? It took me 2 solid years just to master this step. She clutches her head, her eyes swirling from sheer dizziness. Even if you are a monster-level genius, it should take you at least 2 months. That is already twice as fast as your senior sister. But Gao Neng just tilts his head with a challenging smirk, leaving her utterly baffled. What? Aunt Lu Na, what is it? Are you not going to show me the third stance? Hearing his taunt, Lu Na grits her teeth, her eyes blazing with a competitive fire. Show you? Of course I will show you. She violently draws her aura inward, taking a deep, resonating breath. Keep your eyes wide open. Third stance, Nether Strike unleashed, ghosts and gods bow. A suffocating killing intent erupts, leaving him completely stunned. What a terrifyingly sharp aura. Watching her twin blades overflow with destructive energy, he mutters with absolute conviction. Once you fall into the netherworld, if the enemy does not die, then I will perish. Deep down, Aunt Lu Na is bursting with immense pride. So, what if this kid is a freak of nature? Could he really comprehend the Nether Strike in a single glance? Impossible. Even if you are Gao Neng, you cannot defy the heavens. Standing at a distance, she carves a massive, cross-shaped slash into the nether stone. In a flash, the crossed blades of energy collapse into a singular, devastating focal point. Gao Neng is left entirely speechless, a gasp escaping his lips. The massive boulder is obliterated in less than a second, forcing him to ask blankly, What kind of power is this? She just flashes a maddeningly smug smile. A split second later, a ghostly blue aura materializes around her as she casually declares, Nether Prison. Gao Neng stands frozen, staring wide-eyed at the bizarre and chilling aura of the Nether Prison technique. As the eerie energy flashes dangerously close to his face, his survival instincts scream, forcing him to leap back in sheer alarm. It feels like a high-voltage current just ripped right through his soul, just brushing against it. My mental energy is already being incinerated. Dazed and thoroughly shocked, he raises his guard to the absolute maximum. A flame like this actually exists? He immediately sweeps his hand, unleashing his mental energy to slice through and scatter the terrifying aura. As the ghostly energy fades, Lu Na tightens her grip on her aura, looking unspeakably triumphant. Well, impressive, right? This is your Aunt Lu Na's ultimate signature move. Recovering from his shock, Gao Neng nods with pure reverence. Amazing. Utterly amazing. Pumping up her chest with theatrical pride, she breaks down the technique. The Nether Prison does not just destroy physical matter, it directly targets mental energy. It spawns a lethal flame called Nether Fire, otherwise known as Soul Fire. The moment he hears that name, his eyes widen in profound realization. Soul Fire. She confirms his thoughts with absolute certainty, aggressively projecting her spiritual energy forward. Exactly. It uses my own soul as a burning bridge to incinerate the opponent's very existence. Once it strikes, as long as their soul remains, the flames will never extinguish. Gao Neng's jaw hits the floor, his awe reaching a boiling point. As long as the soul remains, the fire never goes out. It truly deserves the title of an ultimate killing technique. Staring at the thick, lingering aura, his mind begins to race with overpowered fantasies. If I can completely master this move, I can dominate in head-on clashes or unleash lethal assassinations from the shadows. It is the perfect fusion of absolute offense and terrifying stealth. He grins, imagining his legendary future. His face lights up with wild excitement. With this, even if I cross paths with a 9th stage monster like the Blood Commander, I will have the firepower to annihilate him. But a second later, the brutal reality sets in, and Gao Neng frowns deeply. The black blade I am using is decent, but it absolutely does not suit these 3 assassination stances. Having a legendary killing technique without a legendary killing blade, is that not far too lonely? His eyes gleam with a crafty, calculating light as he flashes a suspiciously innocent smile. Aunt Lu, what kind of divine materials are your twin blades forged from? Lu Na instantly waves him off, her expression turning dead serious. Do not even think about it. Absolutely not. These blades are a sacred heirloom from my master. I honor my master's legacy. I will absolutely never give these twin blades away. Hearing her firm rejection, Gao Neng crosses his arms, nodding solemnly. Indeed, they are truly priceless artifacts. I totally understand. By the way, Aunt Lu, did you not mention earlier that the main reason you are not the #1 expert below the supreme rank is because you have not broken through to the 9th stage? With that trap perfectly set, Gao Neng drops a dangerously tempting hypothesis, his eyes practically gleaming with mischief. So, what if Aunt Lu had a guaranteed chance to shatter her bottleneck and reach the 9th stage? She freezes completely, eyeing him with deep suspicion. Do not tell me you actually have a way? Flashing a maddeningly mysterious smirk, he answers with total confidence. I do not have a way. I just have pills. An absolute ocean of pills. The moment those words drop, Luna's eyes light up like fireworks, her unwavering resolve crumbling in seconds. A chance to break through? The legendary 9th stage? If I can finally ascend to the 9th stage, then parting with these 2 blades really is not a big deal at all. But she quickly masks her excitement, turning away with a frustrated sigh. Even if you have an ocean of pills, what does that have to do with me? What if my natural talent heavily limits me to the 8th stage forever? Hearing her doubts, Gao Neng rubs his temples and brutally judges her. Then I can only blame my own terrible luck. Regardless, my mind is made up. Until I power level you all the way to the 9th stage, the supply of pills will never stop. He throws on a mask of devastating heartbreak, forcing her to whip her head back in absolute shock. If you never reach the 9th stage, then I will just have to die from a massive financial loss. Panic and overwhelming anticipation flood Luna's wide eyes. Until the 9th stage, the pills will never stop? You little brat, are you being serious right now? He nods firmly, his tone completely nonchalant. Of course, I am giving them to you. You are basically family, so why would I ever hold back? Overcome by a wave of pure emotion, she abruptly shoves the twin blades into Gao Neng's hands. Beautifully said. We are basically family. These twin blades are named Chanren. From this moment on, they are yours. Catching the legendary weapons, he winks playfully, putting on a sickeningly shy act. Oh, you really should not have. Luna beams with warm, motherly affection, happily clasping both of his hands in hers. Do not mention it at all. After all, you and I are absolutely not outsiders. Her eyes sparkled with a cunning gleam. We are all family here, she emphasized with a knowing smirk. Let us start with a few pounds of wind attribute pills. Just a little midnight snack. Gao Neng froze in pure disbelief. A few pounds? His soul practically left his body, struck by the sheer absurdity of her request. Had he just dug his own grave? She was a bottomless pit, utterly fearless of the calories. Meanwhile, Xiao Meng watched from the shadows as the deal was struck. Fine, if she wants them, she gets them. He gritted his teeth and bought the pills. Pressing her palm against the ancient bark, she closed her eyes. Spiritual energy surged into her core. An instant later, Xiao Meng's feline eyes snapped open. Something was coming. With a flash of her razor-sharp claws, she deflected Lona's lethal aura. Her body twisted with impossible agility, executing a flawless dodge to the side. A sinister smirk curled upon her lips. Netherworld strike, Xiao Meng declared with absolute satisfaction. Not a bad technique. Cut to the dead of night. Inside a heavily guarded military tent, a furious voice shattered the silence. Absolutely not. Inside Liang Qi's war tent, he slammed his fist onto the table, his aura trembling with frustration. Gao Neng cannot become the chairman, but we cannot let him die either. The very survival of humanity rests squarely on that boy's shoulders. I, Liang Qi, am not a fool who ignores the bigger picture. I refuse to go down in history as the sinner who doomed us all. Another counselor scowled, his patience snapping. Counselor Liang, save your self-righteous speeches. It is a matter of his life or ours. Enough with the useless sentiment, the bearded man roared. Stepping into the heavy tension, Counselor Lu offered a chillingly calm smile. Gentlemen, please lower your auras. Every crisis has a solution. His eyes gleamed with a predatory intellect. Taking a slow sip of his tea, Lu laid out the truth. What Counselor Gao desires is simply to keep Gao Neng alive, and what we desire is to keep that boy off the chairman's throne. These two goals do not conflict in the slightest. The bearded counselor slammed the table again. Utter nonsense. That brat's prestige has pierced the heavens. Unless we strike ruthlessly, nothing will stop his rise. Counselor Lu merely chuckled, his shadow flickering in the dim light. Reputation is a fickle beast. What the masses elevate, they can also tear down. The bearded man froze, confusion crossing his face. "Speak plainly. What are you planning?" Counselor Gao adjusted his glasses, his expression darkening. "Counselor Lu, what kind of scheme have you brewed?" Lu leaned forward, his voice dripping with malice. "Gao Neng has staked everything on this aggressive offensive strategy. But what happens if his grand conquest ends in absolute ruin? Imagine the military suffering devastating losses. Would the people still view him as their savior? Then, the others exchanged bewildered glances. An offensive failure? Is that even possible? Qin Jianfei is personally leading the vanguard. He has 9 legendary 9th stage experts marching with him. The bearded man nodded vigorously, realizing the impossible odds. Exactly. Add the hundreds of genetic weapons in Gao Neng's arsenal. Capturing those 3 main cities is practically set in stone. Counselor Lu steepled his fingers, a wicked glint in his eye. But what if an alien supreme being intervenes? The room erupted in panicked scoffs. A supreme being? That is utterly impossible. Until the final holy war begins, the supreme beings from both factions are strictly conserving their life force. Counselor Gao sneered at the ridiculous notion. For 3 miserable cities in the northern district? No alien supreme being would waste their energy on such a trivial prize. Sensing their doubt, Lu smiled like a master tactician holding the ultimate trump card. Then what if the one who strikes first is a human supreme being? The bearded man's face drained of color. His aura trembled violently as he lowered his voice. "Are you suggesting we unleash Tiannan to siege the city?" "No, absolutely not. That is sheer madness." Counselor Gao pushed up his glasses, his stare turning icy. "Lu, what kind of poison are you brewing in that head of yours? Spit it out." Bypassing the pleasantries, Lu laid his sinister trap bare. The known supreme beings cannot act, naturally. But the Alliance recently witnessed the birth of a 21st supreme being, one whose identity remains a total mystery. The tension in the tent spiked as realization dawned upon them. The white dragon from the southern gate. Liang Qi leaned in, his mind racing. "Not even I know who that powerhouse is. Do you honestly think you can control such a monster?" Lu let out a dark, velvety chuckle. "Control a supreme being? Of course not. But we do not need the white dragon to strike. We just need the aliens to believe it did." The bearded man's eyes went wide with wicked revelation. "By the gods. Counselor Lu, are you planning to use a holographic illusion?" Counselor Gao's lips curled into a devious smile. "We still possess the combat data from the Southern Gate incident. With enough technical manipulation, we can project a flawless 3-dimensional phantom." Victory practically dripping from his voice, Lu smugly confirmed their twisted genius. "Exactly. We sabotage the siege at the critical moment and deploy the phantom. The aliens will think humanity has broken the treaty by unleashing a supreme being. And in retaliation, their own supreme beings will descend to slaughter our forces." Counselor Gao pushed his glasses, calculating the devastating fallout. If that happens, the northern conquest is guaranteed to crumble into dust. And once the northern army is crushed, the High Council will have no choice but to adopt Counselor Liang's defensive strategy. The bearded man laughed, drunk on the brilliant treachery. A flawless counterattack. Gao Neng's legendary status will be dragged through the mud, but Liang Qi remained silent, a shadow of dread passing over his eyes. "It is a terrifyingly brilliant scheme," he muttered, "but provoking an alien supreme being into battle. What if Gao Neng is actually killed in the crossfire?" The bearded man scoffed, utterly unconcerned. "You worry too much, Liang. There is no way Tiannan would just abandon that boy to die. Besides, mark my words, Tiannan has likely begged the Sword Elder to protect the vanguard. The moment an alien supreme being descends, the siege will instantly collapse. And even a fool like Qin Jianfei knows when to order a retreat. Tiannan and Elder Jian were absolutely determined to protect Gao Neng with their very lives." Councilman Lu turned with a mocking smirk. Was Councilman Liang seriously trying to play the boy's babysitter? Hearing this, Liang gritted his teeth in sheer fury. Words failed him as his hands clenched into trembling fists. Then, with an aura of absolute authority, he snapped. "No more talking, just execute the plan." The rest of the room chanted in unison. "Understood." Meanwhile, outside, the military forces were already forming up in perfectly disciplined ranks. Outside the northern base, at exactly 12 noon on the second day, a massive coalition of 100,000 elite troops had fully assembled. The Grand Army locked into a perfect tactical triangle formation, ready for war. Back inside the base command center, Qingjing sat in heavy silence, tasked with managing the rear logistics. But out on the front lines, Yuer stood tall and majestic, leading the heavy armored division into the fray. Moving forward with undeniable, absolute dominance, Gao Neng and Jianfei commanded the battlefield from the lead tactical vehicle. Tactical reports flooded the comms. Scout Unit 1 reporting. A 5-kilometer radius ahead is completely clear. Seconds later, another voice crackled through. Scout Unit 3 is delayed. We hit a massive cold current on the right flank. Gao Neng furrowed his brows in deep thought. The drums of war were finally beating. Noticing his unease since morning, Jianfei looked over with a heavy gaze. Is there something you need to ask me? The young man turned, his face dead serious. Commander, do you think alien spies have infiltrated the military high command? Without missing a beat, Jianfei replied. Of course they have. Gao Neng's eyes widened in sheer disbelief. Are you serious? But the aliens have completely different energy signatures and DNA. How could they possibly bypass our strict medical screenings? Without a hint of hesitation, the commander laid out the cold truth. It is simple. The spies working for the aliens aren't necessarily alien themselves. In the game of espionage, only victory matters. The words hit Gao Neng like a lightning bolt as the horrifying reality clicked into place. Jianfei continued his grim explanation. Unlike the foreign races, humanity is overwhelmingly made up of ordinary, powerless people, his eyes clouded with memories of the past. A century ago, when the alien races first appeared, they lived right among us. They brainwashed countless human cultists, and even bred hybrid bloodlines. Hearing this, Gao Neng was completely stunned. Wait, alien and human crossbreeds? Tang Tang leaned in with a mischievous, teasing smirk. Exactly, Gao Neng. You were born in the Forsaken Lands, yet your talent is absolutely terrifying. Could it be that you were secretly raised by aliens? Or maybe you are a hybrid yourself? Gao Neng rolled his eyes, his voice dripping with righteous annoyance. Hybrid my foot. I am an outstanding youth raised under the red banner. 100% pure human. Watching the two of them bicker, Jianfei let out an awkward cough to kill the tension, and quickly shifted gears. How much further until we hit Ice City? A subordinate instantly barked back. Commander, we are exactly 70 kilometers out. Jianfei raised his hand, his voice echoing with absolute command. Order the vanguard. Move at maximum speed and blockade the front and side gates of Ice City. The soldiers roared their absolute compliance. Understood. Jianfei then turned back to Gao Neng with a testing gaze. So, care to guess why I left one gate wide open? Gao Neng met his gaze calmly. It is to save time, right? Intrigued, Jianfei gestured for him to continue. Let us hear your tactical breakdown. Gao Neng spoke with unshakable confidence. To establish our foothold in Ice City, we must exterminate the alien presence. But if we force a total massacre within the walls, we will drain a massive amount of firepower and time. Worse, cornering them would trigger a desperate, suicidal counterattack. That would severely cripple our momentum for the upcoming campaigns. Tang Tang gasped, suddenly seeing the bigger picture. I get it now. Leaving them an escape route breaks their will to fight, drastically reducing our casualties during the takeover. A satisfied smile crept across Jianfei's face as he nodded in approval. Excellent analysis. At least your eyes aren't blinded by mere hatred. But tell me, is that the only reason? Without missing a beat, Gao Neng's tone turned deadly serious. There is one more layer. It sends a psychological shockwave to the other two cities, showing them our primary goal is conquest, not absolute slaughter. By doing this, we instantly shatter their resolve to fight to the bitter end. After all, our ultimate objective here is securing resources. Hearing this, the commander threw his head back and laughed, utterly impressed by the boy's genius. If you weren't already destined for the chairman's seat, I would genuinely hand over command of this entire war just to let you practice. Gao Neng's expression remained razor-sharp as he pointed dead center at the tactical map. Commander Qin's strategy of leaving them a lifeline to save time is flawless. But let us be real. If we let the aliens smuggle the city's resources out through the back door, we are taking a massive loss. Jianfei's eyes gleamed with anticipation. Then what do you suggest we do about it? Gao Neng did not hesitate for a split second. We set up a slaughterhouse ambush at the escape route. We don't need an army, just elite strikers. The martial sects and elite families are perfect for this bloodbath. Jianfei's smile widened into a grin of pure predatory satisfaction. Brilliant move, Gao Neng. You learn terrifyingly fast. The commander immediately signaled his officers, launching the brutal ambush protocols for the military squads and martial sects. Meanwhile, deep within Ice City, although the Northern Ice Clan wasn't considered a supreme faction, however, the clan boasts 5 9th-tier King Realm experts. They are the absolute pillars of the alien race. King Mian sits in the main hall, shrouded in heavy silence. No one could have predicted this nightmare. 2 of their 5 King Realm experts have just been slaughtered in a single battle. Anxiety gnaws at him like consuming flames. As the frontline commander of Frost City, he knows the grim truth. The White-Faced King is now the only one left standing. Suddenly, Lanming rushes into the hall. He drops to one knee, panic edging his voice. Reporting to the Lord City Master, the human army is arriving at our gates. King Mian's eyes widen in alarm. What about the supplies? Are they secured? Lanming bows his head, confessing that the packing remains unfinished. Fury and desperation flash across the king's face. He instantly barks out a desperate order. Leave only the absolute minimum for city defense. Mobilize every other soldier we have. Pack those supplies with blinding speed and get them out of here immediately. Lanming slams his fist against his chest. Understood, my lord. King Mian collapses back into his throne. Cold sweat drips down his spine as dread consumes him. Curse them all. I never imagined our forces would suffer such a crushing defeat. I haven't slept a wink since taking over these cursed logistics. And now, those wretched humans are literally knocking on our gates. Utter despair laces the king's trembling voice. We cannot hold the city. All our elite warriors were dragged to the front lines. The pathetic guards we have left couldn't protect a simple warehouse, let alone a fortress. His expression darkens into pure, absolute dread. The Frost City treasury holds the crucial supplies of the 100 Deer forces. If these treasures fall into enemy hands, the entire Frost clan will face a horrific execution. Suddenly, a dangerous resolve flares in his eyes. He stands up, ready to embrace his grim fate. There is only one path left. I will sacrifice my own life to buy enough time for the supply convoy to escape. Just then, Lanming rushes back into the throne room. Panic contorts the subordinate's face as he drops to his knees. My lord, you absolutely cannot throw your life away. But King Mian's expression remains colder than ice. My decision is final. Save your breath. Lanming. If you will not value your own life, at least think of the Frost Blood Clan. Lanming pleads, his voice cracking. We simply cannot afford to lose another King Realm Master. The king's aura explodes in a violent burst of frustration. Everything I do is for the survival of our clan, he roars. If I do not stay behind to die, the ones who perish will be the entirety of the Frost clan. Lanming slams his head against the cold floor. With a desperate, trembling voice, he lays out the brutal truth. My lord, without reinforcements, this city will fall today. Our only true mission is to secure those treasures. The king scowls, his patience running dangerously thin. Do you take me for a fool? I already know that. That is exactly why I must personally hold off the human swarm. Every second I buy is a second for the convoy. Suddenly, a cunning glint flashes in Lanming's eyes. I have a flawless deception plan, Lanming whispers. I will disguise myself as you and stand upon the city walls. Meanwhile, you will take on my appearance. You will personally escort the treasures through the secret rear exit. King Mian freezes, utterly stunned by the sheer audacity of the plan. He instantly shakes his head. Absolutely out of the question. Even if my physical body is destroyed, my soul still holds a 50% chance of escaping. But you are merely at the 8th tier. The moment you face them, it means certain death. But Lanming is entirely unyielding. My lord, please listen to reason. Those greedy humans will never let us slip away with the entire armory. Our only chance at survival is to pack the most invaluable core treasures and place them directly into your hands. Only someone with your terrifying strength can shatter their encirclement and escape. King Mian stands paralyzed, the heavy truth crushing his pride. Refusing to let his master waver, Lanming slams his head against the floor again. I beg of you, Lord City Master. Escape while you still can. Leave the fate of Frost City in my hands. Deep conflict swirls in the king's eyes, but mere seconds later, cold logic wins over his warrior's pride. Very well. I will take command of the transport convoy immediately. He turns his back, his voice heavy, with an unspoken farewell. I leave the city to you, Lanming. The loyal subordinate bows perfectly. Thank you for granting my final request, my lord. High above, the disguised figure stands upon the violently quaking city walls. He stares up at the blood-red sky, true terror flickering in his eyes. The human invasion has begun. Down below, deafening war cries tear through the battlefield. Open fire, unleash absolute hell upon them. A devastating symphony of explosions rocks the very foundations of the earth. Jianfei stands at the vanguard, his voice cutting through the chaos. Vanguard, left wing, right wing, hit them with everything we have. A ruthless grin spreads across his face as he issues his brutal decree. I do not care what stands in our way. Drop 10 tons of explosives on their heads before we even start talking. This is humanity's first official counterattack. Show them absolutely no mercy. From a vantage point, Gao Neng and Tang Tang watch the apocalyptic destruction unfold. Now, that is a magnificent sight, Tang Tang whispers. completely mesmerized. Hearing her, Gao Neng cracks his knuckles. A thrilling surge of adrenaline pumps through his veins. You haven't seen anything yet. The real show is just getting started. As the sea of flames perfectly engulfs the enemy lines, a bizarre, ominous gray dragon tears through the smoke-filled sky. Tong Tong twirls her staff, flashing a terrifyingly proud smirk. I have already claimed 24 enemy heads, Gao Neng. What is your pathetic score looking like? He scoffs, throwing her a mocking sideways glance. Your ambitions are way too small, my dear friend. Brushing the dust off his shoulders, Gao Neng sneers at the carnage. Who cares about the heads of these worthless grunts? Our true target is the elite supply convoy hiding in the shadows. Tang Tang blinks, reality finally hitting her. Oh, right. That makes sense. Suddenly, a thunderous, prideful roar echoes from the fortress. The Frost Snow Clan will defend these gates to the bitter end. Through the thick smoke, a vague, imposing silhouette appears on the battlements. The disguised King Mian stands tall, radiating an overwhelming, majestic aura. Gao Neng narrows his eyes. Is that really the 9th-tier city lord standing his ground? Raising his weapon high, the disguised king unleashes a soul-shaking bellow. Fight to the death. A frenzied wave of bloodlust sweeps through the alien ranks below. Fight to the death, protect the gates, they roar in unison. Suddenly, Jian Fei descends from the heavens, wielding a terrifyingly massive greatsword. He floats with the relaxed confidence of an absolute master. The legendary city lord of Frost City, the white-faced king, has finally shown his true self. Gao Neng, take your team and step back. This prey belongs exclusively to me. Hearing this, Gao Neng rolls his eyes and casually steers his dragon away. Fine by me. I have no interest in playing spectator during the Great Nine Provinces War anyway. Left alone, Jian Fei's gaze sharpens into deadly daggers. As he points the tip of his massive blade directly at his doomed opponent, White-Faced King, I, Jian Fei, commander of the military, challenge you today. Gathering his explosive aura, Jian Fei launches forward like a human missile. The white-faced king sneers, his eyes burning with defiance as he drops into a combat stance. The two powerhouses violently collide. Sparks erupt into the air, swallowed by a thick cloud of smoke. Floating high above the battlefield, Mubai stares at the chaos below and lets out a heavy sigh. Beside him, Tiannan furrows his brow in sheer confusion. What is wrong, old swordmaster? Your most prized disciple is finally making his move. Why the long face? Mubai simply shakes his head, his expression painted with utter disappointment. The way of the sword is the path of a king. A true swordsman must possess a conqueror's aura, but looking at him now, he still has not grasped the true meaning of those words. Tiannan scoffs in response, his voice dripping with arrogant confidence. Your philosophy is nothing but ancient history, old man. Sure, that kid's sword aura leans heavily toward the tyrannical path of the blade. But in my eyes, a tyrant's sword can still forge a king. The two legendary figures immediately burst into a heated shouting match. Do you practice the sword, or do I? You swing a broadsword. What do you know? Fine, fine. You are the sword master. Happy now? Mubai raises his fist, his voice roaring with explosive frustration. Get lost. But suddenly, a blinding strike of lightning tears across the pitch-black sky, freezing both men in their tracks. Thousands of crackling lightning bolts illuminate the dark night. Mubai's heart hammers violently against his chest. Could it be? Has she finally arrived? Down below, the white-faced king's minions stare up in absolute terror. What in the world is that? The white-faced king trembles, struck by a primal fear. A supreme being? Hearing those words, Jian Fei snaps his head upward, his eyes wide with utter disbelief. What did you just say? From the ink-black heavens, a massive claw bursts through the clouds, radiating an overwhelming, godlike aura. Its golden eyes burn as bright as the sun. It is a colossal dragon, unleashing an earth-shattering roar. High above, Tiannan finally recognizes the legendary beast and gasps in pure shock. It is her, the dragon fairy, Long Fei Shui. Mubai turns pale, a chilling thought crossing his mind. She actually came to Frost City. Just what is she planning to do? Meanwhile, Gao Neng stares blankly at the sky, completely lost in the chaos. That white dragon appeared in the southern district before. Why on earth is it here now? Before anyone can react, Long Fei Shui gathers a terrifying amount of energy in her massive jaws. With a deafening blast, she unleashes a devastating fireball straight toward the city. The apocalyptic fireball hurtles directly toward the paralyzed white-faced king. The color drains from his face as the horrific truth sinks in. A supreme being. She is actually trying to kill me, but in that split second of doom, a sinister plan forms in his mind. He and Lan Ming exchange a wicked, knowing smirk. This is exactly what we needed. If word spreads that a human supreme being murdered me, it will force our own supreme beings to rush in and defend Frost City. The fireball detonates with a cataclysmic boom, sending his body flying like a rag doll. The white-faced king screams in mock agony before crashing violently into the cratered earth. The dust settles as he slowly opens his eyes and struggles to his feet. But as he checks his body, a wave of sheer confusion hits him. Wait, what is going on? I am merely an 8th-tier warrior. How did I take a direct hit from a supreme being and only suffer light scratches? Meanwhile, inside a heavily armored iron tank, Counselor Lu quietly watches the bizarre scene unfold on his monitors. His brow furrows into a deep, complicated scowl. Just what kind of trick is this white-faced king trying to pull? He saw a supreme being and did not even try to run. Is he out of his mind? Beside him, the bearded subordinate drips with cold sweat, panic setting in. Sir, what do we do? The attack we launched using that holographic projection. It does not pack nearly enough power to actually harm a 9th-tier powerhouse. Even an idiot like the white-faced king will realize something is wrong with that weak attack. Counselor Lu grinds his teeth in furious frustration. Damn it all, has our grand plan already failed? Back in the crater, the white-faced king's eyes widen as a shocking theory crosses his mind. Could it be that was never a real supreme being at all? But a dark, resolute gleam flashes in his eyes. He makes a brutal choice. No, real or fake. I have to die here. Without hesitation, he forces his own spiritual energy to violently backfire inside his body. A sickening crunch echoes as blood erupts from his mouth. Seeing their mighty leader fall, the low-ranking foot soldiers desperately swarm the crater. Lord City Master. The City Master has been critically wounded by a human supreme being. Coughing up dark blood, the white-faced king puts on a gravely serious face. Send the emergency signal immediately. The humans have broken the sacred treaty. His loyal men roar in unison. Yes, sir. Moments later, a blinding distress flare shoots high into the sky. The bloody red fireworks explode directly in front of Mubai and Tiannan's floating figures. Mubai's voice drops to a deadly, serious whisper. Summon old man Qinlei, now. Tiannan lets out a heavy, defeated sigh. This time, things have escalated beyond salvation. Back inside the iron tank, Counselor Lu and his bearded subordinate spot the red flare lighting up the sky. A wave of euphoric relief washes over them. Our plan. It actually worked. The bearded man excitedly shouts, pointing at the monitors. Counselor Lu, the bait was swallowed. Hurry and deactivate the Dragon Fairy's projection. Hearing this, Counselor Lu quickly reaches for the control panel, a triumphant smirk on his face. Done and done. But right at that moment, Counselor Gao frantically points at the screen, his voice shaking. Look, what in the heavens is that? On the main monitor, a bizarre streak of light is hurtling directly toward Long Fei Shui. Within that blinding light is none other than Xiao Meng. She grits her teeth, her aura blazing as she rockets through the sky. It is the Cat King. Counselor Lu's face twists into an expression of sheer, unadulterated panic. Why the hell is the Cat King here in Frost City? The bearded man's eyes suddenly light up with a thrilling realization. Could it be that the Dragon Fairy's holographic descent lured her out of hiding? A terrifyingly brilliant idea flashes across his mind. He slams his fist on the console, his voice brimming with absolute certainty. That is it. Back at the Northern District Gate, the one who let the Cat King escape was the Dragon Fairy. There has to be some deep hidden connection between those two. And right now, this is our golden opportunity to capture the Cat King once and for all. Without a second of hesitation, Counselor Lu slams the override button. If we can just control the Cat King, we will hold the ultimate leash on Gao Neng. Up in the sky, the holographic Long Fei Shui arrogantly barks an order. Cat King, kneel before me. But Xiao Meng completely ignores the illusion. Drawing her shimmering blade, she charges straight in for the kill. Watching this suicidal clash, Counselor Lu breaks out in a terrifying, cold sweat. Xiao Meng unleashes a devastating cross-slash. The lethal attack strikes dead center of its chest, leaving all the soldiers below completely stunned. Jianfei's eyes widen in absolute shock. Why is the Cat King attacking the fairy dragon? Before he can even process the chaotic scene, Xiao Meng vanishes from sight in mere seconds. The crowd below erupts into pure panic. She just disappeared into thin air. Congressman Lu's face turns deadly pale with terror. This is bad. The holographic projector has been completely destroyed, he screams. Meanwhile, Xiao Meng lands gracefully on the shattered ground. She scoffs with absolute contempt. Using this cheap trick to fake my mother's appearance again, she mutters bitterly. Watching her precise technique, Gao Neng senses something is terribly wrong. Xiao Meng just destroyed a hologram. Was this advanced technology created by the alien race? No, that cannot be right. The alien race definitely does not possess this kind of tech. He glares at her silhouette, with eyes full of heavy blame. This was not the infiltration plan they agreed on. Who told her to jump out and expose her true identity right at this critical moment? Catching Gao Ning's furious glare, Xiao Meng waves a paw to say hi with an incredibly smug smirk. "Aren't I amazing?" she boasts. Completely defeated, Gao Ning can only facepalm and look away. Confusion rapidly ripples through the ranks of soldiers. A fake? The fairy dragon is a fake? What is going on? Over on the White-Faced King's side, his minions are paralyzed with absolute terror. They frantically report, "City Lord, you were severely injured by a counterfeit." "What in the world is happening, City Lord?" Hearing their clueless cries, the White-Faced King screams internally, with utter exhaustion. "Heavens! I played along with your act so perfectly, giving enough drama, and you still got exposed." He violently coughs up a mouthful of dark blood. "I took that strike with 10 parts of my power. I am critically injured." Right at this moment, fury blazes in Jianfei's eyes as he points his blade. "White-Faced King, you dared to use holograms to ignite a war among the Supreme Realm experts." A cold, contemptuous smile crosses his face. Such despicable tactics. If not for the Cat King, we would have all been completely fooled. Coughing violently, the White-Faced King glares back with absolute indignation. "Me? Despicable? This is clearly the trickery of you humans." Jianfei's voice drops to a deadly growl. Still playing dumb? The tension in the air instantly snaps. Channeling an overwhelming sword aura, Jianfei makes his dominant declaration. "Fine then. Let us see how long you can keep up this act." He unleashes a heaven-shaking sword strike. "Block this, or die." Staring at the colossal wave of sword intent, the White-Faced King wails in despair. "Block it? Damn it all! I cannot block this." Panic consumes his mind as the lethal blade inches from his face. "Do not mention the fact that I am only at the 8th tier. My injuries are totally real." Slash. His entire body is shredded into a bloody mist. His subordinates shriek in pure horror. "City Lord. The City Lord has been slaughtered by a human." Floating high in the sky, Tiannan gasps in disbelief. Good heavens. One strike to instantly kill a 9th-tier alien king? Old man Sword, even you could not pull that off so easily. Has your disciple finally broken through? Mubai's eyes widen with pure shock. Sword Tyrant becoming a king? No way. Did Jianfei actually reach the supreme breakthrough? Even Jianfei himself stands completely dumbfounded. Just one strike? Did I really become this terrifyingly powerful? Suddenly, oh me, a sinister red mist erupts from the White-Faced King's mangled corpse. It twists and morphs into a spectral blood bird, fleeing into the sky at breakneck speed. Staring at the retreating shadow, Jianfei squints in utter confusion. Is the soul of the White-Faced King really that incredibly slow? My strike almost obliterated him entirely, but without a single second of hesitation, Xiao Meng launches into the air. Her jaws snap shut, directly swallowing the fleeing soul whole. The human onlookers scream in absolute terror. The Cat King just devoured an alien soul. It truly is a monstrous alien. A veteran soldier mutters with dread. This Cat King, I fear it is still rapidly evolving. Xiao Meng could not care less about their panic, casually grooming her fur like a true queen. Watching her, Jianfei feels a wave of deep, silent respect. This Cat King is terrifyingly strong. Judging by her explosive speed earlier, she must be at the 9th tier, just like me. He gazes at the mystical beast and prays silently. Gao Neng, I deeply hope you can actually control this devastating creature. Meanwhile, Gao Neng furiously rubs his temples in utter defeat. His irritation peaks as he wonders, does this stubborn cat have any sense of limits? He questions her telepathically with intense, burning frustration. We clearly agreed to silently sneak into the army. The plan was to wait for the chaos of war to steal the tower. Instead, you charged out to massacre everything. How are the humans supposed to trust your stance now? Left with zero options, he leaps down into the chaotic battlefield. Hitting the ground, Gao Neng forces himself to stay perfectly calm. At the very least, he needs to show the humans that Xiao Meng can be a cooperative ally. He points a commanding finger at her and roars, Xiao Meng, get over here right now. Hearing his order, Xiao Meng shoots him an incredibly arrogant side-eye. That royal attitude instantly sets Gao Neng's temper ablaze. Are you seriously giving me attitude right now? Did you completely forget our sacred bet? The loser has to obey the winner unconditionally. Stepping in to diffuse the tension, Tang Tang uses a gentle, coaxing tone. Xiao Meng, come here. I will make you a delicious fish meal later. Only then does the feline queen reluctantly stroll over. Fine, fine, I am coming. But right at that exact moment, an ancient, chilling voice echoes through the battlefield. A mere stray cat. Do you think you can come and go as you please? A low, demonic growl reverberates from the blood-red horizon. Tiannan's face drains of color as he stares at the ominous crimson clouds. This is a disaster! Mubai cries out in blind panic. The ancient elder of the blood tribe has arrived. Suddenly, a crimson aura, sharp as a deadly needle, shoots down from the heavens. Stray cat, since you are here, leave your life behind. The lethal blood spike plunges directly toward Xiaomeng. Facing the fatal strike, the feline queen roars with unmatched, dominant arrogance. Who are you calling a stray? I am Xiaomeng, the absolute ruler of the cat tribe. Get lost. Watching the catastrophic clash, Tiannan gasps in pure disbelief. That is, purple energy, Mubai mutters in absolute shock. Could this really be the missing link? Is this little cat actually the gateway to the bridge? From within the blood-red clouds, a mocking voice echoes out. A mere cat controlling the source of evolution? How amusing. Suddenly, a crimson lightning bolt smashes into the earth. The ground shatters as dust and debris explode into the air. Elder Blood steps out from the smoke with a sinister smirk. He only came to watch, but fate just handed him a delightful surprise. With his sharp gaze piercing through the dust, Tiannan cries out in alarm. It really is him, the Blood Marshal. Mubai clenches his fists, his voice trembling slightly. The father of the Northern Region Grand Blood Marshal. Did he come to avenge his son? Elder Blood glares at the two human experts, his eyes narrowing with deep suspicion. Facing two supreme paragons at once is no joke. If an all-out war breaks out, my chances of winning are slim. He calculates internally. He frowns with iron resolve. But the moment his eyes land on Xiaomeng meowing on the ground, his terrifying face suddenly flushes with intense adoration. Such an incredibly rare feline. The aura it emits is absolutely mesmerizing. If I cannot tame this magnificent beast as my pet, what is even the point of my long life? Without warning, the fearsome elder drops to his knees, gently petting Xiaomeng with sickening sweetness. Such a pure, snow-white little cat. Absolutely gorgeous, he coos softly. But Xiaomeng is such a terrible name. It lacks the majestic aura of a true ruler. His eyes sparkle with obsessive glee as a heavy blush spreads across his wrinkled face. Let me give you a brand new, royal title, he whispers in pure infatuation. From now on, I crown you Dodo. You shall be my glorious divine mount. Hearing this absolute garbage, the cat angrily brandishes its sharp claws. Get lost. This queen does not speak to brainless fools. With a vicious swipe, she slashes her claws right across his face. The soldiers below panic, stammering in pure terror. The Cat King just struck a supreme paragon. Is a bloodbath about to start? What do we do now? Do we step in? Which side are we even supposed to fight for? Elder Blood's expression instantly twists into a terrifying scowl. Murderous aura erupts from his body like a volcano. You refuse a toast only to drink a forfeit. You devoured the soul of my ally. And yet you still dare to act so arrogantly. Today, the human race will bear witness to the absolute dominance and terrifying wrath of our blood clan. Mubai's sharp mind races as he breaks down the situation. This cunning old fox, he mutters under his breath. With just one sentence, he seamlessly shifted the blame for the white-faced king's death entirely onto the Cat King's shoulders. Tiannan's eyes gleam with tactical calculation. He is framing this as an internal conflict between monsters. He wants us to stay out of it. Jianfei listens closely, stroking his chin. But maybe, this is not a bad thing. Read between the lines of the Blood Marshal's words. He is promising to leave as long as he gets to take the Cat King with him. We can avoid a catastrophic battle between supreme paragons and smoothly claim the 3 major cities in the process. But right at that critical moment, Gao Neng steps forward and speaks up. Xiaomeng, do not be so utterly rude. He casually strolls over to the furious cat, preparing to deliver a self-righteous lecture. Xiaomeng, do not be so utterly rude. He casually strolls over to the furious cat, preparing to deliver a self-righteous lecture. Do you have any idea who is standing before you? This is a supreme paragon of the Blood Clan, calling him a fool the moment you open your mouth. Where are your manners? The human warriors stare in total disbelief, calling out Gao Neng's name. Elder Blood steps right up to the fearless teenager, his deadly gaze locking onto his face. So, you are Gao Neng. My beloved son is currently soaking in the blood pool. Rumor has it, you are the one who slaughtered him. Without a single ounce of fear, Gao Neng nods his head casually. Yep, that was me. When you are a dazzling genius like myself, trying to keep a low profile is completely impossible. The Elder's imposing aura surges like a tidal wave. A mere 7th-tier human, yet your audacity knows absolutely no bounds. Make no mistake, I will take your life to avenge my son eventually. But if you know what is good for you today, I will only take the Cat King and leave. Hearing this absolute joke, Gao Neng turns back to Xiao Meng with a mocking grin. Xiao Meng, take a really good look. This grand overlord of the Blood Clan is no fool. He actually knows how to speak human. The cat tilts its head, perfectly blending innocence with pure mischief. So what are you suggesting? What should I actually call this guy? Gao Neng proposes an outrageously bold idea. Well, at the very least, you should give him a majestic title based on his physical features. Something epic, like the Silver Horn King. Now that is what I call showing proper respect. Watching this chaotic scene unfold, Mubai is rendered completely speechless. Tiannan covers his mouth, trying desperately to muffle his laughter. Soon, the soldiers burst into mocking whispers. The Silver Horn King? You have to admit, the resemblance is uncanny. Elder Blood's eyes practically erupt in hellfire. His voice drops into a terrifying, wrathful growl. Gao Neng, you actually dare to humiliate me? Seeing the raging monster, Gao Neng flashes a disgustingly sarcastic smile. Oh, brilliant. You actually understood that? Driven to the absolute brink of madness, the Elder launches a colossal, heaven-shattering punch right at the boy. Die. But in that split second, a dominant surge of power crashes between the two. Tiannan perfectly blocks the devastating blow. Silver Horn King. Curb your arrogance, he taunts. Stepping up alongside Mubai, the two exude absolute confidence. It is 2 against 1. You have absolutely zero chance of winning. Elder Blood grinds his teeth in sheer frustration. You pathetic humans. Before he can finish, Gao Neng recklessly draws his blazing blade. Master, why are you still wasting your breath on this fossil? Without waiting for a response, Gao Neng propels himself directly at the terrifying enemy. The guy literally delivered his own head to our doorstep. Chop it off! Panicking, Tiannan dives in after him, shouting in absolute dismay. You foolish brat, have you completely lost your mind? Refusing to be left behind, Mubai charges downward as well. He screams out a desperate warning. Gao Neng, fall back. You are no match for him. But the hot-blooded teenager just roars back with burning intensity. What are you two just standing around for? The golden chance to slay a supreme paragon is right in front of us. We absolutely cannot let him escape. We have 2 supreme paragons right here, add in a few 9th-tier warriors, and there is no way in hell he makes it out alive. Hearing this insane logic, Jianfei freezes, before a dangerous smirk spreads across his face. He is completely right. I let the shock cloud my judgment. Humanity has fought too hard and bled too much. We do not need to tolerate these monsters anymore. Drawing his weapon, he roars his final command to the human army. Form the 9th-tier battle formation. Show no mercy. Slaughter him. Mubai gasps in pure disbelief. This crazy kid, Cao Neng. He is actually trying to slaughter a supreme. Beside him, Tiannan's eyes blaze with battle lust as he skyrockets into the fray. Damn it, the absolute nerve of this brat, Tiannan roars. I bathed in blood for decades to earn my war god title. There is no way I am letting my own disciple outshine me. Lord Silverhorn, he bellows. Since you dared to show your face, you can leave your life right here. Meanwhile, Elder Blood freezes completely in his tracks. Absolute panic grips his chest as he watches this army of maniacs charging straight at him. Are they out of their minds? Do these lowly humans actually intend to kill a supreme? Are they not terrified of sparking an all-out war between the ultimate powerhouses? He glares at his attackers, his eyes trembling with disbelief. For an entire century, humanity has swallowed their pride and endured, desperate to avoid a final, apocalyptic clash. Yet today, a mere Stage 7 human brat screams for his head, and the human supremes are actually following his command. Elder Blood's face twists into a mask of pure malice. He unleashes a devastating strike and roars. If you think you can take my life, you are a million years too early. You arrogant junior. Die. Instantly, Xiao Meng violently dashes forward. There is no way she will let her master die. She throws her tiny body right in front of Cao Neng. Elder Blood's terrifying punch slams directly into her, but the impact feels completely hollow. Elder Blood stumbles back, his mind spinning in absolute bewilderment. His world-shattering blow felt like punching through empty air. I did not hold back a single ounce of my power, he gasps. How did I fail to leave even a scratch on this Stage 9 Cat King? Right at that moment, Xiao Meng's liquid form ripples and perfectly reassembles itself. She puffs up with fierce, adorable rage and screeches. How dare you strike Queen Xiao Meng? Kill him! Hearing his pet's battle cry, Cao Neng smirks coldly. You got it! Tang Tang, blow him to ashes! Up on a vantage point, Tang Tang is already locked and loaded, wielding a massive, heaven-destroying cannon. Order received. The neutron warhead has been waiting for this exact second. A wicked, bloodthirsty grin spreads across her face. Rot in hell, you monster. Lord Silverhorn is instantly shoved into a corner of pure despair. Absolute terror paralyzes him as the shadow of death looms over his head. An avalanche of ultimate attacks blitzes toward him faster than missiles. The very next heartbeat, a catastrophic explosion engulfs the battlefield. A terrifying inferno erupts, tearing the very fabric of space apart and plunging the area into apocalyptic chaos. The Crown King's monstrous minions are violently blown off their feet, piling up in a bloody heap. Pure horror twists their faces as they scream, "Run for your lives!" That is humanity's nuclear weapon. As the apocalyptic smoke slowly clears, the charred, flickering silhouette of Elder Blood emerges from the devastating blast radius. Brushing off the flames, he lets out a bone-chilling sneer of absolute contempt. "You pathetic insects honestly thought that could kill me?" But the very next second, a sickening crack echoes as his impenetrable supreme armor shatters. Elder Blood's eyes widen in sheer horror. He snaps his head around, his trembling gaze locking dead onto Tang Tang. Frustration and shock violently clash in his mind. This wretched little girl does not even possess high-level energy, yet her weapons somehow manage to shatter his absolute defense. "What in the world is she?" he mutters, completely baffled by her monstrous firepower. But before he can process it, Mubai skyrockets forward like a legendary arrow. "You arrogant Lord Silverhorn," he roars with majestic fury. "How dare you look away while fighting me?" Right on his heels, Jianfei radiates an absolutely devastating aura of pure determination. His battle intent burns like a sun as he declares, "I, Jianfei, have kept my blade sheathed for 10 long years. Today, I finally draw my supreme sword, and I will not take a single step back." A vicious glint flashes through the alien's eyes as he spits back a deadly challenge. "Kill me? Keep dreaming in your graves." Instantly, Elder Blood erupts, unleashing a suffocating ocean of crimson toxic mist. Mubai and Jianfei swing their legendary blades in perfect, deadly sync, slicing straight through his body. But instead of hitting flesh, their strikes pass through thin air as the alien master smoothly dodges. Jianfei's eyes widen in sheer shock. "Elementalization!" he gasps. Catching on instantly, Tiannan screams a desperate warning. "Old man, sword, watch your back." This Lord Silverhorn has achieved at least 75% elemental transformation. With the deadly truth revealed, Mubai swings his divine blade, violently blowing away the suffocating crimson aura. His legendary strike lands a critical blow. The shattered mist instantly and violently compresses back into a solid form, heavily wounded from the attack. Elder Blood staggers backward, violently clutching his severely bleeding arm. He glares at the deep, agonizing sword gash on his bicep and snarls, "Damn you all!" Mubai narrows his sharp eyes, instantly calculating their enemy's true power level. His elementalization is between 80 and 85%. It absolutely does not exceed 90. "That still makes him a nightmare to kill," Tiannan replies, sweat dripping down his face. "We have to annihilate him before the other alien supremes catch up." Crackling with apocalyptic lightning, Tiannan forms a terrifying battle plan. "I will condense the ghost lightning. Old man sword, pin him down." Without a single second of hesitation, Mubai raises his blade and roars. "Understood." Down on the ground, Jianfei commands his elite warriors with blazing determination. "Form the 4-man battle array. We must back up my master." "Yes, sir." With unshakable bravery and boiling battle blood, Dongqing and the squad charge violently into the fray, screaming their war cries to the heavens. "Accept your death, Lord Silverhorn. Taste my blade, Lord Silverhorn. Your fate is sealed, Lord Silverhorn." Hearing their constant taunts, the alien's eyes instantly ignite with blood-red fury. His face twists into absolute rage as he completely loses his mind. "My title is Martial Blood, you ignorant human trashes." The very next heartbeat, a terrifying, glowing shard of pure soul violently rips its way right out of his mouth. Cao Neng stares up at the sky, his mind completely blown by absolute bewilderment. A soul bird? Wait a second. Isn't that what happens only after an alien is completely slaughtered? Tang Tang shakes her head, her eyes sharp with terrifying ancient knowledge. "No, you are wrong. That is a soul split. My grandfather once warned me about this. It is the ultimate life-saving trump card of an alien supreme." Hearing this horrifying truth, Cao Neng connects the deadly dots, splitting his own soul just to survive the battle. Is this monstrous ability strictly exclusive to their race's supremes? Tang Tang falls into a heavy silence before giving a grim nod. "Yeah, as far as I know. It is physically impossible for a human to survive doing that. High above, Tiannan unleashes his apocalyptic attack with a bone-chilling roar. Lord Silverhorn, even if heaven gave you wings, you are not escaping today. His devastating lightning strike blasts violently into the fleeing soul shard. The supreme alien freezes completely, absolute horror shattering his arrogant composure. Pushed to the absolute brink of death, Martial Blood unleashes a despairing, blood-curdling roar. You pathetic worms will never take my life. Keep dreaming. Amidst the apocalyptic chaos, Mubai flashes right beside Jianfei, his voice dripping with terrifying urgency. Jianfei, our time is completely up. I can feel 3 monstrous auras blitzing straight toward our location. They are approaching at terrifying speed. 1 minute until impact. Tops. Hearing this, his eyes go wide with shock. 1 minute? How are they that fast? He turns his head, his patience wearing dangerously thin. Old Li, are you done yet? Right above them, Tiannan is gathering terrifying energy. Sizzling arcs of ghost lightning condense into a massive, crackling sphere. Old Li grumbles under his breath, completely annoyed by the constant nagging. But then, a wild thrill sparks in his eyes. His tone shifts to absolute deadly focus. Your granddaddy is here. Without a second of hesitation, Tiannan dive bombs straight toward the enemy. Taste my ghost lightning, Silver Horn King. The Bloodmaster sneers, his face twisting into a mask of pure mockery. Such foolish, wishful thinking. With a flick of his wrist, he unleashes a tidal wave of crimson poison gas, swallowing the entire battlefield. Seeing this deadly mist, Mubai freezes in his tracks. Beside him, Jianfei's instincts scream danger. He tightly grips his weapon, eyes darting through the creeping crimson fog. But Tiannan radiates absolute, unshakable confidence. He roars with explosive power. Even your elemental form cannot stop my ghost lightning. He violently thrusts the blazing lightning straight into the toxic veil, but instantly, the shockwave violently arcs toward his own allies. Something is terribly, terribly wrong. The truth hits Mubai like a physical blow. This Silver Horn King, he is using the blood mist as a conductor for the lightning. He wants to drag us all to hell with him. Hearing this grim revelation, pure fury blazes in Tiannan's eyes. He spits out a bitter curse, completely powerless to pull back the attack. Damn it, this Silver Horn King is too sinister. Seizing the absolute chaos, the Bloodmaster melts into the shadows to escape. Panic erupts across the line. Oh no, the Silver Horn King is using this chance to run away. From the distant horizon, his arrogant voice echoes back. It drips with sickening self-satisfaction. I am not foolish enough to risk my own life today. No matter your numbers, you insects cannot kill me. Down below, a soldier drops to his knees in crushing despair. Is it over? Have we completely lost our chance? But Mubai violently shatters that despair with unyielding resolve. Whether we have a chance or not, we will not know until we push forward. After him, Tiannan shoots a fierce look to old Jian, signaling him to go all out. But the Bloodmaster remains completely unfazed, laughing with infuriating arrogance. So naive. Do you truly believe I will keep playing games with you? Suddenly, a chilling voice slices through the air. The only naive one here is you. Gao Neng erupts forward, pursuing at a terrifying, godlike speed. His voice rings out with absolute certainty. Silverhorn King, there is nowhere left to run. The enemy stares in total bewilderment at the boy blocking his path. Gao Neng meets his gaze with a dangerously mocking smirk. Brimming with false triumph, the Bloodmaster charges his ultimate strike. Have you lost your mind? If you crave death so badly, I will gladly deliver it. He roars into the heavens, unleashing his technique with devastating authority. Blood tribulation finger, but in the very next second his heart drops into his stomach. The figure standing before him is nothing but a phantom clone. The Bloodmaster's eyes bulge in absolute disbelief. This is not Gao Neng, he realizes in sheer panic. But by the time the truth clicks, the real Gao Neng has already manifested right behind him, moving as silently as a wild predator. The Bloodmaster whips his head around, frantically searching the empty air. His frustration boils over into pure rage. Damn it all, where is Gao Neng? Where did that brat vanish to? Meanwhile, Gao Neng stands right in his blind spot, wearing a devilish smirk. Blissfully unaware, the enemy sighs in relief and turns away. Forget it. It matters not. I do not need to run anymore. Just then, a wave of euphoric joy washes over the Bloodmaster. High above in the clouds, 3 distinct figures come soaring into view. Backup is finally here. He bursts into maniacal laughter, like a drowning man grasping a lifeline. You 3 arrived exactly on time. Come, assist your Blood Marshal. The 3 shadows descend, but their dark auras are a perfect mirror image of his own. We are here to assist, they echo in unison. In a heartbeat, The Bloodmaster's face drains of all color, trembling with horrific realization. He stammers. These three. They are all me. This is an illusion. I am trapped. Pushed to the absolute brink, he aggressively attempts to shatter the mind game. No! A pathetic trick like this could never hold me. Break! But before his power can erupt, a majestic, glowing blue aura completely suffocates him. Down below, the soldiers crane their necks, gasping in sheer awe. Is that Gao Neng up there? They watch in absolute shock as the Bloodmaster takes a devastating blow, violently coughing up thick crimson blood. He actually did it. He successfully ambushed a supreme powerhouse. Seeing the enemy finally fall, a massive weight lifts from Gao Neng's chest. Finally took him down, he breathes out heavily. To use the Azure Dragon illusion to fully dominate a supreme powerhouse, the target has to be within 5 meters for it to work. If Xiaomeng had not assisted me with that vital strike, I would definitely be a dead man right now. Suddenly, a dangerous thrill flashes through his mind. But this time, a supreme powerhouse has truly fallen into my hands. At that exact moment, Mubai shoots old Li a deeply perplexed look. This disciple of yours can actually control the Silver Horn King? Wait, that dark flame. Isn't that Yu Ling's netherworld prison? Tiannan instantly flares up with burning annoyance. Netherworld prison? This ungrateful brat secretly learned Yu Ling's ghost technique behind my back? Is my ghost lightning not good enough for him? But Mubai urgently cuts off his rant, tension radiating from his voice. We absolutely do not have time for this nonsense. If the netherworld prison fails to completely incinerate the enemy's soul, it will viciously backlash upon the user. Old Li, we need to help him. Without another word, both veterans explode into motion, charging straight into the fray. This reckless kid is going to get himself killed, Old Li mutters in sheer frustration. But just as they move, 3 ominous dots pierce through the clouds high above. A terrifying beastly roar echoes across the battlefield. That is the Blood Marshal of the Blood Clan. You pathetic humans possess far too much audacity. From within the flickering shadows, 3 legendary figures emerge. A ferocious werewolf, a mystical elf, and a chilling, faceless warrior. The werewolf bares its fangs, declaring with lethal intent, to dare execute our supreme powerhouse right inside our own territory. Today, your massive blood debt will be paid in full. The elf glares down, eyes wide with absolute disbelief. Is that the legendary Gao Neng? How did a mere boy trap the mighty Blood Marshal inside an illusion? Seeing this nightmare lineup, a cold sweat breaks across Tiannan's face. An elf, a werewolf. They even brought the supreme powerhouses of the Blood Demon Clan. Gritting their teeth, Mubai and Tiannan propel themselves directly toward the terrifying trio. The very air crackles with suffocating pressure. This battle is about to violently escalate into an all-out war between supreme powerhouses. Down below, Jian Fei raises his blade, roaring to the fiercely loyal soldiers. No matter what it takes, we must buy time for Gao Neng. Yes, sir, they scream, ready to face their ultimate destiny. Without a second thought, the group charged into the fray, their eyes burned with unyielding resolve, ready to stop the enemy at all costs. Meanwhile, Gao Neng gritted his teeth as his mind raced. The Blood Marshal's soul-splitting technique had just been shattered by his master, leaving the monster's spirit in its absolute weakest state. Staring down the crippled enemy, unshakable confidence ignited in the young man's eyes. With my current soul strength, leaping from the 7th to the 9th stage will be a walk in the park. Pushing his limits, the white tiger core inside him roared to life, constantly converting his boiling blood aura into pure spiritual energy. Without a shred of hesitation, Gao Neng unleashed his battle cry. No holding back. Die! Seeing this suicidal charge, Tiannan's face drained of color as he desperately tried to stop the reckless boy. You crazy brat, stop right now. That Silverhorn King is an apex paragon. The older man screamed out a terrifying warning, his voice trembling with dread. His soul pressure will crush you into dust, so do not throw your life away. Down below, Lu stood frozen with absolute regret, clawing at his own hair in despair. Heavens above, this idiot is actually using the netherworld prison against an apex paragon. Is this the level-skipping backlash I warned him about? I never expected him to run into a legendary powerhouse. So is this actually my fault? At that exact moment, the Blood Marshal's massive body began to wither rapidly, as if his very life force was being violently sucked away. Witnessing this impossible sight, the werewolf commander gasped in sheer disbelief. The Blood Marshal? There is no way. Is our invincible leader actually being pushed to death's door by a mere 7th stage human? Tiannan watched with a dropped jaw, his mind completely blown by the unfolding miracle. This cannot be real. Is this kid's soul foundation actually stronger than an apex paragon? You are way too overpowered. Does your mother know about this? Meanwhile, Gao Neng nervously double-checked his own insane plan. This is a guaranteed win, right? Please tell me this is a guaranteed win. Knowing he had the upper hand, a fierce grin stretched across his face as he prepared for the final strike. But suddenly, a familiar glowing interface flashed before his eyes. Ding! Distributing emergency system quest. The holographic blue screen laid out the high-stakes mission parameters in glowing text. Quest objective. Eliminate an alien apex paragon, target locked onto the blood marshal. Quest reward. The system guarantees one random skill upgrade opportunity. Gao Neng furrowed his brows, swiping the glowing screen to see the rest of the ridiculous prompt. The system relentlessly laid out the impossible conditions. Hidden quest. The youth spring. Hidden quest description. Spring is the season of revival. If you plant a single seed now, you shall reap an entire basket of heavenly fruits later. Please cherish this golden opportunity. Quest objective. Slaughter the alien apex paragon known as the Blood Marshal. Stage 1 completion reward. 1 skill upgrade opportunity. Full hidden quest completion reward. A legendary epic tier skill. However, failure penalty. Immediate deduction of 1 epic tier skill, alongside a permanent downgrade to 1 random ability. Staring at the ruthless penalty panel, Gao Neng's jaw hit the floor in pure shock. Are you kidding me? I just wanted a simple upgrade, not a life or death epic tier gamble. Can I please just reject this hidden quest? The system's cold silence meant a resounding no. Cornered by his own twisted fate, the young warrior ground his teeth in absolute frustration. Damn this trashy system. What kind of cryptic riddle is this? Where in the world am I supposed to find a magic seed in the middle of a war zone? Shaking off the panic, his combat instincts took over, and his eyes sharpened into deadly slits. To hell with the details. I will butcher this monster first and figure out the rest later. I am securing that skill upgrade no matter what. Gripping his battle blade with explosive force, Gao Neng roared like a wild beast. Die. With a terrifying burst of speed, he drove the weapon straight into the enemy's back. A soul-tearing shriek ripped from the Blood Marshal's throat as the devastating blade pierced his flesh. Pure, unadulterated terror flooded the ancient monster's mind. How is this possible? How can a supreme being like me be slaughtered by a filthy human? Boiling wrath and crushing humiliation consumed him as he refused to accept his pathetic end. I have survived 4 cataclysmic great wars without a single scratch. I am an immortal apex paragon, a legend who stands equal to the Beast Clan's Sword Saint. But reality was merciless. Under the crushing weight of Gao Neng's apocalyptic strike, the warlord's invincible body began to violently shatter like fragile glass, accompanied by a final, tragic scream. No, I refuse to die. I refuse to rot in the blood pool and become mere nourishment. But his cries were useless. In the very next heartbeat, a blinding explosion of lethal energy completely engulfed the sky. Witnessing their invincible leader fall, the 3 remaining Blood Clan elites abandoned all pride and fled for their lives. Looking back in absolute terror, they screamed a blood oath. Gao Neng, 1 year from now, we will return to claim your head. Amidst the chaotic retreat, a frantic voice tore through the battlefield. Look out! The Blood Marshal's fractured soul is trying to escape. Gao Neng slowly raised his head, a chilling smirk playing on his lips as he mocked their desperate threats. 1 year? I am afraid you pathetic wretches will not live long enough to see tomorrow. Suddenly, Xiaomeng leaped into the sky like a lightning bolt. The mystical pet effortlessly snatched the fleeing soul fragments out of thin air, devouring them in one ruthless gulp. Without missing a beat, she telepathically directed her master. Gao Neng, intercept the one on the left. Remember, do not completely destroy it. Swallow its essence directly. Hearing this insane command, the young warrior blinked in sheer confusion. Are you out of your mind? Am I going to get a stomachache from eating a ghost? Down on the ground, Tianan stood paralyzed like a statue as he watched the chaotic duo hunt down souls. His eyes were utterly vacant, his jaw hanging completely unhinged. Has the entire world gone utterly insane? He muttered numbly. A mere 7th stage kid just casually incinerated an apex paragon with the netherworld prison. And now this Cat King is treating legendary souls like late-night snacks. Meanwhile, the observing elf warrior broke out in a cold sweat, realizing the horrific truth. This human anomaly actually had the power to slaughter the Blood Marshal. Unleashing a torrent of bloodthirsty aura, the werewolf commander dashed forward like a blur of deadly shadows. This monstrous brat has become a catastrophic threat to our entire race. He must be eradicated today. But before the beast could strike, Tianan and Mubai crashed down like twin meteors, blocking his path. Do not even dream of laying a finger on him. Radiating an oppressive and arrogant killing intent, the lycanthrope roared to the heavens. Fine. If I have to slaughter every last human here to get to him, then so be it. I swear on my bloodline. I will never back down. Back in the sky, Gao Neng panted heavily, waving helplessly at his ravenous pet. Hey, Xiaomeng, I literally cannot keep up with these flying ghosts. Smirking with absolute confidence, the magical beast puffed its chest. Just step back and watch a true master at work, channeling a terrifying amount of spiritual energy into her mouth. Xiaomeng unleashed a devastating, ear-shattering sonic wave. Caught completely off guard, Gao Neng had to cover his ears as he watched in sheer awe. The violent ripples of sonic force brutally paralyzed the fleeing fragments of the Blood Marshal's soul. Seizing the perfect opening, Xiaomeng shot forward like an absolute predator. The target is locked. Time to feast. Still thoroughly grossed out by the whole concept, Gao Neng gulped nervously. Are you absolutely sure I have to eat this thing? The mystical cat shot him a fierce, commanding glare. Stop being a coward and swallow. It is the ultimate divine supplement. Hearing those words, he leaps into the air and snatches the soul fragment. With a look of pure resignation, Gao Neng forces the spectral mass straight into his mouth. Whatever, I will just eat it first and ask questions later. He chews the eerie entity, completely bewildered. It has no scent, no sweetness, and no spice. Shockingly, this bizarre energy is actually edible. But suddenly, his eyes widen in absolute terror. He stammers, unable to form a coherent sentence. An endless, suffocating aura completely engulfs his body. Realizing the deadly truth, he gasps, a soul possession. Deep within his mindscape, the wicked phantom of Commander Shui materializes with a mocking sneer. You overconfident fool, did you really think you could devour my soul? The old phantom's face twists into a cunning, terrifying grin as he makes a chilling demand. Now, hand your physical vessel over to me. Yet, instead of panic, Gao Neng bursts into a fit of arrogant laughter. His eyes flash with absolute defiance. Are you joking right now? A mere remnant soul dares to challenge my spiritual power? He roars. 4 symbols. Western white tiger. Gao Neng channels every ounce of his energy. Feeling this overwhelming surge of power, Commander Shui freezes in utter disbelief. No, this is impossible. How can your soul be this unbelievably massive? The phantom shatters into pieces, screaming in absolute despair. I am a supreme realm expert. As the echoes fade, Gao Neng finally lets out a massive sigh of relief. Thank the heavens his mind was not corrupted. But taking down the phantom came with a massive reward. He just absorbed parts of Commander Shui's memories. Digging deep into the remnant soul fragments, Gao Neng focuses intensely, sifting through the visual flashes. According to Commander Shui's memories, his most valuable treasure is hidden inside a spatial bracelet. He frantically scans the chaotic battlefield. Where is the bracelet? Where did it fly off to during the explosion? Suddenly, his eagle-like gaze locks onto a target. It is hanging right there on a broken tree branch. Without a single second of hesitation, Gao Neng launches himself forward like a bullet. Seeing this reckless move, Tiannan panics and chases right behind him. Gao Neng, stop. The lingering spiritual energy of a supreme realm expert is far too dangerous. Hearing the warning, the young man turns his head and respectfully acknowledges his master. But his eyes burn with unyielding determination as he shouts back. Master, do not worry about me. Elder Jian cannot hold the line all by himself. I have already crushed the soul of the great king Silverhorn. You need to go help him immediately. Hearing this shocking revelation, Tiannan stops dead in his tracks. You actually killed him? Right at that moment, Mu Bai's frustrated voice echoes across the field. Elder Li, are you slacking off over there? The man roars with explosive anger. These alien bastards have completely lost their minds. We cannot hold them back much longer. Hurry up and help. Knowing the stakes, Tiannan immediately changes direction and rushes straight toward the front line. Meanwhile, Gao Neng smoothly snatches the spatial bracelet. Like a master thief, he slips it perfectly into his pocket with a wicked, greedy smirk. But in the shadows, the terrifying Faceless calmly issues a death warrant. Leave this area to the rest of you. I am going to hunt down that brat, Gao Neng. His 2 subordinates nod in perfect unison. Understood. The moment those words drop, the monster flickers and vanishes into thin air. Boom! He instantly materializes right in front of Gao Neng. Every alarm bell in the boy's head screams as he gasps in pure shock. A supreme realm expert. And it is the one with no face. Suddenly, a pair of soft hands cover his eyes from behind. Zimeng frantically grabs his arm, violently pulling him away. Her desperate gestures scream only one word. Run. Whatever you do, absolutely do not look into his eyes. Gao Neng is completely confused by her panic. What is wrong? I think I accidentally made eye contact for a split second. Standing directly opposite, the faceless monster glares with absolute, murderous hatred. Gao Neng, prepare to die. Instantly, a massive cluster of bloodthirsty, thorny vines erupts from the ground, trapping him completely. What in the world is this? He screams in sheer panic. Staring at the writhing, demonic thorns, Gao Neng's mind races in complete bewilderment. I only looked into his eyes for a fraction of a second. Is this an illusion? He grits his teeth. No, this is not an illusion technique. Even the Azure Dragon cannot dispel this. This is brutally real. In a flash, the monster launches forward like a deadly missile. With death inches away, Gao Neng instantly activates his spatial shift ability. A squad of mechanical soldiers teleports right into his place. Moving at lightning speed, the faceless beast slaps its hand onto a soldier's face and lets out a bone-chilling sneer. Boom! The soldier's entire body violently explodes into a million shattered pieces. Gao Neng's face drains of all color in absolute paralyzing terror. Just one casual palm strike completely obliterated a level 8 genetic weapon. Realizing how hopelessly outmatched he is, Gao Neng whips his head around in pure desperation. Xiao Meng, save me! Hearing his desperate cry, Xiao Meng takes a massive, deep breath. She sucks in the surrounding energy and blasts out a devastating sonic wave, infinitely stronger than her last attack. The faceless monster stares blankly as the destructive sonic rings crash toward him. Caught completely off guard, the creature gestures, forcing its terrifying eye to snap shut. Running is our only option. Move, now, Xiao Meng screams frantically. Taking advantage of the stun, she commands the remaining soldiers to form a suicidal barricade. Let us get out of here. But bursting with terrifying arrogance, the monster snaps its eyes wide open. Where do you think you are going, little prey? Instantly, a crushing gravitational force slams onto Gao Neng. His entire body feels unimaginably heavy, as if he is drowning in a suffocating swamp. I did not even look into his eyes this time, he grunts in agony. How is the suppression effect still this overwhelmingly powerful? Staring at the monster's looming shadow, a chilling sense of awe washes over him. Is this the true, godlike power of a Supreme Realm expert? The faceless beast sweeps a disdainful gaze over the battlefield. Throwing a devastating space-tearing punch, the creature mocks him. Did you really think these pathetic little toys could save your life from my grasp? Boom! In a fraction of a second, an entire squad of mechanical clones is vaporized into absolute nothingness. Gao Neng stammers, his voice shaking. How? How is this snow demon so ridiculously overpowered? He grinds his teeth in deep frustration. Even a Supreme Realm expert should not be able to instantly one-shot dozens of level 8 genetic weapons like swatting flies. Suddenly, a chilling memory flashes through Gao Neng's mind. Wait a minute. The faceless snow demon. I saw this exact monster in Commander Shue's memories. He falls into a tense silence, piecing the horrible truth together. The faceless snow demon is the absolute strongest Supreme Realm expert of the entire Snow Demon clan. Worse still, he was the very first Supreme Expert to ever invade Earth. During the 4 Great Wars, this monster personally butchered nearly 7 human Supreme Realm experts. His legendary strength is easily on par with the Beast Clan's Sword Saint. Despite the terrifying odds, a wild, reckless excitement sparks in Gao Neng's eyes. Perfect. A true heavyweight champion. But if I can drag him into close-quarters combat, I might just be able to trap him with an illusion. Sensing his suicidal plan, Xiao Meng's face drains of all color. She violently grabs him, desperate to stop this absolute madness before it is too late. It is no use. This snow demon is an anomaly. It has no physical body, only pure, divine life force. Physical attacks are useless, and its soul is overwhelmingly strong. We literally cannot kill it. Just then, a massive dragon crashed between them. Tong Tong rode atop the beast, waving frantically. Gao Neng, Xiao Meng, get in. You are right on time. She desperately signaled for everyone to dive underground. But catching sight of something above, Gao Neng gritted his teeth in sheer dread. The Xuanwu core concealed their auras, but a deafening explosion suddenly rocked the earth, startling the trio. Gao Neng tore at his hair in absolute frustration. Are you kidding me? I am already using the Xuanwu core. Up on the surface, Faceless stood right at the edge of their crater, prompting Gao Neng's horrified realization. How is this snow demon still locking onto our exact position? At that very moment, the monster manifested a terrifying sphere of energy. With a blood-curdling glare, it roared. Where do you think you are running? It unleashed a devastating storm of blazing energy arrows. The projectiles slammed into the earth, erupting into a catastrophic sea of fire. Deep underground, the shockwaves violently shook their sanctuary. Trembling with fear, Tang Tang cried out, "If this keeps up, We are completely doomed. Gao Neng, think of something. Fast. Exhausted and backed into a corner, he could only groan. What exactly do you expect me to do? How is this snow demon even tracking us? Suddenly, Xiao Meng realized the terrifying truth. It is our scent. The snow demon is essentially a gaseous life form. We have not put enough distance between us. It is hunting us entirely by smell. Hearing this, Gao Neng's face twisted in pure fury. Smell? That shameless dog. Meanwhile, Tang Tang paced around in a total panic. Then what do we do? If we lure it back to the main army, it will be an absolute massacre. Right then, a dangerously bold idea sparked in Gao Neng's mind. We cannot lead it back to our forces. If we are baiting it anywhere, it is straight to Frost City. Let him unleash a slaughter in their own territory. That is not our problem. Confidence returning to his eyes, Gao Neng boldly declared, "The scent of my genetic weapons is practically identical to mine. That should be enough to scramble its senses. We use this window to head straight for Frost City." Without missing a beat, he commanded, "Take us deeper." Sometime later, beneath the pale morning sky, they emerged outside the towering walls of a mysterious city. Gao Neng pushed away a heavy boulder and cautiously peeked above ground. Scanning the area with lingering unease, he muttered, "Looks like we lost him." Still panicked, Tang Tang desperately asked, "Where exactly are we?" "It looks like we are at the city's rear gate." Suddenly, Gao Neng flinched. He had sacrificed 5 genetic weapons for that distraction. He needed to urgently contact IC Ma at the rear gate and coordinate a full retreat. As all 3 finally crawled onto the surface, Tang Tang shrugged in sheer frustration. But this is the core territory of the alien tribes. All radio signals are completely jammed. How are we supposed to warn them? Gao Ning's mind raced, rapidly analyzing their dire situation. The battle at Frost City had completely spiraled out of control. The alien tribes had just lost a supreme expert. There was no way they would just let this go. The original plan to assault the remaining 2 cities was now impossible. He absolutely had to tell Shima's team to pull back. Out of nowhere, a nearby squad spotted him and gasped in absolute shock. "It is Gao Neng, Counselor Gao Neng." The massive tremors from the front gates reached all the way back here. What on earth happened? The moment they approached, Gao Neng delivered a breathless, rapid-fire briefing. 4 alien supreme experts showed up. I annihilated 1, and Sword Elder's team is holding off the other 3. Send word immediately. Everyone must retreat to the northern district. Stunned, a female soldier blinked in disbelief. "Understood. We will fire the flare," she stammered. A bald soldier nearby stepped forward, utterly paralyzed by the news. "Hold on a second. Did you just say you killed a supreme expert?" Gao Neng's voice boomed with absolute certainty. "That is exactly what I said. A blood tribe's supreme expert. I obliterated his very soul. Do I need to draw you a picture? Fire the damn signal." Jolted back to reality, the girl fired the flare high into the sky. "Yes, sir!" But just as the flare ascended, a terrifying streak of light slashed through it. Everyone froze, staring upward in sheer horror. High above, Faceless gazed down at them with sickening glee. "I finally found you," he mocked. The squad members gritted their teeth, their faces draining of color. "That is a snow demon. And this terrifying aura. My God, it is a supreme expert." Gao Neng's blood ran cold. I did not expect him to catch up this fast. Drawing his weapon, he roared his final command. "Xiao Meng, Tang Tang, we have to fight for our lives." Suddenly, a devastating beam of energy blasted down, aimed straight at Tang Tang's weapon. A shadowy figure flickered into existence right in front of Faceless, triggering a massive mid-air explosion. From the billowing smoke, the white-faced king, Lord of Frost City, stepped forward with imposing majesty. White-faced king, reporting for duty. "Allow me to lend you a hand, Lord Faceless." Gao Neng's eyes widened in utter disbelief. Was this not the very alien that Commander Qin supposedly executed right in front of the gates? Even Faceless sounded genuinely surprised. "You are not dead?" The king smirked with arrogant pride. "Indeed. To protect Frost City's resources, I stayed hidden near the gates, waiting for the perfect moment to break the siege. Not a single precious resource in Frost City has been lost. It is all safely in my hands." Extremely satisfied, Faceless issued a chilling new order. "Excellent work. Then join me in wiping these pathetic humans off the face of the earth." The white-faced king roared in absolute excitement. "Yes, my lord. With Lord Faceless here, our victory is utterly guaranteed. Warriors of the Ice Snow Tribe, charge with me." He instantly commanded his entire army to launch a ruthless assault. Tang Tang looked up, her face pale with overwhelming despair. A supreme expert, plus a rank 9 powerhouse, and the entire remaining army of the Ice Snow Tribe. Gao Neng. Can we even run? The answer was horribly clear. There was no escape. Gripping his weapon, Gao Neng stepped forward into the path of inevitable destruction. We cannot fall back now. If we retreat, Shima's unit will be completely slaughtered. Gao Neng's remaining gene weapons pulse with a sinister aura. He splits into a dozen identical clones, letting out a deafening battle cry. A barrage of slashes rains down on Faceless, but the monster effortlessly dodges every single strike. Even he is shocked that Gao Neng can summon so many Tier 8 weapons. Gathering his dark aura, Faceless shakes his head in pure disappointment. What an absolute pity. Dark energy erupts from his fingertips, violently striking every single clone. Down below, the others can only stare in frozen horror. Even Gao Neng is forced to marvel at this sheer power. 100% elementalization. Formless, invisible, and completely invincible. The gap in strength is absolutely terrifying. But right then, Xiao Meng unleashes her signature move. A terrifying sonic blast shatters the air, hitting with even more devastating force than before. For the first time, Faceless flinches in genuine agony. Seeing the monster stumble, Gao Neng realizes the truth. Soul attacks actually work against him. With his back against the wall, it is time to risk absolutely everything. Gathering the remnants of his scattered clones, his eyes blaze with determination. He forcibly condenses his spiritual energy and violently draws his soul blade. Faceless widens his eyes in absolute shock. A blade forged entirely from soul energy? His twisted face curls into a cruel sneer. Very well. Before I send you to hell, a spine-chilling laugh echoes through the battlefield. Overwhelming dark aura explodes from his body. I will show you, he growls, what true soul power really looks like. The dark energy violently swirls, morphing into a grotesque, twisting beast. In the blink of an eye, it transforms into a colossal, terrifying python. But that is not all. A majestic phoenix spreads its wings of shadow. Beside it, an enormous shark roars into the void. Floating above his monstrous creations, Faceless proudly declares, "Now this is the ultimate power of the soul." Staring at the overwhelming despair, Xiao Meng trembles in absolute terror. "Brother," she stutters, barely able to breathe. "I think I want to run away now." Gao Neng lets out a long, exhausted sigh. "Trust me, I want to run too. I am just a Tier 7 teenager. I really should not be dealing with this level of boss fight." He pouts with a slightly awkward expression. "But if we actually want to escape," his eyes sharpen. "We only have one ultimate move left." Throwing his head back, Gao Neng screams at the top of his lungs. "Master, save me. If you do not show up right now, your precious disciple is going to die." And just like a miracle, several terrifying auras violently tear through the sky. They crash into the earth like meteors, sending massive shockwaves of dust and debris into the air. The humans burst into tears of pure joy. What overwhelming energy. Backup is finally here. Did Elder Li actually bring the cavalry? But Gao Neng's instincts scream that something is horribly wrong. He senses the sinister aura hidden in the dust. Wait a minute. These guys are not humans. They are outlanders. As the smoke clears, two monstrous figures emerge from the shadows. Gao Neng freezes in absolute shock. Supreme tier outlanders. Standing below, Xuexiao roars in blazing fury. "Faceless, has the Blood Marshal actually been killed?" Faceless puts on a mockingly sorrowful expression. His soul has been completely shattered. He is beyond saving now. Xuexiao scoffs with absolute disgust. He glares at Gao Neng like he is looking at trash. "You expect me to believe this? A mere high-tier human brat killed the legendary Blood Marshal? What absolute garbage." Faceless merely shrugs with chilling composure. "Believe whatever you want. But one thing is certain. Every single human here is going to die today." Lin Ying stares at the enemies, her heart sinking into an abyss of despair. Five supreme tier monsters. Shimo cannot hold back his desperation anymore. Violently stepping forward, "Gao Neng, you need to run away right now," he screams with desperate eyes. "As long as you survive, humanity still has hope." But Gao Neng just shakes his head with a bitter smile. "Do not be an idiot. Even if we sacrifice our lives right here, we cannot hold back 5 Supremes." Hearing his grim words, Qing Lian steps up with a gentle, unwavering gaze. "No matter what happens, Gao Neng, I just want you to know, dying by your side today, I have absolutely zero regrets." Gao Neng rolls his eyes, instantly destroying the romantic tension. "Well, that is great for you, but I definitely regret it." He lets out a frustrated groan. "We finally managed to find a tiny shred of hope to survive, and yet, you guys are already acting like it is our funeral. Is this really the time for dramatic last words?" Lin Ying and Qing Lian stare at him in sheer confusion. "Hope to survive?" A mischievous grin spreads across Gao Neng's face as he dramatically points a finger forward. Hey, Shui Xiao, he taunts. Why do you not take a look behind you? Faceless scoffs, completely unamused by the childish distraction. How utterly pathetic. Knocking on death's door, and you are still playing these boring little tricks? But just as the monster prepares a lethal strike, boom, a blinding ray of holy light crashes down from the heavens. A majestic silver pillar of pure energy instantly engulfs the Outlanders. Faceless freezes in utter shock, his body bound by invisible chains of light. From the glowing heavens, 5 legendary figures descend with overwhelming majesty. Leading them is none other than Qin Lei. The students burst into hysterical cheers. It is Master Qin Lei. Our human supremes have finally arrived. The ultimate powerhouses of the human alliance are here. We are actually going to live. Overcome with emotion, Qinglian and Shimo fall to their knees in absolute reverence. Master, they cry out together. Floating in the air, Master Wuxin calmly presses his palms together and gives a gentle nod. The holy maiden of the light sect steps forward, her voice as soothing as a gentle breeze. Qinglian, my child, step back. Your master will handle things from here. Watching these legends gather, Gao Neng cannot help but marvel in awe. Master Wu Xin, he thinks to himself. The very first squad of humans to ever awaken as Genesis warriors. To think these absolute legends are actually still alive. Not only is he Zemo's master, but even the holy maiden of the light sect is here. Wait, is she not my aunt's senior sister? His blood begins to boil with pure excitement. A 5 versus 5 deathmatch between supreme powerhouses is about to begin. Meanwhile, Faceless glares at the monks, his voice trembling with sheer disbelief. Wu Xin of the esoteric sect? How are you still breathing? Master Wu Xin remains perfectly serene, his aura as deep as the endless ocean. By the grace of the great Buddha, as long as a demon like you still walks this earth, how could this old monk ever rest in peace? But Shui Xiao furiously steps forward, his demonic aura flaring. You humans started this war today. Since you have broken the treaty first, do not blame us for slaughtering you all. The Blood Marshal's death will be paid for in human blood. One of the human masters violently erupts with aura. If you want a war, then bring it on. Stop barking like a stray dog. Without missing a beat, Qin Lei barks a commanding order. Gao Neng, get the kids out of here right now. Knowing they would only be a burden, the disciples immediately fall back. Understood. Please be careful, Master. Master, you must survive. With Qin Lei at the vanguard, the 5 human supremes explode forward like shooting stars. Enough talking, Qin Lei roars. Annihilate them all. The moment the two sides clash, an apocalyptic explosion shatters the very heavens. Watching from afar, Xiao Meng tugs at her brother's sleeve. Are we really just going to run away? She asks anxiously. Gao Neng flashes a calculating smirk. What else can we do? He replies with a cunning gleam in his eye. Without the massive chaos we caused on this battlefield, the plan to conquer Frost City would have completely failed. But little did they know. The real nightmare was just beginning. Since when do we have a chance to raid the headquarters of the alien races? Xiao Meng's eyes gleam with a mischievous spark. No, wait. This absolute chaos is the perfect cover. It is our golden ticket. I just saw the Blood Clan's second apex sovereign rush out into the battlefield. Do you grasp what that means? Gao Neng frowns heavily. The sudden revelation leaves him utterly clueless. Analyzing the battlefield like a master tactician, she whispers her deduction. The Blood Clan is one of the northern region's 3 great factions, guarded by 3 apex sovereigns. Under normal circumstances, raiding their vault is a literal suicide mission. Suddenly, realization strikes Gao Neng like lightning. The Blood Marshal is already dead. Now, their remaining apex sovereigns are entirely dragged into this apocalyptic war. This is a once-in-a-millennium opening. His eyes blaze with wild ambition, realizing their impenetrable base is completely wide open. His pulse races as sky-high ambition consumes his thoughts. This is the legendary Blood Clan they are talking about. They command the Blood Shadow Army, a force rivaling the Heaven Clan's Archangel Legion. Their 3 Blood Drinker apex sovereigns stand equal to the terrifying Faceless Northwest Wolf. If he can somehow seize that unimaginable power, catching his greedy expression, Xiao Meng smirks with deep amusement. Well, is that brilliant brain of yours cooking up a scheme? Gao Neng snaps his head toward her, his voice deadly serious. Give me the exact details. How do we completely subjugate an entire race? Xiao Meng giggles, explaining it as if it were child's play. It is incredibly simple. Whoever controls the source of evolution commands the entire clan's absolute loyalty. She casually pulls out a mysterious jar, outlining her flawless plan. We use the root I cultivated to alter their very foundation. Hearing those specific words, an electric shock surges through Gao Neng's brain. Planted roots, cultivated seeds. His mind instantly flashes back to the cryptic notification from his system. Phase 2 mission. The revival of all things. Begins in spring. The prompt echoes in his head. Plant a single seed in this season, and reap an entire basket of legendary fruits. Please cherish this supreme opportunity. The hidden quest has remained hopelessly incomplete. Staring at Xiaomeng's jar, his jaw drops. Is this the exact scenario the system has been waiting for? Meanwhile, the aftermath of the Frost City siege forces humanity into a full-scale retreat from the northern region. Frost City officially transforms into an apocalyptic battleground for the apex sovereigns. What was once an impenetrable frozen fortress is now utterly pulverized into a raging sea of hellfire. Deep within the ruins, King Mian sits completely alone on his crumbling throne. His face is twisted into a horrific mask of agonizing sorrow and blazing fury. Bitter tears stream down his weathered face as he watches his beloved city burn. If these monsters keep clashing, Frost City will be completely wiped from the map. Suddenly, his most loyal guards burst into the throne room. They throw themselves to the floor, begging with desperate reverence. Lord City Master, this domain is far too dangerous now. The human armies have already abandoned the region. We must seize this chaotic window to fall back to the royal city. But King Mian slams his fist against the armrest, his voice booming with unyielding pride. Absolutely ridiculous. If Frost City falls under my watch, returning in defeat might earn me some mercy. But the city still stands. Abandoning it now is high treason. Seeing his stubbornness, another elite guard urgently chimes in. Has the Lord City Master forgotten our true crisis? Gao Neng and his crew have already fled the scene. You hold the perfect excuse. You can claim you are escorting the critical supply cache back to the royal city for safety. King Mian blinks, his regal facade cracking into absolute confusion. What is this guard implying? The guard's expression darkens into sheer terror. My lord, you survived the clash. The rumor that you secretly hold all of Frost City's resources has definitely leaked out to the enemy. Those terrifying words strike King Mian's soul like a devastating thunderbolt. As the horrifying reality finally sets in, unfiltered dread washes over the proud ruler's face. They are right. Beneath the crushing might of the apex sovereigns, Frost City is already a lost cause. Lingering in this ruined fortress makes him nothing more than a lowly servant fetching tea for those godlike beings. Worst of all, he foolishly exposed his possession of the supreme supply cache right in front of the faceless king. I am not afraid of humanity returning for my head, he trembles. I am terrified that Lord Faceless will silence me, steal the treasure, and conveniently pin the blame on the humans. The mere thought of that terrifying, enigmatic overlord sends ice water through his veins. All color drains from King Mian's face. Given the Faceless King's ruthless nature, his execution is an absolute certainty. Without a second of hesitation, he roars his final decree. We leave. Pack everything. We move this instant. Staying in the doomed Frost City for one more second is a guaranteed death sentence. Frantic, he immediately summons his most elite shadow guards for a covert operation. Lan Si, you will remain here in the ruins and disguise yourself as my perfect body double. He snaps his fingers, plotting his desperate escape. Lan Wu, Lan Lu, you two will shadow me. Desperate to ensure his survival, he locks eyes with his trusted men, issuing a chilling final warning. We move like ghosts. Until our boots touch the royal city's soil, your identities remain buried. Meanwhile, far away at the freezing borders of the Blood Clan's northern territory, within the High Mountain Clan's domain, two shadowy figures approach, completely swallowed by heavy, ominous cloaks that radiate a suffocating aura. An entire squadron of elite frontier guards immediately drops to their knees, bowing their heads into the dirt. Your presence in the northern region brings supreme glory to our frozen lands. I, Wu Huang, acting as the absolute proxy for His Highness the Fourth Prince of the Blood Clan, welcome you to the high mountain peak. Unmoved by the groveling, one of the cloaked VIPs coldly demands, is the Fourth Prince still cowering inside the royal city? Sweating under the intense pressure, Commander Wu Huang quickly bows lower. Yes, my lords. His Highness eagerly awaits your grand arrival within the royal city's impenetrable walls. The mysterious guest's terrifying aura does not waver for a second. His voice slices through the cold wind. Rumor has it, the Fourth Prince is on the verge of shattering the bottleneck to the 8th stage. Hearing the probe for classified intelligence, the commander keeps his eyes glued to the snow, unable to hide his trembling reverence. 3 days ago, His Highness successfully ascended to the 8th stage. If he weren't stabilizing his terrifying new realm, he would have personally crossed the frozen wastes to escort you. Beneath their dark hoods, the two enigmatic powerhouses exchange a deeply shocked glance. An 8th stage sovereign changes everything. Scrambling to please them, the commander gestures grandly toward the stronghold. Respected princesses, please follow me. Little do they know, ever since the devastating Eastern Base Rebellion, all the treasonous crimes falsely pinned on Wu Dingxiang, the seventh princess of the Dark Knight Elf clan, have finally been exposed as Gao Neng's diabolical master plan. Once again, she claims the legendary title of the White Moonlight. Every royal heir across the great clans holds her as their untouchable ideal. Meanwhile, a massive rumor spreads like wildfire through the ranks. The breathtaking and fiercely heroic ninth princess of the heavenly race is marching her troops into battle alongside Gao Neng. Practically overnight, these two women become the ultimate goddesses of the realm. The royal heirs of all major races are completely captivated by their absolute brilliance. Let's rewind to exactly 1 month ago. The ultimate prodigy of the blood race, 5th Prince Shui Ruyu, sends out a formal invitation. His target? The beautiful Wu Dingxiang. Both the blood and heavenly races stand at the absolute pinnacle of power. When the blood race proposes a political marriage, even the mighty heavenly race cannot easily refuse. However, the heavenly race is actually quite pleased with this powerful 5th prince. Secretly, they want to pair him up with their own Mu Feifei to secure a stronger bloodline. But his invitation clearly names Wu Dingxiang. Even the heavenly king himself cannot just blatantly steal the bridegroom from another race. Right now, Xiao Meng is wearing a flawless disguise as Wu Dingxiang. That is exactly why, she explains. They ultimately decided to have Mu Feifei act as my official escort. Walking right beside her is Gao Neng, perfectly disguised as Mu Feifei. He sighs in sheer disbelief. As the old saying goes, guard against fire, guard against thieves, but mostly guard against your best friends. The scene shifts to the hot spring street within Water City, a core territory of the blood race. The duo confidently strolls down the bustling streets. Trailing right behind them is their supposedly loyal servant, Xiao Kui. Of course, Xiao Cui is actually Tang Tang in disguise. Gao Neng cannot hide his absolute amazement. Seriously, what kind of god-tier technique is this? You actually transformed me into an exact replica of Mu Feifei. Hearing his shock, Xiao Meng smiles smugly. The human body is made entirely of water, and water can take absolutely any shape. It is simply a matter of perfect compatibility, and as fate would have it, I possess the absolute power to manipulate all forms of water to my exact will. From behind, Tang Tang huffs in pure frustration. This is so unfair. Why do you two get to be glorious princesses, while I am stuck playing the lowly maid? Xiao Meng simply pokes Gao Neng's cheek with a teasing grin. Blame Gao Neng for not knowing the first thing about makeup. Gao Neng immediately scrambles to defend his masculine pride. Think about it, Xiao Meng continues. Princesses are always groomed by their personal maids. If Gao Neng took the maid role, he would have no clue how to brush hair or apply cosmetics. Our cover would be blown in an instant. Realizing the undeniable logic, Tang Tang heavily sighs in defeat. Fine, whatever. For the sake of our grand master plan, I guess I will just have to make this noble sacrifice. But I still have one major question. Why didn't we bring Sister Ninger along for this mission? Xiao Meng's playful expression instantly turns dead serious. My intelligence network confirmed the facts. Mu Feifei and Wu Dingxiang are traveling as a strict party of 3, with absolutely 0 extra guards. Gao Neng nods, his eyes flashing with tactical brilliance. And there is one more crucial detail you are missing. Ninger has to stay behind in the military camp, because as long as she is there, it proves that I am still there too. Tang Tang blinks, utterly confused by this mind-bending logic. What do you mean you are still in the military? We are literally walking right here. Gao Neng smirks like a mastermind. To put it simply, I left my genetic weapon behind with Ninger, and thanks to a special authorization protocol, she can now use her own spiritual energy to freely control my genetic weapon. He lays out his flawless, pre-calculated strategy. By having his signature weapon active on the battlefield, he creates the perfect alibi. Everyone is convinced he is still fighting at the front lines. Tang Tang's eyes light up with sudden realization. Oh, so that is how you did it. I have to admit, this identity swap is terrifyingly effective. With these royal faces, absolutely no one would dare to investigate us. Exactly, Gao Neng chuckles softly. Especially with these glorious wings strapped to my back, we are completely untouchable. The trio continues their casual stroll, completely ignoring the massive commotion they are causing. Every single civilian on the street stops to stare in sheer awe. Heavens, is that really the 7th princess of the dark elf race? Whispers a bystander. The rumors were actually true. She radiates absolute beauty and unmatched grace. Keep your voice down, you fool, another hisses nervously. Word on the street is that the 7th princess is only here to answer a summons from His Highness, the fourth prince. If we accidentally offend her, our heads will definitely roll. But suddenly, the relaxed atmosphere shatters. A massive, heavily armed battalion of soldiers marches down the street, guarding a highly intimidating figure. "Make way," the commanding officer barks. "The city lord has arrived. All irrelevant personnel, clear the streets immediately." The imposing city lord, Li Ji, steps forward with calculated precision. He bows deeply before the disguised duo. "I am the Lord of Water City. It is an absolute honor to welcome Her Highness, the ninth princess of the heavenly race, and Her Highness, the seventh princess of the dark elf race." Maintaining perfect character, Xiao Meng projects an aura of elegant authority. There is no need for such formalities. We are merely passing through and prefer to keep a low profile. However, the city lord's expression instantly hardens into utter seriousness. "I completely understand your intentions, Your Highness. But since you have officially entered the sovereign territory of our blood race, your absolute safety is now our utmost priority." Xiao Meng, playing the role of Wu Dingxiang, widens her eyes in perfect, feigned shock. "Are you implying that this territory is currently unsafe?" The city lord remains dead calm, his voice dropping to a grave whisper. "I assume your highnesses have not heard the latest military intelligence. Our Northern Alliance army of 200,000 troops has just suffered a devastating defeat. Every city is currently on high alert. But do not worry, I have assembled an elite vanguard to escort you safely to the royal capital." Then, the city lord issues a seemingly polite command. "Your highnesses must be exhausted from your long journey. Guards, escort the royal guests to the grand baths immediately." A cold sweat breaks out across Gao Neng and Xiao Meng's faces. The word baths echoes in their heads like a death sentence. If they strip down now, their grand disguise will be exposed in seconds. Completely unaware of their rising panic, the city lord continues with a warm, welcoming smile. "Water City boasts the absolute finest hot springs in the entire northern region. If we fail to provide you with the utmost luxury, His Highness, the fourth prince, would surely have my head for such disrespect." Trapped by royal etiquette, Wu Dingxiang and Mu Feifei exchange a desperate, panicked glance. They are backed into a corner with no escape, I suppose. A short rest would not hurt. Xiao Meng finally forces out. With their hearts pounding in their chests, the disguised trio is marched away. The heavily armed city guards surround them from every angle. As the royal guests disappear down the corridor, the atmosphere abruptly shifts. A solitary soldier watching from the shadows narrows his eyes, and a deadly suspicion takes root. "My lord, according to our latest shadows, the ninth and seventh princesses should still be within the High Mountain Clan's territory. Why descend upon our water city out of nowhere?" The city lord narrows his eyes. A heavy veil of suspicion clouds his gaze. "It is indeed strange," he mutters, his mind already weaving a web of dark schemes. "If they are the true royals, our lavish hospitality will leave no room for offense. But if they are imposters, the cleansing waters of the hot spring will strip away all disguises. Everything will be revealed." The guards beside him catch the hidden meaning. Wicked amusement dances in their eyes. "So, that is the play. Your brilliance knows no bounds, my lord." With a cold smirk, the city lord turns on his heel. "Let us go. It is entirely possible those useless trash from the High Mountain Clan simply lacked the power to hold on to their highnesses. After all, the ninth princess's arrogant temper is a legend in itself. No one can cage her." Meanwhile, at the grand estate, the luxurious hot springs bubble with mystical energy, perfectly prepared to welcome these VIP guests. Dingxiang rests like a true noble, pampered by a swarm of eager handmaidens as she prepares for the bath. But beneath her calm facade, Gao Neng, currently trapped in the flawless body of Mu Feifei, is sweating bullets. "Stay calm," he chants in his mind. "I am a wildly handsome genius. I possess unmatched talent. What kind of woman have I not seen?" He desperately forces his heart to slow down. There is absolutely no need to be seduced by my own reflection. I am just borrowing Mu Feifei's skin. She is just a heavenly clan angel. What is the big deal? But the moment his gaze drops to his current, breathtaking curves, his entire philosophy crumbles into dust. Heavens above, this physique is a literal divine masterpiece. Fine, fine. I will just treat this supreme visual stimulation as ultimate inspiration for crafting my new gene weapons. With their preparations finally complete, the two beauties gracefully descend into the steaming, spirit-infused waters. Melting into the soothing warmth and absolute royal pampering, Gao Neng finally lets out a deep sigh. Whatever. Since I am already in the tiger's den, I might as well enjoy the royal treatment. Suddenly, the scene cuts to the outer courtyard. Aggressive shouts shatter the peaceful atmosphere. What? Are you afraid this granddaddy cannot pay up? We just want to soak in the springs. But the heavily armored guards block the path, their aura flaring. Get lost immediately, or face the absolute wrath of military law. Mian Wang's furious aura erupts, unable to swallow this humiliation. You insolent brats. Do you have any idea who you are talking to? Unfazed by his killing intent, the elite guards sneer back. Listen closely. Today, the 9th princess of the Heavenly Clan and the 7th princess of the Dark Knight Elf Clan are gracing this estate. They are currently bathing within. Forget a stray from the Frost Clan like you. Even a 9th-tier master of our own race would not dare breathe too loudly right now. Scram! Mian Wang freezes. His arrogant aura instantly vanishes. The Heavenly Clan's 9th princess. Mu Feifei? His mind races at the speed of lightning, processing this massive revelation. The rumors of the Vampire Clan prince formally meeting these two princesses have already shaken the realms. He mutters under his breath. To think they have arrived at Water City so quickly. His loyal retainer tugs at his sleeve, panic in his eyes. My lord, if those two terrifying entities are here, we need to retreat, now. But Mian Wang raises a hand, a sharp gleam flashing in his icy eyes. Hold your ground. This is not a setback. This is a golden opportunity sent by the heavens themselves. The retainer blinks, in utter confusion. What do you mean, my lord? Mian Wang smiles, a cunning predator plotting his next move. Look ahead. The path forward is entirely controlled by the Vampire Clan's monstrous forces. We must pierce straight through their territory to reach our royal city. But, if we march under the shadow of Mu Feifei's banner, who in their right mind would dare touch the precious cargo we carry? Hearing this brilliant scheme, the retainer's jaw drops. But my lord, why would a supreme existence like her let us tag along? Mian Wang scoffs with absolute confidence. We will extend a formal invitation using the name of our clan king. She will not refuse. Mark my words. This 9th princess is not just blinded by royal arrogance. Her monstrous ambition could swallow the world. She would never throw away the chance to chain the mighty Frost clan as an ally. The retainer bows deeply, completely awestruck. Unbelievable. Your lordship's foresight pierces through the very heavens. With his master plan set, Mian Wang issues his absolute command. We move to the northern gate and wait. If she seeks the Vampire Royal City, she must cross that threshold. And even if this princess refuses to grant us an audience, we can simply slip out through the gates right behind her wake. A foolproof strategy. Understood, my lord. His twin retainers echo with battle-ready zeal. Without another word, they vanish into the city's shadows to execute their plot. Meanwhile, back in the heavenly luxury of the grand estate, the two false princesses continue to soak in the divine waters, surrounded by a small army of kneeling servants. Once the spirit-cleansing bath reaches its peak, they rise from the mist. Attendants scramble to drape them in exquisite, custom-tailored silk, channeling true royal arrogance. Gao Neng as Mu Feifei flicks a wrist. Settle the tab. We are leaving this place. But right at that moment, a trembling maid approaches. Bowing so low, her forehead touches the floor. Reporting to their highnesses, the city lord awaits outside to escort you. Gao Neng's brow instantly furrows. His piercing gaze locks onto the servant. The city lord is your master. He is certainly not ours. We have already graced him with our presence once. There is absolutely no need to waste our time on a second meeting. Clear the path for our departure, immediately. The oppressive royal aura suffocates the poor servant. Shaking like a leaf, she stammers out, "But your highness." The city lord gave absolute orders. The words die in her throat. Gao Neng's eyes turn into pure, unforgiving ice, locking onto the insubordinate wretch with a bone-chilling glare. Boom! Showing zero mercy. An invisible blast of terrifying aura erupts from his hand. The defiant maid is violently sent flying across the courtyard. The remaining servants freeze in absolute horror. Crash! The unlucky servant slams into a stone pillar. The brutal impact crushes her ribs, forcing a mouthful of crimson blood to spray across the pristine floor. The message is loud and devastatingly clear. The entire entourage of maids instantly collapses to their knees, pressing their heads to the ground. Princess, we beg for your mercy. Please quell your divine wrath. Please grant us just a fraction of time. Allow us to seek the city lord's final blessing. Then we shall immediately clear the path for your grand departure. But Gao Neng could not care less about their pathetic pleas. His expression remains as cold as an eternal glacier as he drops one final, crushing sentence. Seeking permission is your miserable duty, not my problem. Without looking back, he arrogantly sweeps out of the estate alongside Ding Xiang and Xiao Cui, leaving the lowly servants trembling in the dust. completely unaware of the deadly storm about to engulf Water City. Moments later, the trembling maids huddled together in a dimly lit corner. What kind of power was that? One whispered, her eyes wide with lingering fear. The maid who had just taken a direct hit from Fei coughed weakly, holding her chest. At least, the 7th tier, she gasped. The others exchanged terrified glances, the reality sinking in. When we bathed her, there were no traces of a mask, they muttered. No magical disguise either. The 9th princess broke through to the late 7th tier just months ago. Another realized, trembling. It is a perfect match. We must report this to the city lord immediately. Deep within the grand estate of Water City, the city lord listened closely to the officer's urgent report. He stared out into the distance, his eyes narrowing sharply. If this is true, there is no time to waste. His expression hardened into pure, unshakable authority. Prepare the carriages immediately. We will personally escort her to the royal city. Receiving the absolute command, the officer bowed deeply and rushed out. Meanwhile, on the outskirts of the territory, a ridiculously luxurious carriage rolled smoothly down the main path. An entire army of elite guards surrounded it, screaming absolute wealth and power. Inside, Ding Xiang stared at the mountains of priceless delicacies. The blood race truly has deep pockets, she noted in awe. Even the casual snacks they prepared for this journey are high-tier energy fruits, she added, picking up a glowing treat. Fei nodded in agreement, her gaze sweeping over the endless landscape outside. Exactly. Just a single territory of the blood race completely dwarfs our entire capital of hope. The staggering gap in resources between humanity and these alien races, she sighed heavily. It is like comparing heaven and earth. Xiao Kui, however, was happily stuffing her face, completely unbothered by the heavy topic. But just as Ding Xiang relaxed, a thunderous voice suddenly shattered the peace. The white-faced king, Lord of Frost City, representing the Frost race royalty. I request an audience with Her Highness, the 9th princess of the celestial race. The 3 girls froze in shock. Ding Xiang could not hide the sheer panic flashing across her face. Did he just say, the white-faced king? She stammered. Fei's heart raced as cold sweat formed on her brow. That guy is hauling 200,000 units of war supplies, she thought frantically. Has our cover been blown? But Xiao Cui shook her head with absolute, unwavering certainty. Impossible. Even if they saw through our disguise, the Water City Lord would confront us. It definitely would not be his turn to step up. While the girls were still piecing together this sudden and chaotic twist, a blood race servant approached their carriage window, bowing respectfully. Reporting to the 9th and 7th princesses. The Lord of Frost City seeks an audience. Will your highnesses permit it? He asked. Then, the servant leaned in closer, dropping his voice to a conspiratorial whisper. Our city lord mentioned that this white-faced king has terrible character, the servant sneered. And on the battlefield? He is nothing but a coward. Hearing this, Fei let out a hidden sigh of relief as a cunning smirk played on her lips. So, the bond between the Frost race and the Blood race is completely fractured, she realized. Suddenly, the servant presented a beautifully carved wooden box, intricately designed with magical runes. The white-faced king offers this as a humble meeting gift for the princesses. Fei blinked, completely caught off guard. A meeting gift? She slowly opened the lid. Instantly, a blinding, mesmerizing purple aura flooded the carriage, pulsing with raw power. The girls stared at the legendary treasure, their eyes practically bulging out of their sockets. Jade blood coral, the pure energy radiating from this. It is overwhelmingly dense. It even contains the legendary power of evolution. Fei's heart pounded with sheer excitement, her mind racing with greedy possibilities. If he is tossing away such divine treasures just to say hello, she thought, practically drooling over the loot. How much top-tier gear is that guy hiding in his stash? Misreading her stunned silence, the servant quickly offered a way out. 9th princess, if this is inconvenient, I will order the white-faced king to scram. Fei snapped back to reality, waving her hand eagerly. No, let him in. Moments later, the white-faced king stood respectfully before their carriage, bowing low to the ground. I humbly greet Her Highness the 9th princess, and Her Highness the 7th princess. Fei slowly pulled back the silk curtain. Her gaze was razor-sharp, piercing right through the towering man as she threw out a loaded question. I heard your Frost City is currently engulfed in an all-out war, she noted coldly. So, why is the city lord himself wandering around out here? The king quickly plastered on an expression of tragic loyalty. It is true. My brave soldiers are fighting tooth and nail for the Frost race. But I am carrying out a top-secret mission, he declared. For the ultimate victory of our alliance, I must rush back to the royal city. Fei Fei saw right through his pathetic facade in a heartbeat. Save the speech. You are hoping the celestial race will back you up so you can reclaim Frost City. The white-faced king bowed even lower, a flattering smile spreading across his face. The ninth princess is truly peerless in her wisdom. If the celestial race is willing to deploy troops, that would be glorious. But even if the heavens do not step in, our Frost race still wishes to forge a mighty alliance with you. Unmoved by his desperate sweet talk, Fei Fei kept her voice frosty and commanding. We will be meeting the fourth prince before making any moves, she stated flatly. Yet, the desperate king refused to take a hint. Of course, he insisted eagerly. I am more than willing to personally escort your highnesses. We can discuss everything else after you meet the fourth prince. Realizing she had just scored a free bodyguard loaded with treasure, Fei Fei let the curtain drop. Very well, we will leave it at that for now. Thank you, your highnesses, the king cried out, overflowing with absolute gratitude. The deal struck. He strutted away, a smug and incredibly satisfied grin plastered across his face. Seeing this blatant opportunism, the blood race guards surrounding Fei Fei's carriage glared at his retreating back, barely hiding their disgust. Meanwhile, the white-faced king celebrated his genius masterstroke in his mind. My ultimate goal is complete. As long as I am embedded in the ninth princess's convoy, my life is guaranteed. He chuckled darkly, his eyes gleaming with sheer arrogance. After all, who in their right mind would dare attack my supplies and risk the absolute wrath of both the blood race and the celestial race? Inside the luxurious carriage, Ding Xiang's eyes burn with anticipation. Gao Neng, when do we make our move, and how exactly do we strike? She asks eagerly. Beside her, Xiao Cui vibrates with pure, unbridled excitement. She is absolutely ready for the impending chaos. There are 20,000 sets of alliance supplies out there. I seriously cannot hold back much longer. But in stark contrast to their fiery energy, Fei Fei remains perfectly composed. She shoots them a chillingly calm look. You two need to calm down right now, she reminds them sharply. She knows there is zero need to rush for the resources he is carrying. For now, just treat him like a walking, talking treasury, she declares with a cunning smirk. Meanwhile, just outside the royal carriage, the white-faced king suddenly feels an icy shiver crawl down his spine. His entire body uncontrollably trembles in the harsh wind. This is utterly impossible, he thinks in absolute disbelief. I am a proud warrior of the Ice and Snow tribe. How can I possibly feel cold? Under the heavy escort of several hundred elite guards, Gao Neng's squad successfully marches through nearly half of the Blood Tribe's vast territory. The trailing escorts are absolutely no joke. Every single warrior in this massive guard detail boasts a terrifying power level of at least the 5th tier. On top of that, 3 high-tier masters walk among them. Thanks to the intimidating presence of the white-faced king, this formidable convoy crushes any potential threats, facing zero obstacles along their entire journey. Taking in the breathtaking scenery before them, a brilliant scheme suddenly flashes through Fei Fei's sharp mind. After a whole century of relentless mining, she calculates, silently. The staggering wealth this blood tribe has hoarded must easily dwarf the entire human alliance's reserves. Her terrifying philosophy has never once wavered. Wars are ultimately won and lost by raw resources alone. This has been the absolute truth since the dawn of time. A fierce determination ignites in Fei Fei's beautiful eyes. The blood tribe's legendary wealth, and every single treasure the white-faced king possesses. I will devour it all. Just as her ambition peaks, a loud voice shatters the silence. Reporting to the 9th princess and 7th princess, a guard shouts. We will arrive at the royal city in exactly 1 hour. Hearing this, Xiao Cui boldly pokes her head out the window. If we are so close, then what are we waiting for? Speed up the march, she demands. But her bold words are instantly met with cold, mocking glares from the elite escort. Pure contempt flashes across the guards' arrogant faces. They scoff at the audacious girl, thinking to themselves, a lowly, insignificant maid actually dares to overstep her bounds and bark orders at us? They sneer at her with undisguised malice. The elf tribe has always maintained an unbreakable hierarchy, they mutter. Whether this impudent maid lives or dies is entirely up to the 7th princess's divine judgment. But sitting comfortably inside the carriage, Ding Xiang flatly refuses to tolerate this blatant disrespect. Her fierce gaze pierces through the curtains, locking onto the insolent guards. How dare you look down on my personal maid? She roars with commanding authority. Why have you not accelerated yet? Did you go deaf when Xiao Cui gave the order? The explosive weight of her words strikes like a thunderbolt. The once arrogant guards instantly pale, their bodies violently jolting in absolute terror. Understood. They frantically scramble to obey, pushing the convoy's speed to the absolute limit. Deep down, a chilling realization hits them. The seventh princess of the Dark Elf tribe perfectly matches her terrifying rumors. She protects her own people with a gentle yet ironclad loyalty. The legendary tales were absolutely true. After a blistering march, Fei Fei's royal entourage finally arrives at the imposing gates of the Blood Tribe's ancient castle. Standing high above on the grand balcony, Shui Ruyu is already waiting to receive them. Suddenly, a terrifying surge of dark energy erupts right behind him. In the blink of an eye, an overwhelming aura bleeds from the spatial rift. From within the chaotic void, Ruyu's elite legion materializes, step by dreadful step. It takes only a fraction of a second. Yet, a massive, heavily armored army now dominates the courtyard, exuding a suffocating, world-crushing pressure. This is the ultimate, unrivaled fighting force of the Blood Tribe, the legendary Blood Shadow Army. A high-ranking officer quickly steps forward, bowing deeply. Reporting to the fourth prince, the seventh princess and ninth princess have officially arrived just outside the castle gates. Hearing this, a wicked, blood-chilling smirk creeps across Ruyu's face. Excellent, he purrs with dangerous delight. Prepare yourselves. We are going out to welcome our royal guests. As he proudly marches forward alongside his fearsome legion, a dark thought brews in his mind. After agonizing years of endless patience and brutal struggles, my ultimate reward has finally arrived today. Ruyu gloats internally, his heart swelling with absolute, unbridled triumph. The moment I shattered my limits and ascended to the legendary 8th tier, my royal father officially crowned me as the sole heir to the throne. He even handed over absolute command of the invincible Blood Shadow Army directly into my hands. His diabolical scheme is flawlessly falling into place. Now, all I need is to conquer these breathtaking beauties and forge an unbreakable political alliance. Once I do that, the entire world will rest in the palm of my hand. A sinister, arrogant laughter escapes his lips. Channeling his terrifying dark magic, Ruyu instantly vanishes into thin air. A split second later, the air warps violently as he materializes directly in front of Fei Fei's royal carriage, completely blocking their path. Ruyu narrows his piercing eyes, carefully scanning the perimeter for any hidden threats. Finding absolutely nothing out of the ordinary, he throws his arms wide in a breathtaking, theatrical display of power. I am the fourth son of the almighty Blood King. His voice booms like thunder. Commander of the invincible Blood Shadow Army, Shui Ruyu. And I am honored to personally welcome the 9th princess of the Celestial Tribe and the 7th princess of the Dark Elf Tribe. Inside the cabin, Fei Fei's slender fingers gently push the carriage doors wide open. Accompanied by Ding Xiang, the two absolute goddesses step out into the light. Their heaven-defying beauty and majestic auras radiate like blinding suns, easily capable of bringing entire empires to their knees. Shui Ruyu is instantly struck dumb. His jaw drops, and a deep, embarrassing blush stains his pale cheeks like a bashful teenager experiencing his very first crush. Snapping out of it, he listens as Fei Fei and Ding Xiang gracefully offer their thanks. We deeply appreciate the fourth prince coming so far to receive us, they chime in perfect harmony. Yet, Ruyu remains completely frozen, entirely captivated by his own swirling thoughts. He stands there motionless, like a perfectly carved statue. His unblinking eyes remain glued to the two mesmerizing princesses. Heavens above. He marvels internally. So there truly is a legendary beauty in this world, capable of stealing a man's soul at first glance. His predatory gaze locks specifically onto Fei Fei's commanding, dominant presence. A hungry thrill races through Ruyu's veins as he quietly sighs in awe, especially this breathtaking celestial princess. He thinks, completely mesmerized. Every single movement she makes oozes with absolute pride and crushing confidence. If I can manage to conquer her fierce heart, I will truly have it all. Snapping back to reality, he forces his most charming, gentlemanly smile. He bows deeply, gesturing toward the imposing gates. Please, my honored princesses, step right this way. Not skipping a beat, Fei Fei and Ding Xiang nod with royal elegance. Thank you for the trouble, fourth prince, they reply flawlessly. Led by the arrogant Ruyu, the trio confidently strides into the shadowy depths of the ancient castle. But as they walk, Fei Fei's razor-sharp eyes miss absolutely nothing. After quietly analyzing the fortress's grand architecture, a shocking detail immediately grabs her full attention. A sinister smirk plays on her lips as she uncovers the truth. Even the innocent-looking ornamental flowers planted along the courtyard are actually dangerously potent, high-level elemental materials. Little do they know, the real plunder is just beginning. A wicked scheme suddenly bloomed in Mu Feifei's mind. Tonight, She wouldn't let a single opportunity slip through her fingers. With a sharp glint in her eyes, she quickly issued a command to Wu Dingxiang. Do you see that guy? He is your target for tonight's blind date. Take him down as fast as possible, and then we immediately proceed with the master plan. Standing right beside her, Wu Dingxiang radiated absolute confidence. Rest assured, just sit back and watch my flawless performance. Meanwhile, glancing at Mu Feifei lingering in the background, she remained perfectly composed. Not a single ripple of emotion broke through her icy facade. However, Ru Yu could no longer mask his inner turmoil. Does she truly not care about me at all? Our blood clan is in no way inferior to her celestial clan. I am a peerless genius who reached the 8th tier long before she ever did, yet she refuses to even spare me a glance. But then, a burning realization hit him. As expected of the most arrogant princess, could this racing heart be the feeling of true love? A blazing fire of determination instantly ignited within his soul. I swear on my life, I will make you fall madly in love with me. His possessive gaze locked entirely onto the breathtakingly beautiful Mu Feifei standing before him. Later that midnight, deep within the ancient castle of the Blood Clan, inside a breathtakingly magnificent grand hall, the king of the realm personally extended his royal welcome to the two esteemed guests. It is the greatest honor for our Blood Clan today. We are deeply graced by the visit of two flawlessly beautiful princesses from the Celestial Clan and the Dark Elf Clan. Your radiant presence has brought vibrant life to this ancient and dreary estate. Xue Fen, the mighty king of the Blood Clan, raised his golden goblet with overwhelming majesty. He warmly offered a toast, urging the 9th princess and the 7th princess to completely let their guards down and enjoy their luxurious vacation. Seeing this, Mu Feifei gracefully raised her own crystal glass to match his respect. I am deeply grateful for your majesty's unmatched hospitality. But beneath her sweet smile, her mind was racing. The Blood King is present, yet their absolute strongest master, Shui Yin, is nowhere to be seen. Could it be that he is currently guarding the core of the evolution source? Right at that moment, King Xue Fen suddenly announced his departure. I find myself feeling quite fatigued today. I am afraid I cannot entertain you any longer. Ru Yu, you shall remain here. See to it that the 9th princess and the 7th princess are well accompanied. Bowing with absolute respect, the 4th prince instantly obeyed. As you command, Imperial Father. Watching the king's imposing figure slowly fade into the shadows, Mu Feifei barely narrowed her eyes. She was almost entirely certain of the truth. The shocking news of old Commander Shui's death must have already reached this king's ears in secret. However, judging by the 4th prince's clueless expression, the younger generation was still completely in the dark, surrounded by a suffocatingly lavish atmosphere, exquisite delicacies, and dozens of servants watching from every angle. Mu Feifei remained deeply lost in her thoughts. She meticulously reviewed every single step of her master plan. The sacred evolution source of the Blood Clan is hidden deep within the central royal palace. The absolute key to our success is whether we can flawlessly infiltrate the palace after midnight to alter the very root of that evolution source. But suddenly, an unnatural shift in the room's atmosphere shattered her focus. Wait a minute. Aren't the real main characters of tonight supposed to be him and Gao Xiaomeng? Why on earth does this 4th prince keep offering me toast after toast? Could it really just be because of my high status within the Celestial Clan? Observing Ru Yu's increasingly lingering gazes and overly eager gestures, Mu Feifei quickly pieced together his true intentions. Or perhaps, this cunning 4th prince is deliberately trying to get me drunk? Does he want to eliminate me from the equation so he can do something unspeakable to Gao Xiaomeng? In a flash of absolute brilliance, a devious smile crept into Mu Feifei's mind. In that case, I should play along and hand him this golden opportunity. It will be the perfect bait for Gao Xiaomeng to catch him red-handed. Without skipping a beat, she instantly slipped into character. Feigning a dizzy spell, she dramatically asked to be excused. Oh, my head is spinning. Back in the White Tower, my imperial father strictly forbade me from ever touching alcohol. I fear I have had far too much tonight. The very second the words left her lips, Ru Yu leaped at the perfect opening. He shot up from his grand seat without a moment of hesitation. If that is the case, allow me. Stepping uncomfortably close, he smoothly wrapped an arm around Mu Feifei's delicate waist to stabilize her. He even shamelessly intertwined his fingers with hers. Staring deeply into her eyes with a sickeningly sweet and gentle gaze, he practically purred. Since the noble 9th princess is intoxicated, please allow me the profound honor of personally escorting you back to your chambers. Mu Feifei completely froze. Her entire body turned rigid as a massive storm of confusion exploded in her mind. What in the world is happening? Why is the plot suddenly moving in this bizarre direction? Left with no way out of her own trap, Mu Feifei was heavily escorted back to her grand guest room by Ru Yu. Trailing closely behind them was an entire battalion of elite armored guards. Analyzing this disastrous turn of events, Mu Feifei could not suppress her sheer bewilderment. This makes zero sense. Didn't Gao Xiaomeng explain the mission details perfectly clearly? The actual target the fourth prince was supposed to meet was Wu Dingxiang. I, Mu Feifei, am literally just the wing woman here. This idiotic fourth prince has completely failed to tell the main character from the sidekick. After what felt like an absolute eternity, she finally arrived at the lavish, heavily secured chambers arranged exclusively for her. Just as Mu Feifei bowed her head, forcing a polite smile of gratitude, I deeply thank the fourth prince for safely escorting me. Suddenly, an alarming shift in his aura warned her that something was horribly wrong. Ninth princess, watch your step. Ru Yu suddenly roared a dramatic warning. The sudden, booming voice made Mu Feifei flinch, freezing her right in her tracks. Before she could even process the fake danger, Ru Yu violently seized the opportunity. He lunged forward, tightly grabbing her hand while brazenly wrapping his other arm around her slender waist. He was completely out of line. Time seemed to completely stop as the two of them remained locked in that suffocatingly intimate and romantic pose. Trapped in his embrace, Mu Feifei looked utterly disgusted, rolling her eyes in pure exhaustion. Meanwhile, a disgustingly smug and triumphant smirk dominated Ru Yu's arrogant face. Catching sight of his predatory expression, Mu Feifei's beautiful face instantly drained of all color. Good heavens! What kind of twisted romance plot is this? Does this arrogant fool actually plan to make a move on me right now? Confirming her absolute worst fears, Ru Yu suddenly leaned in terrifyingly close. As he audaciously puckered his lips for a kiss, a massive wave of sheer panic crashed into Mu Feifei's soul. That was the final straw. Completely abandoning her gentle princess act, she violently stomped her heel down right onto his foot. A brutal, silent warning to back off. With a swift and ruthless motion, Mu Feifei slapped his wandering hands away. She darted backward like a flash of lightning, leaving a totally dumbfounded Ru Yu staring at empty air. The moment her boots planted firmly onto the marble floor, her icy, authoritative aura returned. I deeply appreciate the fourth prince's profound kindness. However, there is no need for such excessive courtesy. I am perfectly capable of standing on my own 2 feet. This razor-sharp, flawless rejection instantly shattered Ru Yu's ego, freezing him in total disbelief. A dark, dangerous shadow flickered across his eyes as a sinister new plan formed in his mind. Turning around with a venomous glare, he fiercely snapped an order at his loyal guards. Unless I give the explicit order, not a single soul is permitted to step foot inside. The royal guards bowed deeply, acknowledging the command. With the perimeter secured, Ru Yu casually strolls right into Feifei's private chambers. He softly clicks the heavy wooden door shut behind him. A sickeningly sweet smile crosses his face. Ninth princess of the heavenly clan. Please forgive my earlier lack of manners. But with a swift flick of his wrist, Ru Yu slides the deadbolt into place. That sharp click instantly sets off all of Feifei's internal alarms. Her expression darkens into a lethal glare. What exactly are you plotting? She demands. Wasn't your little rendezvous supposed to be with the seventh princess? Hearing this, Ru Yu does not even flinch. Instead, he spreads his arms wide, dramatically declaring a burning, twisted passion for Feifei. That was the plan. Yes. But then I laid eyes on you. He takes a step closer. I used to think love at first sight was just a fairy tale myth. But today, I find my soul utterly captivated by your peerless beauty. Those sickeningly sweet words strike her like a physical blow. A cold shudder runs straight down her spine. Feifei's face contorts in absolute disgust. Her mind screams in disbelief. Damn it all. Am I seriously getting hit on by some blood clan pretty boy right now? Completely oblivious to her rising murder intent, Ru Yu keeps running his mouth with maddening confidence. Oh, I know exactly who you are. The high and mighty ninth princess of the heavenly clan. Noble, untouchable, and pure. But do not forget, I am the fourth prince of the blood clan. And very soon, I will ascend to my father's throne and become the absolute king of the vampires. The moment the words leave his lips, he audaciously reaches out, snatching Feifei's hand to deliver his ultimate proposal. My sweet Feifei, marry me, he begs, his eyes practically glowing. I would rip my own heart out of my chest for you. I swear on my life, you will be my one and only bride. Together, we will usher in a glorious new golden age for the blood clan. The sheer audacity of his speech leaves Feifei momentarily paralyzed with shock, but that paralysis lasts exactly 1 second. Her patience snaps like a dry twig. Without a single ounce of mercy, her leg whips up in a devastating arc, planting a brutal kick squarely into Ryu's flawless face. The explosive impact sends him launching backward like a broken doll. The fourth prince crashes violently into the heavy stone wall, leaving a spiderweb of cracks in the masonry. Pain flares across his jaw. A blazing, unhinged fury erupts within his chest as he snarls. "You dared to strike me? From the moment I was born until now, not even the Vampire King himself has ever dared to touch my face." But then, something inexplicably bizarre happens. Perhaps that bone-crushing kick literally knocked a few screws loose in his brain, because mere seconds later, the boiling rage in his eyes vanishes. It gets replaced by a twisted, euphoric thrill as he actually savors the throbbing pain. Ah, this agonizing sting that cuts right to the soul. It is absolutely intoxicating. Ryu smoothly draws his shining blade from its sheath, his tone slipping right back into that arrogant charm. The ninth princess is truly as fierce as she is beautiful. If my sweet Fei wishes to cross swords, then I am obligated to entertain you. Standing across from the bloodthirsty prince, Fei radiates a chilling, murderous aura. She is not someone you can just push around. With a metallic ring, her own blade leaves its scabbard. Surging spiritual energy instantly ignites around her body. Fine, let us see what you are really made of. But beneath her confident exterior, Fei knows she is in a deadly situation. Her mind races as she sizes him up. He is an 8th-tier genius of the Blood Clan. To say I am not feeling the pressure right now would be a massive lie. But if I fall here today, my entire flawless reputation will turn to absolute ash. Just as the tension reaches its breaking point, Ryu suddenly lowers his stance and makes a game-changing proposition. The blade I hold is the legendary Blood Jade Sword. A single scratch from this weapon inflicts a wound that will never truly heal. So do not worry, my sweet Fei. I refuse to scar your perfect skin. The crimson blood art I practice consists of 3 ultimate strikes. If you can withstand all 3 moves, I will concede defeat and return to my manor for the night. Hearing this arrogant handicap, Fei's eyes flash with a dangerous light. She levels the tip of her blade straight at his heart. Since the fourth prince is being so overwhelmingly generous, I suppose I should not hide my own cards. A sly smirk dances on her lips. My sword technique is called the Piercing Rainbow's Setting Sunday. The first strike unleashes massive aura. But do not be fooled. It is merely a feint. The true key to breaking my technique is finding the hidden killing stroke buried within that illusion. If you can see through it, Prince, the victory is yours. Faced with this blatant, almost insulting provocation, Ryu just chuckles, completely falling for the bait. I appreciate the warning, my dear, but I guarantee you, I will not lose. Show me your blade. Fei does not waste another second holding back. Explosive, raw power courses through her very veins as she launches herself high into the air. "Here I come," she roars. She plummets from above like a falling meteor, channeling absolutely every ounce of her spiritual energy into a single, catastrophic strike. Tyrant's Blade. 3 slashes as one. In her mind, only one lethal thought echoes. Drop dead, you miserable vampire trash. The sheer, suffocating weight of her killing intent crashes down on the room. Ryu watches the devastating wave of energy hurtling right toward his face. Blinded by his own arrogance, Ryu smirks. Just as she warned. The raw power is overwhelming, but the core is entirely hollow. If she had not given me a heads up, I would have actually thought this was the real killing strike. He forces his muscles to relax, deliberately dropping his guard. I cannot react to the illusion, he tells himself. I just need to wait and spot the real hidden blade. But as the blinding tip of Fei's sword inches millimeters from his chest, a sudden jolt of pure terror spikes through his veins. His eyes widen in absolute horror. Wait a minute, this pressure is way too dense. How can a fake attack feel this real? He realizes his fatal mistake a fraction of a second too late. Seizing the exact moment his defense crumbles, Fei violently drives her blade straight through his non-existent guard. Boom! A deafening, shockwave-inducing explosion violently rips through the royal palace chambers. The heavy walls violently shake as debris rains from the ceiling. As the suffocating dust and smoke slowly begin to clear, Ryu stands frozen in place, utterly traumatized. He looks down at his violently torn shoulder, warm blood dripping onto the floor. She was not bluffing. She actually threw a killing strike with intent to murder me. His mind completely short-circuits in disbelief. We are standing directly in the heart of the Blood Clan's royal capital. How in the world does she have the guts to assassinate a prince? But the nightmare is nowhere near over. Like a ghost emerging from the shadows, Fei suddenly materializes directly behind his exposed back. The chain of relentless attacks leaves him completely paralyzed. Gripping the shattered, jagged hilt of her broken blade, she lets out a battle cry that chills the bone. Phantom Edge! With brutal force, she plunges the jagged steel straight into Ryu's spine. An agonizing, blood-curdling scream rips from his throat. Dropping to his knees from the devastating sneak attack, his entire body trembles in excruciating pain and pure shock. As his vision begins to blur, a terrifying realization hits him. Why? Why are you doing this to me? I, Shue Ryu, have never given my heart so completely to a woman. I gave you my absolute loyalty, yet you repay me with death. But Fei-Fei's expression remains completely dead. Her razor-sharp eyes glare down at Shue Ryu with absolute freezing apathy. I will not let your so-called true love go to waste. So, I will reward you with two absolute truths. First, the technique devouring you right now is called the Netherworld, she adds with a sinister tone. Second, your blood clan's supreme expert, Elder Marshal Shue, died by this exact same move. Hearing this devastating revelation, Shue Ryu's agonizing screams echo even louder through the halls. The 9th princess of the Heavenly Clan has gone completely insane. Father, save me. Ancestor, save me. Right on cue, his frantic royal guards kick the doors wide open. The soldiers freeze in absolute shock at the gruesome sight. 9th princess, what is the meaning of this? His Highness, the 4th prince. Witnessing Shue Ryu being consumed alive by the blazing azure flames, the guards fall into total panic. The 4th prince is in critical danger. Take her down first, ask questions later. Without missing a beat, Fei-Fei viciously kicks Shue Ryu aside and charges straight into the armed squad. Seeing their master's agonizing state, the royal guards roar. These flames will not extinguish. Subdue the 9th princess immediately. As the heavily armed soldiers form an ironclad perimeter, Fei-Fei rapidly calculates the threat level. 1 9th tier, 2 8th tiers, and more high-level reinforcements flooding in. This might get a little messy. However, a confident smirk dances on her lips. This is the perfect opportunity. I earned a skill upgrade token after slaughtering Elder Marshal Shue. If not now, then when? She immediately barks a command. System, upgrade my death stare ability right now. The moment the words leave her mouth, a digital interface materializes in thin air, displaying a massive, pulsing eye on the holographic screen. Suddenly, the digital eye shatters into 1,000,000 pixels. A robotic voice chimes with absolute authority. Congratulations to the host. You have successfully unlocked a supreme-grade special ability, the Phantom Demon Eye. In a flash of blinding light, an ethereal, soulless eye pulsating with terrifying ancient power manifests right in front of Fei-Fei. Meanwhile, at the very heart of the Blood Clan's royal city, deep within their sacred evolution source, known as the Blood Pool, gentle ripples begin to disturb the tranquil crimson surface. It is none other than Ding Xiang, sprinting flawlessly across the water like a ghostly phantom. Her speed is so breathtakingly fast that she leaves nothing but tiny water trails in her wake. But suddenly, a booming voice shatters the dead silence. I heard the 7th princess of the Dark Night Elf clan grew up in the frost pool beneath the vast ancient tree. They say you are a master of water. It seems the rumors are true. The sudden ambush makes her heart skip a beat. Without warning, a monstrous hand armed with razor-sharp claws violently erupts from beneath the blood-red waters. The ominous voice issues a deadly warning. What a pity. No matter your reasons, you should have never trespassed into our clan's forbidden grounds. In the blink of an eye, the demonic hand expands to a colossal size. It completely blots out the sky, plunging Ding Xiang into absolute darkness. Her survival instincts scream. She instantly raises her guard, shifting into a defensive stance while cursing internally. This is really bad. A split second later, a majestic figure blasts out of the water, launching high into the air and sending massive crimson shockwaves in all directions. Hovering in the sky like an apex predator, the mysterious man speaks. The 7th princess of the Dark Night Elves is notoriously weak, not even reaching the 5th tier. It is Yin Shui, the supreme powerhouse of the Blood Clan. Exuding the oppressive aura of a dark god, he looks down at her with absolute disdain. Even though this strike of mine only contains 10% of my power, you have absolutely no right to survive it. Unless, he glares at Xiao Meng, who has now shed her disguise, confirming the elf was a total fake. With her true identity exposed, Xiao Meng realizes there is zero need to keep playing hide-and-seek. She gazes up at him, her eyes flashing with a predatory ice-cold glint, and instantly unleashes her dormant, monstrous power. In a flash of blinding energy, Xiao Meng transforms into her fierce combat gear. She dual-wields twin blades, radiating pure battle lust. Seeing this, Yin Shui merely scoffs, So, it is you, the infamous feline queen from the Northern District. Xiao Meng tilts her head, her voice dripping with lethal provocation. That is right. Are you not going to sound the alarm and summon the Blood Clan elites? But Yin Shui bursts into arrogant laughter. Summon the elites for a pathetic little feline queen? I think that is entirely unnecessary. Facing his blatant disrespect, Xiao Meng channels a terrifying surge of energy into her palms, her face glowing with absolute, unshakable confidence. Is that so? Her lips curl into a wicked grin. If you will not call for backup, then I will do it myself. Without hesitation, she slams her majestic power directly into the crimson waters beneath her. Her voice echoes like thunder. Devour it all. Instantly, the entire blood pool is hijacked by an invisible, gravitational force. A massive, violent whirlpool erupts across the surface. Witnessing this apocalyptic scene, Yin Shui loses his mind in shock. This is our sacred source of evolution. You are draining the core energy of our clan's blood pool. While he falls into absolute panic, Xiao Meng looks up with a triumphant, victorious smirk and corrects him. I am not devouring it. I am merely borrowing it. Because the power of this queen alone is not enough to rip open a spatial portal. Hearing those words, Yin Shui's blood runs ice cold. Genuine terror grips his soul as he stammers out. A spatial portal? What in the world are you trying to do? Realizing he cannot just stand there and watch his clan's legacy be sucked dry, Yin Shui dives from the heavens like a desperate meteor, intent on obliterating Xiao Meng. He unleashes a devastating, earth-shattering strike, aimed right at her heart, roaring with primal fury. Die, right now. But facing this catastrophic wave of power, Xiao Meng does not even flinch. Standing perfectly still, she delivers one final, mocking blow. Too late. I told you to call for backup earlier, but your pride got in the way. Are you regretting it now? Right at that exact moment, a colossal dragon erupts from the void. Its massive jaws stretch wide open, looking as if it could devour the entire world in a single bite. With just one terrifying snap of its jaws, Fei Shui effortlessly swallows Yin Shui's explosive orb of power. To the great white dragon, it is nothing but a light snack. Her overwhelming strength shatters the deadly attack, triggering an earth-shattering explosion. Witnessing this absolute display of power, Yin Shui stammers in fear. A white dragon. So it really is her. Suddenly, a chilling voice pierces through the chaos. It has been far too long, Yin Shui. The moment those words hit his ears, the Bloodmaster freezes in pure shock. That unmistakable voice belongs to only one person. Yin Shui stares at the majestic woman standing before him, instantly recognizing the legendary Dragon Lady. Spotting Fei Shui's magnificent form, little Xiao Meng's face lights up with sheer joy. Mother is finally here. Fei Shui's gaze softens as she looks at her child. You have worked hard, Xiao Meng. Go finish your true mission, and leave this trash to me. But before she can even finish, Yin Shui erupts in a blazing fury. Dragon Lady, do not push your luck. Hovering high in the sky, the furious elder throws his hands forward. In an instant, he summons a terrifying torrent of blood-red energy. But his reaction is painfully slow. Xiao Meng is already one step ahead, darting toward the exact position she was assigned to secure. Refusing to give up, Yin Shui dives straight into the dark lake, desperately trying to hunt her down. However, as Xiao Meng reaches the very bottom of the abyss, she turns back with a mocking grin. It is far too late to call for backup now. I have already reached the blood core. Hearing her taunt, Yin Shui's anger hits a boiling point. Pushing his speed to the absolute limit, he grips his glowing blue blade with murderous intent. You will not escape me, but a terrifying shadow is already chasing him from behind. Fei Shui reveals her massive dragon claws, her voice echoing through the water. Down in these depths, Yin Shui, you are completely out of your league. In the blink of an eye, her gigantic claws snatch the Bloodmaster right out of the currents. There is no way she will let him ruin their master plan. Struggling against her crushing grip, Yin Shui grits his teeth. You are the Sword Saint of the Beast Clan. If you want revenge and seek that legendary blade, why target me? Fei Shui's draconic eyes narrow with deadly precision as she answers his pathetic question. Because you played a part in that betrayal, did you not? Refusing to back down, Yin Shui fiercely defends his actions. It was the allied forces of the foreign realm. How could I possibly refuse to join them? But before another word can leave his mouth, a chilling metallic clink echoes through the water. Catching him completely off guard, a massive chain shoots out and pierces cleanly through Yin Shui's chest. The devastating sneak attack completely paralyzes his body. Coughing up blood from the agonizing wound, the elder begins to tremble uncontrollably. His eyes burn with pure, unadulterated fury as he glares down at Xiao Meng. How is this even possible? Down at the lakebed, the little girl is safely surrounded by a ring of glowing red crosses. Beneath those crosses, mysterious ancient saplings begin to rapidly sprout. The magical vines surge upward, instantly wrapping around the girl in a protective embrace. Yin Shui's eyes widen in absolute horror as realization strikes him. Those are the roots of the ancient world tree. No, this is absolutely impossible. The celestial clan stole the sacred roots of the spirit race long ago. Why in the world would the heavens hand over the ancient tree's core to a creature like you? The moment the words leave his lips, the glowing crosses trigger a terrifying trap. Countless cursed chains explode outward, shooting directly toward him with deadly speed. In the blink of an eye, dozens of heavy chains coil tightly around Yin Shui's writhing body. Pure panic sets in as he screams out, "No! Stop this at once!" He shoots a look of pure hatred at Fei Shui. "Dragon Lady, you seek your bloody vengeance, but our clan is not your only enemy. How will you ever avenge the grudge against humanity?" Desperation drips from Yin Shui's voice as he tries to manipulate her mind. "What did you actually gain by betraying us back then? Tell me, how did the humans repay your loyalty?" But his psychological warfare completely fails. Fei Shui stares down at him with an icy, emotionless gaze. "Are you done talking? Then it is time for you to submit." Suddenly, all the fighting spirit drains from Yin Shui's eyes. Like a mindless puppet, he mutters a single word. "Yes." His resistance completely shatters, replaced by absolute, unquestioning obedience. The proud master of the Blood Clan has been completely enslaved. Meanwhile, in a massive chamber elsewhere, Fei Fei finds herself entirely surrounded by an elite army. She immediately drops into a defensive combat stance. Her mind races as she formulates a desperate survival plan. Phantom Ghost Eye. Now that sounds like an insanely overpowered skill. A smug, confident smile creeps across her face as she mentally pulls up her system interface. Without a second thought, she unlocks the high-tier Phantom Ghost Eye. This legendary ability grants her flawless 360-degree vision. But as Fei Fei reads the skill's hidden details, her jaw drops in pure shock. It possesses a terrifying secondary ability, Combat Simulation. The system's first two abilities scammed my money, but at least they made sense. What exactly does a simulation do? Before she can figure it out, a vicious assassin lunges right at her, launching a lightning-fast strike. Forgive my disrespect, Ninth Princess. Caught entirely off guard by the sheer speed of the attack, Fei Fei freezes in place. For a terrifying second, she just stares blankly at the incoming blade. But in the very next heartbeat, her momentary panic vanishes. A bone-chilling coldness flashes through her eyes as her battle instincts awaken. Channeling her surging inner aura, Fei Fei firmly activates the Phantom Ghost Eye at maximum output. Instantly, a holographic status screen floods her vision with her enemy's ultimate secrets. This assassin is Shisan, an expert at the early phase of the 8th tier. His greatest advantage is his godlike speed, but his fatal flaw? He lacks the control to stop his own momentum. His footwork is dangerously unstable, leaving his rear guard completely wide open to a counterattack. Suddenly, a mechanical system prompt flashes in the center of her vision. It asks if she wants to initiate the combat simulation subroutine. She hesitates for a fraction of a second, but with death closing in, she mentally confirms the command. "All right, system, let us see what you can do." Immediately, her consciousness is pulled into a high-speed mental battlefield. A fierce light erupts in her eyes as she loudly declares the command. "Simulate target." And Shisan. The world around her seems to completely slow down. Thanks to this overpowered skill, she can see the glowing phantom trail of her opponent's future movements. Every single strike, every feint, and every fatal blow he plans to throw is completely exposed to her. Analyzing his future path, the almighty system instantly calculates the perfect counterattack strategy, displaying her exact odds of victory. Counterattack strategy engaged. Calculating optimal success rate. Now, it is time for her to turn the tables. Thunder God Single Slash, 30% success rate. Lunar Pierce, 70% success rate. Shadow Pool stands at 50%. And Netherworld at merely 10. Witnessing the god-tier calculations of her combat simulation skill, Fei Fei gasped in absolute awe. So this is combat simulation. It literally defies the heavens. But reality quickly crashed down on her. A skill this overpowered came with a devastating price tag. Fei Fei's eyes widened in sheer horror as another system warning flashed before her. 100 million alliance credits instantly wiped out. The cost scaled directly with the enemy's power level. And worse, Every single use would continuously double the price. Even the system fees are heaven-defying, she panicked inwardly. Snapping back to reality, Fei swiftly evaded a razor-sharp blade aimed at her throat. Despite the intense life-or-death battle, she could not shake off the burning regret. That single skill activation had cost her dearly. What a massive waste. She could only target one person per day. If only I saved this for a 9th-tier expert. 13 stared in absolute shock. Fei had dodged his lethal strike with flawless precision, but little did he know, she was already 10 steps ahead of him. While 13 stood completely frozen, Fei vanished like a phantom, reappearing right behind his back. Thanks to her flawless combat analysis, she unleashed a devastating lunar pierce. The decisive strike tore through the air. Before 13 could even react, the fatal blow connected, leaving him shrieking in pure agony. 13's massive body crashed heavily to the cold floor. His teammates watched in absolute horror, seeing their elite warrior annihilated in mere seconds. 13! Another guard screamed in blind panic. He stumbled back, refusing to believe his own eyes. One strike. She killed an 8th-tier Blood Shadow warrior with a single strike. He slowly turned his trembling gaze toward Fei. She stared back with eyes as cold as the abyss, a terrifying, suffocating killing intent radiating from her entire being. Completely overwhelmed by her monstrous aura, the terrified subordinate violently shook. Is the Heaven Clan princess really this terrifyingly strong? Swallowing hard, his eyes darted back to the bloody floor, where 13 lay lifeless, utterly destroyed by Fei's unimaginable power. Suddenly, in the darkest corner of the room, Ruyu stood hunched over, his face buried in shadows, as a bizarre, deeply unsettling dark magic began pouring from his body. He continuously muttered like a madman. Why must it end like this? Did it truly have to come to mutual slaughter? His words spiraled out of control, as his dark aura violently erupted. Ruyu gritted his teeth, frantically calculating his next move. No, this is impossible. This hellfire cannot be extinguished by any means. My physical body is doomed, but my soul must escape. In a flash of desperate magic, his spirit viciously tore itself from his flesh, executing his ultimate escape plan. But Fei had already anticipated this pathetic trick. Her voice echoed like thunder as she issued a deadly command. Instantly, the mighty soaring earth dragon roared to life. Faster than a raging hurricane, the colossal beast lunged forward to devour his fleeing soul. Seeing Ruyu's spirit about to be consumed, the last 2 surviving guards recklessly charged straight at Fei. The commander screamed in absolute panic. "What are you doing? Hurry up and protect the 4th prince's soul. We must ensure his escape." The other guard gritted his teeth in sheer dread. She won't even spare the 4th prince's soul. What in the world is the Heaven Clan planning? Suddenly, heavy footsteps shattered the chaotic battlefield. Bai Mianwang stormed into the grand hall, exuding absolute dominance. He furrowed his brows, his deep voice dripping with lethal annoyance. Who dares to cause such a miserable uproar? Is the 9th princess unharmed? But as he slowly lifted his gaze, his arrogant eyes instantly locked onto the colossal soaring earth dragon. Bai Mianwang's jaw dropped, his voice trembling uncontrollably. This cannot be. Seeing the legendary beast looming right before him, pure terror seized his arrogant heart. Could it be Gao Neng? Without a second of hesitation, he viciously pointed a trembling finger straight at Fei. The 9th princess of the Heaven Clan is a complete fake. That bastard is Gao Neng in disguise. Fei watched his dramatic outburst with utter disdain. She narrowed her eyes, glaring coldly right back at Bai Mianwang. A venomous smirk curled on her lips. So this arrogant fool actually recognizes my dragon? Hearing this revelation, the subordinate whipped his head around, staring at his superior in sheer disbelief. What did you just say? Are you claiming this monster is Gao Neng? Bai Mianwang clenched his fists, his voice dripping with absolute certainty. There is no mistake. I have faced that horrifying beast before, back in the devastating battle of Frost City. Gao Neng commanded this exact same nightmarish creature. A suffocating wave of anxiety washed over Bai Mianwang. He instantly barked a desperate order at his remaining men. Hurry! Report this to the king immediately. But right at that moment, another blood-soaked scout desperately sprinted toward them. He collapsed to his knees, gasping for air. Vice Commander, urgent report. The king has just entered the Lunar Blood Pond's forbidden grounds. Bai Mianwang froze, his eyes widening in absolute shock. What did you just say? A deafening silence fell over him, his arrogant face turning deathly pale, heavily masked by pure dread. His mind raced furiously. The forbidden grounds are guarded by Lord Yin Shui himself. It should be an impenetrable fortress. Why would the king go there personally? Has the impossible happened? He gritted his teeth violently. Damn it! We cannot waste any more time here. The panicked scout violently grabbed Bai Mianwang's arm, desperately pouring out his terrifying theory to his superior. Lord Bai Mianwang, if you join forces with us to capture this bastard, the entire Blood Clan will owe you a debt of monumental gratitude. Bai Mianwang's eyes sparked with a ferocious, bloodthirsty light. That is a given. I still have an ocean of blood to settle from Frost City. Watching the two men frantically scheme before her, Fei Fei let out a deeply exhausted sigh. What an annoying little headache. Even with her system calculating their fatal flaws, taking down 2 9th-tier monsters at once was going to be an absolute nightmare. Catching her arrogant murmur, Bai Mianwang's muscles coiled tighter than steel springs. He instantly dropped into a flawless, defensive battle stance. Stay on high alert, he aggressively warned his remaining soldier. Rumor has it that Gao Neng wields terrifying illusion magic. If we step too close, we are dead meat. Suddenly, a massive surge of spiritual energy pinged the scout's communicator. His eyes nearly popped out of his skull. Lord, the Grand Blood Marshal just transmitted an emergency intelligence brief. Hearing this, Bai Mianwang's knuckles cracked loudly as he clenched his fists. An overwhelming aura of murderous intent erupted from his body as he pointed his blade straight at his hated enemy. I truly never imagined your sheer audacity to impersonate a Heaven Clan royal and blindly waltz straight into the absolute heart of the Blood Clan. But little did he know, the real nightmare was just beginning. Without a second thought, he unleashes a devastating strike straight at Fei Fei. Gritting his teeth, he barks a fierce warning. It is time you pay the price for your sheer arrogance. The White-Faced King blasts a terrifying wave of extreme ice magic right at her. Caught completely off guard, Fei Fei freezes for a split second, but she instantly regains her composure, leaping high into the air to narrowly dodge the lethal attack. Even though his strike misses, the White-Faced King looks incredibly smug. He flashes a wicked grin and shouts, "Now, Vice Commander, I will take the left, you take the right." Cut off her escape route, but strangely enough, his loyal subordinate does not react at all. Feeling a sudden drop in momentum, the king turns around and calls his name. Vice Commander. Little does the White-Faced King know, his subordinate is currently paralyzed by overwhelming shock and sheer terror. The man trembles violently. Impossible. This is impossible. How could things end up like this? Suddenly, the subordinate drops heavily to his knees on the cold floor. He keeps muttering in absolute despair. Why? No, no. A menacing presence approaches as a cold voice echoes out, confirming his worst fears. In the very next second, the terrified vice commander clutches his head. His eyes bulge wide in absolute panic, losing every shred of his sanity. Seeing his subordinate act like a complete madman, the White-Faced King glares sharply. He snarls in blinding rage. Vice Commander, what the hell are you doing? The chaotic energy unfolding before her is exactly what Fei Fei has been waiting for. Seeing their internal ranks crumble, she smirks. The perfect moment has arrived, and she gently whispers a single command. Kill. In the blink of an eye, the soaring earth dragon lunges forward. It closes in on the glowing, jade-like soul of the fourth prince. With one ruthless bite, the royal soul barely has time to let out a blood-curdling scream before being swallowed whole by the massive beast. The White-Faced King is stunned beyond belief. His jaw drops, and his eyes widen in absolute horror as he stammers out. You actually destroyed the soul of the fourth prince? We are standing inside the Blood Clan royal palace. Seeing his pathetic reaction, Fei Fei is highly amused. With a fiercely provocative expression, she smiles and states a chilling fact. White-Faced King, it is just the two of us left now. Why don't you take a wild guess? Why exactly did I agree to your little request and let you stay by my side? Hearing her sinister words, the king is struck by immense panic. He frantically stumbles backward, screaming in pure terror. You were after the cultivation resources on my body this entire time. Fei Fei flashes a wicked smirk and snaps her fingers sharply. Her face is as cold as ice as she praises him. Ding, ding, you guessed correctly. Instantly, a massive, bloodthirsty army materializes out of thin air. They stand towering and menacing right before the trembling White-Faced King. The man is frightened out of his wits, his face draining of all color, completely helpless. His eyes widen as he lets out a desperate, ear-piercing shriek. No! Meanwhile, outside the palace, the late-night sky is completely peaceful. Under a canopy of sparkling stars, the ancient buildings exude an eerie, unnatural calmness. But in stark contrast to the silent night, chaos erupts indoors. The White-Faced King is brutally blasted through a thick brick wall, sending clouds of dust and debris flying everywhere. Miraculously, he quickly scrambles back to his feet. Driven by pure survival instinct, he turns tail and sprints for his life, screaming wildly into the darkness. Seeing him flee like a coward, Fei lets out a heavy, disappointed sigh. She thinks to herself, why did he run away? He is a 9th-tier expert, for crying out loud. Anyone who does not know better would think I am some kind of supreme powerhouse. Her attention then shifts to the mentally broken subordinates left behind. She shakes her head. I will just leave these losers here. Her attention then shifts to the mentally broken subordinates left behind. She shakes her head. I will just leave these losers here. Looking at their pathetic state, they are completely useless in a fight anyway. Suddenly, she closes her eyes tightly, preparing to activate a powerful technique. Despite her focus, Fei cannot shake off her deep concerns. But seeing them suddenly turn into mindless husks, could it be that Cao Xiaomeng actually succeeded? Does seizing control of an entire clan simply mean reducing them to this miserable state? After gathering enough energy, she quickly snaps her eyes open. Fei rejoices inwardly. Perfect timing, since I am rich in energy now. Let us test the other hidden abilities of the Phantom Demon Eye. Omniscient Vision. Open. Triggering the legendary skill, her sight instantly breaches the spatial limits. She immediately witnesses the intense confrontation between Bai Feixue and the Blood Drinker. Fei's heart races with deep anxiety. The Blood Drinker is actually here. That is the fairy dragon, Bai Feixue, and the one standing opposite her is the Blood Drinker, one of the top 3 supreme powerhouses of the northern region. Completely baffled by the bizarre scene unfolding before her, she cannot help but question the situation. What in the world is going on over there? Did Cao Xiaomeng actually manage to pull it off? No, I cannot just sit here. I need to go see this for myself. No sooner said than done. Fei bursts forward at godlike speed, rushing straight toward the clash to uncover the truth. She moves so fast that she becomes a mere flash of light, vanishing completely into the night. Back at the battlefield, the tension is suffocating. Bai Feixue watches the powerful man with extreme caution. The Blood Drinker stares back at her with equal intensity. Yet, an eerie silence heavily blankets the two mighty figures. Suddenly, countless shimmering soul orbs rise up from the freezing depths of the dark water. After a long, agonizing pause, the Blood Drinker finally locks eyes with his opponent. He solemnly presents a jaw-dropping offer. The entire Blood clan from top to bottom can submit to you, but I have one absolute condition. Right after speaking, he points fiercely at the floating souls. You must leave these things behind. Feixue's expression shifts, falling into deep contemplation. After a brief moment of hesitation, her voice turns grave as she agrees to his terms. Fine. Did you not say it yourself? My enemies are not just limited to your people. Immediately, the majestic dragon flies forward. She gracefully circles around the floating soul orbs right before their eyes. Then, she leads every single orb down with her. They plunge directly into the freezing water where they belong, sinking deep until they completely disappear without a trace. Watching from high above, the Blood Drinker is deeply satisfied to see her fulfill her end of the bargain. He speaks with absolute calmness. Thank you. But suddenly, the quiet atmosphere is shattered by a desperate scream. Patriarch! The voice belongs to the Blood Venerable, and marching right behind him is a massive, heavily armed legion. Meanwhile, in a shadowy chamber, an elder's face twists with severe anxiety. What in the world is actually going on here, he demands. Lord Yin Shui's expression darkens at the question. After a tense silence, he explains in a chillingly calm voice. The core has been entirely replaced, but at least those souls have been preserved. From this day forward, the Blood Clan will bow only to them. The revelation strikes like a thunderbolt. Blood King Xue Fan is paralyzed with absolute shock, completely speechless. He stammers, This cannot be. Before the suffocating tension can settle, a frantic, terrified shriek shatters the silence. Both lords snap their heads toward the entrance in sheer astonishment. Lord Yin Shui, Blood King Xue Fan, I bring urgent news, the messenger gasps. Gao Neng is currently inside the palace. Hearing that cursed name, both supreme lords freeze in disbelief. The panicked intruder is none other than King Mian, his face pale with frantic terror. He points an accusing finger, his voice trembling with rage. That Gao Neng has the audacity of the heavens. He disguised himself as a princess of the Celestial Clan, infiltrated our Blood Clan royal city, and brutally murdered His Highness, the fourth prince. Without pausing to catch his breath, his face turns a sickly, terrified gray as he continues. Lord Yin Shui, you must strike down Gao Neng immediately. That monster is a catastrophic threat to our entire alien race. Despite the earth-shattering news, Lord Yin Shui and Blood King Xue Fan remain eerily silent. Their stoic expressions show zero reaction to his frantic outburst. An agonizing silence fills the room. Finally, Lord Yin Shui slowly strokes his beard, his terrifying deep voice echoing through the chamber. Where exactly is this Gao Neng right now? King Mian quickly points toward the open sky, only to freeze. Bizarrely, the figure he was tracking has vanished into thin air. King Mian's eyes widen in utter shock. What? Suddenly, two silhouettes tear through the sky like falling meteors. Fei Fei and Xiao Cui crash down onto the ground. Seeing them, King Mian stutters wildly. He actually delivered himself straight to our doorstep, but right behind him, a razor-sharp, furious voice slices through his panic. You absolute idiot. That is not Gao Neng. That is clearly the 9th princess of the Celestial clan. King Mian refuses to back down, desperately defending his claim. No, you do not understand. He is an imposter. Whipping his head around, King Mian is stunned to realize the person berating him is Ding Xiang. Trembling with rage, he points a threatening finger right at her face, growling through gritted teeth. You are in league with Gao Neng. This woman is an absolute fraud. She is not the real 7th princess of the Dark Elves at all. Lord Yin Shui, you must believe me. I swear it upon my own fresh blood. Yet, Lord Yin Shui remains an immovable mountain of ice, his dead, chilling eyes piercing right through the panicked king. Is that so? The Lord murmurs. By now, the dust clears. Fei Fei and Xiao Cui stand tall and unbothered on the broken earth, stepping forward with absolute, arrogant grace. Lord Yin Shui squints at their approaching figures, his mind racing with suspicion. Yet, his own aura detection confirms it. The person standing right in front of him is undeniably the true 9th princess of the Celestial clan. King Mian's jaw drops, his brain utterly short-circuiting at the impossible reality. He can only sputter mindless syllables. Meeting his dumbfounded stare, Fei Fei's eyes narrow into daggers of pure disdain. She unleashes a verbal strike that hits like an earthquake. King Mian, you pathetically failed to join my Celestial clan. And now you resort to framing me? Pushed to the brink of madness, King Mian flails his arms, desperately pointing at Fei Fei while screaming his denials. Lies. This king saw it with my very own eyes. You completely exposed yourself when you drew that genetic weapon. I even have a blood clan commander as my sworn witness. You slaughtered His Highness, the 4th prince. And for that, you will die today. Hearing this absurd accusation, Xiao Cui steps up, burning with fierce loyalty for Fei Fei. Thrusting her finger right back into King Mian's terrified face, Xiao Cui roars with absolute conviction. You hypocrite! You are the one who murdered the 4th prince! King Mian's blood boils over. Furious, he stabs a thumb into his own chest, bursting into manic, mocking laughter. What absolute garbage are you spewing? I killed the 4th prince? Commander Bloodshadow witnessed your treachery with his own 2 eyes. Do you honestly think Lord Yin Shui and Blood King Shui Fan are blind fools? Just then, the heavy footsteps of a loyal subordinate echo through the hall as he steps forward. King Mian's eyes light up with sudden hope as the warrior kneels, his gaze unwavering. It is the absolute truth. This subordinate witnessed it with my own eyes. Thinking his savior has finally arrived, a twisted grin of triumph stretches across King Mian's face. He frantically urges the man on. My brother, you have finally arrived. Speak the truth. Tell Lord Yin Shui right now. Who was the savage traitor that brutally slaughtered the 4th prince? The subordinate drops heavily to one knee. His head bows in absolute reverence as he reports to the ancestors and the tribe king. As the vice commander of the Blood Arrow Legion, I have pledged my entire life to the Blood tribe. I swear upon my soul, I have never spoken a single lie to our sovereign. But then, the unthinkable happens. The subordinate's finger snaps up, pointing directly at the white-faced king. Panic instantly flashes across the accused man's eyes. The loyal subordinate delivers the fatal blow. The 9th princess is the real deal. The one who actually murdered His Highness, the 4th prince, is the white-faced king of the Ice and Snow tribe. Cornered and exposed, the white-faced king erupts in sheer fury. He scrambles to clear his name, his voice cracking with desperation. What garbage are you spewing? I saw him murder the 4th prince with my own 2 eyes. Your own people saw it too. There were so many of your elites standing right there. Are you all completely blind? He roars. But the subordinate doesn't even flinch. His finger remains locked on the white-faced king like a death sentence. Our eyes are perfectly fine, the subordinate states coldly. We all saw you strike down the 4th prince. Immediately, another witness stands up from the crowd. That is exactly right. You are the murderer. Fei Fei's face darkens like an approaching storm. Her eyes lock onto him with lethal intent as she growls. What excuses do you have left? White-faced king. You spilled the blood of the 4th prince. Even if you sprouted wings today, you wouldn't make it out of here alive. Caught entirely off guard, the white-faced king freezes in absolute horror. The reality of the trap finally sets in, and he begins to curse them like a madman. What the hell is wrong with all of you? Have you all completely lost your minds? But Yin Shui has already seen through the entire situation. His expression turns pitch black as his booming voice commands, "Seize him." "Yes, sir!" The subordinates roar in unison. Pushed past his breaking point, the white-faced king unleashes a feral scream of absolute resentment. He instantly shifts into a combat stance. "I will never let you bastards get away with this. Even if I have to die today, I am dragging every single one of you to hell with me." Without wasting a single breath, he unleashes a deadly strike straight toward Fei Fei. At the exact same moment, Gao Ning's desperate scream tears through the air. "Go to hell!" he roars with bloodlust. "This is the ultimate sacrifice of the Soul King realm. You are a dead woman." Fei Fei's eyes widen as she catches a glimpse of King Mian's devastating incoming attack. She instantly raises her blade, bracing for the deadly impact. But sensing her grave danger, the blood-red waters below suddenly begin to violently churn. Fei Xu bursts from the crimson depths like a legendary arrow. Its massive jaws unhinge, rapidly gathering a terrifying amount of raw energy. In mere seconds, a blinding sphere of pure destruction expands within its mouth. In a fraction of a heartbeat, the pulsing sphere reaches critical mass. With a deafening roar, Fei Xu unleashes a catastrophic beam of majestic power straight down upon the battlefield. The divine intervention arrives just in the nick of time to save Fei Fei. The overwhelming blast slams directly into King Mian's face with bone-crushing force. Caught completely off guard by the fatal strike, he only has time to scream, "No, no," taking the absolute full brunt of the heavenly attack. His entire body is mercilessly scorched by Fei Xu's blazing wrath. As the blinding light of the attack finally fades, King Mian slumps to the scorched earth. His eyes are completely hollow, devoid of any fighting spirit or signs of life. The absolute threat has finally been neutralized. Glancing up at the majestic sky, Fei Fei stares in absolute awe at the magnificent creature. The realization hits her like lightning. The legendary dragon fairy, Bai Fei Xu, is actually here. But the surprises are not over yet. Ding Xiang suddenly darts out from the ground, sprinting straight toward the legendary beast. A bright, beaming smile of pure joy stretches across her face. She waves frantically, her voice ringing out clearly. "Mom, Mom, we completely nailed the mission this time. But honestly, he put in a massive amount of effort too. If he had not risked everything to put the prince to sleep, there is no way I could have escaped that fast." Witnessing Ding Xiang's bizarrely cheerful behavior, Fei Fei scowls deeply. She crosses her arms, muttering with clear annoyance. "Put him to sleep, my foot." Suddenly, the color completely drains from her face as the impossible reality clicks. Fei Fei stammers in utter disbelief. "Wait, hold on a second. Gao Xiaomeng, what did you just call the legendary dragon fairy Bai Fei Xu? Did you just say, Mom?" Meanwhile, in stark contrast to the dramatic revelation, pure greed is unfolding nearby. "Elegant and absolutely breathtaking," someone murmurs. It is a stunning spatial ring, crafted with two perfectly interlocking bands of pure gold. "Just look at these meticulously embedded gemstones." Tang Tang squeals, her voice practically vibrating with excitement. "This is not just any jewelry. It is a high-tier storage ring overflowing with precious alliance resources. We struck gold. We are absolutely filthy rich." She cheers wildly. Literal dollar signs seem to flash in her eyes, showcasing her shameless love for cold, hard wealth. Tang Tang dances around in sheer delight. "We secured exactly 29 high-tier rings today. We literally just became billionaires overnight." Snapping out of her money-induced trance, she quickly spins around to face Gao Neng. "Hey, Gao Neng, are you not even going to look at our loot? These are the exact divine materials you have been dreaming about day and night." But the main character stands completely frozen, locked in his own world. "Gao Neng?" Tang Tang repeats, her tone shifting to utter confusion. Unlike Tang Tang's loud, chaotic celebration, he remains deadly silent. His gaze is glued to the majestic form of Fei Xue, completely lost in a storm of profound realization. 1,000 impossible thoughts race through his overwhelmed mind. Gao Xiaomeng just called that heavenly beast. "Mom?" he questions internally, his mind spinning. "Am I losing my mind? Is this some sort of twisted illusion? No, that is impossible. Gao Xiaomeng would never casually call a stranger her mother, unless..." The majestic silhouette of Fei Xu violently flashes through his mind. The truth hits him like a devastating lightning strike, leaving him utterly paralyzed with shock. Could she actually be? He gasps, struggling to breathe. Right before his trembling eyes, the colossal shadow of the legendary dragon begins to violently warp and shift into a human form. The brilliant light fades, revealing a mature, incredibly gorgeous woman possessing a regal, otherworldly aura. With a warm, affectionate smile, she gently extends her elegant hand toward Gao Neng. His voice instantly cracks as the single, earth-shattering word slips from his lips. Mom? Zilan descends from the sky with divine grace, her steps completely silent as she approaches her son. Xiao Neng, she whispers, her eyes shining with absolute maternal pride. You have truly grown into quite the man. But the weight of the revelation is far too much for him. Unable to form a single coherent sentence, Gao Neng frantically stumbles backward in pure panic. His mind is completely short-circuiting. Waving his hands wildly in the air, Gao Neng desperately tries to unload a lifetime of burning questions all at once. What is actually going on here? He stammers breathlessly. How are you an almighty realm powerhouse? And wait, you are the legendary dragon fairy Bai Fei Shu? You are literally a dragon? But before he can even process the madness, a piercing shriek shatters the emotional reunion. Gao Neng. Hey, Gao Neng. Of course, the mood killer is none other than Tang Tang. Lacking even a single ounce of tact, she aggressively points her finger straight at his mother. Hold the phone! Your mom is a literal dragon? She blurts out shamelessly. Does that mean you are actually some crazy mixed-blood alien hybrid? Gao Neng's expression instantly plunges into terrifying darkness. His fists clench so tightly his knuckles turn white, his entire body trembling with blazing, unspoken fury. Completely ignoring Tang Tang's outright disrespectful outburst, Zilan turns her serene gaze back to her son. Xiao Neng, please hold your questions for now. Her tone shifts to deadly serious. I promise, I will explain everything to you in due time. But first, we must eliminate the immediate threat standing before us. Seeing the absolute gravity etched into his mother's beautiful face, a wave of deep anxiety washes over the young hero. Sensing the turmoil tearing through her boy's heart, Zilan gently places a hand over her own chest. Her eyes lock onto his, determined to settle his racing mind. However, there is one absolute truth you need to know right now, she vows firmly. I am 100% human. Hearing this impossible contradiction, Gao Neng's jaw practically hits the floor, utterly paralyzed by the shock. Out of nowhere, Xiaomeng smoothly materializes right behind the powerful woman. With surprising calmness, she begins to lay out the unbelievable hidden truth. Brother, it was Mom who flawlessly orchestrated my escape from the capital of hope. She is the exact reason we successfully secured the blood pool. Yes, she kept massive secrets in the shadows, Xiaomeng admits gently. But shouldn't you be thrilled? Because of her, we completely dominate the blood clan now. Finally, grasping the sheer scale of the manipulation, a heavy shadow of sorrow passes over Gao Neng's eyes. He lowers his head, his voice painfully hoarse. You are right, he forces out bitterly. This is exactly the moment we should be celebrating. Seeing the sheer concern radiating from Xiaomeng, Zilan reaches out, affectionately stroking her daughter's hair. Xiaomeng, your brother's path is vastly different from yours, she explains softly. Swallowing a truth this massive, it takes time to digest. Xiaomeng simply nods, gazing up at her mother with deep understanding. Stepping forward with divine grace, Zilan gently rests her warm hand upon Gao Neng's tense shoulder. Pouring all her maternal warmth into that single touch, she attempts to anchor his swirling mind. Xiao Neng, my past is a shadow we do not have the luxury to chase right now, she states with quiet authority. An almighty realm powerhouse of the Blood Clan has just fallen by your very hands. The entire Northern District stronghold is about to face the psychotic blazing wrath of their remaining almighty powerhouses. This is our absolute priority. Taking a deep, grounding breath, Gao Neng's eyes sharpen with newfound resolve. You are right. Let us finish this. Meanwhile, miles away, the atmosphere shifts completely. Her expression suddenly hardens into a mask of pure caution. Zilan lowers her voice, her tone thick with hidden weight. I was not the one behind this incident, but if someone dares to use my name, I will step up and silence this mess myself. As Gao Neng pictures the brutal scene unfolding elsewhere, Zilan continues her explanation with unshakable resolve. The evolutionary source of the blood tribe has already been hijacked by Xiaomeng's root. I will use this to force the blood tribe to abandon their path of vengeance. A sudden flash of realization strikes Gao Neng like lightning. Wait, he murmurs instinctively. That root. It is the exact same branch that Xiao Meng created. The moment the words leave his mouth, his mother dives into the grand mechanics of the world. To be precise, it acts as the master key, Zilan explains. Every major tribe guards a very specific key. For the elf tribe, It is the branch of the ancient tree. For the blood tribe, the blood jade statue. For the celestial tribe, the guardian angel. And for the beast tribe, the cloud pattern totem. Once you plunge these keys directly into an evolutionary source, the core opens. From that moment on, you have absolute control over their evolution. In his mind's eye, Gao Neng envisions the legendary fairy realm. A colossal ancient tree pierces the heavens, its massive canopy casting an eternal shadow over the lands. This is exactly how the celestial tribe keeps the dark elf tribe on a tight leash, Zilan reveals, her eyes gleaming with ancient wisdom. All the puzzle pieces finally click together in Gao Neng's mind. But a wild idea suddenly sparks in his eyes. I get it now. But wait, what if we just jam multiple different keys into one source? His mother immediately shoots down the chaotic theory. Zilan, gently but firmly, lays down the ultimate law of the world. A single evolutionary source can only ever hold 2 keys. That is the absolute limit. This strict rule is exactly why one major tribe can only ever dominate one minor tribe at a time, she explains, letting the heavy truth sink in. Right now, one of the blood tribe's keys has fallen safely into my hands. The second key is permanently lodged within the evolutionary source of the High Mountain tribe. Thinking of the terrifying Blood Venerable and Yin Shui, a wave of anxiety washes over Gao Neng. But what if they march straight into the High Mountain tribe and snatch it back? Sensing her son's rising panic, Zilan reveals her ultimate trump card. They have 0 chance. If they ever want to reclaim their blood pool key, they would have to trade the High Mountain tribe's key for it. A predatory, razor-sharp glint flashes through his mother's eyes as she looks at him. Her voice drops to a dangerously calm whisper. And as fate would have it, the High Mountain tribe's key is currently sitting right in the palm of our hands. Gao Neng's brows knit together as his brain goes into overdrive. So that is the grand scheme, he realizes. 2 keys allow the Blood tribe to control the High Mountain tribe, which means all 16 Supreme Stones are completely under their thumb. The moment Mom and Zhao Meng seized control of the Blood tribe, their first absolute command was to surrender that High Mountain key. The sheer magnitude of this master plan leaves him absolutely speechless. His mind spirals deeper into the rabbit hole of their terrifying strategy. By hijacking the Blood tribe, we essentially hijack the High Mountain tribe by default. It is like planting a single seed and harvesting an entire forest of power. A smug grin creeps onto his face as a sudden thought hits him. With a chain reaction this massive, my hidden quest has to be completely maxed out by now, right? Wasting no time, Gao Neng immediately summons his interface. He commands mentally to open the status screen, waiting for the sweet sound of victory. The glowing holographic panel instantly materializes before his eyes. But the red text completely shatters his expectations. Spring Seed Quest. Incomplete. Gao Neng's jaw hits the floor. Still incomplete? How the hell does that even make sense? Panic and frustration boil over, and he instantly directs his rage at the floating robotic companion hovering nearby. Hey, Guapi system, what kind of garbage is this? He snaps, his face twisting in annoyance. Did your core coding completely bug out? But the little robot merely flashes a cheerful, pixelated smile. If the host wishes to uncover the truth, there is an alternative. The system chimes happily. You can simply trigger a brand new side quest to unlock a premium hint for your hidden quest. That cheerful tone completely pushes Gao Neng over the edge. Trigger another nightmare just for a tiny hint? He roars furiously. You want me to dig a hole at the bottom of a lake? Do I look like an absolute idiot to you? Completely unfazed by his blazing fury, the metallic companion keeps its sickeningly sweet smile. It calmly begins to lay out the irresistible bait. The hint quest features an incredibly low difficulty rating. Host. Trading a microscopic side task for an epic tier quest hint? It is a flawless deal where you absolutely cannot lose. After hearing the system's explanation, Gao Neng's face drops in sheer helplessness. He groans inwardly. Just as it warned, failing this hidden quest means losing an epic skill. Now that is what you call a devastating loss. But Gao Neng is not one to stay down for long. In a flash, his fighting spirit reignites. Raw determination hardens his features. He clenches his fist, making a bold decision. Might as well go all in, he thinks. Time to gamble everything and turn this bicycle into a motorcycle. With a decisive swipe, he pulls up the system interface. His eyes lock onto the glowing screen. All right, he resolves. Bring it on. The panel chimes, updating with a brand new bonus quest. The reward? A crucial hint for the hidden quest, Seed of Spring. Not only that, but completing the main quest will grant him a golden opportunity to level up his powers. He smashes the accept button. Instantly, the system outlines his targets. He needs to hunt down 1, 2, or perhaps even 3 mutant variants. Quest hints and bonus incentives cascade across the screen in glowing text. Gao Neng reads the details, his eyes widening in pure shock. He freezes, utterly stunned. A mutant variant? He mutters to himself. This quest is completely vague. Who exactly am I supposed to find for this second or third target? The traumatic memories of his last mission flash through his mind. A wave of anxiety hits him, but he quickly forces himself to breathe. He has to stay calm. Calm down, he whispers. I have survived something like this before. The last quest forced me to defeat Ning-Er 3 times. But if I have to fight Ning-Er again, this would not be a mere variant quest. It would be an absolute nightmare. Suddenly, a spark of realization hits him. Gao Neng strokes his chin, lost in deep thought. His eyes narrow as he calculates the possibilities. That means the system is targeting someone else, he deduces. Someone I have already crushed twice in battle. Now, who could that lucky victim be? But before he can piece the puzzle together, his train of thought is brutally interrupted. A loyal subordinate rushes in, bowing deeply. Reporting to the Lord King, the Dark Elf tribe has fallen. Hearing this devastating news, Gao Neng and Xiao Meng snap their heads around, gasping in sheer disbelief. Ahem. Seeing their dumbfounded expressions, the subordinate flustered. He pointed frantically behind him and scrambled to explain. No, wait. The fake 7th princess of the Dark Knight, Elf tribe, and the fake 9th princess of the Celestial tribe. They have arrived just 10 miles outside the royal city. Hearing the scout's panicked report, a wicked smirk crept onto Gao Neng's face. He planted his hands on his hips, thoroughly enjoying the chaos unfolding. Ding Xiang. That manipulative green tea hypocrite chose right now to show up? Oh, it definitely had to be her. I have already crushed her pride twice before. Seeing the human entirely lost in thought, the subordinate sweated bullets. He coughed nervously and continued the briefing. Regarding Her Highness, the 9th princess. Our tribe once negotiated with the king of the High Mountain tribe. We explicitly told him to detain Mu Feifei. Ah. No. I mean the fake 9th princess. So the two marching here right now are 80 to 90%. No. They are absolutely guaranteed to be fakes. Watching the poor guy twist his words into knots, Gao Neng just sighed. But his eyes suddenly lit up with a brilliant idea. Pointing a thumb at his own chest, he delivered his arrogant verdict. Hey, look closely at this incredibly handsome face. Tell me, which part of me resembles the 9th princess? Are you blood tribe vampires blind? Stop spouting nonsense. I am the one and only true fake here, got it? He shot a glance across the room. Blood King Xuefeng, Yin Xue, and another elite guard were dead silent. They just stared at him like he had lost his mind. Uncomfortable under the intense scrutiny, Gao Neng pointed right back at the guard, his brow furrowed in utter annoyance. Look, Ding Xiang and Mu Feifei are coming to meet the 4th prince, Shui Ruyu. But Shui Ruyu was utterly slaughtered by the white-faced king. So what is your grand master plan now? The guard froze completely, suffocating under the pressure. Without missing a beat, Yin Xue stepped out of the shadows. His gaze was as sharp as absolute zero. His voice cut through the tension like a blade. Gao Neng, cut the games. Just tell us exactly what you want them to do. Seizing the perfect opening, Gao Neng raised 2 fingers into the air. His playful demeanor vanished instantly. It is simple. You have 2 paths. Option 1. Send them packing. Out of sight, out of mind. Option 2. Find an exceptional imposter. Someone to perfectly replace the 4th prince, Shui Ruyu, and flawlessly attend this little rendezvous. A heavy silence fell over the room. Shui Feng slowly stroked his chin, weighing the catastrophic risks. Sending them away might be the safer bet. Refusing to back down, Gao Neng closed his eyes in pure exasperation. He wagged his index finger back and forth, his voice dripping with condescension. I heard the 4th prince's golden invitations have already circulated through every alien tribe. If Ding Xiang is turned away, completely clueless, what do you think the rest of the alliance will suspect? The absolute logic struck Shui Feng like a physical blow. He leaned in, his tone shifting to sheer caution. Fine. Gao Neng, what exactly are you proposing? You want us to fish up a fake 4th prince out of thin air? Hook, line, and sinker. Gao Neng grinned fiercely. Exactly. It was a brilliant, highly dangerous strategy. But Shui Feng immediately spotted the fatal flaw. But who in the world possesses the aura to impersonate him? Every single one of my other royal sons is currently stationed outside the royal city. Without a flinch, Gao Neng placed a hand over his own heart. He spread his other arm wide, beaming with overwhelming arrogance. Look no further. I will graciously play the role of the 4th prince. All you have to do is follow my lead and put on the show of a lifetime. The sheer audacity of the human left Shui Feng utterly powerless. He massaged his temples in utter defeat, but with zero alternatives left, he finally yielded. Very well. If Lord Gaoneng wishes to script a play, then the Blood Tribe will act out our parts flawlessly. Whatever needs to be done, Lord Gao just has to give the command. Sensing the Vampire King's crippling anxiety, Gaoneng raised a hand. His smile was deceptively gentle as he eased the tension. Do not overthink it. The pieces were perfectly aligning on the chessboard. Every single element was flowing exactly according to his master plan. He chuckled darkly under his breath. Just recreate the exact same hospitality you showed me when I arrived. Give them a replica of that glorious welcome. Later, deep inside the heavily fortified Blood Tribe castle, a confident voice echoed down the grand corridor. All right, absolute perfection. I guarantee even her own ancestors would be fooled. Gaoneng had flawlessly assumed the identity of Shui Ruyu. Flashing an extremely arrogant smirk, he challenged the room. So, is it convincing enough? Come over here and verify the merchandise. Fully equipped with his terrifying new persona, Gaoneng turned to Shui Feng. Tell me, do I look exactly like your son who is currently smiling from the underworld? The cruel mockery of his brutally murdered son hit Shui Feng's pride hard. His face darkened like a brewing storm, his fists trembling with fury. Yet, trapped by circumstances, he swallowed his wrath in total silence. Suddenly, Xiaomeng slowly approached Gaoneng's side. Her delicate features were knotted in deep confusion as she quickly voiced her brilliant deduction, setting up an entire grand illusion just to deceive Mu Feifei. It is indeed a flawlessly calculated move. Even though the formidable Blood Tribe is entirely under our thumb, there are still over 20 different species dominating the northern battlefield. We absolutely cannot afford to expose our trump cards yet. Hearing her sharp analysis, Gaoneng stroked his chin, gears turning. As the final piece of his lethal puzzle clicked into place, Gaoneng snapped his gaze back to Shui Feng. Maintaining that infuriating smirk, he asked with deadly curiosity. Vampire King Shui Feng, what is the exact name of the supreme powerhouse currently guarding your Frost City? Still boiling with humiliation, the king glared daggers and ground out his answer, reporting to Lord Gaoneng. That absolute monster is my own father, the legendary Shui Xiao. While the heavy truth hung in the air, Yin Shui casually stepped forward from the shadows. You want to order Shui Xiao to retreat, to drastically minimize the casualties of the human alliance? Hearing the vampire's assumption, Gaoneng frowned deeply. He crossed his arms over his chest, his voice echoing with unshakable resolve. Absolutely not. Frost City is a terrifying fortress of ice and steel. No matter how hard the human alliance strikes, breaching it will be nearly impossible. But what if Shui Xiao fakes a tactical retreat to purely defend? If we seize the perfect chaos to secretly conquer Frost City from within, wouldn't the rest of the alien alliance swallow that bait far easier? Like a devastating thunderbolt from the heavens, his horrifyingly brilliant strategy struck the room. Yin Shui gasped in pure disbelief. Retreat? He demanded. You actually want Shui Xiao and the alien races to surrender to humanity in this war? Despite the older man's absolute shock, Gaoneng remained perfectly unfazed. His voice was cold iron as he stood his ground. It is merely a tactical retreat, he stated. My true target is the Frost City. Shui Xiao just needs to hold the fortress until the other supreme experts depart. The grand strategy finally clicked in Yin Shui's mind. Without wasting another breath, his body dissolved into a mass of swirling black shadows. Very well, the elder rumbled from the darkness. I will make the arrangements. Like a phantom, he melted seamlessly into the floor and vanished without a trace. Left alone, Gaoneng stared into the distance. His mind raced through 1,000 calculations. For now, keeping the Blood Clan exactly as they were was the ultimate play. They had run out of replacement pawns. The entire Blood Clan was trapped in his web, and there was absolutely no escaping his grasp. On the surface, he looked like a harmless, friendly youth. But deep down, a devilish, triumphant grin stretched across his soul. The true test was fast approaching. Taking down Wu Dingxiang was the ultimate key. Her defeat directly determined if he could clear the epic-tier hidden quest. Meanwhile, at the fortress gates, 3 elite guards immediately dropped to one knee. They bowed their heads in utmost reverence. Greeting the 9th princess and the 7th princess, Mu Feifei merely turned her head. Her beautiful eyes narrowed with sheer authority. Where is the 4th prince? She demanded, her tone dripping with ice. The lead guard broke into a cold sweat. Reporting to the 9th princess, he stammered. His Highness just broke through to the 8th stage. He is currently in seclusion to stabilize his newly acquired realm. Mu Feifei's gaze drifted toward a stunning floral arrangement. A flicker of suspicion crossed her sharp features. She furrowed her brows. connecting the dots. So, you mean to tell me, she began, her voice dangerously low. He had no idea we were arriving tonight. Yet the entire city is covered in fresh flowers? Panic flashed in the guard's eyes, but he forced his voice to remain steady. It is true that His Highness did not foresee your midnight arrival, your graces. However, he holds both of you in the highest regard. He personally ordered these extravagant floral arrangements days in advance. The heavy tension suddenly shattered. Wu Dingxiang raised a delicate hand to her lips, letting out a soft, melodic giggle. How delightful, she purred. The fourth prince is truly a man of culture. Little did they know, a pair of eyes was watching their every move from the shadows above. It was Gao Neng. Below him, the guards gestured toward the grand palace doors. Please, your graces, enter the royal sanctuary. His Highness will personally receive you both at first light. High above the courtyard, Gao Neng smirked. One hand tucked casually in his pocket, he watched his prey walk right into the trap. Crushing Wu Dingxiang would be a walk in the park. But Mu Feifei? She was a terrifyingly stubborn obstacle. So be it, he thought coldly. I will lock you all inside the Blood King Palace. His grand design was so close to completion. Gao Neng clenched his fists, feeling the rush of absolute dominance. Once those doors shut completely, even if they sprouted wings, they would never escape his grasp. The two royal sisters glided into the luxurious main hall, but as they approached the grand staircase, a head maid stepped into their path. She bowed with perfect, practiced precision. Ninth Princess, the maid spoke softly. Your private chambers have been prepared on the upper floor. Please, follow me. Alarm bells immediately rang in their heads. Mu Feifei's eyes turned sharp as daggers. She is purposely separating me from Dingxiang, she deduced in a heartbeat. Wu Dingxiang's heart skipped a beat as well. Could this mean the fourth prince is making his move? Despite their blazing suspicions, they had no choice but to play along. Mu Feifei lifted her chin with sheer aristocratic pride. Lead the way, she commanded. A sly, knowing smirk crept onto Wu Dingxiang's flawless face. This arrangement was getting very interesting. They followed the maid down the lavish corridors, finally stopping before a set of ornate, heavy doors. The doors revealed a majestic royal bathhouse. Moments later, Wu Dingxiang was sinking into the steamy, luxurious waters. Standing loyally by her side was her personal servant, Xiao Cui. The young servant leaned in close. The fourth prince practically begged you to visit. Your grace, Xiao Cui whispered. Yet he does not even show his face to welcome you? The disrespect is unbelievable. Wu Dingxiang merely chuckled, playfully blowing away the floating soap bubbles. He just shattered his bottleneck to reach a new realm, she hummed. His absence is entirely justified. Suddenly, the princess's gaze darkened with a seductive intent. She locked eyes with her servant. Xiao Cui, she murmured smoothly. Add 2 drops of the flowing shadow fragrance into the bath. The very mention of the name sent a shiver through the room. Xiao Cui's jaw practically hit the marble floor. She wouldn't dare disobey, but utter shock froze her limbs. Right now, my lady? But His Highness isn't coming until the morning. Why use such a powerful aphrodisiac tonight? Seeing her servant's utterly bewildered expression, Wu Dingxiang burst into a fit of elegant laughter. Are you truly that blind, little one? She teased. Did you not notice how violently they separated my quarters from Sister Feifei's? Xiao Cui gasped, the scandalous realization finally hitting her. Heavens above, does His Highness plan to visit your chambers tonight? But that utterly destroys all royal etiquette. Wu Dingxiang simply ran her hands up her pale shoulders, letting the warm water cascade down. Her expression remained perfectly poised. You are overthinking things, the princess purred. The intricate dance between royalty. It is far beyond the comprehension of a little servant. Suddenly, the calmness melted away. A wickedly triumphant smile curved upon her lips. I am 90% sure of his intentions, she calculated gleefully. His desires are painted plain as day. There is an 80 or 90% chance that I will be staying as the new queen of the Blood Clan. Yielding to absolute authority, Xiao Cui reached into her robes. Her trembling fingers pulled out a tiny, crystal-clear vial. With a soft pop, she removed the wooden stopper. She sank to her knees by the edge of the steaming marble pool. Panic still swimming in her eyes, she tilted the vial and let the forbidden droplets fall. The trap was finally set. Boom! A massive crash echoes from the dark corridor. The sudden noise shatters the dead silence of the bathing chamber, leaving Dingxiang and Xiao Cui frozen in absolute shock. Reacting instantly, the loyal maid springs to her feet. She throws herself in front of Dingxiang, ready to defend her master with her very life. Trembling, she forces out a hesitant question. He has finally arrived, Dingxiang whispers. Xiao Cui, bring me my cloud silk robe at once. Yes, my lady, the maid quickly obeys. After slipping into the exquisite garments, Ding Xiang steps out looking absolutely breathtaking. She wears a flowing, pure white gown, cinched at the waist with vibrant emerald and shimmering gold accents. The elegant attire gives her an irresistible, sweet charm. With her enchanting facade perfectly in place, she follows closely behind Xiao Cui. Together, they approach the towering doors of the grand hall. Reaching out, the maid gently turns the ornate handle. Pushing the heavy doors ajar, a wave of surprise washes over her face. Peeking inside, she calls out in her most polite tone, "May I ask who is visiting at this hour?" Her eyes widen. The entire room is flooded with brilliantly glowing, blood-red roses. Suddenly, a ridiculously smooth and courteous voice echoes through the hall. "Please forgive my sudden late-night intrusion." Hiding behind his flawless, jade-like disguise, Gao Neng places a hand over his heart and offers a deep, aristocratic bow. With a magnificent bouquet in hand, he looks every bit the perfect gentleman. Radiating an aura of absolute nobility and wealth, he slowly begins to reveal his grand identity. "I am the fourth son of the Blood Clan King. You may call me Shui Ruyu." Hearing Gao Neng drop this massive title, Xiao Kui instantly flushes crimson from head to toe. Her mind races with absolute shock. The legendary fourth prince? He actually came here in person? Suddenly realizing she is blocking the doorway, the flustered maid frantically scrambles backward. She quickly clears the path, allowing the gorgeously dressed Ding Xiang to make her grand entrance. With practiced grace, Ding Xiang glides across the room. Stopping before him, she voices her calculated curiosity. "His Highness the Fourth Prince visits so late in the night. To what do I owe this unexpected honor?" Sensing that his trap is snapping shut exactly as planned, Gao Neng stares deeply into her eyes. A sly, knowing smile creeps across his handsome face as he throws the question right back at her. "The seventh princess has traveled thousands of miles to reach this place." He pauses dramatically. "Do you truly not know why this prince has come seeking you?" Catching that dangerously weird smirk, alarm bells start ringing in Ding Xiang's head. She quickly pieces together his bizarre late-night behavior, her eyes narrowing with deep suspicion. "This makes no sense," she calculates inwardly. "Rumors say the fourth prince is a man of absolute maturity and unmatched elegance. I expected him to formally invite me to the floral pavilion today, but looking at him now, he acts exactly like a shameless playboy. Could all those legendary rumors be completely fake? Unfortunately, the trap is already set, and there is no turning back." Masking her anxiety, Ding Xiang steps fully into the room and softly commands her loyal maid, "Xiao Kui, please invite His Highness the Fourth Prince inside." "Right away, my lady," the maid replies, stepping aside. "Fourth Prince, please come in." Without hesitation, Gao Neng spins on his heel and confidently strolls into the inner chamber. Raising a single hand, he signals his elite subordinates in the shadows. His voice drops into a deep, commanding tone. "Escort the seventh princess's maid to her resting quarters, and make sure you guard the doors closely." "Understood." His men instantly obey. Hearing this absolute lockdown, real panic grips Ding Xiang's heart. Her flawless expression violently darkens. Seeing the terrifying shift in the atmosphere, Xiao Cui trembles. "Your Highness," she whispers, terrified to leave her side. But despite the mounting dread, Ding Xiang forces herself to swallow her fear and play it cool. Shooting a sharp, meaningful glance at her maid, Ding Xiang leans in and whispers softly, "Xiao Cui, listen to me. Just wait outside and keep a close watch on the surroundings. Do not let your imagination run wild." With her maid dismissed, the two of them step deeper into the private chamber. Bang! The heavy doors are violently slammed shut behind them, echoing like a thunderclap. That aggressive slam sends a chill straight down her spine. An overwhelming sense of impending doom completely fills the room. With the doors firmly sealed, Gao Neng slowly turns around. He casually slips one hand behind his back, clearly hiding a deadly secret. Step by agonizing step, he closes the distance between him and Ding Xiang. A dangerously sinister chuckle rumbles from his throat. "Your Highness the Seventh Princess," he purrs. "We finally meet face to face." The moment those words leave his lips, something feels completely wrong to her. Her beautiful eyes widen in genuine shock. "Finally meet?" she echoes nervously. "Your Highness, have the two of us ever crossed paths before?" Her survival instinct screaming, she instantly falls back into her elite acting. Gently raising a delicate hand to cover a fake, sweet giggle, she puts on a flawless show of suddenly remembering a fond memory. "Ah, I remember now," Ding Xiang exclaims softly. "When I was just 8 years old, your Highness had accompanied the Blood King on a grand visit to the Sky Realm capital. My memories of that time are quite hazy now, but I do recall being present at the grand banquet that very year. Could that be when we first met?" she asks innocently, But little does she know, Gao Neng has already predicted every single word of her little script. The savage amusement in his eyes only grows brighter. He instantly crushes her sweet little lie. 8 years old? When I was 8, I was rotting away in the Forgotten Lands. Caught completely off guard by his ruthless counter, Ding Xiang's flawless facade shatters into a million pieces. The Forgotten Lands? Her mind screams in pure panic. What the hell does that mean? But poor Ding Xiang will never get the chance to figure out that terrifying mystery. While she is desperately staring at him, waiting for an explanation, the deadly weapon hidden behind Gao Neng's back is already raised. Leaning in close, he slowly whispers his final answer. It means, "Good night." Smash. A sickeningly loud crack echoes through the chamber. Her desperate, agonizing scream is instantly drowned out by the brutal impact. The devastating blow is so violently heavy that even the grand vases in the room tremble. Executing his flawless sneak attack, Gao Neng brutally smashes the princess straight into the floor. Out cold, a comically massive, throbbing bump begins rising on her head. Staring down at his freshly knocked out prey, a wickedly arrogant grin stretches across his face. The legendary revolutionary mallet makes its glorious return to the martial world, he mocks. Dragging her to a dark corner of the grand hall, Gao Neng shamelessly squats down. Pinching his nose tightly with one hand, he begins ruthlessly looting the unconscious princess, sprawled face down on the cold tiles. "Let us see what kind of epic loot a sneaky night elf carries around," he mutters, patting down her expensive robes for hidden treasures. Still aggressively pinching his nose shut to avoid the toxic fumes, his eyes suddenly light up with shock. Holy crap! This viciously scheming woman actually brought soul-stealing incense with her. Clutching the deadly loot, he immediately flashes a disgustingly flattering smile at thin air. "Oh, mighty epic system. Be a good bro and drop a hint for that epic tier hidden quest, will you?" If the system had a face, it would be looking at him with absolute disgust. Though it refuses to speak, a glowing blue panel materializes right in front of his eyes. The mission details flash dangerously. Mission: Strike 1, Strike 2, Strike 3, Mutation Variant. Status: Incomplete. Gao Neng stares at the glowing blue text, a sudden wave of dread washing over him. Incomplete? What kind of twisted, nightmare, difficulty twist is this system throwing at me now? Frustration gnaws at him like a wild beast. Was the absolute beatdown not brutal enough? Without a second thought, he grabs Ding Xiang by the hair, hauling her battered face upward. Her mind spins in a dizzying, painful haze. Gao Neng does not hold back, delivering a rapid flurry of backhand slaps like he is swatting away annoying flies. "Now that is what I call a thorough beating," he sneers. But suddenly, a glaring issue stops him dead in his tracks. Gao Neng squints, examining Ding Xiang's pathetic state. Something is definitely wrong here. Ding Xiang looks absolutely wrecked, her face painted with deep bruises and fresh scratches. A comical, massive lump sits squarely on her head, while her eyes roll around with zero focus. The realization hits him like a speeding truck. Ding Xiang still thinks he is the fourth prince. She took the entire beating without offering a single ounce of resistance. If she does not fight back, does it even count as a real takedown? He finally pinpoints the loophole in this ridiculous trial. Gripping his heavy iron hammer, Gao Neng angrily points a finger at the trash system's glowing interface. "Fine. You win this round, you absolute trash system. You want to be ruthless? I will just have to beat her down all over again. Are you happy now?" Splash. A freezing bucket of ice water crashes directly onto Ding Xiang's face. Jolted from her unconscious state, she gasps for air, dizzy and disoriented as she weakly props herself up. "Fourth prince. What exactly happened just now?" she mutters. But her eyes widen at the terrifying sight before her. Gao Neng stands there radiating a murderous aura, his eyes glowing a sinister crimson. With one hand casually in his pocket and the other gripping the iron hammer, he flashes a demonic smile. Still trapped in her terrifying daze, Ding Xiang stammers. Was it you who just... Her sentence dies instantly in her throat. Her gaze locks entirely onto the massive, blood-chilling iron hammer in Gao Neng's grip. Panic erupts like wildfire. Ding Xiang trembles violently, all the color completely draining from her pale face. Fourth prince, she stutters in absolute terror. "If you are looking for a little excitement to spice things up, maybe we can use a leather whip. Please, anything but the iron hammer." Gao Neng falls silent, his brow twitching in utter disgust. A chilling realization washes over him. Having a royal status really means these sick nobles can get away with whatever twisted desires they want. Shaking off the disturbing thought, he calmly shifts his weight. Leaning slightly to the side, he casually stretches out one of his legs in a relaxed, arrogant posture. "Tell me something," he demands coldly. Do you truly not recognize who I am? Ding Xiang gasps, cold sweat pouring down her forehead in absolute dread. Her mind races frantically as a terrifying theory takes form. Wait a minute. Are you not His Highness, the Fourth Prince? Gao Neng crosses his arms, a smug and dangerous smirk spreading across his face. It is time to jog her terrible memory. Oh, Ding Xiang. I never expected you to become this stupid after just a few months apart. Do you still remember the grand marriage tournament? Her eyes snap wide open, trembling with absolute disbelief. The marriage tournament, she whispers in shock. Gao Neng calmly closes his eyes, radiating an overwhelming aura of indifference. Some things in this world are just pure, poetic coincidence. A few months ago, you were in the Elven Royal City, and you chose me. Snap. With a sharp flick of his fingers, blinding light erupts behind him, summoning a majestic, roaring iron dragon into existence. And now, a few months later, I am standing right here in the Vampire Royal City, and I am choosing you. Does this ring a bell? That single hint strikes her mind like a devastating thunderbolt. The memories flood back violently, and she screams at the top of her lungs. Gao Neng, it is you. Springing to her feet, she aggressively points a trembling finger straight at his face. It is you again, she screeches, her voice laced with pure venom. Last time, you completely destroyed my marriage tournament. You stripped away every last shred of my honor and dignity. I worked so hard to finally infiltrate the vampire clan, and now you are here to ruin me again. What deep, unforgivable grudge do we even have between us? Still keeping up his flawless disguise, Gao Neng flashes a bright, terrifyingly cheerful smile. Murderous intent radiates from his body as two razor-sharp fangs glint in the shadows. What grudge? That does not matter in the slightest. The only thing that matters tonight is that I am going to torment you until your dying breath. But Ding Xiang refuses to be a victim. Gripping a hidden blade from her waist, she glares with deadly defiance. In your absolute dreams, swoosh. Moving as fast as a phantom gale, Ding Xiang lunges forward with her blade drawn. Her eyes burn with a desperate, do-or-die resolve, locked entirely onto Gao Neng's vital spots. This is exactly what he has been waiting for. The trap is finally sprung. Perfect, he chuckles darkly. She is finally fighting back. In a split second, Gao Neng shifts into a flawless combat stance. He winds up his massive iron hammer, the air howling around the deadly weapon. And now that you know exactly who is crushing you, there should not be any loopholes left. Pushing off the ground with explosive force, he vaults into the air. A sickening thud echoes, followed by Ding Xiang's agonizing shriek. She takes another devastating hammer strike straight to the skull. A fresh, comical lump instantly swells right on top of her previous one. Her brain rattles against her skull, thoughts scattering into absolute chaos. Completely overpowered, Ding Xiang collapses face first into the cold, hard floor. The iron hammer still hums with raw kinetic energy in Gao Neng's grip. Resting one hand confidently on his hip, he smirks down at her pathetic state. Buzzing with anticipation, he shouts out into the void. All right, trash system, give me the clear notification. But what happens next leaves him utterly speechless. The quest is still marked as incomplete. Gao Neng freezes, his mind crashing to a dead halt. What the hell? How is this still incomplete? This makes zero logical sense. Frustrated, he aggressively swipes his hand, summoning the glowing holographic interface. What kind of sick joke is this? He demands, glaring at the blue screen. Where exactly did I go wrong? His gears start turning rapidly, trying to crack the ridiculous logic of this quest. A wild, impossible theory suddenly strikes him. Could the hidden condition of this mutated quest be completely literal? Does he actually have to defeat her 3 separate times in a single day? He is not entirely certain if this crazy hypothesis is correct. But Gao Neng has never been one to back down from a test. Whatever. If I need to beat her down again, then I will. What is one more brutal smackdown anyway? Splash. Another merciless bucket of freezing water blasts Ding Xiang awake. Shivering uncontrollably, she barely manages to prop herself up, but the very second she opens her eyes, Gao Neng is already towering over her, his massive hammer raised to the heavens. His eyes blaze with an apocalyptic, bloodthirsty fury. Absolute despair grips Ding Xiang's soul. She stutters helplessly, completely paralyzed by the sheer terror of his overwhelming aura. Gao Neng, you! An ear-piercing scream rips from her lungs. Guards, somebody help! Looking up at the descending weapon of doom, her face turns a sickly green as she desperately throws her hands up to block. Boom! He launches forward with such devastating speed that the shockwave shatters a nearby vase into dust. A third, majestic lump immediately sprouts on top of Ding Xiang's abused head. She drops like a puppet with cut strings, face planting violently into the floor as her world spins into darkness. Like anyone is coming to save you, he scoffs. Ignoring her twitching body, Gao Neng rapidly spins toward the holographic interface, thrusting 3 fingers into the air. His brow furrows in deep frustration. That is 3 times, you absolute trash system, he roars. 3 separate takedowns. In response, the system interface literally seems to mock him, remaining dead silent and completely unresponsive. Gao Neng's fists clench so tightly, his knuckles turn white. He grinds his teeth together, glaring daggers at the glowing screen. The absolute humiliation of failing to trigger the completion 3 times in a row pushes him right to his breaking point. An explosive inferno of pure rage violently erupts within his chest. Demonic red streaks begin to flash dangerously across his vision. Veins pop along his clenched fists. Wait. Did the first beatdown not count because she did not know it was me? Does she actually need to be fully aware that I am the one crushing her 3 separate times? A sinister, unhinged aura swallows the room. If that is how you want to play it, let's go for round 4. The chaos continues. Gao Neng launches himself forward. The heavy table flips, and the porcelain vase shatters into dust. Immediately, Wu Dingxiang's voice cuts through the destruction, thick with pure hatred. Gao Neng, you absolute demon! Why are you torturing me like this? But the real nightmare? The system panel flashes bright red in his mind. Mission status, still incomplete. Gao Neng's spirit crumbles. He drops to his knees, slamming both hands against the cold floor. Why? Just why? He groans in sheer frustration. Beside him lies Wu Dingxiang, sporting a massive, comical lump that practically swallows her entire head. A dark, calculating look crosses Gao Neng's eyes. He slowly turns back to his battered victim. I really do not mind giving you a few more beatings, but Wu Dingxiang might actually die from this. Normally, her death would not mean a thing to him. However, if the main mission target kicks the bucket, how is he supposed to finish this twisted game? Suddenly, a chilling realization hits him like a lightning bolt. He has been looking at this entirely wrong. Wait a second. Did I completely misread the core mission? If the target is not Wu Dingxiang, then who in the world could it be? A spark of brilliant hope ignites within him. He snaps back to his feet, crossing his arms with intense focus. He rubs his chin, his mind racing at top speed. The trigger condition for this mission was deeply connected to Ninger, and the golden rule of this system is that lightning always strikes twice. This means the true target must be someone who has already suffered at his hands. Not once, but at least twice. As the puzzle pieces snap together, his eyes widen in pure shock. Heavens above! Do not tell me it is actually her? An image flashes in his mind. A breathtaking figure with pure white wings, flowing golden hair, and delicate elven ears, turning her back to him. He clenches his fists until his knuckles turn white. The lingering doubts vanish, replaced by an unbreakable, terrifying certainty. That is exactly it. Fool me once, fool me twice, but never a third time. When this mission originally dropped, it was during his very first deadly encounter with Wu Dingxiang in the underground factory. This mutated mission had been triggered the exact moment Wu Dingxiang arrived on the scene. Yet, a heavy shadow of dread begins to creep into his confident thoughts. Mu Feifei's current combat power is undeniably rock solid. I am confident my own strength is not below hers, he mutters. But no matter how you slice it, she is still a royal princess of the celestial race. If anything fatal happens to her tonight, would an unstoppable supreme expert from the celestials descend upon this place and slaughter everyone? Gao Neng closes his eyes, calculating the catastrophic risks. Right now, Xue Xiao is locked in combat at the northern battlefield. The mighty soul of old Marshal Xue is currently trapped inside Gao Xiaomeng's stomach. This means the blood race is frighteningly vulnerable. Their only remaining supreme expert is Yin Xue. If an all-out apocalyptic war erupts now, the casualties will be utterly devastating. He dusts off his pants and turns away from the bleeding girl. The gears in his mind are already spinning, locking a deadly new plan into place. Pushing the overwhelming anxiety aside, he smirks coldly. Forget it. I will cross that bridge when it burns. After all, how can you capture the tiger cub without entering the tiger's terrifying den? Gao Neng grabs the heavy door handle and pulls. Before he can push it wide open, a single, piercing sliver of light cuts through the darkness, washing over his face. The terrifying sight outside is revealed. Xiao Cui is bound tight, sobbing hysterically on her knees while surrounded by elite guards. Gao Neng glares at the closest guard with absolute authority. Lock her up with Wu Dingxiang, he commands sharply. Understood, my lord. The guard replies without hesitation. Wasting no time, Gao Neng marches forward into the ominous corridors. He leaves 2 men behind to guard the prisoners, signaling 2 others to follow his deadly advance. You two. Follow me to Mufeifei's chambers. The royal guards bow their heads in perfect unison. Yes, Your Highness. The 3 figures march through the grand halls, finally halting before a massive, tightly sealed wooden door. Mu Feifei is an entirely different beast compared to Wu Dingxiang. Surviving inside the Blood Race's treacherous royal palace has made this girl dangerously cautious. Gao Neng remains dead silent, his piercing gaze locked onto the heavy wooden frame. She is practically guaranteed to be carrying several top-tier, life-saving artifacts. With a sharp flick of his wrist, Gao Neng commands his guard to announce their presence. The armored soldier steps up to the intimidating entrance. Right away, with just 2 armored fingers, he taps out a slow, deliberate rhythm against the wood. A chilling, solitary word echoes from the shadows inside. Who? The royal guard immediately states their business. Reporting to Her Highness, the 9th Princess. The 4th Prince humbly requests a brief audience with you. A tense second passes. Then, with an agonizing creak, the massive doors slowly begin to swing open. Gao Neng strides confidently into the abyss. His right hand rests elegantly across his stomach in a flawless aristocratic greeting. But instead of a warm welcome, a suffocating wave of pure, murderous dark energy crashes over him. Gao Neng's eyebrows twitch into a sharp frown. She did not invite him in. She did not tell him to stay out. She merely unsealed the gates of hell and waited. The air behind this door is practically dripping with lethal killing intent. Truly a terrifyingly cautious woman, he thinks to himself. Without missing a beat, he activates his supreme sensory art. Phantom Ghost Eye. Clairvoyance scan activated. His pupils dilate as ancient magic boots up like a high-tech radar. Glowing, ethereal blue circles materialize directly in his line of sight. The invisible world is instantly laid bare before him. The entire room is a deadly spiderweb. Thousands of crisscrossing blood-red laser traps block every conceivable path forward. Unbelievable, he scoffs inwardly. The entire chamber is a massive death trap. Even if he was not an imposter, if the real 4th Prince, Shui Gaoneng, tried to storm into her private chambers today, he would have been ripped to absolute shreds. Staring down certain death, a cold, arrogant smirk creeps across his face. Cute, he whispers, but every single trick you have is already dancing in the palm of my hand. Without an ounce of hesitation, he takes a confident step forward. He purposefully lets the hem of his pants graze the glowing red tripwire. Boom! Dozens of lethal energy claws instantly erupt, surging toward him like a devastating hurricane. The guards behind him scream in absolute terror. 4th Prince, look out! But Gao Neng does not even flinch. He stands tall, facing the storm of destruction with a calm, unbothered smile. Completely relaxed, he locks eyes with the 2 most lethal phantom arrows speeding right at his skull. Time seems to slow to a crawl. With effortless grace, he raises a single hand to intercept the deadly projectiles. Clang! He pinches the hyper-lethal arrows dead in their tracks using only 2 fingers. Closing his eyes, he chuckles softly, weaving a nostalgic tale. When I was 8 years old, I took a grand journey to the celestial race. I wonder if Her Highness, the 9th Princess, still remembers that fateful encounter. Back then, even though you were just a tiny child, I immediately recognized the fire in your soul. I have always considered you my one true confidant. His dramatic words are met with dead, chilling silence. From behind the web of crimson magic lasers, a shadowy face remains completely motionless. Only a pair of dangerously glowing eyes pierces through the pitch-black darkness. Ignoring the oppressive aura, Gao Neng simply keeps walking. He strolls right through the deadly maze of red magic, his voice smooth and mesmerizing. For over a decade now, my entire existence has been consumed by a single obsession: cultivation. Endless, grueling, blood-soaked cultivation. Surely the legendary 9th Princess knows exactly how that feels, but his smooth talking does absolutely nothing to lower Mu Feifei's guard. In fact, it only pisses her off. Whoosh, whoosh. An even deadlier barrage of phantom darts erupts from the shadows, zeroing in on his vital points. Watching the fatal barrage descend upon him, his smile only grows wider. You can deny it all you want, Princess. But the absolute truth I saw in your eyes all those years ago was the crippling, devastating loneliness of a true, unrivaled genius. Suddenly, the scene shifts. He gracefully tilts his body, effortlessly dodging a deadly barrage of arrows. His eyes remain closed, his movements as light as a floating feather. What does it truly mean to have a destined rival? It means that even when she is too exhausted to move a single muscle, her mind remains unyielding. Gao Neng offers her a warm, knowing smile. He knows that somewhere far away, A genius is relentlessly pushing forward. If I stop now, he realizes, I will never be able to catch up to her shadow. The royal guards immediately step forward to block the path. "Fourth prince," they shout in warning, but Xue Ruyu simply waves them off. "Stand down," he commands coldly. "Unless I give the order, none of you are allowed to interfere." With a commanding presence, he steps forward. In one fluid motion, he draws the gleaming blade from his side. Therefore, when I heard the 9th princess had graced the royal palace of the Blood Tribe, his voice drips with intense anticipation. Do you have any idea how thrilled I was? Gao Neng raises his blade, the cold steel reflecting his fierce gaze. "I simply had to know," he declares. 10 years have passed. Are you still the rival I once knew?" He shifts into a flawless combat stance, bringing the sword parallel to his chest. His left hand rests casually behind his back. His posture is absolute perfection, radiating overwhelming confidence. He flashes a daring smile. "9th princess, I, Xue Ruyu, have only one desire remaining in this world." His aura flares dangerously. "A duel to the bitter end with you. Please, your highness. Do not hold back." From the sweeping shadows, Fei Fei lets out a cold, enigmatic chuckle. "To think you would distance yourself so far from Ding Xiang," she mocks softly. "So this was your true objective all along." The brilliant light of the crystal chandelier bathes the room. Fei Fei steps into the glow, an absolute vision of power. She grips her gleaming blade in one hand, her other hand clenched into a furious fist. "Ever since I arrived at the territory of the High Mountain tribe," her voice echoes through the grand hall, "I heard rumors that the mighty 4th prince had broken through to the 8th tier before me. Naturally, I was intrigued. I had to see for myself. Does the so-called genius of the Blood Tribe truly live up to the stam?" A fierce glint sparks in her eyes. "If the 4th prince desires a battle this badly, how could I possibly refuse?" The massive hall falls dead silent, leaving only the two warriors. Gao Neng stands tall, his blade resting casually toward the marble floor. Across from him, Fei Fei shifts into an aggressive stance, her sword angled toward the heavens. "Come," she challenges, her voice slicing through the tension. "Show me the true power of this legendary prodigy." Gao Neng merely smirks, his response painfully calm. "You are severely underestimating me." Internally, Gao Neng is laughing out loud. "I was actually worried you might turn tail and run," he thinks gleefully. "We are both at the 7th tier. Why on earth would I be afraid of you?" In a fraction of a second, he explodes into motion. His blade cuts through the air, aimed squarely at his opponent. Not backing down, Fei Fei instantly launches herself forward to meet his strike. Boom! The tips of their legendary blades violently collide. A blinding shockwave of pure energy erupts through the chamber. The terrifying clash of their auras kicks up a massive cloud of dust and debris. Amidst the chaos, Gao Neng stands immovable as a mountain, his blade still locked forward. But Fei Fei? The sheer impact sends her blasting backward through the air. A spray of crimson blood escapes her lips. Shock paralyzes her features for a split second. Before she can recover, a merciless surge of magic slams into her chest. She crashes violently into the stone wall, letting out an agonizing scream. The reinforced wall splinters and cracks under the devastating force. Dust rains down from the ceiling. Seeing his opponent so easily overpowered, Gao Neng flashes a deeply satisfied smirk. "The first time our paths crossed," he begins, his voice echoing in the ruined hall, "I was not even qualified to cross swords with you. The second time we met, I was merely a pawn on your chessboard." He raises his blade, pointing the lethal tip directly at the fallen Fei Fei. "But take a good look. I am completely different now." Refusing to surrender, Fei Fei forces herself back to her feet. A defiant smile spreads across her blood-stained lips. "The 4th prince of the Blood Tribe truly lives up to the legends," she praises. Suddenly, a blinding light erupts from her back, revealing a pair of breathtaking pure white wings. She stands tall, gripping her sword with renewed, deadly conviction. "Your Blood Tribe powers might hold the physical advantage," she declares, "but do not dare think my heavenly tribe is any weaker." Her aura skyrockets. "4th prince, I will gladly pay for the damages to this room later." With absolute resolve, she hoists her blade toward the heavens. A terrifying vortex of ancient magic begins converging into her steel. But for now, her voice thunders with divine authority. "Try surviving my ultimate strike. Face the descent of the angel." The divine energy is too massive. It blasts straight through the solid stone ceiling, sending debris raining everywhere. Bathed in this overwhelming surge of heavenly power, Gao Neng does not retreat. Instead, he propels himself directly into the storm, roaring at the top of his lungs. "Then I will not hold back either. A majestic, golden phantom materializes from Fei Fei's body, radiating pure destructive force. Gao Neng grits his teeth, his brow furrowed in deep concentration. An afterimage? He realizes with a shock. No, that is an astral projection. The blinding golden phantom channels every ounce of her internal energy. A devastating shockwave of power blasts forward. In midair, the divine energy condenses, taking the terrifying shape of an executioner's blade. Gao Neng raises his blade to block the incoming strike. The sheer destructive force of their clashing spells creates a blinding explosion of light. Shock crosses his face as he frowns. The overwhelming power blasts him backward. He braces himself, his feet and one hand grinding against the earth, tearing 3 glowing trails of friction through the ground. A single drop of cold sweat slides down Gao Neng's cheek. His eyes lock onto his opponent with deadly focus. This avatar hits even harder than Mu Feifei's true body. Is this the legendary angelic descent? Mu Feifei remains completely unscathed. She summons an endless swarm of illusions, effortlessly manifesting entirely new avatars to join the fray. This heavenly race ability is going to be a massive headache. Gritting his teeth, his mind races. I absolutely cannot expose my true identity right now. That means my genetic weapons and the soaring earth dragon are completely off the table. But we are at the exact same power level. There is no way I will lose to you, Mu Feifei. His gaze sharpens into deadly daggers, radiating an absolute, unyielding thirst for victory. You have your clones? Fine. I will not be outdone. He unleashes his own illusion magic. Activating the shadow dance technique, dozens of phantom silhouettes erupt around his body. Mu Feifei's face instantly darkens in pure shock. How could a mere Blood Clan clone possess this kind of terrifying ability? In a flash, their phantoms violently crash into each other. Gao Neng and Mu Feifei engage in a ferocious, earth-shattering melee. As blinding shockwaves of aura explode between them, Gao Neng shouts, "A warning! Ninth Princess, brace yourself for this strike." His blade completely awakens its magical core. Violet lightning bursts forth, violently coiling around the steel. Caught entirely off guard, Mu Feifei is blasted back by the terrifying impact. She forces one eye shut, gritting her teeth against the searing pain. Lightning? That was not blood energy. That was a pure lightning attribute. Gao Neng stares her down with a confident smirk. Adapting to the battlefield is the true mark of strength, is it not? Mu Feifei winces, her entire body still crackling with residual lightning. The fourth prince's aerial combat is wildly creative, but this pathetic lightning? It cannot even scratch me. 2 phantom silhouettes launch high into the sky, curling into perfect rings of energy. All 4 illusions morph into glowing halos. They slam back down, merging their massive power with Mu Feifei. The heavenly masters have returned to their throne. She rises to her full height, her fists clenched tightly at her waist, aura blazing. Let us continue the dance. She has been crushed twice already, yet she refuses to fall. Gao Neng watches in sheer amazement. This little girl's strength is monstrous. Without using some underhanded tricks, he will never finish this battle quickly. A sinister, thrilling smile creeps across Gao Neng's face. No more playing around. Hesitation breeds disaster, so he makes his deadly move. Lowering his right hand, he condenses a pool of blood-red magic. Suddenly, a spectral arm erupts from the solid earth, clamping fiercely around Mu Feifei's ankle. Her eyes widen in absolute horror. It is the shadow clone from moments ago. Gao Neng thrusts his blade toward the heavens. Overwhelming power cascades down, bathing him in a storm of crackling green lightning. Ninth Princess, you are still far too careless. Did you really think I only had a few mere clones? Atomic life fission, light attribute overload. A blinding vortex of lightning erupts. Mu Feifei freezes in place, her mind shattering in disbelief. Engulfed by the agonizingly bright power, she collapses in total despair. My wings! Gao Neng towers over her. His overwhelming shadow swallows her completely. He levels the tip of his rose-crested heavy sword right at her throat. Mu Feifei struggles on the cold ground. Clutching her bruised knees, she desperately tries to stand, gritting her teeth in pure fury. You bastard! Gao Neng's sharp brows arch like demonic horns. A wicked smile splits his face, revealing 2 piercing, venomous fangs. Ninth Princess. This was a completely fair duel. Since you have lost, you must be ready to face the consequences, right? Mu Feifei flinches. Pure, ice-cold dread washes over her trembling body. Consequences? What do you mean? He drinks in her terrified expression, absolutely relishing her despair. His voice drips with pure malice. To you, the wings of the celestial tribe are a sacred symbol, your ultimate pride. Are you wondering why I had to be so utterly ruthless? It is because I see you as my eternal soulmate. I want you to stay in the blood tribe forever, belonging to no one but me. Those twisted words strike her like a physical blow. Driven completely insane by the sheer humiliation, Mu Feifei lunges forward. She throws a desperate punch, screaming at the top of her lungs. Shueru you. You completely delusional psycho. I would rather drag you to hell with me than suffer this vile humiliation. In the blink of an eye, a massive iron hammer brutally smashes down. Mu Feifei's vision spins wildly. Her brain completely short-circuits. She has no idea what just hit her, her pupils shrinking into tiny, trembling pinpricks. With a sickening thud, she faceplants hard into the cold floor. Gao Neng stands casually over her, gripping the heavy iron hammer. Smoke practically shoots from her ears. Through dazed, unfocused eyes, she spits out a violently trembling threat. Shui Ruyu, I will slaughter you. I swear on my life I will kill you. Gao Neng does not care in the slightest. He just smirks, casually sheathing his heavy blade. He chuckles inwardly. If the real Shui Ruyu knew this princess hated him to his very marrow, he would probably be smiling from the depths of the underworld. Suddenly, a familiar, metallic chime echoes in his mind. The system screen violently flashes to life. Congratulations. Mission accomplished. The host has successfully completed the triple mutation sequence mission. Mission rewards: 1 skill upgrade token and 1 evolution point. The host has unlocked an epic tier hidden mission clue. Would you like to upgrade a skill now? Gao Neng squints at the glowing blue panel, visibly annoyed. Save the skill upgrade for later. Give me the damn hint right now. The system chimes with its mechanical, emotionless voice. Hint: a single seed can only melt a fraction of a frozen world. You require far more seeds to transform the freezing northern sector battlefield into a genuine, blossoming spring. This cryptic nonsense does absolutely nothing to help him. In fact, it drives him utterly insane. Boiling with rage, he jabs 2 fingers aggressively at the floating screen. What the hell does that mean? Hold on. Does this trash system think I am the literal sun god? What do you mean, turn it into spring? Do you have any idea how many brutal tribes inhabit the northern sector? 20 of them? Ding. The ruthless interface flashes another message. Host dissatisfaction detected. Would you like to abandon the epic tier hidden mission? Warning. Abandoning will result in the permanent deletion of 1 random epic tier ability. Gao Neng's blood boils over. He grinds his teeth so hard they might shatter, hissing out every single syllable. No, I am not giving up. His eyes burn with pure indignation. He furiously waves his right hand beneath the glowing interface. His left hand clenches into a white-knuckled fist, desperately trying to rein in his exploding temper. My evolution points are already at 8. If I can just clear this hidden mission, I will finally hit level 9. Forcing his wildly beating heart to calm down, Gao Neng strokes his chin in deep thought. He races through possible evolutionary paths. The system's ultimate support is far too valuable to lose. There is absolutely no way he can back down now. Right on cue, the system projects his terrifying arsenal of powers. Special Ability 1. High-Tier Phantom Demon Eye. 2. Epic Death Statue. 3. High-Tier Atomic Life Fission. 4. Mid-Tier Heavenly Tome Deduction. 5. Epic Origin Power. Core Skill. Mid-Tier Infinite Potential. Evolution Status. 8 out of 10 completely mastered. Boom! A deafening shockwave erupts from behind the ruined building. A colossal pillar of blinding light crashes down from the heavens, completely shattering Gao Neng's concentration. Sensing the monstrous energy, the disguised Shui Ruyu snaps his gaze toward the towering beam of light. Realizing the sheer scale of the threat, Gao Neng violently spins around. Slamming his hands against the broken stone wall, he gasps. What the hell is that? Such an overwhelmingly pure fire attribute. Someone is breaking through their limits. Gao Neng's brows knit tightly together as he zeroes in on the blazing phenomenon. His eyes widen as the terrifying truth hits him. That is coming straight from the blood pool. Wait a second. Could that actually be Fang Tang Tang? He gasped, his eyes wide with absolute disbelief. Wait. I remember she went to the blood pool to cultivate. Are the effects of that blood pool seriously this exaggerated? I poured my literal blood, sweat, and tears into reaching the high tier. Meanwhile, she takes a quick dip and instantly breaks through. A wave of crushing frustration washed over him. He furrowed his brows deeply, dramatically gripping his own throat in exasperation. Wait a minute. If Fang Tang Tang can break through like that, wouldn't jumping in there blast me straight to Tier 8 in a single second? The sheer absurdity of the situation finally snapped him back to reality. No, forget Tier 8. Reaching Tier 9 in a heartbeat might actually be possible. He immediately spun around to face the 2 guards beside him, pointing a sharp finger at Mu Feifei, who lay completely paralyzed on the cold floor. He demanded, "You two can keep an eye on Mu Feifei, right?" "Well, about that." The guards exchanged a hesitant glance before nodding firmly. "Of course we can." The moment he got his answer, Gao Neng blasted into the air like a launched missile. "Perfect. Keep her locked down. Do not let her escape. I will be right back." Meanwhile, on the other side of the battlefield, a blinding pillar of light crashed into the earth, sending violent sparks erupting in every direction. Within that radiant beam, Fang Tangtang floated with an almost ethereal grace. Her arms were spread wide as she hovered weightlessly inside the ascending column of pure energy. Down below, Xu Zilan and Xiao Meng stood waiting with their arms crossed. Xiao Meng let out a sigh of deep gratitude. "Thank goodness for you, mother. Tang Tang has finally reached the high tier." Xu Zilan offered a gentle, praising smile. "I merely guided her." This breakthrough entirely depends on the terrifying potential hidden deep within her own body. Xiao Meng spun around just as Gao Neng arrived on the scene. "Brother, you made it!" Gao Neng touched down, his eyes locked onto the glowing pillar, as Fang Tangtang greedily absorbed the surging power. Xu Zilan stepped up behind him. She flashed an amused, highly intrigued smile, clearly noting his total shock. He swallowed hard, openly admitting he was more than a little stunned. High above, Fang Tangtang surrendered completely to the glowing void, gritting her teeth as massive waves of energy forced their way into her body. Every single time a human breaks through to a new tier, it is not just an upgrade. It is a literal evolution of their life force. Xu Zilan continued her explanation. Fang Tangtang possesses an astronomically high potential. That is the only reason she could shatter the high-tier barrier in a single breath. Curiosity burning in his eyes, Gao Neng turned to her. "Then, mother, how exactly did you become an ultimate powerhouse?" Xu Zilan met his gaze with a knowing look. "Naturally, my ascension was also deeply tied to evolutionary energy. But to be perfectly precise, it was the raw influence of the dragon tomb." Gao Neng raised a hand, utterly baffled by this revelation. "Dragons? But the dragon race does not even exist among the foreign races. Is the dragon tomb the ancestral source of their evolution?" Sensing his deep confusion, she closed her eyes and let out a long, heavy sigh. "The dragon race does not require an evolutionary source. True dragons are born as peerless conquerors. How could they possibly be compared to those pathetic foreign races? However, the dragon tomb is a horribly cursed domain. I am the only living soul to ever walk out of that nightmare alive. And from that day forward, I gained the terrifying power to transform into a dragon." Gao Neng leaned in, utterly hooked. "Then what about father? Was he an ultimate powerhouse as well?" A tender, pride-filled smile graced Xu Zilan's lips. "No, he was not. But your father was a man infinitely greater than I am. His raw power absolutely crushed any so-called ultimate powerhouse." Suddenly, a wild, echoing burst of laughter shattered their conversation. High above, Fang Tangtang was radiating an absolutely euphoric level of excitement. The mighty Grim Reaper, Fang Tangtang, has finally shattered the high-tier barrier. Her explosive declaration left both Gao Neng and Xu Zilan staring in sheer awe as she hovered like a true goddess of battle. Brimming with newfound power, she pointed a challenging finger straight down at him. "Gao Neng, you picked the absolute perfect time to show up. Get up here and face the wrath of the Grim Reaper." Gao Neng could only facepalm in total utter defeat. She had literally just broken through, and her first instinct was to beg for a beatdown. He would never understand the way her battle-crazed mind worked, but he was not one to refuse a challenge. Instantly, an entire army of his shadow clones erupted into the sky, completely swarming Fang Tangtang from every single angle. Seeing him unleash his real power, her confident smirk instantly crumbled into pure panic. This was absolutely not the kind of duel she had signed up for. Within a split second, Gao Neng casually touched back down to earth, turning his back to walk away. Seeing him leave, Fang Tangtang screamed from the heavens, "Gao Neng, you absolute shameless scoundrel. I meant a one-on-one duel." His only reply was a lazy wave over his shoulder. "If I do not let you solo an entire mob, how else can you display your peerless divine might? Good luck with the one versus all." He barely took a few steps before his loyal guards violently intercepted his path. "Report, Lord Gao Neng, a catastrophic disaster has occurred." The sheer panic in their voices made Gao Neng instantly narrow his eyes in confusion. Without skipping a single beat, a trembling guard delivered the grim news. The 9th princess of the celestial race, Mu Feifei. She slaughtered 2 of the Blood Shadow Guards and completely vanished. This earth-shattering revelation made Gao Neng's brow snap downward, his gaze turning razor-sharp. Even with her wings viciously broken, she still possessed the monstrous strength to assassinate 2 elite Blood Shadow Guards and escape? It seemed the celestial royal bloodline was hiding an arsenal of terrifying trump cards up their sleeves. Standing nearby, Shu Zilan overheard the entire chilling report. Without a second of hesitation, her hand slashed through the air, barking a ruthless command for a city-wide lockdown. Deploy the Vampire King to personally lead the Blood Shadow army into the hunt. Under no circumstances is that woman allowed to escape the royal city alive. The entire squad of guards dropped to their knees in absolute obedience. Understood. They vanished in a blur of motion to execute the hunt. Shu Zilan immediately turned her sharp gaze back to Gao Neng. Zhao Neng, does this ninth princess know your true identity? Gao Neng rested his chin on his hand, his mind racing through every possibility. No. I am almost completely certain my cover was not blown. Hearing this crucial confirmation, she let out a deeply relieved sigh and firmly crossed her arms. Thank the heavens. If she actually uncovered your true identity, our absolute control over the vampire clan would be disastrously exposed to the entire world. Meanwhile, deep within the pitch-black underground labyrinth of the vampire clan's royal palace, a horrifying trail of crimson blood painted a gruesome path straight into the cavernous depths. Fresh, vital lifeblood pooled against the cold stone tiles. The trail led directly to Mu Feifei, who dragged her broken body forward, her trembling hand clinging desperately to the jagged cave wall for support. Her bloodshot eyes practically glowed with a terrifying, unyielding madness. A pitch-black aura of pure, seething wrath violently erupted around her as she ground her teeth in soul-crushing resentment. The fourth prince's blood shimmers like crimson jade. The depths of the demonic abyss are finally within reach. Mu Feifei stands before the raging inferno, its hellish flames dancing in her eyes. She makes a silent, blood-bound oath. If I, Mu Feifei, survive this. She clenches her uninjured right hand into a trembling fist. Her bloodshot eyes glare into the abyss, burning with pure, unadulterated hatred. I swear to the heavens, I will make you pay for everything you have done today. Without a single second of hesitation, she throws herself into the roaring sea of fire below. Back at the surface, Zilan points furiously toward the royal palace. Search every inch of the palace, she roars, her aura exploding. Set up an absolute perimeter. Do not let Mu Feifei escape the Blood Clan's territory. The shadow guards bow instantly, vanishing to execute their orders. Zilan turns away, pinching the bridge of her nose as a heavy wave of exhaustion crashes over her. Her mind races with catastrophic possibilities. If word gets out that the Blood Clan has been subjugated, the resulting chaos will be unimaginable. Sensing his mother's immense stress, Gao Neng quickly steps up. Mother, besides conquering the Blood Clan, do you and Xiaomeng have another endgame? Zilan clenches her fists, her steps heavy with the weight of leadership. Originally, my ambition was small, she confesses. I only wanted to control a minor faction, just to give Xiaomeng's cat clan a safe haven. But now that we hold the reins of the mighty Blood Clan, I plan to use them as our ultimate foundation. We will dominate the lesser clans in the outer territories. Gao Neng's eyes widen in realization. He spins around, raising two fingers in immediate protest. Wait a minute, mother. Did you not say each evolution source only possesses 2 keys? If that is the absolute rule, how on earth do you plan to subjugate the other alien races? Hearing his seemingly foolish question, Xiaomeng simply crosses her arms. A wildly smug smirk spreads across her face. Zilan does not even need to answer. Gao Neng leans back, studying his sister's confident posture. Then, the earth-shattering truth hits him. He points a trembling finger at Xiaomeng. Wait, do not tell me you can actually. Xiaomeng places a hand proudly over her heart, her aura practically glowing with arrogance. Bingo, big brother, it is exactly what you are thinking. As long as I have a steady supply of evolution energy, I can forge an infinite number of new keys. Gao Neng freezes as the master strategy finally clicks. So, this is what you meant by sowing seeds. Zilan calmly crosses her arms, her tactical mind turning. Although Xiaomeng possesses the divine ability to forge root keys, every single clan's evolution source is guarded by an absolute army. A shadow of deep concern flickers across her features. Conquering the Blood Clan this time was a stroke of pure, heaven-sent luck. Taking even one more step forward in this war will be an absolute nightmare. But Gao Neng just rubs his hands together. A dangerously thrilling glint sparks in his eyes. You are absolutely right, mother. However, I have a feeling our heaven-defying luck has not run out just yet. Xiaomeng stares at her brother's villainous grin, completely lost. Has not run out? What exactly is cooking in that brain of yours? Gao Neng's smile widens into a master tactician's smirk. How about we ride this wave of destiny and make the ultimate gamble? Tang Tang, Xiaomeng, and Zilan stare at him, absolutely baffled. He gazes out over the sprawling territory, taking in the towering demonic castles and the twin massive black lakes. "Let us swallow the entire northern region battlefield whole," he declares. Zealon's eyes widen in sheer horror. That is suicide. The northern region houses 25 different races. Aside from the Blood Clan, we would face the monstrous Werewolf Clan and the terrifying Snow Demon Clan. With our current combat power, challenging titans of that caliber is nothing but a death sentence. Yet Gao Neng simply rests his hands on his hips. He has completely anticipated her panic. He closes his eyes, his confident smile never wavering. 2 minutes ago, I would have agreed with you. But the moment I heard Mu Feifei had escaped, the pieces of Destiny's puzzle perfectly aligned. Tang Tang blinks, utterly bewildered. What does Mu Feifei scurrying away have to do with unifying the entire North? Gao Ning's aura shifts, his tone turning deadly serious. Mother just stated a crucial fact. Because Mu Feifei slipped through our fingers, the other clans will inevitably discover that the Blood Clan has fallen to us, correct? Xiao Meng nods, her face grim. Obviously. The moment those factions find out, they will form an absolute alliance to eradicate the Blood Clan. Facing his sister's mounting dread, Gao Neng casually slides one hand into his pocket. His relaxed posture contrasts wildly with the rising tension. Exactly. But apply that same logic to the other factions. If they feel threatened, would they not launch a preemptive strike? Xiao Meng freezes, her defensive aura dropping. But, we have not even touched the other clans yet. Gao Neng's eyes blaze with visionary excitement. Keeping one hand pocketed, he raises the other, clenching the air itself. We have not touched them. Yet, he grins fiercely. The news of the Blood Clan's subjugation will absolutely leak, but it will take months for that information to fully spread. That time gap is our golden window. We can use this chaos to net every single supreme expert in the northern region in one devastating sweep. Hearing his insane declaration of one devastating sweep, the three of them stand absolutely paralyzed by his sheer audacity. Zealon forces a nervous chuckle, trying to ground him. Little Neng, are you seriously suggesting we ally with humanity and the Blood Clan to launch an all-out apocalyptic war? The grand master plan crystallizes perfectly in his mind. A wicked, triumphant laugh escapes his lips. Of course not, Mother. Neither we nor the human alliance possess that kind of heaven-defying strength yet. He quickly paints the true battlefield scenario. Frost City just endured a cataclysmic war. Every supreme expert the North can mobilize is trapped there. The only titans left behind are the Guardians, eternally anchored to their clan's evolution sources. The main forces are completely distracted. If we exploit this exact moment to strike Xue Xiao from the shadows, what do you think those remaining Guardians will fear the most? The undeniable terror of being backstabbed by rival alien clans. The flawless logic of the trap hangs in the air. Gao Neng clenches his fist, his fighting spirit roaring to life. He smiles like a conqueror who has already claimed victory. So, we will become the phantom blade in the dark. Realizing the absolute genius of the strategy, Tang Tang's blood begins to pump with wild excitement. When do we move out? Tang Tang practically vibrates with energy. My fists are itching for a fight. But Gao Neng brutally shatters his hype with a dismissive wave. Hold your horses. What is a freshly minted high-tier novice like you going to do? He flashes a cunning grin toward the real heavy hitters. This phantom blade can only be wielded by Mother and Xiao Meng. Tang Tang crossed his arms, his face flushed with sheer defiance. Aren't you just a newcomer to the high tier yourself? Zealon raised a questioning eyebrow at her son. Xiao Meng and I are going to stab them in the back. Gao Neng flashed a brilliant, knowing smile. I heard a little rumor. The werewolf clan's mortal enemies, the vampires, are stationed in the Western District. Am I right? Zealon's eyes narrowed as she immediately saw through his scheme. You want to use Xiao Meng's transformation ability. You plan to disguise us as the vampire clan and strike directly at the werewolf clan's evolution source. Gao Neng calmly outlined the flawless strategy. To make it absolutely foolproof, it is best we bring Yin Shui along. With the two of you disguised as supreme experts of the vampire clan, the ambush will be perfect. It will look exactly like a targeted strike from their bitter rivals. Tang Tang and Gao Neng exchanged a mischievous high five, their wicked laughter echoing in the room. This was a masterstroke. They would cripple the werewolves and perfectly frame the vampires for the devastation. Tong Tong covered his mouth, unable to hold back his roaring laughter. When it comes to being utterly shameless, nobody beats you, Gao Neng. He clapped his hands in sheer admiration. Zealon placed her hands on her hips, her expression turning deadly serious as she analyzed the gravity of Gao Neng's plan. This strategy goes far beyond a simple ambush. The Northern District battlefield is currently stretched as tight as a bowstring. She rubbed her chin, her tactical mind racing. Just a tiny ounce of outside force, and that string will completely snap. This fragile trust is the greatest weakness of the alien alliance. A sharp, approving smile crept across her face as she proudly looked toward Gao Ning. Little Neng, this plan does not just deal with one or two clans in the short term. It will completely shatter the very foundation of the alien coalition. Soon, a heavy curtain of night fell, swallowing the massive castle in absolute darkness. Over at Greedy Wolf City, only a few solitary windows still flickered with faint light. Suddenly, a furious, earth-shattering roar shattered the silence. "You actually have the guts to come here?" Boom. A massive shockwave ripped through the night sky. Blinding flames erupted in a devastating explosion, kicking up a thick, choking cloud of dust. From the heart of the inferno, an imposing figure shot upward. It was the legendary Northwest Wolf. He stood as a terrifying supreme expert of the mighty werewolf clan. Hovering mid-air, his killing intent suffocated the area. "Old Bat, we have not crossed paths in years, and yet you dare to trespass into my werewolf royal city? Since you came today, do not even dream of leaving alive." Yin Shui, perfectly disguised as the dreaded Old Black Bat, sneered under his hood. He coldly declared that today would be the absolute doomsday for the Northwest Wolf. "Today, I will turn you into a homeless, stray dog." Meanwhile, Zilan, taking the terrifying form of the Red Bat, stood fiercely against the mighty werewolf. She subtly signaled to Xiaomeng, who had shrunk into a feline form. "Go!" Receiving the command, the little beast exploded forward. Moving faster than a bolt of lightning, it streaked directly past the Northwest Wolf's towering body. The werewolf barely dodged to the side in time. Shock widened his fierce eyes as he tracked Xiaomeng's blinding speed. "Stop that thing!" he roared in absolute fury. But before he could stabilize his stance, Zilan was already upon him. She delivered a devastating blow straight to his face, sending him blasting backward through the air. Digging his claws in to halt his momentum, the Northwest Wolf gritted his fangs, blood leaking from his mouth. "This is impossible!" Panic flashed in his beastly eyes. "How can the physical strength of a vampire surpass my werewolf clan?" Wrapped in her demonic vampire aura, Zilan flashed a terrifying, bloodthirsty smile, revealing twin razor-sharp fangs. "Nothing is impossible." Without missing a beat, she launched another explosive punch straight for his chest. The sheer speed left him no time to react. Forced on the defensive, he bellowed his desperate orders. "Damn it, I will pin down the Red Duke. The rest of you, stop that little beast." Hearing the supreme command, 3 massive werewolf warriors exploded into a dead sprint. They chased frantically after Xiaomeng's fading shadow. Their savage roars tore through the night sky. "You stinking bats! You dare bully our glorious werewolf clan? Prepare to die." A lethal, suffocating pressure suddenly locked onto them. The pursuing werewolves could not even hit the brakes before a nightmare blocked their path. Yin Shui, radiating his dark demonic aura, stood like an immovable mountain before them. He issued a chilling challenge. "Want to catch the kid? You will have to step over my dead body first." Every single route was mercilessly cut off. Witnessing this, the Northwest Wolf ground his teeth until they nearly cracked. His ferocious roar echoed violently under the moonlight. "Slaughter every last one of these wretched bats." Meanwhile, far from the explosive chaos, a deadly, calculating stillness hung over the blood pool. Gao Ning stood tall atop the ancient battlements, his hands calmly clasped behind his back as he gazed into the infinite horizon. The biggest threat right now is no longer the Northern District. The true danger lies within the other 3 territories. He tilted his head back, his genius mind running through countless tactical simulations. He needed to find the ultimate path that would yield the absolute maximum benefit. Once the Northern District erupts into total chaos, the other sectors will inevitably make their move. Right now, the more chaotic the board gets, the greater our advantage. This terrifying realization plunged him into deep, unbreakable meditation. He closed his eyes, wrestling with the overwhelming variables. The legendary battle at Frost City. It dragged in the supreme experts of all 7 great clans. Slowly turning his body, a brilliant realization flashed in his mind. One of those supreme beings belonged to the Blood Clan, with their rear defenses completely hollowed out and paranoia festering between the tribes. This is absolutely a once-in-a-millennium godsend. His eyes snapped open, sharply scanning through his flawless memory. Was there a single blind spot he had missed? For now, the deadly trap seemed entirely flawless. He steadied his breathing, holding onto a quiet spark of hope. Let us pray there are no wildcards. The scene instantly shifted back to the brutal northern battlefield. The once majestic Frost City lay in devastating ruins, more than half of it reduced to ash and rubble. The pitch-black night had fully descended. Yet, deep within the heart of the Frost City castle, Eerie lights flickered from the council chambers. Inside a grand hall, the Faceless One stood imposingly at the head of the war table. He swept his gaze over the gathered leaders. In exactly 1 year, the Great War will commence. As our most critical strategic fortress, Frost City must never fall into enemy hands. His stance was absolute, leaving zero room for negotiation. Right now, as long as the despicable humans do not retreat, our Grand Alliance cannot take a single step out of this frozen citadel. Suddenly, a violent slam echoed through the room. One of the key figures in the Faceless One's faction slammed his fist on the table, interrupting the speech. Our mighty blood clans suffered catastrophic losses in this recent battle, he roared furiously. We marched in with pure intentions to assist the Ice Snow clan. Shui Xiao ground his sharp teeth together, his face twisting in unbridled outrage. But who could have predicted that humanity would launch a sneak attack with their supreme experts? Our Grand Blood Marshal was slaughtered on the spot. Damn them to hell. Snow Spirit knitted her brows, staring coldly at the furious vampire. Calm your grief. We will absolutely exact a river of blood for this debt. Sitting quietly on the sidelines, Lao He suddenly twitched. His ears perked up sharply, sensing an ominous shift in the wind. Receiving an urgent telepathic transmission from the royal throne, panic flooded his beastly features. He leaped up to report. Disaster has struck. Things have gone horribly wrong. 2 damn bats had the audacity to launch a sneak attack on our clan's sacred evolution source. The entire war room froze in pure shock. The vampire clan? Shui Xiao shot up from his chair like a rocket, his eyes bulging in disbelief. What did you just say? At a critical time like this, they actually dare to sabotage the Grand Alliance? Even the calculating Faceless One narrowed his hidden eyes, a terrifying storm of suspicion brewing in the shadows. We are locked in a deathmatch with humanity and the vampire tribe. Even if they hold a grudge against your werewolf tribe, they would never dare to launch a sneak attack right now. Are they truly not afraid of becoming the enemy of the entire world? Upon receiving this dire update, Old Black paces the room like a caged beast, his anxiety radiating through the air. This is a disaster. They are about to breach our sanctuary. I must return immediately. But Shui Xiao raises a hand, decisively blocking his path. Brother Old Black, wait a moment. Something about this event reeks of a conspiracy. The vampire tribe already has a domain of their own. What could they possibly gain by attacking your holy land? But Old Black is already consumed by panic, entirely out of patience. What if they voluntarily sever their subjugation pact? The risk is simply too immense. Out of my way. I must return this instant. Yet, Shui Xiao stubbornly stands his ground. We are currently in the Frost City. Even if you sprint back with all your might, you will be too late. But once the Alpha Wolf makes a decision, absolutely no one can sway his iron will. Brother Shui Xiao, step aside. Whether I make it in time or not, I must return to my people. Despite the furious aura, Shui Xiao desperately tries to hold him back. Brother Old Black, do not let panic cloud your judgment. I have a foolproof plan. He turns his piercing gaze toward the ominous figure standing quietly beside him. Lord Faceless, according to our unwritten Dark Covenant, I request that the vampire, snow demon, and werewolf tribes immediately cast their distress flares. We must summon the supreme experts of the other factions to Sirius City at once. Lord Faceless crosses his arms, plunging into a momentary silence before giving a blunt reply. Very well. However, those of us currently stationed here must avoid being pulled from the front lines. Shui Xiao nods, his mind spinning with careful calculations. The Snow Tribe is situated closest to Sirius City. Let the Yeti Elder rush over immediately. That alone will guarantee the absolute safety of Sirius City. After that, I will command the Ice River and Glacier tribes, who border the vampires, to march directly upon the Vampire King City. We will besiege the enemy base to rescue our allies. Is that not infinitely better than Brother Wolf running back alone to die? The Snow Spirit, listening intently from the sidelines, nods her head in solemn agreement. His logic is flawless. The towering Titan, who had remained silent until now, finally chimes in. If the vampire tribe dares to provoke us now, they shall become the common enemy of our entire alliance. Even those arrogant Western factions will surely refuse to aid them. Hearing this strategic masterpiece, Old Black is finally convinced, clasping his hands in deep gratitude. Then I leave the fate of my people in your hands. Hearing those words, Shui Xiao finally lets out a long, heavy sigh of relief. Phew, he thinks to himself. I never expected things to spiral out of control like this during my brief absence from the royal city. Meanwhile, halfway across the world in the vampire royal city, a shadowy conversation unfolds within the private courtyard of Lord Gao Neng. A subordinate kneels. Lord Shui Xiao has sent word. He executed your master plan perfectly, dispatching the supreme experts of the other tribes to reinforce Sirius City. Gao Neng stands with his back turned, his voice dripping with casual arrogance. Which tribes were mobilized? Shui Fen respectfully reports. As planned, the Yeti Elder of the Snow Tribe has marched towards Sirius City. Furthermore, the two supreme lords of the Ice River and Glacier tribes have been ordered to march upon the vampires. A sinister smile creeps across Gao Neng's face. Perfect. Then our next target is the Ice River tribe. Send word to Yin Shui immediately. The subordinate bows instantly. Your will is absolute. Suddenly, Tang Tang steps out from the shadows, her face twisting in utter confusion. Why is the Ice River tribe our next target? Wiping out the Snow tribe makes infinitely more sense. They are stationed closer to the Werewolf tribe, and in terms of raw military power, the Snow tribe completely eclipses the Ice River tribe. Hearing her logic, Gao Neng cannot help but acknowledge her tactical assessment. Your observation is razor sharp. The Snow tribe is indeed vastly superior in strength and proximity. However, have you bothered to think 3 steps ahead? Once the supreme experts of the Ice River and Glacier tribes arrive at the vampire territory, what exactly do you think will happen? She frowns, answering without hesitation. A bloodbath, obviously. Did you not just say it yourself? Whoever strikes first right now becomes the enemy of the entire world. Gao Neng lets out a dark, mocking chuckle. That would be true. If the vampire tribe had actually launched an attack, the Ice River and Glacier tribes hold 0 grudges against the vampires. Therefore, there is a massive probability they will simply negotiate. Realizing this entire conflict is a fabricated illusion, Tang Tang's eyes widen to the size of saucers as the terrifying realization finally hits her. Wait, then why on earth did you send them there in the first place? Gao Neng leisurely draws his gleaming blade from its scabbard, tossing out a seemingly unrelated question. My dear Tang Tang, do you know what the most unbearable hatred in this world truly is? She blinks in sheer confusion, answering hesitantly. The murder of a father? The stealing of a wife? Gao Neng immediately shakes his head. Wrong. He tightens his grip on the hilt, unleashing a devastating slash into the empty air. It is absolute betrayal. Boom! A massive boulder nearby is instantly cleaved in two by his invisible sword aura, sending clouds of jagged debris exploding into the sky. He chuckles softly, weaving his web of absolute despair. Once the supreme experts of the Ice River and Glacier tribes discover the truth, they will naturally clear the vampire's name. Will they not? Tang Tang rubs her chin, her mind racing. But if they do that, does our grand master plan not completely crumble into dust? A sinister, villainous grin stretches across Gao Neng's face. Exactly. But imagine this. Right after they swear absolute innocence on behalf of the vampires, they receive word that their own homes were just wiped out by a vampire ambush. How do you think their minds will process that twisted reality? The dark clouds of confusion instantly shatter, revealing the absolute horror of his tactical genius. She throws up a thumb of ultimate respect. Good heavens, Gao Neng, you are an absolute demon. Gao Neng puffs out his chest, bathing in the twisted glory of her praise. You flatter me. His confidence in this diabolical scheme is absolutely unshakable. The combined military might of the alien coalition is 5 times greater than the human alliance. This was never meant to be a fair war, so why bother playing by the rules of honor? Gao Neng lowers his gaze, his eyes burning with boundless ambition. Now, for the next phase to succeed, I must find a way to skyrocket my own personal combat power. The figure behind him steps forward, her voice trembling with dark excitement. Wait, are you actually preparing to consume the forbidden waters of the blood pool? Listen to me. The blood pool, hidden at the bottom of this lake, tastes completely different from the river of life. Not only is it practically overflowing with raw energy, but it even has a hint of sweetness to it. You probably won't believe me, but I can actually transform now. Gao Neng's eyes light up, instantly hooked by her confident boasting. He quickly presses her. Wait, you mean the blood rage frenzy transformation? Fang Tang Tang waves her hand with a smug grin. Blood rage frenzy? Please, that's child's play. I am the great Fang Tong Tong. Why would I get so worked up over a measly little blood rage? She immediately shifts into a combat stance. Pulses of pure energy begin to radiate from her body, begging to be unleashed. Here, let me show you. Her physical body begins to blur, seamlessly shifting into flowing ribbons of neon pink and purple aura. Witnessing this impossible sight, Gao Neng's jaw completely drops in absolute shock. He remembers this ultimate technique all too well. He has definitely seen it before. Isn't this the exact same skill used by the Grand Blood Marshal and the Ancient Blood Marshal? Gao Neng's curiosity completely spikes. He knows Gao Xiaomeng, being a pure life energy entity, could naturally copy this move. But how on earth do you know how to do it? Fang Tang is thrilled with his stunned reaction. She plants her hands on her hips and beams brightly. It is actually very simple. This is elementalization. Specifically, the evolutionary elementalization unique to the Blood Clan. Her words instantly trigger a revelation in Gao Neng's mind, reminding him of a certain legendary figure. This is one of the ultimate combat methods achieved only after reaching high-tier elementalization. A bold thought strikes him. He suddenly asks Fang Tang, "Tell me, does every supreme powerhouse have a hidden talent that reaches 100%? She blinks in surprise before nodding. "Yeah, that is right. How did you know that?" Gao Neng doesn't skip a beat, hurriedly pressing further. "Is it possible to have two attributes hit 100%? Fang Tang rubs her chin, pondering for a brief moment before answering confidently. "Of course there is, and it is not just limited to two attributes hitting 100%. From what I know, Qinlei actually has three fully maxed out attributes." Faced with his sudden barrage of random questions, a look of deep suspicion crosses her face. "Why are you suddenly asking about all this?" The pieces of Destiny's puzzle finally align in Gao Neng's mind. A thrilling grin spreads across his face. "I think I finally understand just how monstrously strong I really am." Without another word, he dives straight into the eerie lake, tossing a single command over his shoulder. "Fang Tang, keep watch up here. I am going down for a bit." Gao Neng's reckless rush to power instantly annoys Fang Tang. She cannot help but mutter under her breath, "Is he really in that much of a hurry to surpass me?" A wave of bitter rivalry washes over her. She puffs her cheeks in a cute pout, regretting her big mouth. "I should have waited to tell him." Meanwhile, the watery depths below are deathly silent. Gao Neng intensely focuses on diving deeper into the abyss. He stares at the strange, glowing crimson bubbles floating around his body. His mind races as he formulates a theory. According to the lore of the Blood Clan, every single one of these bubbles contains a fallen vampire soul, patiently waiting for resurrection. Gao Neng's curiosity burns like a flame. What is the true secret behind this 20-year reincarnation cycle? Suddenly, his movements completely halt. His eyes lock onto something massive hidden in the watery shadows. As Gao Neng finally approaches the very bottom of the lake, a breathtaking sight unfolds. A colossal pillar materializes before him, bearing a glowing, blood-red cross. Encircling this massive central pillar are countless smaller crosses, forming an ancient array. Gao Neng cheers in his heart. Jackpot! This is the core energy source of the blood pool, deep within the submerged ruins. Gao Neng eagerly approaches the central zone. The thick, crimson liquid flowing from the core is dangerously mesmerizing, making it impossible to look away. He purses his lips, intensely analyzing the phenomenon. This must be the very eye of the spring. Step by careful step, Gao Neng moves closer, reaching out to scoop up a handful of the glowing red water from the main pillar. He stares blankly at the thick, mystical liquid pooling in his palms, a daring thought crossing his mind. Even though this is pure evolutionary energy, the aura feels entirely different from the Tree of Life. Fang Tang said she only needed 3 gulps to completely break through from the 6th rank to the 7th rank. Without a second thought, Gao Neng throws his head back and downs the liquid. He confidently reassures himself, "I am already at a high rank. I can definitely handle way more energy than her, right?" But just 1 gulp is far from enough to satisfy him. He greedily cups more of the dense blood pool water, chugging it down like a madman. "I will drink 6 or 7 gulps. No, wait, just a little bit more." Suddenly, the world violently spins around him. Gao Neng mentally curses as a heavy wave of dizziness. "Crap, this energy is rushing straight to my head. If I drink any more of this, I'm going to pass out completely." His entire body instantly goes numb, and he crashes heavily to his knees on the lake bed. Panic flashes in his eyes as he gasps. "What the hell is happening to me? I perfectly calculated my limit for the blood pool's energy. There is absolutely no way I absorbed too much." But then, a terrifying, blinding golden aura erupts, tightly suffocating his entire body. In that split second, the horrifying truth hits Gao Neng like lightning. "No, this is not the blood water. This golden energy, it is from the half-golden tree core, the exact same item Gao Xiaomeng shoved into my mouth earlier." His eyes widen in absolute terror as the fatal mistake becomes clear. The core's energy was too dense before, so I only digested a tiny fraction of it. But now, it is violently fusing with the Blood Clan's evolutionary power. It is creating a catastrophic chain reaction. The sheer, unimaginable magnitude of this explosive new power threatens to rip his mortal vessel apart. His body violently rejects the overwhelming surge. Thick, throbbing veins bulge viciously across Gao Neng's face as extreme agony sets in. True panic finally shatters his composure. "Damn it! I really messed up this time. Clawing desperately at his own head, Gao Neng screams through the bubbling water. It is way past the limit I calculated. If this keeps up, my entire body is going to detonate. But just as his mind descends into pure, chaotic despair, a sinister voice ominously echoes directly inside his head. Gao Neng, release me. Free my soul into the blood pool. The freezing chill of that familiar voice forces Gao Neng to pause despite the pain. Has the trapped soul of the ancient blood marshal actually been awakened by the massive surge of evolutionary energy? The ancient blood marshal's phantom voice sneers with terrifying authority. You arrogant, foolish brat, Gao Neng. You dare to overestimate your own puny limits? To think you would brazenly charge into the forbidden sanctuary of the Blood Clan and blindly steal our evolutionary source. You cannot even save yourself now. Release me into the blood pool immediately, or I will slaughter you where you stand. However, fate always has other plans. Despite standing on the absolute brink of explosive death, Gao Neng's eyes remain terrifyingly calm, without a single trace of fear. He even dares to issue a bold threat. Kill me, and your entire clan dies with me. Look closely. Who controls the blood pool now? Compelled by his words, the Bloodmaster turns around in a daze. His eyes widen in absolute disbelief at the magnificent sight behind him. No, impossible, he stammers, his spectral form trembling uncontrollably. How could this be? Seizing the moment, Gao Neng lays out his terms. I know the secret of the resurrection seed. I can bring you back. Refuse, and you will just die all over again. Tell me, why are the lives of your alien races chained to the evolution source? Panicking from the threat, the entity still tries to stubbornly hide the truth. Waving his hands frantically, the old man stutters out a reply. I do not know. It was only after entering this world that I became a supreme powerhouse. But you can ask Yin Shui. He is a first-generation expert. He knows the secret. Hearing this, Gao Neng falls into deep thought. So that is how it works, Ying Shui? The Bloodmaster anxiously urges him on. Yes, he knows far more than I do. I have told you everything. You promised to resurrect me. Do not break your word. Release me into the blood pool right now. Gao Neng's eyes narrow with suspicion. Why are you in such a desperate hurry to get out? The old man is practically sweating bullets. Nonsense, he screams. You are about to explode. Yet, the young man just chuckles with absolute calm. Explode, huh? I am in danger, but so are you. If that is the case, teach me how to stabilize this chaotic energy. Only then will I toss you back into the blood pool. The Bloodmaster grinds his teeth in sheer fury, yet obediently gives up the method. Curse you. Elementalize your body. The higher your elemental state, the more energy you can withstand. Gao Neng is genuinely surprised by this revelation. He never expected such a profound principle to be hidden behind the chaos. So, elementalization holds this kind of legendary secret. Without a second of hesitation, he shifts into a stance to test the theory. Like this, right? Gao Neng stares at the blazing red aura wrapping around his body. This is true elementalization. His physical form rapidly stabilizes under the pressure. A smirk dances on his lips. His body can finally endure the overflowing energy. Keeping his word, he releases the Bloodmaster. You are free to go. He casually tosses the old man's soul straight into the blood-red waters. The entity grumbles furiously upon impact. You nearly killed me. Watching the Bloodmaster's soul dissolve into bubbles, Gao Neng realizes the evolution source holds far more terrifying secrets than he imagined. Burning with anticipation, he summons his system status window. Having mastered the art of elementalization and absorbing such an ocean of energy, he has to be significantly stronger now, right? The system board reveals a massive change. Just as I thought, he mutters. A brand new special attribute has appeared. Blood Yang. 100%. Gao Neng rubs his chin in deep thought. Lightning is his primary cultivation, while wood likely comes from the golden heart tree. Suddenly, an insanely bold idea strikes him. The northern region has exactly 25 alien races. If he can conquer all 25 races, wouldn't he master every single one of their special attributes? Gao Neng silently calculates the terrifying odds. The only reason Qin Lei stands at the absolute peak of humanity's supreme powerhouses is because he possesses 3 high-tier talents at 100%. That means he can endure 3 times the energy of a normal supreme expert. Opening his mouth, he dumps a massive handful of pills down his throat. With his current state of elementalization, swallowing attribute pills is literally like eating candy. The sheer volume is no longer anywhere near enough to satisfy his hunger for power. He scoops up more water from the blood pool and chugs it down. Might as well go all in. The Bloodmaster watches in sheer horror. You brat? You are still drinking? What kind of monster are you? The old man sweats profusely in pure panic. Even I could only consume that much in one sitting. How can a stage 7 endure almost as much energy as me? Gao Neng completely ignores the frantic rambling, his eyes locked on a sudden system notification. A glowing screen flashes before his eyes. Host has reached maximum energy capacity. Initiate forced upgrade? Gao Neng marvels at the sight. As expected, reaching the high stage removes all leveling limits. Without a second thought, he smashes the accept button. Upgrade me. Instantly, an overwhelming tide of crimson energy violently cascades toward him like a roaring tsunami. His entire body acts like a black hole, frantically absorbing and refining the colossal power. The Bloodmaster is paralyzed with shock, realizing this kid's blood attribute, elemental purity, is surging past 90%. Above them, the very heavens begin to warp and mutate. Pitch-black storm clouds violently gather, accompanied by a symphony of roaring thunder. Moments later, a devastating bolt of heavenly lightning strikes straight down into the lake. Fang Tang Tang screams in absolute terror at the apocalyptic sight. She falls flat on her back, completely clueless as to what madness is unfolding. "What is happening?" she shrieks. "Didn't he just go down to drink some pool water? Why does it look like he is ascending to godhood?" She freezes in place. Deep down, she desperately refuses to accept the ridiculous thought crossing her mind. "No way! Is he actually leveling up again?" She jumps up in utter frustration. "Gao Neng, I worked so hard just to catch up to you. Who uses cheat codes like this? You cannot do this to me." Down below, in the chaotic depths, Gao Neng catches her dramatic complaints and bursts into roaring laughter. "I knew it." Deep inside, our dear Feng Tang Tang still harbors the impossible dream of becoming the boss. He smugly delivers his final teasing blow. Such an unrealistic fantasy. His words are instantly swallowed as the apocalyptic glow of heavenly lightning descends to obliterate everything. The blinding pillar of absolute destruction shatters the dark night. But such an earth-shattering phenomenon is bound to draw the eyes of terrifying forces lurking nearby. Witnessing this devastating scene, tears stream down Blood King Shui Feng's face. What kind of absolute madness has been happening these past 2 days? The sacred evolution source was hijacked, churning with catastrophic blood, lightning, and fire for 2 straight nights. He frantically dashes toward the epicenter of the chaotic energy. A cry of absolute despair rips from his throat. "Are you trying to leave us no path to survive?" Meanwhile, deep within the vortex, Gao Neng is flawlessly completing his breakthrough. He smirks with pure satisfaction at the terrifying energy vibrating around him, successfully reaching Tier 8. As Shui Feng approaches, the horrifying truth of Gao Neng's current state hits him like a mountain. Absolute shock freezes the clan leader's blood. How is this even possible? He actually broke through again. Didn't the intel clearly state he just reached Tier 7? Can anyone in this world smash through the high tiers this insanely fast? But Shui Feng immediately notices something even more terrifying. He gulps hard, realizing the elementalization of the blood mist is impossibly dense. What kind of monstrous secret is this kid hiding? Gao Neng's sharp gaze locks right onto him. He casually tilts his head and calls out to the Blood King. Still utterly overwhelmed by the aura, the king blurts out a panicked response. "Yes, it is me. Lord Gao Neng, what are your orders?" The young monster just smiles a wicked grin. "I need to leave the royal city for a bit, so I am leaving you in charge of this place." Shui Feng stiffens in surprise, hesitation dripping from his voice. "Understood, but, Lord Gao Neng, aren't you supposed to stay here and control the grand situation? Where exactly are you planning to go?" Gao Neng playfully summons a miniature blood pool in his palm, his eyes flashing with dark amusement. "You are absolutely right. Originally, my strength was not enough to participate in the grand scheme. The success rate of this master plan was sitting at a mere 50%. His confident smirk widens into something much more dangerous. But the tides of fate have shifted. Gao Neng clenches his fist tightly, aura exploding as he declares, "Now, I can guarantee a 100% success rate." The very second those words drop, ancient power awakens within him. He instantly activates his ultimate skill, pushing his entire body into full elementalization. Shui Feng's eyes practically bulge out of his skull, thinking he hallucinated the words 100%. But the next second, he stops breathing completely. Gao Neng literally transforms into the exact replica of ancestor Yin Shui, flawless down to the smallest detail. He levitates gracefully above the bubbling lake, his voice echoing down with commanding authority. "Fang Tang Tang, the time has come. Let us go. It is time for us to turn the outside world upside down once again." The girl points at her own face in pure disbelief, blinking her big eyes. "Wait, I actually get to go with you?" Gao Neng chuckles, his voice brimming with absolute confidence. "Of course. I already told you. You are my ultimate secret weapon. Tang Tang throws her hands up to the sky, cheering in absolute victory. Heck yes! I can finally escape this ridiculously boring water pit. I will show you exactly how terrifying the Grim Reaper Fang Tang Tang can be now that I have hit the high tiers. With their unstoppable chaotic duo reunited, they blast off into the sky without a single second of delay. Left behind in the dust, Shui Feng is still completely paralyzed by the shockwaves of reality. A massive knot of pure dread twists in his gut, seeing Gao Neng running around wearing the legendary face of ancestor Yin Shui. Is this absolute madness really not going to trigger a catastrophic disaster? Meanwhile, a massive storm of destruction brews elsewhere. Above the werewolf royal city, devastating energy collisions tear the very sky apart in a series of epic explosions. Two godlike figures clash in midair, stealing their resolve, with neither willing to yield a single inch. These are no ordinary combatants. On one side stands Snow Elder, the absolute pinnacle of strength from the mighty Snow Clan. Across the blazing battlefield, another legend is fighting for his life. Northwest Wolf is locked in a desperate deathmatch against a terrifying noble of the vampire clan. He grinds his teeth so hard they might shatter, keeping his lethal gaze locked on the enemy. I have not seen the Red Duke in years, but his power has grown to this monstrous level. He is actually matching me blow for blow. Fear and tactical caution begin to seep into Northwest Wolf's mind. If this brutal dogfight drags on any longer, those treacherous scumbags will invade the royal city and plunge everything into chaos. I must retreat and protect the forbidden. Those treacherous scumbags will invade the royal city and plunge everything into chaos. I must retreat and protect the forbidden temple before it is too late. But just as despair begins to take root, a blinding crimson light engulfs the battlefield. A voice of absolute authority shatters the heavens. Vampire Clan, you are courting death itself. How dare you launch a sneak attack on my northern alliance? Both Northwest Wolf and his bloodthirsty enemies freeze instantly. Every single warrior jerks their head up toward the blazing sky. Even the mighty Snow Elder drops his guard, utterly stunned by the heaven-shaking arrival. Descending like a god of war is Gao Neng, wearing the terrifying face of ancestor Yin Shui, playing his legendary role to utter perfection. His voice booms with absolute wrath. Every single one of you will leave your lives here today. Northwest Wolf, completely oblivious to the legendary disguise, feels his hope ignite into a blazing inferno. Believing his supreme ally has arrived, he roars in sheer ecstasy. Brother Yin Shui, you came. Gao Neng does not waste a single breath. He sweeps his hand, unleashing a devastating strike as he dive bombs straight into the heart of the war zone. This apocalyptic attack zeroes in with flawless precision. Its target? The Red Duke, who is still paralyzed by the sudden arrival of a living legend. With zero chance to deploy his defenses, the impact strikes him with the force of a meteor. The Red Duke's body is launched backward, smashing violently into the buildings below in an explosion of dust and rubble. Watching this god-tier display of dominance, Northwest Wolf's jaw practically hits the floor. The Red Duke's current terrifying strength was pushing even me into a desperate corner. Yet this old monster Yin Shui just swatted him away like an annoying fly with a single strike. Did his combat power experience another monstrous breakthrough recently? The remaining vampire nobles point trembling fingers at the hovering powerhouse. They scream in absolute panic and fierce outrage. Ancestor Yin Shui, our vampire clan has absolutely zero bad blood with your blood clan. The enraged enemy roars, desperately trying to de-escalate the terrifying situation. Today's war is strictly a blood feud between us and the werewolf clan. Stay out of it. But Gao Neng radiates nothing but righteous fury. The northern region has always been united as one unbreakable iron wall. We stand together to crush any foreign invaders who dare step into our territory. By daring to bare your fangs at the werewolf clan today, you have officially declared war on every single race in the entire north. Snow Elder's blood boils with overwhelming pride at those heroic words. He throws his head back and roars in agreement. Well said, brother Yin Shui. Northwest Wolf is hit with a tsunami of pure emotion, his chest tight with gratitude. This old man actually abandoned the defense of his own royal city just to save my life for the greater good. Seeing that these battle-hardened veterans have completely swallowed his bait hook, line, and sinker, Gao Neng flawlessly executes the next phase of his dramatic act, his face twisting in sudden panic. Northwest Wolf, you call yourself an overlord? Your sacred evolution source has just been breached by the enemy. Radiating the ultimate aura of a selfless brother-in-arms, he prepares to blast off. Forget this fodder. Today, I will personally help you exterminate those treacherous rats invading your territory. Northwest Wolf completely falls for the disguise, placing his full trust in the fake Yin Shui. He urgently warns his supposed ally, Brother Yin Shui, be careful. Whatever you do, absolutely do not touch our tribe's sacred relic. The gullible wolf even goes as far as making a desperate vow. If you can help us break this devastating siege, this little brother is willing to offer up 3 major cities, but his grand speech is cut short. While distracted, his opponent lands a brutal, bone-crushing sneak attack. Northwest Wolf glares with pure fury at the enemy charging right at him. Damn it! You still have the strength to fight? He grinds his teeth, muttering bitter curses. How the hell did Duke Hong become this terrifyingly strong? And how did Yin Shui manage to blast him away with a single strike? It had to be blind luck. Meanwhile, deep beneath the earth, the scene shifts to the legendary underground sacred temple of the wolf tribe. An impenetrable wall of wolf warriors stands guard. Their absolute loyalty is focused entirely on protecting an ancient, towering statue, their ultimate sacred relic. Nearby, the supreme leader of the pack, the Wolf King himself, is locked in a deadly duel with Xiao Meng. His body is heavily battered and completely covered in bloody gashes. Shockingly, the mighty king is actually losing ground. The Wolf King's mind races in sheer panic. What the hell kind of monster is this girl? We are clearly at the exact same evolutionary stage. Frustration violently boils within him. Why are my deadliest attacks doing absolutely nothing to her? Suddenly, Gao Neng strolls into the chaotic underground temple, letting out a wildly amused chuckle. Not bad at all, Xiao Meng. His sharp gaze sweeps across the intense battlefield, genuinely impressed. Taking on an entire army of enraged wolf warriors all by yourself. Truly magnificent. Clueless to the truth, the Wolf King instantly recognizes Gao Neng's flawless disguise. He desperately bows his head, adopting a deeply respectful tone. Lord Yin Shui, what brings your dark presence to our sacred grounds? Gao Neng smoothly slips right back into character. He clears his throat, commanding the room. Do I have everyone's undivided attention? A dangerously arrogant smile curls on his lips. He pauses, letting the heavy silence build before slowly, deliberately speaking his next words. The exit is completely sealed. Nobody in this room is making it out alive. The very moment those chilling words drop, Gao Neng silently unleashes a devastating skill, the Azure Dragon Illusion. Boom! The entire army of elite wolf warriors is instantly completely hypnotized. An eerie, swirling azure light engulfs their widened eyes. The terrifying mental pressure paralyzes every single guard in the massive chamber. Just 1 second later, thud! The entire ferocious legion collapses to the stone floor, completely knocked out cold. The Wolf King stares in absolute horror at his fallen army. Panic fully gripping his heart, he desperately screams out, Lord Yin Shui, have you gone mad? The wolf tribe is sworn in a blood alliance with your glorious blood tribe. Gao Neng doesn't even let the pitiful king finish begging. He explodes forward, violently lifting the beast by the throat. His eyes turn dead cold. I told you, nobody gets out alive. The Wolf King's massive, heavily muscled body dangles helplessly in the air, completely overpowered by a single hand. Choking on his own blood, he desperately gasps for answers. Lord Yin Shui, what in the world are you doing? Gao Neng just smirks, entirely unfazed. I came all this way to solve your little pest problem. But breaking into this fortress wasn't exactly a walk in the park. His dark gaze shifts toward the glowing ancient statue. A dangerously greedy smile stretches across his face. So, naturally, I deserve to take a little souvenir for my troubles, right? Realizing the horrifying truth, the Wolf King thrashes in absolute panic. Lord Yin Shui, no! That is the ultimate sacred relic of our ancestors. You absolutely cannot take it. Gao Neng drops all pretenses, radiating pure menace. Oh, I am fully aware. If it wasn't a priceless sacred relic, why would I even bother lifting a finger? Boiling with impotent rage, the mighty Wolf King is reduced to a helpless pup. He can only watch in utter despair as Gao Neng's iron grip cruelly tightens around his throat. You bastard, he chokes out. But suddenly, the entire chamber trembles. An overwhelming surge of brilliant golden energy explodes outward from the sacred statue. The delusional Wolf King instantly assumes this miracle is meant for him. Tears of pure, ecstatic joy stream down his bloody face. The ancestral relic. It has finally awakened to save me. Without any warning, the mysterious golden wave violently shoots across the room. Gao Neng easily sidesteps the massive blast. The divine energy slams directly into the dying Wolf King. A deeply satisfying, bone-chilling howl echoes from the beast's throat. Gao Neng raises an eyebrow, staring at the bizarre transformation unfolding before his eyes in total silence. The once beaten Wolf King is now radiating a terrifyingly explosive aura. He roars to the heavens. Yes, this euphoric rush, This limitless power, the sacred relic, is forcing my ultimate evolution. It is finally happening. I am ascending to become the legendary third supreme powerhouse of the entire wolf tribe. Drunk on this newfound, overwhelming strength, the arrogant beast points a razor-sharp claw dead at Gao Neng. Bring it on, Lord Yin Shui. I no longer fear your dark magic, not even waiting for a response. The maddened Wolf King unleashes a deafening roar. He blasts off the ground like a rocket, launching a devastating frontal assault. Bam! A single, world-shaking punch completely flattens Gao Neng into the cracked stone. Seeing his oppressor instantly crushed, the Wolf King goes completely berserk, raining down a brutal barrage of earth-shattering blows. So this is the unmatched might of a supreme powerhouse. Ha ha ha, this is absolute perfection. The manic Wolf King throws his head back, howling with utterly arrogant, unstoppable laughter. But a few feet away, Xiaomeng and Tang Tang just stand there in dead silence. They stare at him with deeply awkward, totally unamused expressions. The brutal truth? It was all a pathetic illusion. The great and terrifying Wolf King is actually just lying flat on his back on the cold floor, drooling and giggling like an absolute idiot. Supreme powerhouse. I am unstoppable, he mumbles to thin air. Gao Neng casually shrugs, flashing a mocking smirk. The mighty ruler has been completely broken by the illusion, reduced to nothing but a mindless, raving dog. Can you guys even believe this fool? He jokes. Xiaomeng instantly dismisses the pathetic display, focusing on far more pressing matters. Why exactly did you show up here? Still rocking his flawless yin shui disguise, Gao Neng lets out a playful chuckle. Just taking a little vacation. Figured I'd do some sightseeing while I was in the neighborhood. Xiaomeng narrows her eyes, her voice dripping with extreme suspicion. That is a complete lie. I can sense it. You have already broken through to the 8th stage. And worse, you have somehow fully mastered the blood energy, haven't you? Gao Neng casually waves off her intense accusations. Oh, do not worry your pretty little head over that. A man is entitled to his dark secrets. Just focus on the mission. Knowing him all too well, she decides not to push her luck, giving a reluctant nod. Fair enough. Suddenly, Gao Neng's sharp eyes lock onto a glowing crimson jewel gripped tightly in her hand. Is that the legendary key to the blood tribe? An intense, overwhelming curiosity blazes within Gao Neng's heart. But lurking in the shadows, what deadly secrets does that bloody artifact truly hold? Gao Neng's mind raced. So Gao Xiaomeng was using the blood pool to synthesize this. Across the room, Xiaomeng moved like a blur, vaulting toward the massive statue in the center and slamming the glowing stone directly into its head. Intense energy ripples violently erupted around the stone. Seeing the synthesis working perfectly, Xiaomeng finally let out a heavy sigh of relief. It is done. Crimson energy cascaded downward, swallowing the entire statue in a blinding red light. Shimmering red crystals began sprouting around the holy relic like bloody lotuses. Xiaomeng clapped her hands in pure thrill. Jackpot! Now another major faction has fallen right into the palm of our hands. She strutted forward and casually snapped off a glowing crystal shard. Take a look at this. This is the ultimate evolutionary power source of the Lycan tribe, the Jade Crystal. After giving the two of them a quick rundown, Xiaomeng did the unthinkable. She tossed the priceless jade crystal straight into her mouth and loudly crunched on it like a cheap snack. Intrigued, Gao Neng stepped up and snapped off a piece for himself. He stared at it, muttering, "So this is what the legendary Lycan evolution source tastes like?" Tang Tang stared at him in absolute disbelief. Did you seriously just eat that? Didn't you just break through a moment ago? How can your body handle more energy? You are definitely not normal. Gao Neng just kept munching away, his cheeks stuffed to the brim. Relax. I am not going to explode from overeating. To be honest, I am actually still a little hungry. Tang Tang angrily stomped her foot against the floor. You two are so selfish, sneaking a feast without me. Gao Neng shamelessly smirked back. We are not sneaking anything. We are eating openly and proudly. The moment the crystal slid down his throat, a volatile reaction ignited within his body. A surging, brilliant blue aura violently erupted, wrapping his entire figure in raw power. A massive grin spread across his face. There it is, the exclusive hidden attribute of the Lycan tribe. Without missing a beat, Gao Neng summoned his system interface. A glowing holographic panel flickered to life. His status board was a masterpiece, showing a massive row of maxed-out talents, all flashing at 100%, alongside a brand-new, God-tier special attribute. Lightning element, 100%. Bloodbone forging, 100%. Wood element, 100%. Diamond body, 100%. Gao Neng nodded, his eyes gleaming with absolute satisfaction. This is too perfect. As a true man, how could I walk around without the ultimate hardness attribute? From this day forward, I am officially an invincible diamond wolf. Meanwhile, the scene shifted drastically. High above the Lycan royal city, the sky was tearing apart in a devastating, multi-faction deadlock. Elder Yuuzhan of the Snow Clan was locked in a brutal dogfight with an elite from the Vampire Clan. The clash of ice and blood magic shook the heavens, neither side yielding a single inch. The Snow Elder gritted his teeth, barely deflecting a lethal strike. His mind raced in panic. This damn dark bat is way too overpowered. If this deathmatch drags on any longer, I am going to suffer permanent, crippling damage. Heavens, being a Snow Clan elder is way too stressful. But surrendering was not in his vocabulary. He desperately clung to a single shred of hope. If he could just hold the line, backup would arrive. Yin Shui was bound to show his face any second now. The moment he joins the fray, the tides of this war will flip. When the dust settles, my Snow Clan will definitely claim at least one major city from these filthy Lycans. And as if the heavens heard his desperate prayers, the exact voice he had been waiting for echoed across the battlefield. Brother Northwest, apologies for the wait. It was Gao Neng. Still perfectly disguised in the monstrous form of Yin Shui, he tore through the sky like a descending meteor. A sinister smirk crept across Elder Yuuzhan's weathered face as a massive wave of relief washed over him. Finally, victory is completely in the bag. He shot a cocky glare at the Northwest Wolf and roared at the top of his lungs. Northwest Wolf, this ancient blood-sucking bat is an absolute monster to deal with. I have taken some heavy damage holding him back. You better remember this massive favor you owe me. But something was terrifyingly wrong. The usually loud-mouthed Northwest Wolf just stood there, frozen in eerie, dead silence. A chilling sense of dread crept up the Snow Elder's spine. He squinted, calling out cautiously, "Hey, Northwest Wolf, what the hell is wrong with you?" Gao Neng casually drifted right in front of the Northwest Wolf. Staring dead into the beast's eyes, he whispered a cryptic, chilling command. "Northwest Wolf, why are you still standing there like a fool?" The very second those words left his lips, the Northwest Wolf's brows violently twitched, his massive, muscular frame locked up completely. Elder Yuuzhan watched the bizarre scene unfold, his brain completely short-circuiting in confusion. Suddenly, the Northwest Wolf lost his mind, letting out a blood-curdling roar. "Elder Snow, today everything between us comes to a violent end." The Snow Elder's jaw practically hit the floor. Total chaos erupted in his mind. End? End what? Is he mad because I wanted a royal city as payment? But I have not even demanded it out loud yet. The Northwest Wolf did not give him a microsecond to process. He blasted forward like a cannonball, burying a devastating, aura-infused fist right into the Elder's face. Bam! The bone-shattering impact sent the Snow Elder flying backward like a broken ragdoll. Caught completely off guard, he could not mount a single shred of defense. Tumbling through the sky, he desperately screamed back, "Northwest Wolf, are you insane? I am trying to help you." But Duke Hong was not about to let him finish whining. Seizing the massive opening, the Vampire Duke ruthlessly plunged a high-speed kick into the Elder's ribs. A miserable shriek of agony ripped from the Elder's throat. Not missing a beat, the elite vampire launched a terrifying barrage of combo attacks, channeling explosive bloody aura for one final, lethal stomp. Completely paralyzed by the relentless assault, Elder Yuuzhan had no choice but to eat the world-shaking strike head-on. His eyes bulged out of their sockets as fresh blood exploded from his mouth. A horrifying crack echoed down his spine. Like a meteor stripped of its power, the great Snow Clan elder plummeted from the heavens at terrifying speed. Boom! A massive crater erupted upon impact, sending choking dust into the air. Crushed flat against the cold earth, he weakly coughed up blood and muttered, I finally understand. You are all in on this together." Pure, unadulterated hatred dripped from every syllable he choked out. The Lycan tribe was never under attack. This entire war was a sick, twisted trap. Tears of absolute sheer humiliation streamed down his bruised face. 3 supreme factions, teaming up just to scam a minor faction like mine? Do you bastards have zero martial honor left? Being a good guy in this cruel world is just too damn hard. Moments later, the dust cleared as Gao Neng and Xiao Meng gracefully descended, strolling right up to the broken elder. Gao Neng let out a dramatic, exaggerated sigh. "Honestly, I never commanded them to beat you up this badly. After all, this poor Snow Elder still holds a lot of strategic value for us." He flashed a devilish smirk and turned to his partner. "Xiao Meng, get ready. Next stop, we are paying a little visit to the Snow Clan headquarters." Xiao Meng's eyes lit up with mischievous excitement. Without a second thought, she nodded eagerly. "You bet." His gaze locks onto the Red Duke. "Mother, keep moving together. Head straight for the Glacier and Ice River clans." A cold, Calculating smirk touches Cao Neng's lips. Once the royal palaces of those two clans are reduced to ashes, their grand retreat can begin. From this brief exchange alone, it is glaringly obvious that this Red Duke is an imposter. Catching Cao Neng's drift instantly, he nods in agreement. In a flash, the two vampire clan figures launch into the air, vanishing from sight. Northwest Wolf watches this entire spectacle unfold, his mind racing with terrifying realizations. The Blood Clan and the Vampire Clan are definitely secretly colluding, that much is crystal clear. Yet, Old Snowman completely buys the illusion, firmly believing the figure standing before them is the legendary Yin Shui. Hearing their twisted conversation, Old Snowman jolts up from the dirt. His eyes bulge out in sheer, unadulterated shock. Why on earth would Yin Shui, a supreme powerhouse of the Blood Clan, call that old illegitimate Red Duke his mother? What kind of twisted family tree is this? Beneath his flawless Yin Shui disguise, Cao Neng stands silently, running the numbers in his head. His breakthrough to rank 8 feels a bit sluggish, though entirely expected. But if he devours the evolutionary sources of all 25 clans, hitting rank 9 is practically guaranteed, right? Anticipation burns in his chest as a wicked grin spreads across his face. Once he returns as a rank 9 powerhouse, Ning will have no choice but to bow before him. Cao Neng clenches his fists, his ambition blazing like an unstoppable inferno. That 3-month waiting agreement, cancelled immediately. She will just have to obediently share his bed. Meanwhile, Tung Tung, having already shed her disguise, happily pats her full stomach and skips over to Cao Neng. I am totally stuffed. Let's get out of here, she cheers. Northwest Wolf and Old Snowman freeze in pure horror as every single bizarre anomaly finally clicks into place. Cao Neng. You are the human, Cao Neng. The figure before them stays dead silent, offering only a mysterious, blood-freezing smirk. Suddenly, the monstrous form of Yin Shui erupts with a blinding crimson aura. Canceling his elemental state, Cao Neng sheds the bloody illusion, finally revealing his true human form. He stares down at his defeated prey and openly confesses, "That is right. I am Cao Neng." Raising an eyebrow, his gaze locks onto the beast. Northwest Wolf. Are you planning to resist? Northwest Wolf roars with blazing fury, his primal pride refusing to break. Preposterous. The werewolf clan would rather die than serve a lowly human, even if. But before the defiance can fully leave his throat, he catches sight of his own kin, scattered and paralyzed across the battlefield. Streams of crimson energy are forcefully ripped from the werewolves' bodies, spiraling upward into the sky. The scarlet streams violently merge, condensing into a pulsating energy sphere at the center. Xiaomeng casually catches the terrifying sphere of power in her hand. "Oh, you can absolutely resist," she sneers, her eyes narrow with lethal intent. "But this queen will just annihilate the entire werewolf clan, use the White Wolf statue as a power source, and forge a brand new pack from scratch." The crushing reality finally slams into Northwest Wolf, sending waves of panic through his massive frame. You are controlling my werewolf clan? How is this possible?" he stammers in absolute dread. "I can feel our roots. That is the Blood Clan's key. How do you possess it?" Emphasizing every single word, Xiaomeng delivers the crushing blow. "Because the Blood Clan is already dancing in the palm of my hand." Northwest Wolf freezes in utter terror. He grinds his fangs in helpless rage, his mind completely unable to process this world-shattering truth. After a tense, suffocating silence, the mighty beast finally breaks. He falls to his knees, bowing his head in total defeat. "Understood. We surrender to you." Xiaomeng lets the swirling energy sphere dissipate into thin air, shifting her predatory gaze to their second captive. "Relax, Old Snowman. We will not kill you, because you are about to become just like Northwest Wolf." The cornered captive glares back with venomous hatred, furious at the absolute humiliation. "Do you really think I will just stand by and watch you invade my Snowman clan?" he snarls, righteous anger flaring in his chest. "A warrior can be killed, but not insulted. If you expect me to let you taint my people," unless Old Snowman tries to act tough, but the death glares from the surrounding werewolf soldiers instantly send cold sweat dripping down his spine. Swallowing his pride, he frantically changes his tune. Unless you promise not to beat me up anymore." Cao Neng looks at the pathetic figure, a calculating smile dancing on his lips. Northwest Wolf. When the supreme powerhouses of the Glacier and Ice River clans return, you know exactly what to do, right? Though clearly still harboring rebellious thoughts, the beast grumbles his reply. "I know. Drag my feet and buy your group some time." While that is partially what Cao Neng wants, it is far from the master plan. Clicking his tongue, Cao Neng waves his hand dismissively. Just delaying them is not nearly enough. Northwest Wolf's jaw drops as a terrifying thought crosses his mind. Do not tell me, you actually want to kill them? I am only as strong as they are, but Cao Neng's smile only grows more sinister. No. I want you to march with them, ally with the Blood Clan, and publicly expose the treacherous crimes of the Vampire Clan. You will incite the remaining supreme powerhouses in the northern region to launch a full-scale assault on the vampires. Northwest Wolf trembles, the sheer scale of this diabolical scheme finally dawning on him. Stir up the entire northern region? Could it be that you want? No. That is absolutely impossible. A clan can possess a maximum of 2 keys, and they absolutely cannot be duplicated. How on earth are you pulling this off? Cao Neng has zero intention of revealing his trump cards. That is above your pay grade. Just follow my script to the letter, he commands coldly. Turning his amused gaze to the cowering figure in the corner, Cao Neng casually throws out an offer. If Old Snowman wishes to join this little game, you are more than welcome, knowing any resistance is utterly futile. Old Snowman bows so low his head practically touches the dirt, his voice trembling with desperation. Cao Neng, please, do not hurt my people. I beg you, spare them. But Cao Neng merely leaps into the air alongside Xiao Meng, tossing back one final, cryptic promise. Play your part perfectly, and I just might consider letting the Snowman clan suffer a little less. The scene shifts to the imposing vampire royal city. Swarms of dark bats blot out the crimson blood moon above. It is a breathtaking yet terrifying sight. Inside the Grand Hall, the supreme expert of the Ice River tribe speaks first. The Snow Maiden's voice echoes with chilling authority. Her eyes narrow in deep suspicion. So you are telling me, she begins, that troops are massing not just in the north, but the east and south as well? Slumped on his dark throne, the old vampire duke gives a slow, sinister nod. Exactly. If humanity truly wishes to wage war against the Mutant Alliance, we will teach them an unforgettable lesson. A massive shadow looms nearby. It is the supreme expert of the Glacier tribe, the fearsome Bone Giant. He interrupts with a booming voice that shakes the pillars. Excellent. I never expected the other 3 regions to be so united this time. It seems that message from the werewolf tribe was just a foolish misunderstanding. The giant crosses his massive arms. Let us return to our tribes first. Then, we can send our official reply to Faceless and clear up this little mix-up with the Alliance. The Snow Maiden nods in cold agreement. Very well. With their dark pact sealed, the supreme beings immediately spring into action. The colossal giant marches toward the west. Meanwhile, the Snow Maiden launches herself into the sky, soaring rapidly toward the east. She cuts through the icy wind without a single pause. But as she nears her homeland, a horrifying sight forces her to slam on the brakes. Her pupils shrink in absolute shock. Down below, the magnificent Ice River Royal City is completely engulfed in a raging inferno. Disbelief washes over her pale face. What in the world is happening here? She gasps out loud. A heavily wounded survivor drags himself forward. Ancestor, he coughs up blood. It was the Red Duke of the Vampires. He ambushed the royal palace and plundered more than half of our sacred supplies. The Snow Maiden freezes in utter shock. The Red Duke? How is that even possible? He was supposed to be gathering his forces to strike humanity. Tears of despair stream down the warrior's soot-stained face. Ancestor, I swear it to the heavens. We all saw him with our own eyes. He even left a message. He said if a weak tribe like ours dares to meddle, next time, he will completely destroy our evolutionary source. Blazing wrath shatters her icy composure. Her aura explodes into a violent blizzard. You decrepit old bat, you have pushed us too far. At the exact same moment, miles away in the burning Glacier Royal City, a furious roar shakes the very heavens. Old bat, I swear we are irreconcilable. The Bone Giant is completely consumed by devastating rage. Unable to contain his fury, he throws a catastrophic punch, instantly obliterating the massive wall before him. His battered tribesmen kneel in the smoldering ash. Ancestor, you must get justice for us. They slaughtered our people. The terrifying veins bulging on the giant's stone-like face show exactly how far he has been pushed. Murderous intent radiates from his massive frame. He grinds his massive teeth together, spitting out every word with venom. You leeches dared to stab us in the back. Do not blame me for showing no mercy. The scene instantly shifts. Cold moonlight bathes the human northern base. Inside a dim room, Councilman Liu smirks with absolute arrogance. He holds up a secret transmission. I just received word. The ancestor has agreed to make a move. He should be arriving any minute now. Beside him, a bearded accomplice chuckles darkly. That arrogant brat Gao Neng, he never could have predicted his grand northern offensive would backfire like this. Councilman Gao revels in his rival's impending doom. With the supreme experts of all 4 regions striking at once, even if it is just a show of force, Gao Neng will take the fall. Making such a catastrophic tactical error, his dreams of becoming council president are completely dead. Councilman Liu rubs his chin, a shadow of doubt crossing his face. But Councilman Liang might be a problem. I can feel he is starting to suspect us. The bearded man waves off the concern with a venomous sneer. Let him suspect all he wants. His hands are just as dirty in this scheme. Once you board this pirate ship, getting off alive is practically impossible. He is trapped with us. Councilman Gao's eyes gleam with dangerous ambition. We shouldn't just stop at Gao Neng. Wu Qingjing was the one who recommended him. Let us use this chaos to force Wu out of his seat entirely. Councilman Liu nods, tasting the sweet possibility of total control. True. Wu Qingjing is in deep water this time. If we strike together, we can definitely overthrow him. He narrows his eyes, a lingering paranoia eating at him, but there is one little detail that keeps bothering me. The others lean in, instantly hanging on his every word. Lowering his voice to a conspiratorial whisper, Liu asks, "Have none of you noticed? Ever since the tactical retreat from Frost City a few days ago." Liu pauses, letting the suspense build in the dimly lit room. Gao Neng has been locked inside Shen Xiangzhe's room. Neither of them has shown their faces since. The scene sharply transitions back to the Northern Base's temporary command center, where emergency lights still blaze in the dark. Inside the tense meeting hall, the highest-ranking officers are gathered. The air is suffocatingly heavy with impending doom. President Wu Qingjing rubs his temples, exhaustion evident in his voice. Where is Gao Neng? Is he still not here? Councilman Liu scoffs loudly. He is probably too terrified to show his face. Wu Qingjing's eyes flash with sharp authority. Watch your tongue. What exactly are you implying? Liu simply shrugs with a condescending smirk. Oh, I think you know exactly what I mean. Councilman Gao leaps at the opening like a starved wolf. Do not play dumb, President Wu. If Gao Neng hadn't recklessly acted on his own, we never would have triggered a war with the supreme experts. The bearded official eagerly pours gasoline on the fire. Exactly. He alone dragged the entire human alliance into this death trap. Wu Qingjing slams his hand on the table, his aura flaring. That battle was instigated by an unknown phantom. The investigation is still ongoing. Furthermore, Gao Neng seized the opportunity to slay a vampire supreme. He injected humanity with a much-needed shot of morale. Unfazed, Councilman Liu leans forward with a venomous glare. Oh really? Then tell us, President Wu, why did you call this emergency meeting in the middle of the night? A chilling smile creeps across Liu's face. Could it be that the Mutant Alliance has just launched a full-scale invasion on the east, west, and south sectors? Wu Qingjing falls completely silent. The words cut deep and sound incredibly harsh, but he has absolutely no way to counter their venomous logic. Believing he holds the absolute truth, his opponent sneers with sickening arrogance, continuing his relentless and mocking interrogation. Chairman Wu, tell us the truth. If your pathetic cover-up brings catastrophic losses to the human alliance, that is a consequence you cannot bear alone. Unable to endure the disrespect any longer, Wu Qingjing's voice booms through the chamber. I will shoulder whatever consequences come our way. You 3 need not worry. Since the council is assembled, let the war meeting begin. A subordinate immediately jumps to his feet. Yes, sir. I will now brief the room on the latest battlefield intelligence. At this very moment, the western and southern zones are under massive siege. An overwhelming force of 100,000 alien troops is brutally attacking our walls. We have detected Supreme Realm experts at the western front. The vampire clan is leading the vanguard, and they have unleashed not 1, but 2 supreme beings onto the battlefield. The subordinate's face drains of all color. Trembling with sheer terror, he struggles to read the next horrifying piece of intel. But the most catastrophic news comes from Commander Shen's emergency report in the Eastern Zone. Councilman Liu's eyes widen in absolute horror. Don't tell me. The Sword Saint of the Beast Clan and the 6-winged Archangel of the Celestial Clan have joined the slaughter? A heavy tension suffocates the room. Wu Qingjing clenches his fists so tight his knuckles turn entirely white. I have already issued an emergency decree to all major sects and noble families. They are deploying reinforcements to our strongholds. Yet, deep down, he knows this desperate move will never be enough. Wu Qingjing hesitates, his voice laced with grim reality. However, to simultaneously repel an invasion across all 4 major zones, before the chairman can finish his bleak assessment, a voice sharply cuts through the air. If things have reached this apocalyptic level, we must rip the problem out by the roots. Liang Qi abruptly stands up, his eyes gleaming with cold calculation. We must extract all supreme fighters from the northern zone and scatter them to the other 3. That is the only way to prevent the capital of hope from being annihilated. A stunned silence washes over the entire Supreme Council. Even the usually composed Councilman Liu and his corrupt faction are left completely speechless. Wu Qingjing is the first to shatter the silence. Furious, he slams his hands down. Then what happens to the Northern Zone? The Northern Stronghold houses over 20 million innocent lives. They just won a bloody battle, and the people have finally grasped a tiny sliver of hope. If we abandon the Northern Zone right now, Liang Qi scowls, brutally cutting off his former mentor. Teacher, if we are forced to sacrifice one zone to survive, which one would you choose? Without waiting for an answer, he launches into a ruthless monologue. He twists the narrative flawlessly, hiding his cruelty behind the glorious illusion of the greater good. This is no longer a fantasy where we can sit around and miraculously save all 4 territories. We are standing on the very brink of extinction. The Northern Zone is heavily devastated and holds the smallest population. By sacrificing them to fortify the remaining areas, we guarantee the human alliance will not be wiped out. The poisonous logic begins to infect the council members. Anxious whispers fill the room as resolve begins to crumble. He is right. The Northern Front's attacks have temporarily slowed down. If we withdraw our forces right now, it is absolutely impossible to save all 4 zones. I fully support Councilman Liang's strategic withdrawal. One by one, more cowards voice their sickening agreement. I stand with him as well. Seeing the council turn their backs on millions, Wu Qingjing roars in defiance. Absolutely not. The alliance swore a blood oath to defend the Northern Zone to the bitter end. Liang Qi, listen to me very carefully. Do not plunge the entire human alliance into a moral abyss simply to satisfy your own twisted political ambitions. But Liang Qi does not even flinch. Instead, an icy, mocking smile creeps onto his face as he turns the blade back on his mentor. Teacher, you have navigated the political realm for decades, yet you spew such naive nonsense here? Look in the mirror. Is it truly my ambition blinding me, or is it yours? The sheer audacity leaves Wu Qingjing completely paralyzed with rage. You! He chokes out. Adjusting his glasses, Liang Qi suddenly adopts a sickeningly righteous tone. I will freely admit that Gao Neng is an unprecedented genius. He is the ultimate hope of humanity. To defeat the alien races, we must absolutely rely on Gao Neng's divine potential. But let me ask you all this. Are we truly arrogant enough to bet the entire destiny of the human alliance on him right at this very moment? The boy is only 18 years old. Playing the crowd flawlessly, Liang Qi bows his head in a grand display of fake sincerity. We must buy him time. Give him 5 years, 10 years. Wait until he has truly matured into an unstoppable force. When that day comes, I, Liang Qi, swear to the heavens, I will exhaust every drop of my power to crown him as our chairman. His theatrical performance is absolutely flawless. He weaves an argument so politically bulletproof that no one dares to challenge its perfection. Despite knowing it is pure manipulation, Wu Qingjing is left completely defenseless. You ruthless snake. Sensing blood in the water, Councilman Liu seizes the golden opportunity to strike. Chairman Wu has been drowning in administrative duties lately. The exhaustion has clearly driven his emotions completely out of control. I highly recommend that Chairman Wu takes an extended leave of absence. He can return to rule the council once his mind has fully recovered. Instantly, his corrupt faction erupts into enthusiastic agreement. A bearded councilman immediately chimes in to twist the knife. The current battlefield situation is far too catastrophic. Chairman Wu clearly lacks the iron composure needed. He must step down immediately. Beside him, Councilman Gao nods vigorously. I completely agree with this motion. Pushed past his breaking point, Wu Qingjing erupts into a dark, infuriated laugh. Tell me to rest? So you vultures can seize control of this council? What an absolute joke. Liang Qi, stop dreaming. I will never yield my seat. Liang Qi's eyes narrow into icy daggers as he delivers his killing blow. According to Article 53 of the Supreme Council's sacred laws, whenever the reigning chairman becomes mentally unfit to lead, a majority vote from the council can temporarily overthrow him. A venomous smirk spreads across Councilman Liu's face. Exactly. I formally invoke Article 53. I call for an immediate vote to violently strip Chairman Wu of his absolute authority. The momentum shifts drastically as another official barks out in support. I second the motion. The chairman has completely lost his mind. Panic and greed flash in the eyes of the remaining councilmen as they exchange nervous glances. The scales of power are tipping. Finally, a senior member lets out a heavy, defeated sigh. If Chairman Wu stubbornly refuses to sacrifice the Northern Zone, then I have no choice but to side with Councilman Liang's ruthless strategy. The political execution has begun, But little do they know what nightmare is about to unfold next. Right now, abandoning the Northern District is the only way. It is our sole option to guarantee the safety of our citizens. Hands shoot up across the room in rapid succession. Agreed. Chairman Wu needs to step down and rest for a while. One by one, arms rise into the air. The council members voice their unanimous, overwhelming agreement. I second that. Qing Jing stands frozen like a statue, watching the entire room turn against him. I propose Councillor Liang takes full command of the war effort. Desperation flashes in his eyes as he tries to stop this madness, but his protests fall on deaf ears. Liang Qi, this decision is a death sentence. We cannot face the alien races head-on, he pleads. The Eastern Demon Tribe's sword saint, the six-winged angel. These are monsters we simply cannot stop. A smug, arrogant smirk twists Liang Qi's lips. When you ordered the assault on Ice City, teacher, you sang a very different tune. He completely drops all respect, stepping forward with an oppressive aura. If I recall correctly, your exact words were, "Humanity does not fear battle." Even after storming out of the council room, fury continues to boil in Qing Jing's veins. He snaps at his aide. Where is Gao Neng? Where is that boy? Why hasn't he shown up yet? The aide scrambles to reply. Councillor Gao is still inside Commander Shen's tent. He hasn't stepped out once. Hearing this utterly ridiculous excuse, Qing Jing's patience violently snaps. Look at the time. The Northern District's walls are about to shatter, and he's playing hide and seek? Take me to him, right now. Meanwhile, the man of the hour, Gao Neng, is casually inspecting his glowing status window. He rubs his chin, eyes widening in genuine surprise. The ancient Yeti tribe's special trait isn't the ice attribute itself. It is absolute ice resistance. To think the alien evolutionary source actually demands such a powerful defensive trait, the realization hits him like a bolt of lightning. Pure excitement surges through his veins as Gao Neng clenches his fists tightly. The Blood Tribe, the High Mountain Tribe, the Werewolf Tribe, the Ice Cave Tribe, and now, the Yeti Tribe. Out of 25 ancient races, he has already conquered 1/5 of them. His master plan is flowing flawlessly, filling him with an unshakable, towering confidence. Moreover, the Glacier Tribe and the Ice River Tribe are practically in the palm of my hand. Absolute control of the Northern District is right before my eyes. He falls into deep thought, wondering about the situation at the Northern Stronghold. With the Blood Tribe stalling for time over there, and the Werewolf Tribe already pledging their absolute loyalty to us, a single entity like the Faceless cannot possibly turn the tide. Gao Neng shoots a sharp glance over his shoulder and issues his next command. Our next destination. We are paying the Ice River Tribe a little visit. Maintain the status quo here. Do not let the other races sense even a hint of our true motives. The Yeti tribesmen instantly drop to their knees, bowing in sheer reverence. Your will is our command, Lord Gao Neng. Without wasting a breath, Gao Neng calls out to his two companions. Gao Xiaomeng, Fang Tangtang, let us move. Once his mind is set, his execution is immediate and absolute. In a flash of blinding speed, the three silhouettes launch themselves into the horizon. As they soar, Gao Neng's mind races. The supreme powerhouses are exceptionally meticulous in their schemes. The Glacier and Ice River tribes will undoubtedly visit Greedy Wolf City first. They need to verify the truth with the Northwest Wolf. A smirk dances on his lips. He is incredibly curious to see what chaos is unfolding on the Northwest Wolf's end. The scene aggressively shifts to the ruins of Greedy Wolf City. A voice dripping with absolute venom echoes through the rubble. We were utterly played by that wretched old bat. The Northwest Wolf furiously vents his explosive rage. It is not just the two of you. Look around. My Greedy Wolf City has been reduced to absolute ash. If we swallow this insult, the Western District will trample our entire northern territory into the dirt. The towering giant and the chilling snow maiden stand in dead silence. Their expressions are hidden by the heavy, suffocating tension hanging in the air. Clutching his battered chest, the old Yeti wails in a heartbreaking display of misery. Brother Northwest speaks the absolute truth. I am a peaceful soul who never curses, but this time, I must unleash my fury. Those damned bloodsuckers deserve death. Look at these horrific wounds. My ancient bones were nearly shattered into dust. If Brother Northwest had not exhausted his energy to heal me, this fragile body of mine would have been completely obliterated. The Snow Maiden shoots a chilling glance at his injuries. Instantly, her icy composure cracks into sheer disbelief. These strikes, they are undeniably cruel and merciless. She clenches her fists, a freezing aura of righteous anger erupting from her core. This cannot possibly be faked. The Werewolf Tribe's royal palace in ruins. The old Yeti critically wounded. These are the undeniable, blood-stained crimes of the Vampire Tribe. Unable to contain his explosive rage any longer, the giant grinds his massive teeth together. His voice booms like thunder. "We go to war! We fight those ancient bats to the bitter end!" But the Northwest Wolf sharply raises a hand, halting their bloodlust. "No, we cannot just charge in blindly. Those ancient bats have fortified the Western District for nearly a century. With just the few of us, we would be marching to our own slaughter." The Snow Maiden locks her freezing gaze onto him, awaiting his strategy. "Then, what is your master plan, Brother Northwest?" His eyes flare with a vicious, calculating light as he lays out the strategy. "We summon every supreme powerhouse guarding our lands. We march to the west and teach those arrogant bats a bloody lesson first. Only then do we force them to the negotiation table. No matter the cost, we will carve out their major cities as compensation for this absolute disrespect." The giant roars his enthusiastic, earth-shaking approval. "Yes, issue the ultimate summons right this instant." Empowered by their overwhelming support, a savage thrill surges through the Northwest Wolf. He stands tall, his imposing voice vibrating through the ruins. "Then, let it be done. I hereby issue the absolute Northern District summons. The Western District has dared to trample upon our sovereign pride. If anyone dares to refuse this call to arms, they will be marked as an eternal enemy to every single tribe in the North." The scene cuts drastically to the dead of night at the Northern stronghold. The pale, haunting moonlight washes over the cracked and crumbling defensive walls. Qingjing marches toward the commander's tent, only to be blocked by the guard stationed outside. "Please forgive me, Elder," she says firmly. His brows knit into a fierce scowl as he presses the issue once more. "Why am I being barred from entering?" But Ninger stands her ground like an unmovable mountain, her refusal absolute. He is completely exhausted. He needs his rest. Having caught whispers of the disastrous council meeting, she voices the question hanging heavy in the air. "Tell me the truth. Are we truly abandoning the Northern District, but lurking in the shadows? A presence that would change everything." Meanwhile, the scene completely shifts. The old man releases a heavy sigh. "So, you already knew?" He firmly shifts the topic back, absolutely insisting on coming inside. "But right now, there is a far more critical matter. May I step inside to talk? Gao Neng has been resting for quite a while now. He must be fully recovered, right?" Qingjing's weary face fails to mask his deep, lingering sorrow. "During the emergency meeting just moments ago, although I am still the chairman, I was completely stripped of my command over this war. Do you understand what that means?" Hearing this devastating update, absolute shock washes over Ninger's face. Clearly, this catastrophic news had not reached her yet. She finally yields, gesturing toward the door with a heavy heart. "Very well. Please, come inside." The moment Qingjing steps into the room, he spots a familiar figure from behind and immediately calls out to Gao Neng. But a split second later, something feels horribly wrong. "Wait, you are not Gao Neng." The figure standing before him is nothing but an incredibly sophisticated fake. Despite its flawless disguise, Qingjing instantly recognizes it for what it truly is, a genetic weapon. Ninger gives a solemn nod, confessing the truth. "You are correct. This is merely a genetic weapon operating under my direct control." The old chairman stares at her in absolute disbelief. "How is that even possible? You can actually control Gao Ning's personal genetic weapon?" Ninger waves her hand, elegantly demonstrating the flow of energy. As long as one understands the energy manifestation and matches the exact frequency of its unique energy fluctuations, it can be controlled. Qingjing strokes his chin, the puzzle pieces finally clicking into place. "I see. So, Gao Neng trusted you with his exact fluctuation frequency." Then, a terrifying realization suddenly strikes him. Panic flashes in his eyes. "Wait a minute. If this thing is a fake, where in the world is the real Gao Neng?" Ninger meets his gaze without a hint of hesitation. "He is still out there on the northern battlefield. When we evacuated from Ice City, the one who returned with me was merely this genetic weapon." Qingjing's voice trembles with rising horror. "Gao Neng never came back? Where did he go? What is he doing out there alone?" Her answer is chillingly calm. "I do not know." The old man completely loses his composure, his anxiety exploding into fierce scolding. "How can you possibly not know where he went? What kind of reckless suicide mission is he pulling? Why on earth did you not demand an answer from him?" Ninger's eyes blaze with absolute, unwavering conviction. "Because I trust him, just as deeply as I trust my own soul. He has a greater mission that he must see through to the end. Therefore, my only duty is to hold the line here in the northern zone and wait until he returns triumphant." Qingjing is left completely speechless, suffocating under the weight of her words. These two kids, they are pulling the most dangerous gamble in history. A massive headache throbs at his temples as he lets out an exhausted sigh. Why did you not even try to stop him? Ninger slowly shakes her head. Uncle Wu, right now, we have exactly 3 massive problems to solve. The playful tension vanishes. Qingjing instantly shifts into commander mode, listening intently to her tactical breakdown. Problem number 1. Since your command has been completely stripped, the withdrawal of the Northern Army is already set in stone. We must immediately stabilize both civilian panic and military morale in the Northern Zone. Ninger's voice turns cold and calculating. However, this is the easiest to solve. As long as my unit and I refuse to retreat, the spirit of the Northern Zone will absolutely not shatter. Furthermore, as long as they believe Gao Neng is still here, their absolute faith remains unbroken. But Qingjing vehemently rejects this suicidal strategy. I absolutely forbid this. Gao Neng is already wandering straight into the jaws of death. I will not abandon you to die out here as well. Ninger ruthlessly cuts him off. Let us move to the second problem. Uncle Wu. Her terrifyingly serene attitude leaves Qingjing frozen in place. He quietly assesses the girl standing before him. She is calm. Far too calm. This is not some fragile facade or a desperate attempt to look brave. How could an 18-year-old girl face the apocalypse with more steel in her spine than an elite veteran? It is as if she was born to be a supreme commander of war. Ninger slowly continues her lethal analysis. Problem number 2. Based on everything that happened during the siege of Ice City, I can confirm with absolute certainty that there is a high-ranking alien spy hiding within the council. Her eyes narrow dangerously. And if my instincts are correct, Senator Liang is one of the traitors. Qingjing aggressively shakes his head, utterly refusing to accept this reality. No, that is absolutely impossible. He is my prized student. I know his heart better than anyone alive. He may be hungry for absolute power, but he would never betray the human alliance. However, as he defends his student, the expression on Ninger's face darkens into something truly ominous. She emphasized her point. He might not be the actual enemy, but the shadowy figures pulling his strings? That was a terrifyingly different story. The absolute command of the human alliance could never fall into Liang Qi's hands. Spy or not, the risk was apocalyptic. Ninger made her unyielding stance crystal clear. There was a chilling possibility. Counselor Liang himself might not even realize it. He was already sinking deep into a treacherous swamp of manipulation. Uncle Wu needed to investigate this at lightning speed. They had to snatch back the absolute command. Otherwise, the human alliance would lose far more than just the Northern Zone. Qingjing's expression turned grave. Her deductions were flawless. He nodded firmly in agreement. You are absolutely right about this. Ninger's eyes narrowed as she delivered her third point. This was the most crucial detail. To annihilate the human alliance, breaching the underground city was their ultimate key. She laid out their tactical advantage. Uncle Wu's profound connection with Governor Yunping was their hidden trump card. They had to exploit it immediately. If necessary, they would completely sever the lifeline. The path between the underground city and the capital of hope must be blocked. Qingjing gasped in pure shock. Are you asking me to make Yunping defy the Supreme Council's orders? A tempest of conflicting thoughts raged in his mind. The sheer weight of such treasonous action was suffocating. But then, Qingjing's gaze hardened with immense resolve. No, this is not the time for hesitation. I understand what must be done. But Ninger, what about you alone? Ninger instantly saw through his deep paternal worry. Without a second of hesitation, she stood tall and struck her chest with a vow. I will defend the Northern Zone with my life. I stay until he returns, or until my final breath. With that heavy promise, their secret meeting concluded. Ninger watched silently as Qingjing vanished into the shadows. Without wasting a single heartbeat, she pulled out her communicator. The line connected instantly. Mr. Fang, it is Shen Ninger speaking. I need you to move at absolute maximum speed. Gather every Omni-attribute elixir and weapon blueprint from the Heavenly King group. Transport them all to the underground city. Right now. The voice on the other end instantly tightens. What happened? Are Tong Tong and Gao Neng in danger? Ninger honestly shares everything she knows. I am not certain. But this concerns the very survival of humanity. Mr. Fong, please act immediately. The man on the line responds without a second thought. Understood. I will handle it at once. The moment she hangs up, a subordinate rushes in, completely out of breath. Commander, an emergency directive from the Supreme Council. He stands at strict attention, reciting the urgent mandate. 2nd Army Corps Order, Deputy Commander of the 3rd Division, and Commander-in-Chief of the 7th Independent Brigade, Colonel Shen Ninger. You are to immediately take heavy armored forces back to the East Sector base for a defense mission. Ninger simply turns around, leaving him with a cold view of her back. Tell the Supreme Council. Shen Ninger only takes orders from the military department. Her absolute defiance hangs in the air. The scene then shifts to the vampire royal city. A massive, chaotic battle erupts. Furious roars echo through the blood-stained battlefield. You fake bats. If we do not slaughter you today, we are no better than dogs. The vampire tribe pushes us too far. Kill them all. But the vampires are not about to swallow this insult, firing right back with equal fury. Damn it. Are you all insane? We are already in a massive war with the humans in the north. Yet you gather your forces to ambush us? Fine. You think our vampire tribe is afraid of you? If you want a war, you get a war. The Ice Queen, the Northwest Wolf, and the Snow Elder gather their overwhelming auras, completely surrounding the old Duke. The Northwest Wolf unleashes a preemptive strike, roaring his judgment. Fake bats, drop the act. If you do not give us an explanation today, we will level your entire bat cave to the ground. While the two sides are locked in a deadly standoff, the Ice Queen suddenly receives a frantic telepathic signal from her tribe. This is bad. The Red Duke is attacking our territory. I must return. But the Northwest Wolf instantly blocks her path. Is your brain frozen? Do you not realize what time it is? Once we conquer the city of bats, why would we care about the damages caused by a single Red Duke? The Snow Elder quickly chimes in, fueling her battle lust. Fight. Only the victor earns the right to negotiate. The Ice Queen hesitates. A fierce internal struggle wages within her mind, but ultimately, she chooses to stay, joining forces to strike down the old Duke. Damn it all. I am risking everything. The old Duke is completely baffled by this absurd situation. This is ridiculous. The Red Duke is currently at the West Sector base, attacking the capital of Hope. How could he possibly be invading your glacier tribe? But the Ice Queen refuses to hear a single word of his defense. Nothing but a sky full of lies. If I fall for your traps again, I am no longer fit to be a supreme powerhouse. Prepare to die. She unleashes her absolute ultimate technique. Today, I will turn your entire royal city into a frozen monument. The old Duke watches helplessly as the devastating attack locks onto him, his mind reeling in sheer panic. These lunatics! The northern sector has gone completely mad, he screams at his subordinates. Send word to our western allies. The north is insane. We need immediate reinforcements. The subordinates scramble to obey. Yes, my lord. Meanwhile, deep in the clash, the Ice Queen suddenly freezes in pure horror as a new emergency report arrives. Her mind plummets into absolute chaos. Our evolution source is being controlled. That is impossible. Do the vampires not already have a subordinate race? Forcing herself to calm down, the Ice Queen analyzes the terrifying sensation. Wait, no, this signature feeling. It is not a vampire key. She violently snaps her head toward the Snow Elder. That is the key of the Snowman tribe. The Snow Elder stares back with wide, confused eyes. Glacier, why are you glaring at me? He continues to push her forward. Pull out your courage and fight. Are you not afraid of the terrifying consequences if we lose? She stares deep into the Snow Elder's eyes, desperately searching for a flicker of deceit. But in the heat of the moment, the Ice Queen's fleeting suspicion completely evaporates like mist. Like a woman possessed, she charges madly at the old Duke. I am going all in.